Chapter 1 of The Golden Calf. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tara Dow. The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 1. The Articled Pupil. "Where is Miss Palliser?" inquired Miss Pugh, in that awful voice of hers, at which the classroom trembled as at unexpected thunder. A murmur ran along the desks from girl to girl, and then someone, near that end of the long room which was sacred to Miss Pugh and her lieutenants, said that Miss Palliser was not in the classroom. I think she is taking her music lesson, ma'am," faltered the girl who had ventured diffidently to impart this information to the schoolmistress. "Think!" exclaimed Miss Pugh, in her stentorian voice. "How can you think about an absolute fact? Either she is taking her lesson, or she is not taking her lesson. There is no room for thought. Let Miss Palliser be sent for this moment." At this command, as at the behest of the Homeric Jove himself, half a dozen irises started up to carry the ruler's message. But again Miss Pugh's mighty tones resounded in the echoing classroom. "I don't want 20 girls to carry one message. Let Miss Rylance go." There was a grim smile on the principal's coarsely featured countenance as she gave this order. Miss Rylance was not one of the 6 who had started up to do the schoolmistress's bidding. She was a young lady who considered her mission in life anything rather than to carry a message, a young lady who thought herself quite the most refined and elegant thing at Wendover Manor, and so entirely superior to her surroundings as to be absolved from the necessity of being obliging. But Miss Pugh's voice, when fortified by anger, was too much even for Miss Rylance's calm sense of her own merits, and she rose at the lady's bidding, laid down her ivory penholder on the neatly written exercise, and walked out of the room quietly, with the slow and stately deportment imparted by a long course of instruction from Madame Rigolette, the fashionable dancing mistress. "Rylance won't much like being sent on a message," whispered Miss Cobb, the Kentish brewer's daughter, to Miss Mullins, the Northampton carriage-builder's heiress. "And old Pugh delights in taking her down a peg," said Miss Cobb, who was short, plump, and ruddy, a picture of rude health and unrefined good looks, a girl who bore beer written in unmistakable characters across her forehead, Miss Rylance had observed to her own particular circle. "I will say that for the old lady," added Miss Cobb. "She never cottons to stuck-upishness." Vulgarity of speech is the peculiar delight of a schoolgirl off duty. She spends so much of her life under the all-pervading eye of authority, she is so drilled and lectured and ruled and regulated, that when the eye of authority is off her, she seems naturally to degenerate into license. No speech so interwoven with slang as the speech of a schoolgirl, except that of a schoolboy. There came a sudden hush upon the classroom after Miss Rylance had departed on her errand. It was a sultry afternoon in late June, and the 4 rows of girls, seated at the 2 long desks in the long, bare room, with its 4 tall windows facing a hot blue sky, felt almost as exhausted by the heat as if they had been placed under an air-pump. Miss Pugh had a horror of draughts, so the upper sashes were only lowered a couple of inches to let out the used atmosphere. There was no chance of a gentle west wind blowing in to ruffle the loose hair upon the foreheads of those weary students. Thursday afternoons were devoted to the study of German. The sandy-haired young woman at the end of the room furthest from Miss Pugh's throne was Fräulein Wolf, from Frankfurt, and it was Fräulein Wolf's mission to go on eternally explaining the difficulties of her native language to the pupils at Wendover Manor, and to correct those interesting exercises of Ollendorff's which ascend from the primitive simplicity of golden candlesticks and bakers' dogs to the loftiest themes in romantic literature. For 5 minutes there was no sound save the scratching of pens, and the placid voice of the Fräulein demonstrating to Miss Mullins that in an exercise of 20 lines, 10 words out of every 20 were wrong, and then the door was opened suddenly. not at all in the manner so carefully instilled by the teacher of deportment. It was flung back, rather, as if with an angry hand, and a young woman, taller than the generality of her sex, walked quickly up the room to Miss Pugh's desk, and stood before that bar of justice, with head erect and dark flashing eyes, the incarnation of defiance. "Was für ein Mädchen," muttered the Fräulein, blinking at that distant figure with her pale, grey-green eyes. Miss Pugh pretended not to see the challenge in the girl's angry eyes. She turned to her subordinate, Miss Pilby, the useful drudge who did a little indifferent teaching in English, grammar, and geography, looked after the younger girls' wardrobes, and toadied the mistress of the house. "Miss Pilby, would you be kind enough to show Ida Palliser the state of her desk?" asked Miss Pugh with awe-inspiring politeness. "She needn't do anything of the kind," said Ida coolly. "I know the state of my desk quite as well as she does. I dare say it's untidy. I haven't had time to put things straight." "Untidy!" exclaimed Miss Pugh in her appalling baritone. "Untidy is not the word. It's degrading. Miss Pilby, be good enough to call over the various articles which you have found in Ida Palliser's desk." Miss Pilby rose to do her employer's bidding. She was a dull piece of human machinery, to which the idea of resistance to authority was impossible. There was no dirty work she would not have done meekly, willingly even, at Miss Pugh's bidding. The girls were never tired of expatiating upon Miss Pilby's meanness, but the lady herself did not even know that she was mean. She had been born so. She went to the locker, lifted the wooden lid, and proceeded in a flat, drawling voice to call over the items which she found in that receptacle. "A novel, The Children of the Abbey, without a cover." "Ah," sighed Miss Pugh. "One stocking with a rusty darning needle sticking in it, 5 apples, 2 mouldy, a square of hardbake, an old neck ribbon, an odd cuff, 7 letters, a knife with the blade broken, a bundle of pen and ink. Well, I suppose they are meant for sketches." "Hand them over to me," commanded Miss Pugh. She had seen some of Ida Palliser's pen and ink sketches before today, had seen herself represented in every ridiculous guise and attitude by that young person's facile pen. Her large cheeks reddened in anticipation of her pupil's insolence. She took the sheaf of crumpled paper and thrust it hastily into her pocket. A ripple of laughter swept over Miss Palliser's resolute face, but she said not a word. "Half a New Testament, the margins shamefully scribbled over," pursued Miss Pilby, with implacable monotony. 3 Brazil nuts, a piece of slate pencil, the photograph of a little boy. "My brother!" cried Ida hastily. "I hope you are not going to confiscate that, Miss Pugh, as you have confiscated my sketches." "It would be no more than you deserve if I were to burn everything in your locker, Miss Palliser," said the schoolmistress. "Burn everything except my brother's portrait. I might never get another. Papa is so thoughtless. Oh, please, Miss Pilby, give me back the photo." "Give her the photograph," said Miss Pugh, who was not at all inhuman, although she kept a school, a hardening process which is supposed to deaden the instincts of womanhood. "And now, pray, Miss Palliser, what excuse have you to offer for your untidiness?" "None," said Ida, "except that I have no time to be tidy. You can't expect tidiness from a drudge like me." And with this cool retort, Miss Palliser turned her back upon her mistress and left the room. "Did you ever see such cheek?" murmured the irrepressible Miss Cobb to her neighbour. "She can afford to be cheeky," retorted the neighbour. "She has nothing to lose. Old Pugh couldn't possibly treat her any worse than she does. If she did, it would be a police case." When Ida Palliser was in the little lobby outside the classroom, she took the little boy's photograph from her pocket and kissed it passionately. Then she ran upstairs to a small room on the landing, where there was nothing but emptiness and a worn-out old square piano, and sat down for her hour's practice. She was always told off to the worst pianos in the house. She took out a book of 5-finger exercises by a Leipzig professor, placed it on the desk, and then, just as she was beginning to play, her whole frame was shaken like a bulrush in a sudden gust of wind. She let her head fall forward on the desk and burst into tears, hot, passionate tears, that came like a flood in spite of her determination not to cry. What was the matter with Ida Palliser? Not much, perhaps. Only poverty, and poverty's natural corollary, a lack of friends. She was the handsomest girl in the school, and one of the cleverest, clever in an exceptional way, which claimed admiration even from the coldest. She occupied the anomalous position of a pupil teacher, or an articled pupil. Her father, a military man, living abroad on his half-pay, with a young second wife and a 5-year-old son, had paid Miss Pugh a lump sum of £50, and for those £50 Miss Pugh had agreed to maintain and educate Ida Palliser during the space of 3 years, to give her the benefit of instruction from the masters who attended the school, and to befit her for the brilliant and lucrative career of governess in a gentleman's family. As a set-off against these advantages, Miss Pugh had full liberty to exact what services she pleased from Miss Palliser, stopping short, as Miss Green had suggested, of a police case. Miss Pugh had not shown herself narrow in her ideas of the articled pupil's capacity. It was her theory that no amount of intellectual labor, including some manual duties in the way of assisting in the lavatory on tub nights, washing hairbrushes, and mending clothes, could be too much for a healthy young woman of 19. She always talked of Ida as a young woman. The other pupils of the same age she called girls, but of Ida she spoke uncompromisingly as a young woman. "Oh, how I hate them all!" said Ida, in the midst of her sobs. "I hate everybody, myself most of all." Then she pulled herself together with an effort, dried her tears hurriedly, and began her 5-finger exercises, tum, 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 with the little finger, all the other fingers pinned resolutely down upon the keys. "I wonder whether, if I had been ugly and stupid, they would have been a little more merciful to me," she said to herself. Miss Palliser's ability had been a disadvantage to her at Wendover Manor. When Miss Pugh discovered that the girl had a knack of teaching, she enlarged her sphere of tuition, and from taking the lowest classes only, as former articled pupils had done, Miss Palliser was allowed to preside over the 2nd and 3rd classes, and thereby saved her employers £40 a year. To teach 2 classes, each consisting of from 15 to 20 girls, was in itself no trifling labor. But besides this, Ida had to give music lessons to that lowest class which she had ceased to instruct in English and French, and whose studies were now conducted by Miss Pilby. She had her own studies, and she was eager to improve herself, for that career of governess in a gentleman's family was the only future open to her. She used to read the advertisements in the governess column of the Times supplement, and it comforted her to see that the all-accomplished teacher demanded from 80 to 100 a year for her services. 100 a year was Ida's idea of illimitable wealth. How much she might do with such a sum! She could dress herself handsomely. She could save enough money for a summer holiday to Normandy with her neglectful father and her weak little vulgar stepmother and her half-brother, whom she loved better than anyone else in the world. The thought of this avenue to fortune gave her fortitude. She braced herself up and sat herself valorously to unriddle the perplexities of a nocturne by Chopin. "After all, I have only to work on steadily," she told herself. "There will come an end to my slavery." Presently she began to laugh to herself softly. "I wonder whether old Pugh has looked at my caricatures," she thought, "and whether she'll treat me any worse on account of them." She finished her hour's practice, put her music back into her portfolio, which lived in an ancient Canterbury under the ancient piano, and went to the room where she slept, in company with 7 other spirits as mischievous and altogether evilly disposed as her own. Wendover Manor had not been built for a school, or it would hardly have been called a manor. There were none of those bleak, bare dormitories specially planned for the accommodation of 30 sleepers, none of those barrack-like rooms which strike desolation to the soul. With the exception of the large classroom which had been added at one end of the house, the manor was very much as it had been in the days of the Wendoverers, a race now as extinct as the dodo. It was a roomy, rambling old house of the time of the Stuarts, and bore the date of its erection in many unmistakable peculiarities. There were fine rooms on the ground floor, with handsome chimney-pieces and oak panelling. There were small low rooms above, curious old passages, turns and twists, a short flight of steps here and another flight there, various levels, irregularities of all kinds, and, in the opinion of every servant who had ever lived in the house, an unimpeachable ghost. All Miss Pugh's young ladies believed firmly in that ghost, and there was a legend of a frizzy-haired girl from Barbados who had seen the ghost, and had incontinently gone out of one epileptic fit into another, until her father had come in a fly, presumably from Barbados, and carried her away forever, epileptic to the last. Nobody at present located at Wendover Manor remembered that young lady from Barbados, nor had any of the existing pupils ever seen the ghost. But the general faith in him was unshaken. He was described as being an elderly man in a snuff-colored, square-cut coat, knee-breeches, and silk stockings rolled up over his knees. He was supposed to be one of the extinct Mulverers, harmless and even benevolently disposed, given to plucking flowers in the garden at dusk, and to gliding along passages and loitering on the stairs in a somewhat inane manner. The bolder-spirited among the girls would have given a 12 months' pocket-money to see him. Miss Pilby declared that the sight of that snuff-coloured stranger would be her death. "I've a weak heart, you know," said Miss Pilby, who was not mistress of her aspirates. She managed them sometimes, but they often evaded her. "The doctor said so when I was quite a little thing." "Were you ever a little thing, Pilby?" asked Miss Rylance with superb disdain, the present Pilby being long and gaunt. And the group of listeners laughed with that frank laughter of schoolgirls keenly alive to the ridiculous in other people. There was as much difference in the standing of the various bedrooms at Wendover Manor as in that of the London squares, but in this case it was the inhabitants who gave character to the locality. The 5-bedded room off the front landing was occupied by the stiffest and best behaved of the first division, and might be ranked with Grosvenor Square or Lancaster Gate. There were rooms on the second floor where girls of the 2nd and 3rd Division herded in inelegant obscurity, the Bloomsbury and Camden Town of the mansion. On this story, too, slept the rabble of girls under 12, creatures utterly despicable to the minds of the girls in their teens, and the rooms they inhabited ranked as low as St. Giles. Ada Palliser was fortunate enough to have a bed in the butterfly room, so called on account of a gaudy wallpaper, whereon Camberwell beauties disported themselves among roses and lilies in a strictly conventional style of art. The butterfly room was the most fashionable and altogether popular dormitory at the manor. It was the Mayfair, a district not without a shade of bohemianism, a certain fastness of tone. The wildest girls in the school were to be found in the butterfly room. It was a pleasant enough room in itself, even apart from its association with pleasant people. The bow window looked out upon the garden and across the garden to the Thames, which at this point took a wide curve between banks shaded by old pollard willows. The landscape was purely pastoral. Beyond the level meadows came an undulating line of low hill and woodland, and here and there a village spire dark against the blue. Wendover Manor lay midway between Hampton and Chertsey, in a land of meadows and gardens which the speculating builder had not yet invaded. The butterfly room was furnished a little better than the common run of boarding-school bedchambers. Miss Pugh had taken a good deal of the Wendover furniture at valuation when she had bought the old house, and the Wendover furniture being of rococo and exploded style, the valuation had been ridiculously low. Thus it happened that a big wainscot wardrobe, with doors substantial enough for a church, projected its enormous bulk upon one side of the butterfly room, while a tall, narrow cheval glass stood in front of a window. That cheval was the glory of the butterfly room. The girls could see how their skirts hung, and if the backs of their dresses fitted. On Sunday mornings there used to be an incursion of outsiders, eager to test the effect of their Sabbath bonnets and the set of their jackets by the cheval. And now Ada Palliser came into the butterfly room, yawning wearily, to brush herself up a little before tea, knowing that Miss Pugh and her younger sister, Miss Dulcibella, who devoted herself to dress and the amenities of life generally, would scrutinize her with eyes only too ready to see anything amiss. The butterfly room was not empty. Miss Rylance was plaiting her long flaxen hair in front of the toilette table, and another girl, a plump little 16-year-old, with nut-brown hair and a fresh complexion, was advancing and retiring before the cheval, studying the effect of a cherry-coloured neck-ribbon with a grey gown. "Cherry's a lovely colour in the abstract," said this damsel, "but it reminds one too dreadfully of barmaids." "Did you ever see a barmaid?" asked Miss Rylance, languidly, slowly winding the long flaxen plait into a shining knob at the back of her head, and contemplating her reflection placidly with large calm blue eyes which saw no fault in the face they belonged to. With features so correctly modelled and a complexion so delicately tinted, Miss Rylance ought to have been lovely, but she had escaped loveliness by a long way. There was something wanting, and that something was very big. "Good gracious, yes, I've seen dozens of barmaids," answered Bessie Wendover with her frank voice. "Do you suppose I've never been into a hotel, or even into a tavern? When I go for a long drive with Papa, he generally wants brandy and soda, and that's how I get taken into the bar and introduced to the barmaid." "When you say introduced, of course you don't mean it," said Miss Rylance, fastening her brooch. "Calling things by their wrong names is your idea of wit." "I would rather have a mistaken idea of wit than none at all," retorted Miss Wendover, and then she pirouetted on the tips of her toes and surveyed her image in the glass from head to foot with an aggravated air. "I hope I'm not vulgar-looking, but I'm rather afraid I am," she said. "What's the good of belonging to an old Saxon family if one has a thick waist and large hands?" "What's the good of anything at Mulvera Manor?" asked Ida, coming into the room, and seating herself on the ground with a dejected air. Bessie Wendover ran across the room and sat down beside her. "So you were in for it again this afternoon, you poor thing," she murmured, in a cooing voice. "I wish I had been there. It would have been up guards and at 'em. If I had, I'm sure I should have said something cheeky to old Pugh. The idea of overhauling your locker! I should just like her to see the inside of mine. It would make her blood run cold." "Ah," sighed Ida, "she can't afford to make an example of you. You mean £150 a year. I am of no more account in her eyes than an artist's lay figure, which is put away in a dark closet when it isn't in use. She wanted to give you girls a lesson in tidiness, so she put me into her pillory. Fortunately, I'm used to the pillory." "But you are looking white and worried, you dear lovely thing," exclaimed Bessie, who was Ida Palliser's bosom friend. "It's too bad the way they use you. Have this neck ribbon," suddenly untying the bow so carefully elaborated 5 minutes ago. "You must. You shall. I don't want it. I hate it. Do, dear." And for consolation, Miss Wendover tied the cherry-coloured ribbon under her friend's collar, patted Ida's pale cheeks, and kissed and hugged her. "Be happy, darling, do," she said, in her loving, half-childish way, while Miss Rylance looked on with ineffable contempt. "You are so clever and so beautiful. You were born to be happy." "Do you think so, pet?" asked Ida with cold scorn. "Then I ought to have been born with a little more money." "What does money matter?" cried Bessie. "Not very much to a girl like you, who has never known the want of it." "That's not true, darling. I never go home for the holidays that I don't hear Father grumble about his poverty. The rents are so slow to come in, the tenants are always wanting drain pipes and barns and things. Last Christmas his howls were awful. We are positive paupers. Mother has to wait ages for a cheque." "Ah, my pet, that's a very different kind of poverty from mine. You have never known what it is to have only 3 pairs of wearable stockings." Bessie looked as if she were going to cry. "If you were not so disgustingly proud, you horrid thing, you need never feel the want of stockings," she said discontentedly. "If it were not for what you call my disgusting pride, I should degenerate into that loathsome animal, a sponge," said Ida, rising suddenly from her dejected attitude and standing up before her admiring little friend. A daughter of the gods, divinely tall and most divinely fair. That fatal dower of beauty had been given to Ida Palliser in fullest measure. She had the form of a goddess, a head proudly set upon shoulders that were sloping but not narrow, the walk of a Moorish girl accustomed to carrying a water-jug on her head, eyes dark as night, hair of a deep warm brown rippling naturally across her broad forehead, a complexion of creamiest white and richest carnation. These were but the sensual parts of beauty which can be catalogued. But it was in the glorious light and variety of expression that Ida shone above all compeers. It was by the intellectual part of her beauty that she commanded the admiration, enthusiastic in some cases, in others grudging and unwilling, of her schoolfellows, and reigned by right divine, despite her shabby gowns and her cheap ready-made boots, the belle of the school. End of Chapter 1 of The Golden Calf. Reading by Tara Dow. Chapter 2 of The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. I am going to marry for money. When a schoolgirl of 16 falls in love with one of her schoolfellows, there are no limits to her devotion. Bessie Wendover's adoration of Miss Palliser was boundless. Ida's seniority of 3 years, her beauty, her talent, placed her, as it were, upon a pinnacle in the eyes of the younger girl. Her poverty, her inferior position in the school, only made her more interesting to the warm-hearted Bessie, who passionately resented any slight offered to her friend. It was in vain that Miss Rylance took Bessie to task, and demonstrated the absurdity of this childish fancy for a young person whose future sphere of life must be necessarily remote from that of a Hampshire squire's daughter. Bessie despised this worldly wisdom. What is the use of attaching yourself to a girl whom you are never likely to see after you leave school? Argued Miss Rylance. I shall see her. I shall ask her home, said Bessie sturdily. Do you think your people will let you? Mother will do anything I ask her, and Father will do anything Mother asks him. I'm going to have Ida home with me all the summer holidays. How do you know that she will come? I shall make her come. It is very nasty of you to insinuate that she won't. Palliser has a good deal of pride. Pride and poverty generally go together, don't you know? I don't think she'll care about showing herself at the Grange in her old clothes and her 3 pairs of stockings, one on, one off, and one at the laundress's, said Miss Rylance, winding up with a viperish little laugh as if she had said something witty. She had a certain influence with Bessie, whom she had known all her life. It was she who had inspired Bessie with the desks to come to Malvera Manor, to be finished after having endured 8 years of jot-trot education from a homely little governess at home, who grounded the boys in Latin and mathematics before they went to Winchester, and made herself generally useful. Miss Rylance was the daughter of a fashionable physician whose headquarters were in Cavendish Square, but who spent his leisure at something which he called a place at Kingthorpe, a lovely little village between Winchester and Romsey, where the Wendovers were indigenous to the soil, whence they seemed to have sprung, like the armed men in the story, for remotest tradition bore no record of their having come there from anywhere else, nor was there record of a time when the land round Kingthorpe belonged to any other family. Dr. Rylance, whose dainty veranda-shaded cottage stood in the gardens of 3½ acres, and who rented a paddock for his cow, was always lamenting that he could not buy more land. The Wendovers have everything, he said. It is impossible for a new man to establish himself. It was to be observed, however, that when land within a reasonable distance of Kingthorpe came into the market, Dr. Rylance did not put himself forward as a buyer, His craving for more territory always ended in words. Urania Rylance had spent much of her girlhood at Kingthorpe, and had always been made welcome at the Knoll. But although she saw the Wendovers established upon their native soil, the rulers of the land, and revered by all the parish, she had grown up with the firm conviction that Dr. Rylance of Cavendish Square and Dr. Rylance's daughter were altogether superior to those country bumpkins with their narrow range of ideas and their strictly local importance. The summer days wore on at Wendover Manor, not altogether unpleasantly for the majority of the girls, who contrived to enjoy their lives in spite of Miss Pugh's tyranny, which was considered vile enough to rank that middle-aged, loud-voiced lady with the Domitians and Attilas of history. There was a softening influence, happily, in the person of Miss Dulcibella, who was slim and sentimental, talked about sweetness and light, loved modern poetry, spent all her available funds upon dress, and was wonderfully girlish in her tastes and habits at 39 years of age. It was a splendid summer, a time of roses and sunshine, and the girls were allowed to carry on their studies in the noble old garden, in the summer houses and the pleasure domes which the extinct Mulverers had made for themselves in their day of power. Grinding at history, grammar, and geography did not seem so oppressive a burden when it could be done under the shade of spreading cedars, amid the scent of roses, in an atmosphere of color and light. Even Ida's labors seemed a little easier when she and her pupils sat in the fast-decaying old summer house in the rose garden, with a glimpse of sunlit river flashing athwart the roses. So time wore on until the last week in July. And then all the school was alive with excitement, and everyone was looking forward to the great event of the term, breaking up. Old Pugh had sent out her invitations for a garden party, an actual garden party, not a mere namby-pamby entertainment among the girls themselves, in which a liberal supply of blancmange and jam-tarts was expected to atone for the absence of the outside world. Miss Pugh had taken it into her head that Wendover Manor ought to be better known, and that a garden party would be a good advertisement. With this idea she had ordered 100 invitation cards, and had disseminated them among the most eligible of her old pupils, and the parents and guardians of those damsels now at the manor. The good old gardens, where velvet greensward and cedars of Lebanon cost little labor to maintain in perfect order, were worthy to be exhibited. The roses, Miss Dulcibella's peculiar care, were, in that lady's opinion, equal to anything outside Chatsworth or Trentham. A garden party, by all means, said Miss Dulcibella, and she gave the young ladies to understand that the whole thing was her doing. I waited till Sarah was in a good temper, she told her satellites, half a dozen or so of the elder girls who worshipped her, and who, in the slang phraseology of the school, were known as Miss Dulcie's cracks. And then I proposed a garden party. It required a great deal of talking to bring her even to think about such a thing. You see, the expense will be enormous. Ices, tea and coffee, cake, sandwiches, claret cup. Thank goodness it is too late in the year for people to expect strawberries. Yes, my dears, you may thank me for your garden party. Dear Miss Dulcibella, exclaimed one. You're too delicious, darling, cried another. What will you wear? Asked a third, knowing that Miss Dulcie was weak about dress, and had a morbid craving for originality. Well, dears, began Miss Dulcie, growing radiant at the thrilling question, I have been thinking of making up my art needlework tunic, the pale green, you know, with garlands of passion flowers worked in crewels over a petticoat of the faintest primrose. That will be quite too lovely, exclaimed 4 enthusiasts in a chorus. You know how fond I am of those delicate tints in that soft Indian cashmere that falls in such artistic folds. Heavenly, sighed the chorus, and Miss Dulcie went on talking for half an hour by Chertsey clock, in fact, till the tea-bell broke up the little conclave. What was Ida Palliser going to wear at the garden party? The question was far more serious for her than for Miss Dulcibella, who had plenty of money to spend upon her adornment. In Ida, the necessity for a new gown meant difficulty, perhaps mortification. "Why should I not spend the day in one of the garrets, darning stockings and packing boxes?" she said bitterly, when a grand discussion about the garden party was being held in the butterfly room. "Nobody will want me. I have no relations coming to admire me." "You know you don't mean what you say," said Miss Rylance. "You expect to have half a dozen prizes, and to lord it over all of us." "I have worked hard enough for the prizes," answered Ida. "I don't think you need grudge me them." "I do not," said Miss Rylance, with languid scorn. "You know I never go in for prizes. My father looks upon school as only a preliminary kind of education. When I am at home with him in the season, I shall have lessons from better masters than any we are favoured with here." "What a comfort it is for us to know that," retorted Ida, her eyes dancing mischievously. It was now within a week of the garden party. Miss Pugh was grimmer of aspect and louder of voice than usual, and it was felt that, at the slightest provocation, she might send forth an edict revoking all her invitations, and the party might be relegated to the limbo of unrealized hopes. Never had the conduct of Miss Pugh's pupils been so irreproachable, never had lessons been learned and exercises prepared so diligently. Ida had received a kind little note from Mrs. Wendover, asking her to spend the summer holidays at Kingthorpe, and at Bessie's earnest desire had accepted the cordial invitation. "You don't know what a foolish thing you are doing, Bess," said Miss Palliser when, reluctant to the last, she had written her acceptance, Bessie looking over her shoulder all the while. "Foolish for you, foolish for me. It is a mistake to associate yourself with paupers. You will feel ashamed of me half a dozen times a day at Kingthorpe." "No, no, no," cried the energetic Bessie. "I shall never feel anything but pride in you. I shall be proud to show my people what a beautiful, brilliant, wonderful friend I have chosen for myself." "Ardent child!" exclaimed Ida, with a touch of sadness even in her mockery. "What a pity you have not a bachelor brother to fall in love with me." "Never mind the brother. I have 2 bachelor cousins." "Of course, the rich Brian and the poor Brian, whose histories I have heard almost as often as I have heard the story of Little Red Riding Hood in my nursery days. Both good-looking, both clever, both young, one a man of landed estate. All Kingthorpe parish belongs to him, does it not? All except the little bit that belongs to Papa. And Dr. Rylance's garden and paddock, don't forget that." "Could I forget the Rylances? Urania says that although her father has no land at Kingthorpe, he has influence." "The other cousin dependent on his talents and fighting his way at the bar. Is that not how the story goes, Bess?" "Yes, darling. I'm afraid poor Brian has hardly begun fighting yet. He is only eating his terms. I have no idea what that means, but it sounds rather low." "Well, Bess, if I am to marry either of your cousins, it must be the rich one," said Ida decisively. "Oh, Ida, how can you say so? You can't know which you will like best." "My likes and dislikes have nothing to do with it. I am going to marry for money." Miss Rylance had brought her desk to the end of the table where the 2 girls were sitting, during the latter part of the conversation. It was evening, the hour or so of leisure allowed for the preparation of studies and the writing of home letters. Miss Rylance unlocked her desk and took out her papers and pens. But having got so far as this, she seemed rather inclined to join the conversation than to begin her letter. "Isn't that rather a worldly idea for your time of life?" she asked, looking at Ida with her usual unfriendly expression. "No doubt. I should be disgusted if you or Bessie entertained such a notion. But in me it is only natural. I have drained the cup of poverty to the dregs. I thirst for the nectar of wealth. I would marry a soap boiler, a linseed crusher, a self-educated navvy who had developed into a great contractor, any plebeian creature, always provided that he was an honest man." "How condescending," said Miss Rylance. "I suppose, Bessie, you know that Miss Pugh has especially forbidden us all to indulge in idle talk about courtship and marriage?" "Quite so," said Bessie. "But as old Pugh knows that we are human, I've no doubt she is quite aware that this is one of her numerous rules which we diligently set at naught." Urania began her letter, but although her pen moved swiftly over her paper in that elegant Italian hand which was, as it were, a badge of honour at Mauleverer Manor, her ears were not the less open to the conversation going on close beside her. "Marry a soap boiler, indeed!" exclaimed Bessie indignantly. "You ought to be a duchess." "No doubt, dear, if dukes went about the world like King Cophetua, on the lookout for beggar-maids." "I'm so happy to think you are coming to Kingthorpe. It is the dearest old place. We shall be so happy." "It will not be your fault if we are not, darling," said Ida, looking tenderly at the loving face uplifted to hers. "Well, I have written to my father to ask him for £5, and if he sends the £5, I will go to Kingthorpe. If not, I must invent an excuse, mumps or measles or something, for staying away, or I must behave so badly for the last week of the term that old Pugh will revoke her sanction of the intended visit. I cannot come to Kingthorpe quite out at elbows." "You look lovely even in the gown you have on," said Bessie. "I don't know anything about my loveliness, but I know that this gown is absolutely threadbare." Bessie sighed despondently. She knew her friend's resolute temper, and that any offer of clothes or money from her would be worse than useless. It would make Ida angry. "What kind of man is your father, darling?" she asked thoughtfully. "Very good-natured." "Ah, then he will send the £5. "Very weak." "Oh, then he may change his mind about it." "Very poor." "Then he may not have the money." "The lot is in the urn of fate, Bess. We must take our chance. I think, somehow, that the money will come. I have asked for it urgently, for I do want to come to Kingthorpe." Bessie kissed her. "Yes, dear, I wish with all my heart to accept your kind mother's invitation, though I know in my secret soul that it is foolishness for me to see the inside of a happy home, to sit beside a hospitable hearth, when it is my mission in life to be a dependent in the house of a stranger. If you have half a dozen small sisters now, and your people would engage me as a nursery governess—" "You, a nursery governess!" cried Bessie. "You, who are at the top of every class, and do everything better than the masters who teach you?" "Well, if my perfection prove worth even £70 a year when I go out into the world, I shall be satisfied," said Ida. "What will you buy with your £5? asked Bessie. "A black cashmere gown, as plain as a nun's, a straw hat, and as many collars, cuffs, and stockings as I can get for the rest of the money." Miss Rylance listened, smiling quietly to herself as she bent over her desk. To the mind of an only daughter who had been brought up in a supremely correct manner, who had had her winter clothes and summer clothes at exactly the right season, and of the best that money could buy, there was a piteous depth of poverty and degradation in Ida Palliser's position. The girl's beauty and talents were as nothing when weighed against such sordid surroundings. The prize day came, a glorious day at the beginning of August, and the gardens of Mauleverer Manor, the wide reach of Blue River, the meadows, the willows, the distant woods, all looked their loveliest, as if nature was playing into the hands of Miss Pugh. "I'm sure you girls ought to be very happy to live in such a place," said one of the mothers, as she strolled about the velvet lawn with her daughters, "instead of being mewed up in a dingy London square." "You wouldn't say that if you saw the bread and scrape and the sloppy tea we have for breakfast," answered one of the girls. "It's all very well for you, who see this wretched hole in the sunshine, and old Pew in her best gown and her company manners. The place is a whited sepulchre. I should like you to have a glimpse behind the scenes, Ma." Ma smiled placidly, and turned a deaf ear to these aspersions of the schoolmistress. Her girls looked well fed and healthy. Bread and scrape evidently agreed with them much better than the reckless consumption of butter and marmalade which swelled the housekeeping bills during the holidays. It was a great day. Miss Pew the elder was splendid in apple-green moiré antique. Miss Pew the younger was elegant in pale and flabby raiment of cashmere and crewel work. The girls were in that simple white muslin of the jeune messe Anglais, to which they were languishing to bid an eternal adieu. There were a great many pretty girls at Wendover Manor, and on this day, when the white-robed girlish forms were flitting to and fro upon the green lawns, in the sweet summer air and sunshine, it seemed as if the old manorial mansion were a bower of beauty. Among the parents of existing pupils who had accepted the Mrs. Pew's invitation was Dr. Rylance, the fashionable physician, whose presence there conferred distinction upon the school. It was Miss Rylance's last term, and the doctor wished to assist at those honors which she would doubtless reap as the reward of meritorious studies. He was not blindly devoted to his daughter, but he was convinced that, like everything else belonging to him, she was of the best quality, and he expected to see her appreciated by the people who had been privileged to educate her. The distribution of prizes was the great feature of the day. It was to take place at 4:00 in the ballroom, a fine old panelled saloon in which the only furniture was a pair of grand pianos, somewhat the worse for wear, a table at the end of the room on which the prizes were arranged, and benches covered with crimson cloth for the accommodation of the company. There was to be a concert before the distribution. 4 of the best pianoforte players in the school were to hammer out an intensely noisy version of the overture to Zampa, arranged for 8 hands on 2 pianos. The crack singer was to sing Una Voce, and Ida Palliser was to play the Moonlight Sonata. Dr. Rylance had come early, on purpose to be present at this ceremonial. He was the most important guest who had yet arrived, and Miss Pew devoted herself to his entertainment, and went rustling up and down the terrace in front of the ballroom windows in her armour of green apple moiré, listening deferentially to the physician's remarks. Dr. Rylance was a large, fair-complexioned man, who had been handsome in his youth, and who at 47 was still remarkably good-looking. He had fine teeth, good hair, full blue eyes, capable of the hardest, coldest stare that ever looked out of a human countenance. Mr. Darwin has told us that the eyes do not smile, that the radiance we fancy we see in the eye itself is only produced by certain contractions of the muscles surrounding it. Assuredly, there was no smile in the eyes of Dr. Rylance. His smile, which was bland and frequent, gave only a vague impression of white teeth and brown whiskers. He had a fine figure, and was proud of his erect carriage. He dressed carefully and well, and was as particular as Brummel about his laundress. His manners were considered pleasing by the people who liked him, while those who disliked him accused him of an undue estimate of his own merits, and a tendency to depreciate the rest of humanity. His practice was rather select than extensive, for Dr. Rylance was a specialist. He had won his reputation as an adviser in cases of mental disease, and as, happily, mental diseases are less common than bodily ailments, Dr. Rylance had not the continuous work of a Gull or a Jenner. His specialty paid him remarkably well. His cases hung long on hand, and when he had a patient of wealth and standing, Dr. Rylance knew how to keep him. His treatment was soothing and palliative, as befitted an enlightened age. In an age of skepticism, no one could expect Dr. Rylance to work miraculous cures. It is in no wise to his discredit to say that he was more successful in sustaining and comforting the patient's friends than in curing the patient. This was Lawrence Rylance, a man who had begun life in a very humble way and raised himself by his own efforts, if not to the top of the medical tree, certainly to a very comfortable and remunerative perch among its upper branches, a man thoroughly satisfied with himself and with what destiny had done for him, a man who, to be a new Caesar, would hardly have foregone the privilege of being Lawrence Rylance. "My daughter has done well during this last term, I hope, Miss Pugh?" interrogatively, but rather as if the question were needless, as he walked beside the rustling moire. "She has earned my entire approval," replied Miss Pugh in her oiliest accents. "She has application." Dr. Rylance nodded assentingly. "She has a charming deportment. I know of no girl in the school more thoroughly ladylike. I have never seen her with a collar put on crookedly or with rough hair. She is a pattern to many of my girls. That is all gratifying to my pride as a father, but I hope she has made progress in her studies." Miss Pugh coughed gently behind a mittened hand. "She has not made quite so great an advance as I should have wished. She has talent, no doubt, but it is hardly of a kind that comes into play among other girls. In after life, perhaps, there may be development. I am sorry to say she is not in our roll call of honor today. She has won no prize." "Perhaps she may have hardly thought it worth her while to compete," said Dr. Rylance, hurt in his own individual pride by the idea that his daughter had missed distinction, just as he would have been hurt if anyone had called one of his pictures a copy or made light of his blue china. "With the Rylances it has always been Caesar or nothing. I regret to say that my 3 most important prizes have been won by a young woman whom I cannot esteem," said Miss Pugh, bristling in her panoply of apple green at the thought of Ida Palliser's insolence. "I hope I shall ever be just, at whatever sacrifice or personal feeling. I shall today bestow the first prize for modern languages, for music, and for English history and literature upon a young person of whose moral character I have a very low opinion." "And pray, who is this young lady?" asked Dr. Rylance. "Miss Palliser, the daughter of a half-pay officer residing in the neighbourhood of Dieppe, for very good reasons, no doubt." "Palliser, yes, I have heard my daughter talk of her. An insolent, ill-bred girl. I have been taught to consider her somewhat a disgrace to your excellent and well-managed school." "Her deportment is certainly deplorable," admitted Miss Pugh, "but the girl has remarkable talents." More visitors were arriving from this time forward, until everyone was seated in the ballroom. Miss Pugh was engaged in receiving people and ushering them to their seats, always assisted by Miss Dulcibella, an image of limp gracefulness, and the 3 governesses, all as stiff as perambulating blackboards. Dr. Rylance strolled by himself for a little while, sniffed at the great ivory cup of a magnolia, gazed dreamily at the river, shining yonder across intervening gardens and meadows, and ultimately found his daughter. "I'm sorry to find you are not to be honoured with a prize, Rainey," he said, smiling at her gently. In no relation of life had he been so nearly perfect as in his conduct as a father. Were he ever so disappointed in his daughter, he could not bring himself to be angry with her. "I have not tried for prizes, Papa. Why should I compete with such a girl as Ida Palliser, who is to get her living as a governess, and who knows that success at school is a matter of life and death with her?" "Do you not think it might have been worth your while to work as hard as Miss Palliser, for the mere honour and glory of being first in your school." "Did you ever work for mere honour and glory, Papa?" asked Urania, with her unpleasant little air of cynicism. "Well, my love, I confess there has been generally a promise of solid pudding in the background. Pray, who is this Miss Palliser whom I hear of at every turn, and whom nobody seems to like?" "There you are mistaken, Papa. Miss Palliser has her worshippers, though she is the most disagreeable girl in the school. That silly little Bessie raves about her, and has actually induced Mrs. Wendover to invite her to the Knoll." "That is a pity, if the girl is ill-bred and unpleasant," said Dr. Rylance. "She's a horror," exclaimed Urania vindictively. 5 minutes later, Dr. Rylance and his daughter made their entrance into the ballroom, which was full of people, and whence came the opening crash of an 8-handed Zampa. Father and daughter went in softly, and with a hushed air, as if they had been going into a church. Yet the firing of a cannon, or two more or less, would hardly have disturbed the performers at the 2 pianos, so tremendous was their own uproar. They were taking the overture in what they called orchestral time, though it is doubtful whether even their playing could have kept pace with the hurrying of excited fiddles in a presto passage, or the roll of the big drum simulating distant thunder. Be that as it may, the 4 performers were pounding along at a breathless pace, and if their pianissimo passages failed in delicacy, there was no mistake about their fortissimo. "What an abominable row!" whispered Dr. Rylance. "Is this what they call music?" Urania smiled, and felt meritorious in that, after being chosen as one of the 4 for this very Zampa, she had failed ignominiously as a timist, and had been compelled to cede her place to another pupil. "I might have toiled for 6 weeks at that horrid thing," she thought, "and Papa would have only called it a row." Zampa ended amidst polite applause, the delighted parents of the 4 players feeling that they had not lived in vain. And now the music mistress took her place at one of the pianos. The top of the instrument was lowered, and Miss Fane, a little fair girl with a round face and frizzy auburn hair, came simpering forward to sing una voce in a reedy soprano, which had been attenuated by half-guinea lessons from an Italian master, and which frequently threatened a snap. Happily, on this occasion, the thin little voice got through its work without disaster. There was a pervading sense of relief when the crisis was over, and Miss Fane had simpered her acknowledgments of the applause which rewarded a severely conscientious performance. "Any more singing?" inquired Dr. Rylance of his daughter, not with the air of a man who pants for vocal melody. "No. The next is Moonlight Sonata." Dr. Rylance had a dim idea that he had heard of this piece before. He waited dumbly, admiring the fine old room, with its lofty ceiling and florid cornice, and the sunny garden beyond the 5 tall windows. Presently Ida Palliser came slowly towards the piano, carrying herself like an empress. Dr. Rylance could hardly believe the evidence of his eyes. Was this the girl whose deportment had been called abominable, whom Urania had denounced as a horror? Was this the articled pupil, the girl doomed to lifelong drudgery as a governess, this superb creature, with her noble form and noble face, looking grave defiance at the world which hitherto had not used her too kindly? She was dressed in black, a sombre figure amidst the white muslins and rainbow sashes of her comrades. Her cashmere gown was of the simplest fashion, but it became the tall, full figure to admiration. Below her linen collar she wore a scarlet ribbon, from which hung a silver locket, the only ornament she possessed. It was Bessie Wendover who had insisted on the scarlet ribbon, as a relief to that funereal gown.
I was never so surprised in my life," whispered Dr. Rylance to his daughter. "She is the handsomest girl I ever saw." "Yes, she is an acknowledged beauty," said Urania, with a contraction of her thin lips. "Nobody disputes her good looks. It is a pity her manners are so abominable."
"She moves like a lady."
"She has been thoroughly drilled," sneered Urania. "The original savage in her has been tamed as much as possible."
"I should like to know more of that girl," said Dr. Rylance, "for she looks as if she has force of character. I'm sorry you and she are not better friends."
Ida seated herself at the piano and began to play, without honoring the assembly with one glance from her dark eyes. She sat looking straight before her, like one whose thoughts are far away. She played by memory, and at first her hands faltered a little as they touched the keys, as if she hardly knew what she was going to play. Then she recollected herself in a flash, and began the firm, slow, legato movement with the touch of a master hand, the melody rising and falling in solemn waves of sound, like the long, slow roll of a calm sea. The Moonlight Sonata is a composition of some length. Badly, or even indifferently performed, the Moonlight Sonata is a trial. But no one grew weary of it today, though the strong young hands which gave emphasis to the profound beauties of that wonderful work were only the hands of a girl. Those among the listeners who knew least about music knew that this was good playing. Those who cared not at all for the playing were pleased to sit and watch the mobile face of the player as she wove her web of melody, her expression changing with every change in the music, but unmoved by a thought of the spectators. Presently, just as the sonata drew to its close, an auburn head was thrust between Dr. Rylance and his daughter, and a girl's voice whispered, "Is she not splendid? Is she not the grandest creature you ever saw?" The doctor turned and recognized Bessie Wendover.
"She is Bessie," he said, shaking hands with her. "I was never so struck by anyone in my life."
Urania grew white with anger. Was it not enough that Ida Palliser should have outshone her in every accomplishment upon which schoolgirls pride themselves? Was it not enough that she should have taken complete possession of that foolish little Bessie, and thus ingratiated herself into the Wendover set, and contrived to get invited to Kingthorpe? No, here was Urania's own father, her especial property, going over to the enemy. "I'm glad you admire her so much, Papa," she said, outwardly calm and sweet, but inwardly consumed with anger, "for it will be so pleasant for you to see more of her at Kingthorpe."
"Yes," he said heartily, "I am glad she is coming to Kingthorpe. That was a good idea of yours, Bessie."
"Wasn't it? I'm so pleased to find you like her. I wish you could get Rainey to think better of her." Now came the distribution of prizes and assessments. Miss Pugh took her seat before the table on which the gaudily bound books were arranged, and began to read out the names. It was a hard thing for her to have to award the 3 first prizes to a girl she detested. But Miss Pugh knew the little world she ruled well enough to know that palpable injustice would weaken her rule. 99 girls who had failed to win the prize would have resented her favoritism if she had given the reward to a 100th girl who had not fairly won it. The eyes of her little world were upon her, and she was obliged to give the palm to the real victor. So, in her dull, hard voice, looking straight before her, with cold, unfriendly eyes, she read out, "The prize for modern languages has been obtained by Miss Palliser." And Ida came slowly up to the table and received a bulky crimson volume containing the poetical works of Sir Walter Scott. "The prize for proficiency in instrumental music is awarded to Miss Palliser." Another bulky volume was handed to Ida. For variety, the binding was green, and the inside of the book was by William Cowper. The greatest number of marks for English history and literature have been obtained by Miss Palliser. Miss Palliser was now the happy possessor of a third volume bound in blue, containing a selection from the works of Robert Southey. With not one word of praise, nor one smile of approval, did Miss Pugh sweeten the gifts which she bestowed upon the Articled Pupil. She gave that which justice, or rather policy, compelled her to give, no more. Kindliness was not in the bond. Ida came slowly away from the table, laden with her prizes, her head held high, but not with pride in the trophy she carried. Her keenest feeling at this moment was a sense of humiliation. The prizes had been given her as a bone might be flung to a strange dog, by one whose heart held no love for the canine species. An indignant flush clouded the creamy whiteness of her forehead. Angry tears glittered in her proud eyes. She made her way to the nearest door, and went away without a word to the crowd of younger girls, her own pupils, who had crowded round to congratulate and caress her. She was adored by these small people, and it was her personal influence as much as her talent which made her so successful a teacher. Dr. Rylance followed her to the door with his eyes. He was not capable of wide sympathies, or of projecting himself into the lives of other people, but he did sympathize with this girl, so lonely in the splendor of her beauty, so joyless in her triumph. "God help her, poor child, in the days to come," he said to himself. Chapter 3 of The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3 At the Knoll. Between Winchester and Romsey there lies a region of gentle hills and grassy slopes shadowed by fine old yew trees, a land of verdure, lonely and exceeding fair, and in a hollow of this undulating district nestles the village of Kingthorpe, with its half-dozen handsome old houses, its richly cultivated gardens, and quaint old square-towered church. It is a prosperous, well-to-do little settlement, where squalor and want are unknown. Its humbler dwellings belong chiefly to the labourers on the Wendover estate, and those are liberally paid and well cared for. An agricultural labourer's wages at Kingthorpe might seem infinitely small to a London mechanic, but when it is taken into account that the tiller of the fields has a roomy cottage and an acre of garden for 6d. a week, his daily dole of milk from the home farm, as much wood as he can burn, blankets and coals at Christmas, and wine and brandy, soup and bread from the great house in all emergencies, he is perhaps not so very much worse off than his metropolitan brother. There was an air of comfort and repose at Kingthorpe, which made the place delightful to the eye of a passing wanderer, a spot where one would gladly have lain down the burden of life and rested for a while in one of those white cottages that lay a little way back from the high road, shadowed by a screen of tall elms. There was a duck-pond in front of a low red brick inn, which reminded one of Birkett Foster, and made the central feature of the village, a spot of busy life where all else was stillness. There were accommodation roads leading off to distant farms, above which the tree-tops interlaced, and where the hedges were rich in blackberry and sloe, dog-roses and honeysuckle, and the banks in springtime dappled with violet and primrose, purple orchids and wild crocus, and all the flowers that grow for the delight of village children. Ida Palliser sat silent in her corner of the large landau, which was taking Miss Wendover and her schoolfellows from Winchester station to Kingthorpe. Miss Rylance had accepted a seat in the Wendover landau at her father's desire, but she would have preferred to have had her own smart little pony carriage to meet her at the station. To drive her own carriage, were it ever so small, was more agreeable to Urania's temper than to sit behind the overfed horses from the Knoll, and to be thus, in some small measure, indebted to Bessie Wendover. Ida Palliser's presence made the thing still more odious. Bessie was radiant with delight at taking her friend home with her. She watched Ida's eyes as they roamed over the landscape. She understood the girl's silent admiration. "They are darling old hills, aren't they, dear?" she asked, squeezing Ida's hand as the summer shadows and summer lights went dancing over the sward like living things. "Yes, dear, they are lovely," answered Ida quietly. She was devouring the beauty of the scene with her eyes. She had seen nothing like it in her narrow wanderings over the earth, nothing so simple, so beautiful, and so lonely. She was sorry when they left that open hill country and came into a more fertile scene, a high road which was like an avenue in a gentleman's park, and then the village duck-pond and red homestead, the old grey church with its gilded sundial marking the hour of 6, the gardens brimming over with roses, and as full of sweet odors as those spicy islands which send their perfumed breath to greet the seaman as he sails to the land of the sun. The carriage stopped at the iron gate of an exquisitely kept garden, surrounding a small Gothic cottage of the fanciful order of architecture, a cottage with plate-glass windows, shaded by Spanish blinds, a glazed veranda sheltering a tessellated walk, sloping banks and terraces, on a very small scale, stone vases full of flowers, a tiny fountain sparkling in the afternoon sun. This was Dr. Rylance's country retreat. It had been a yeoman's cottage, plain, substantial, and homely as the yeoman and his household. The doctor had added a Gothic front, increased the number of rooms, but not the general convenience of the dwelling. He had been his own architect, and the result was a variety of levels and a breakneck arrangement of stairs at all manner of odd corners, so ingenious in their peril to life and limb that they might be supposed to have been designed as traps for the ignorant stranger. "Don't say good-bye, Rainy," said Bessie, when Miss Rylance had alighted and was making her adieu at the carriage door. "You'll come over to dinner, won't you, dear? Your father won't be down till Saturday. You'll be dreadfully dull at home." "Thanks, dear, no. I'd rather spend my first evening at home. I'm never dull," answered Urania, with her air of superiority. "What a queer girl you are!" exclaimed Bessie frankly. "I should be wretched if I found myself alone in a house. Do run over in the evening at any rate. We are going to have lots of fun." Miss Rylance shuddered. She knew what was meant by lots of fun at the Knoll, a romping game at croquet, or the newly established lawn tennis, with girls in short petticoats and boys in Eton jackets, a raid upon the plum trees on the crumbling red brick walls of the fine old kitchen garden, winding up with a boisterous bout at hide-and-seek in the twilight, and finally a banquet of sandwiches, jam-tarts, and syllabub in the shabby old dining-room. "I'll come over to see Mrs. Wendover if I am not too tired," she said with languid politeness, and then she closed the gate, and the carriage drove off to the Knoll. Colonel Wendover's house was a substantial dwelling of the Queen Anne period, built of unmixed red brick, with a fine pediment, a stone shell over the entrance, 4 long, narrow windows on each side of the tall door, and 9 in each upper story, a house that looked all eyes, and was a blaze of splendor when the western sun shone upon its many windows. The house stood on a bit of rising ground at the end of the village, and dominated all meaner habitations. It was the typical squire's house, and Colonel Wendover was no bad representative of the typical squire. A fine old iron gate opened upon a broad gravel drive, which made the circuit of a well-kept parterre, where the flowers grew as they only grow for those who love them dearly. This gate stood hospitably open at all times, and many were the vehicles which drove up to the tall door of the Knoll, and friendly the welcome which greeted all comers. The door, like the gate, stood open all day long. Indeed, open doors were the rule at Kingthorpe. Ida saw a roomy old hall, paved with black and white marble, a few family portraits, considerably the worse for wear, against panelled walls painted white, a concatenation of guns, fishing rods, whips, canes, cricket bats, croquet mallets, and all things appertaining to the outdoor amusements of a numerous family. A large tiger skin stretched before the drawing-room door was one memorial of Colonel Wendover's Indian life. A tiger's skull gleaming on the wall between a pair of elephant's ears was another. One side of the wall was adorned with a collection of Indian arms, showing all those various curves with which Oriental ingenuity has improved upon the straight simplicity of the Western sword. It was not a neatly kept hall. There had been no careful study of color in the arrangements of things. Hats and caps were flung carelessly on the old oak chairs. There was a licentious mixture of styles in the furniture, half Old English, half Indian, and all the worse for wear. But Ida Palliser thought the house had a friendly look, which made it better than any house she had ever seen before. Through an open door at the back of the hall she saw a broad gravel walk, long and straight, leading to a temple or summer-house built of red brick, like the mansion itself. On each side of the broad walk there was a strip of grass, just about wide enough for a bowling green, and on the grass were orange trees in big wooden tubs, painted green. Slowly advancing along the broad walk there came a large lady. "Is that your mother?" asked Ida. "No, it's Aunt Betsy. You ought to have known Aunt Betsy at a glance. I'm sure I've described her often enough. How good of her to be here to welcome us!" And Bessie flew across the hall and rushed down the broad walk to greet her aunt. Ida followed at a more sober pace. Yes, she had heard of Aunt Betsy, a maiden aunt who lived in her own house a little way from the Knoll, a lady who had plenty of money and decidedly masculine tastes, which she indulged freely. A very lovable person withal, if Bessie might be believed. Ida wondered if she too would be able to like Aunt Betsy. Miss Wendover's appearance was not repulsive. She was a woman of heroic mould, considerably above the average height of womankind, with a large head nobly set upon large, well-shaped shoulders. Bulky Miss Wendover decidedly was, but she carried her bulkiness well. She maintained a waist firmly braced above her expansive hips. She walked well, and was more active than many smaller women. Indeed, her life was full of activity, spent for the most part in the open air, driving, walking, gardening, looking after her cows and poultry, and visiting the labouring classes round Kingthorpe, among whom she was esteemed an oracle. Bessie hung herself round her large aunt like ivy on an oak, and the two thus united came up the broad walk to meet Ida, Bessie chattering all the way. "So this is Miss Palliser," said Aunt Betsy heartily, in a deep masculine voice which accorded well with her large figure. "I have heard a great deal about you from this enthusiastic child, so much that I was prepared to be disappointed in you. It is the highest compliment I can pay you to say I am not." "Where's mother?" asked Bessie. "Your father drove her to Romsey to call on the new vicar. There's the phaeton driving in at the gate." It was so. Before Ida had had breathing time to get over the introduction to Aunt Betsy, she was hurried off to see her host and hostess. They were very pleasant people, who did not consider themselves called on to present an icy aspect to a new acquaintance. The Colonel was the image of his sister, tall and broad of figure, with an aquiline nose and a commanding eye, thoroughly good-natured withal, and a man whom everybody loved. Mrs. Wendover was a dumpy little woman, who had brought dumpiness and a handsome fortune into the family. She had been very pretty in girlhood, and was pretty still, with a round-faced, innocent prettiness which made her look almost as young as her eldest daughter. Her husband loved her with a fondly protecting and almost paternal affection, which was very pleasant to behold, and she held him in devoted reverence, as the beginning and the end of all that was worth loving and knowing in the universe. She was not an accomplished woman, and had made the smallest possible use of those opportunities which civilization affords to every young lady whose parents have plenty of money. But she was a lady to the marrow of her bones, benevolent, kindly, thinking no evil, rejoicing in the truth, an embodiment of domestic love. Such a host and hostess made Ida feel at home in their house in less than 5 minutes. If there had been a shade of coldness in their greeting, her pride would have risen in arms against them, and she would have made herself eminently disagreeable. But at their hearty welcome she expanded like a beautiful flower which opens its lovely heart to the sunshine. "It's so good of you to ask me here," she said, when Mrs. Wendover had kissed her, "knowing so little of me." "I know that my daughter loves you," answered the mother, "and it is not in Bessie's nature to love anyone who isn't worthy of love." Ida smiled at the woman's simple answer. "Don't you think that in a heart so full of love some may run over and get wasted on worthless objects?" she asked. "That's very true," cried a boy in an Eton jacket, one of a troop that had congregated round the colonel and his wife since their entrance. "You know there was that half-bred terrier you doted upon, Bess, though I showed you that the roof of his mouth was as red as sealing-wax." "I hope you are not going to compare me to a half-bred terrier," said Ida, laughing. "If you were a terrier, the roof of your mouth would be as black as my hat," said the boy decisively. It was his way of expressing his conviction that Ida was thoroughbred. The ice being thus easily broken, Ida found herself received into the bosom of the family, and at once established as a favourite with all. There were 2 boys in Eton jackets, answering to the names of Reginald and Horatio, but oftener to the friendly abbreviations Reg and Horry. Both had chubby faces, liberally freckled, warts on their hands and rumpled hair, and it was not easy for a newcomer to distinguish Horatio from Reginald, or Reginald from Horatio. There was a girl of 14 with flowing hair, who looked very tall because her petticoats were very short, and who always required someone to hug and hang upon. If she found herself deprived of human support, she lolled against a wall. This young person at once pounced upon Ida, as being sent into the world to sustain her. "Do you think you shall like me?" she asked, when they had all swarmed up the long corridor, out of which numerous bedrooms opened. "I like you already," answered Ida. "Do you like pigs?" asked a smaller girl, round and rosy, in a holland pinafore, putting the question as if it were relevant to her sister's inquiry. "I don't quite know," said Ida doubtfully. "'Cause there are 9 black ones, though pretty. Will you come and see them?" Ida said she would think about it, and then she received various pressing invitations to go and see lop-eared rabbits, guinea pigs, a tame water-rat in the rushes of the duck-pond, a collection of eggs in the schoolroom, and the new lawn-tennis ground which father had made in the paddock. "Now, all you small children, run away!" cried Bessie loftily. "Ida and I are going to dress for dinner." The crowd dispersed reluctantly, with low mutterings about rabbits, pigs, and water-rats, like the murmurs of a stage mob. And then Bessie led her friend into a large sunny room fronting westward, a room with 3 windows, cushioned window-seats, 2 pretty white-curtained beds, and a good deal of old-fashioned and heterogeneous furniture, half English, half Indian. "You said you wouldn't mind sleeping in my room," said Bessie, as she showed her friend an exclusive dressing-table, daintily draperied and enlivened with blue satin bows for the refreshment of the visitor's eye. While the girls were contemplating this work of art, the door was suddenly opened and Blanche's head was thrust in. "I did the dressing-table, Miss Palliser, every bit, on purpose for you." And then the door slammed to, and Bessie rushed across the room and drew the bolt. "We shall have them all one after another," she said. "Don't shut them out on my account." "Oh, but I must. You would have no peace. I can see they are going to be appallingly fond of you." "Let them like me as much as they can. Do you know, Bessie, this is my first glimpse into the inside of a home." "Oh, Ida dear, but your father," remonstrated Bessie. "My father has never been unkind to me, but I've had no home with him. When my mother brought me home from India— She died very soon after we got home, you know." Ida strangled a sob at this point. "I was placed with strangers, 2 elderly maiden ladies, who reared me very well, no doubt, in their stiff, business-like way, and who really gave me a very good education. That went on for 9 years, a long time to spend with 2 old maids in a dull little house at Turnham Green. And then I had a letter from my father to say that he had come home for good. He had sold his commission and meant to settle down in some quiet spot abroad. His first duty would be to make arrangements for placing me in a high-class school, where I could finish my education, and he told me, quite at the end of his letter, that he had married a very sweet young lady, who was ready to give me all a mother's affection, and who would be able to receive me in my holidays, when the expense of the journey to France and back was manageable." "Poor darling," sighed Bessie. "Did your heart warm to the sweet young lady?" "No, Bess. I'm afraid it must be an unregenerate heart, for I took a furious dislike to her. Very unjust and unreasonable, wasn't it? Afterwards, when my father took me over to his cottage, near Dieppe, to spend the holidays, I found that my stepmother was a kind-hearted, pretty little thing, whom I might look down upon for her want of education, but whom I could not dislike. She was very kind to me, and she had a baby boy. I have told you about him, and how he and I fell in love with each other at first sight." "I am horribly jealous of that baby boy," protested Bessie. "How old is he now?" "Nearly 5. He was 2 years and a half old when I was at Les Fontaines, and that was before I went to Mauleverer Manor." "And you have been at Mauleverer Manor for more than 2 years without once going home for the holidays," said Bessie. "That seems hard." "My dear, poverty is hard. It's all of a piece. It means deprivation, humiliation, degradation, the severance of friends. My father would have had me home if he could have afforded it, but he couldn't. He has only just enough to keep himself and his wife and boy. If you were to see the little box of a house they inhabit in that tiny French village, you would wonder that anybody bigger than a pigeon could live in so small a place. They have a narrow garden, and there is an orchard on the slope of a hill behind the cottage, and a long white road leading to nowhere in front. It's all very nice in the summer, when one can live half one's life out of doors, but I am sure I don't know how they manage to exist through the winter." "Poor things," sighed Bessie, who had a large stock of compassion always on hand. And then she tied a bright ribbon at the back of Ida's collar, by way of finishing touch to the girls' simple toilette, which had been going on while they talked, and then, Bessie in white and Ida in black, like sunlight and shadow, they went downstairs to the drawing-room, where Colonel Wendover was stretched on his favourite sofa, reading a country paper. Since his retirement from active service into domestic idleness, the Colonel had required a great deal of rest, and was to be found at all hours of the day extended at ease on his own particular sofa. During his intervals of activity he exhibited a large amount of energy. When he was indoors, his stentorian voice penetrated from garret to cellar. When he was out of doors, the same deep-toned thunder could be heard across a couple of paddocks. He pervaded the gardens and stables, supervised the home farm, and had a finger in every pie. Mrs. Wendover was sitting in her own particular armchair, close to her husband's sofa, they were seldom seen apart, with a large basket of crewel work beside her, containing sundry squares of kitchen toweling and a chaos of many-coloured wools, which never seemed to arrive at any result. The impression which Mrs. Wendover's drawing-room conveyed to a stranger was a general idea of homeliness and comfort. It was not fine, it was not aesthetic, it was not even elegant. A great bay window opened upon the garden. A large old-fashioned fireplace, with carved wooden chimney-piece, faced the bay. The floor was polished oak, with only an island of faded Persian carpet in the centre, and Indian prayer rugs lying about here and there. There were chairs and tables of richly carved Bombay blackwood, Japanese cabinets in the recesses behind the fireplace, a 5-leaved Indian screen between the fireplace and the door. There was just enough Oriental china to give colour to the room, and to relieve by glowing reds and vivid purples the faded dead-leaf tint of curtains and chair-covers. The gong began to boom as the 2 girls came into the room, and the rest of the family dropped in through the open windows at the same moment, Aunt Betsy bringing up the rear. There was no nursery dinner at the Knoll. Colonel Wendover allowed his children to dine with him from the day they were able to manage their knives and forks. Save on state occasions, the whole brood sat down with their father and mother to the 7 o'clock dinner, as the young sprigs of the House of Orleans used to sit round good King Louis Philippe in his tranquil retirement at Claremont. Even the lisping girl, who loved pigs, had her place at the board, and knew how to behave herself. There was a subdued struggle for the seat next Ida, whom the colonel had placed on his right. But Reginald, the elder of the Winchester boys, asserted his claim with a quiet firmness that proved irresistible. Grace was said with solemn brevity by the colonel, whose sum total of orthodoxy was comprised in that brief grace, and in regular attendance at church on Sunday mornings. And then there came a period of chatter and laughter which might have been a little distracting to a stranger. Each of the boys and girls had some wonderful fact, usually about his or her favorite animal, to communicate to the father. Aunt Betsy broke in with her fine manly voice at every turn in the conversation. Ripples of laughter made a running accompaniment to everything. It was a new thing to Ida Palliser to find herself in the midst of so much happiness. After dinner they all rushed off to play lawn tennis, carrying Ida along with them. "It's a shame," protested Bessie. "I know you're tired, darling. Come and rest in a shady corner of the drawing-room." This sounded tempting, but it was not to be. "No, she's not," asserted Blanche boldly. "You're not tired, are you, Miss Palliser?" "Not too tired for just one game," replied Ida. "But you are never to call me Miss Palliser." "May I really call you Ida? That's too lovely." "May we all call you Ida?" asked Horatio. "Don't begin by making distinctions. Blanche is no better than the rest of us." "Don't be jealous," said Miss Palliser, laughing. "I am going to be everybody's Ida." On this she was borne off to the garden as in a whirlwind. There were some bamboo chairs and sofas on the grass in front of the bay window, and here the elder members of the family established themselves. "I like that schoolfellow of Bessie's," said Aunt Betsy, with her decided air, whereupon the colonel and his wife assented, as they always did to any proposition of Miss Wendover's. "She is remarkably handsome," said the colonel. "She is good and thorough, and that's of much more consequence," said his sister. Chapter 4 of The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Wendover Abbey. The next day was fine. The children had all been praying for fine weather, that they might entertain Miss Palliser with an exploration of the surrounding neighbourhood. Loud whoops of triumph and sundry break-down dances were heard in the top story soon after 5 o'clock, for the juvenile Wendovers were early risers, and when in high spirits made themselves distinctly audible. The 8 o'clock breakfast in the old painted dining-room, all oak panelling, but painted stone-colour by generations of Goths and Vandals, was even more animated than the 7 o'clock dinner. Such a breakfast, after the thick bread and butter and thin coffee at Malvern, relays of hot buttered cakes and eggs and bacon, fish, honey, fresh fruit from the garden, a picturesque confusion of form and colour on the lavishly furnished table, and youthful appetites ready to do justice to the good cheer. "What are you going to do with Miss Palliser?" asked the Colonel. "Am I to take her for a drive?" "No, father, you can't have Miss Palliser to-day. She is going in the jaunting car," said Reginald, talking of the lady as if she were a horse. "We're going to take her over to the Abbey." The Abbey was the ancestral home of the Wendovers, now in possession of Brian Wendover, only son of the Colonel's eldest brother, and head of the house. "Well, don't upset her oftener than you can help," replied the father. "I suppose you don't much mind being split off an outside car, Miss Palliser? I believe young ladies of your age rather relish the excitement." "She needn't be afraid," said Reginald. "I am going to drive." "Then we are very likely to find ourselves reposing in a ditch before the day is over," retorted Bessie. "I hope you, or the pony, will choose a dry one." "I'll risk it, ditches and all," said Ida good-naturedly. "I am longing to see the Abbey." "The rich Brian's Abbey," said Bessie, laughing. "What a pity he is not at home for you to see him, too. Do you think Brian will be back before Ida's holidays are over, father?" "I never know what that young man is going to do," answered the Colonel. "When I last heard from him he was fishing in Norway. He doesn't care much about the sport, he tells me. Indeed, he was never a very enthusiastic angler, but he likes the country and the people. He ought to stay at home and stand for the country at the next election. A young man in his position has no business to be idle." "Is he clever?" asked Ida. "Too clever for my money," answered the Colonel. "He has too much book learning and too little knowledge of men and things. What is the good of a man being a fine Greek scholar if he knows nothing about the land he owns, or the cattle that graze upon it, and has not enough tact to make himself popular in his own neighbourhood? Brian is a man who would starve if his bread depended on his own exertions." "He's a jolly kind of cousin for a fellow to have," suggested Horry, looking up from his eggs and bacon. "He lets us do what we like at the Abbey. By the way, Blanche, have you packed the picnic basket?" "Yes." "What have you put in it?" "That's my secret," answered Blanche. "Do you think I'm going to tell you what you are to have for lunch? That would spoil all the fun." "Blanche isn't half a bad caterer," said Reg. "I place myself in her hands unreservedly. I will only venture to hint that I hope she hasn't forgotten the chutney, terhoot, and plenty of it. What's the good of having a father who is shoulder to shoulder with Gow in the Punjab if we are to run short of Indian condiments?" At 9 o'clock the young people were all ready to start. The jaunting car held 5, including the driver. Bessie and her friend were to occupy one side. Eva, the round child who loved pigs, was to have a seat, and a place was to be kept for Miss Rylance, who was to be invited to join the exploration party, much to the disgust of the Winchester lads, who denounced her as a stuck-up minx, and distinguished her with various other epithets of an abusive character selected from a vocabulary known only to Wyckamists. Blanche and Horatio and a smaller boy called Ernest, who was dressed like a gilly, and had all the wildness of a young Highlander, were to walk, with the occasional charity of a lift. The jaunting car was drawn by a large white pony, fat and pampered, overfed with dainties from the children's tables, and petted and played with until he had become almost human in his intelligence, and a match for his youthful masters in cunning and mischief. This impish animal had been christened Robin Goodfellow, a name that was shortened for convenience to Robin. Robin's eagerness to depart was now made known to the family by an incessant rattling of his bit. Reginald took the reins and got into his seat with the quiet grandeur of a celebrity in the Four-in-Hand Club. Ida and Bessie were handed to their places by Horatio. The chubby Eva scrambled into her seat, with a liberal display of Oxford blue stocking under the shortest of striped petticoats, and off they drove to the cottage, Dr. Rylance's miniature dwelling, where the plate-glass windows were shining in the morning sun, and the colours of the flower-beds were almost too bright to be looked at. Bessie found Miss Rylance in the dainty little drawing-room, all ebonized wood and blue china, as neat as an interior by Merez. The fair Urania was yawning over a book of travels, trying to improve a mind which was not naturally fertile, and she was not sorry to be interrupted by an eruption of noisy Wendovers, even though they left impressions of their boots on the delicate tones of the carpet and made havoc of the cretonne chair-covers. Miss Rylance had no passion for country life. Fields and trees, hills and winding streams, even when enlivened by the society of the lower animals, were not all sufficient for her happiness. It was all very well for her father to oscillate between Cavendish Square and Kingthorpe, avoiding the expense and trouble of autumn touring, and taking his rest and his pleasure in this rustic retreat. But her summer holidays for the last 3 years had been all Kingthorpe, and Miss Rylance detested the picturesque village, the busy duck pond, the insignificant hills, which nobody had ever heard of, and the monotonous sequence of events. "We are going to the Abbey for a nice long day, taking our dinner with us and coming round to Aunt Betsy's to tea on our way home," said Bessie, as if she were proposing an entirely novel excursion. "And we want you to come with us, Rainey." Miss Rylance stifled a yawn. She had been trying to pin her thoughts to a particular tribe of Abyssinians who fought all the surrounding tribes and always welcomed the confiding stranger with a shower of poisoned arrows. She did not care for the Wendover children, but they were better than those wearisome Abyssinians. "You are very kind, but I know the Abbey so well," she said, determined to yield her consent as a favour. "Never mind that. Ida has never seen it. We are going to show her everything. We want her to feel one of us." "We shall have a jolly lunch," interjected Blanche. "There are some lemon cheesecakes that I made myself yesterday afternoon. Cook was in a good temper and let me do it." "I hope you washed your hands first," said Horatio. "I'd sooner Cook had made the cheesecakes." "Of course I washed my hands, you too suggestive pig. But I should hope that in a general way my hands are cleaner than Cook's. It is only schoolboys who luxuriate in dirt." "You'll come, Rainey," pleaded Bess, "if you really wish it." "I do, or I shouldn't be here. But I hope you wish it too. You ought to be longing to get out of doors on such a lovely morning. Houses were never intended for such weather as this. Come and join the birds and the butterflies and all the happiest things in creation." "I must go for my hat and sunshade. I wasn't born full-dressed like the birds and the butterflies," replied Urania. She ran away, leaving Bessie and Ida in the drawing-room. The younger children, having rushed in and left their mark upon the room, had now rushed out again to the jaunting-car. "A pretty drawing-room, isn't it?" asked Bess. "It looks so neat and fresh and bright after ours." "It doesn't look half so much like home," said Ida. "Perhaps not, but I believe it is just the exact thing a drawing-room ought to be in this latter part of the 19th century, or at least so Dr. Rylance says. How do you like the blue china? Dr. Rylance is an amateur of blue china. He will have no other. Dresden and Sèvres have no existence for him. He recognizes nothing beyond his own particular breed of ginger jars." Miss Rylance came back, dressed as carefully as if she had been going for a morning lounge in Hyde Park, hat and feather, pongee sunshade, masqueteer gloves. The Wendovers all wore their gloves in their pockets, and cultivated blisters on the palms of their hands as a mark of distinction, which implied great feats in rowing or the pulling in of desperate horses. Now they were all mounted on the car, just as the church clock struck 10. Reginald gave the reins a shake, cracked his whip, and Robin, who always knew where his young friends wanted to go, twisted the vehicle sharply round a corner and started at an agreeable canter, expressive of good spirits. Robin carried them joltingly along a lovely lane till they came to a gentle acclivity, by which time, having given vent to his exuberance, the pony settled down into a crawl. Vainly did Reginald crack his whip, vain even stinging switches on Robin's fat sides. Out of that crawl nothing could move him. The sun was gaining power with every moment, and blazing down upon the occupants of the car, but Robin cared not at all. He was an animal of tropical origin, and had no apprehension of sunshine. His eyes were so constructed as to accommodate themselves to a superfluity of light. "I think we shall be tolerably well roasted by the time we get to the Abbey," said Bessie. "Don't you think if we were all to get down and push the back of the car, Robin might go a little faster?" "He'll go fast enough when he has blown a bit," said Reg.
"Can't you admire the landscape?"
"We could, if we were not being baked," replied Ida. Miss Rylance sat silent under her pongee umbrella, and wished herself in Cavendish Square, even though western London were as empty and barren as the great wilderness. They were on the ridge of a hill, overlooking undulating pastures and quiet sheep-walks, fair hills on which the yew-trees cast their dark shadows, a broad stretch of pastoral country with sunny gleams of water shining low in the distance. Suddenly the road dipped, and Robin was going downhill with alarming speed. "This means that we shall all be in the ditch presently," said Bessie. "Never mind, it's only a dry bed of dock and used-up stinging nettles. We shan't be much hurt." After 2 or 3 miraculous escapes, they landed at the bottom of the hill, and Ida beheld the good old gates of Kingthorpe Abbey, low iron gates that stood open between tall stone pillars supporting the sculptured escutcheon of the Wendovers. There was a stone lodge on each side of the gate, past which the car drove in triumph into an avenue of ancient yew-trees, low and wide-spreading, with a solemn gloom that would better have become a churchyard than a gentleman's park. It was a noble old park, richly timbered with oaks as old as those immemorial trees that make the glory of Stoneleigh. There was a lake in a wooded hollow in front of the abbey, a long low pile of stone, the newest part of which was as old as the days of the last Tudor. Nor had much money been spent on the restoration or decorative repair of that fine old house. It had been kept wind and weather-proof. It had been protected against the injuries of time, and that was all. There it stood, a brave and solid monument of the remote past, grand in its stern simplicity and its historic associations. "Oh, what a dear old house!" cried Ida, clasping her hands, as the car came out of the yew-tree avenue into the open space in front of the abbey. A wide lawn, where 4 mighty cedars of Lebanon spread their dense shadows, grave old trees, which were in somewise impostors, as they looked older than the house, and yet had been saplings in the days of Queen Anne. "What a sweet old place!" repeated Ida. "And how I envy the rich Brian!" "Don't you think the rich Brian's wife will be still more enviable?" sneered Miss Rylance. "That depends. She may be a ver de verish kind of person, and pine amongst her halls and towers," said Ida. "Not if she had been brought up in poverty. She would revel in the advantages of her position as Mrs. Wendover of the Abbey," asserted Miss Rylance. "Would she? The Earl of Burleigh's wife had been poor, and yet did not enjoy being rich and great," said Bessie. "It killed her, poor thing. And yet she had married for love, and had no remorse of conscience to weigh her down." "She was a sensitive little fool," said Ida. "I have no patience with her." "Modern young ladies are not easily crushed," remarked Miss Rylance. "They make marrying for money a profession." "Is that your idea of life?" asked Ida. "No, but I understand it is yours. I heard you say you meant to marry for money." "Then you must have been listening to a conversation in which you had no concern," Ida answered coolly. "I never said as much to you." The 3 girls and the chubby Eva had alighted from the car, which was being conveyed to the stables at a hand gallop, and this conversation was continued on the broad gravel sweep in front of the Abbey. Just as the discussion was intensifying in unpleasantness, the arrival of the pedestrians made an agreeable diversion. Blanche and her two brothers had come by a short cut, across fields and common, and given chase to butterflies, experimented with tadpoles, and looked for hedge-birds' eggs in the course of their journey, and were altogether in a state of dilapidation, perspiration running down their sunburnt faces, their hats anyhow, their hands embellished with recent scratches, their boots coated with clay. "Did ever anyone see such objects?" exclaimed Bessie, who had imbibed certain conventional ideas of decency at Malvern Manor. "You ought to be ashamed of yourselves."
"I dare say we ought, but we aren't," retorted Horatio. "I found a tadpole in an advanced stage of transmutation, Miss Palliser, and it has almost converted me to Darwinism. Given a single step, and you may accept the whole ladder. If from tadpoles frogs, why not from monkeys man?"
"Go and be a Darwinian, and don't prose," said Blanche impatiently. "We are going to show Ida the Abbey. How do you like the outside, darling?" asked the too affectionate girl, favouring Miss Palliser with the full weight of her 7 stone 3/4. "I adore it. It is like a page out of an old chronicle." "Isn't it?" gasped Blanche. "And you could fancy the fat old monks sitting on those stone benches nodding in the sunshine. The house is hardly altered a bit since it was an actual abbey, except that 6 cells have been knocked into one comfortable bedroom. The long dark passages are just the same as they were when those sly old monks went gliding up and down them. Such dear old passages, smelling palpably of ghosts." "Mice," said Horatio. "No, sir, ghosts. Do you suppose my sense of smell is of such inferior quality that I can't distinguish a ghost from a mouse?" "Now, how about luncheon?" demanded Horatio. "I propose that we all go and sit under that prime old cedar and discuss the contents of the picnic basket before we discuss the Abbey." "Why, it isn't 11:30, said Bessie.
"Ah," sighed Blanche, "I'm afraid it's too early for lunch. We should have nothing to look forward to all the rest of the day."
"There'd be afternoon tea at Aunt Betsy's to build upon,"
said Horry. "I gave her to understand we were to have something good. Blue gauges from the south wall, cream to a reckless extent."
"Strawberry jam and pound cake," suggested Eva. "If you go on like that you'll make me distracted with hunger," said Blanche, a young person who at the seaside wanted 2d to buy buns directly after she had swallowed her dinner. Bessie and Miss Rylance had been walking up and down the velvet sward beside the beds of dwarf roses and geraniums with a ladylike stateliness which did credit to their training at Malvern. Ida was the centre of the juvenile group. "Come and see the Abbey," exclaimed Horry, putting his arm through Miss Palliser's. "And at the stroke of 1 we will sit down to lunch under the biggest of the cedars, the tree which, according to tradition, was planted by John Evelyn himself when he came on a visit to Sir Tristram Wendover." They all trooped into the Abbey, the hall door standing open, as in a fairy tale. Bessie and Urania followed at a more sober pace, but Ida had given herself over to the children, and they did what they liked with her, Blanche hanging on her bodily all the time. They were now joined by Reginald, who appeared mysteriously from the back premises, where he had been seeing Robin eat his corn, having a fixed idea that it was in the nature of all grooms and stablemen to cheat horses. The Abbey was furnished with a sober grandeur, in perfect tone with its architecture. Everything was solid and ponderous, save here and there, where in some lady's bower there appeared the spindle-legged tables and inlaid cabinets of the Chippendale period, which had an air of newness where all else was so old. The upper rooms were low and somewhat dark, the heavily mullioned windows being designed to exclude rather than to admit light. There was much tapestry, subdued in hue, but in good condition, and as frankly uninteresting in subject as the generality of old English needlework. Below, the rooms were large and lofty, rich in carved chimney-pieces, well-preserved panelling, and old oak furniture. There were some fine pictures, from Holbein downward, and the usual array of family portraits, which the boys and girls explained and commented upon copiously. "There's my favourite ancestor, Sir Tristram," cried Blanche, pointing to a dark-eyed cavalier with strongly marked brow and bronzed visage. "He was middle-aged when that picture was painted, but I know he was handsome in his youth. The face is still in the family." "Course it is," said Horatio, "on my shoulders." "Your shoulders!" ejaculated Blanche contemptuously. "As if my Sir Tristram ever resembled you! He fought in all the great battles, from Edgehill to Worcester," continued the girl, "and he was wounded 7 times, and he was true to his master through every trial, and he had all the Wendover plate melted down, and he followed Charles II into exile. He mortgaged his estate to raise money for the king, and he married a lovely Frenchwoman who introduced turned-up noses into the family," concluded Blanche, giving her tip-tilted nose a complacent toss. "I thought it was a mercy that we were spared the old housekeeper," said Urania. "But really Blanche is worse." "Ida doesn't know all about our family, if you do," protested Blanche. "It's all new to her." "Yes, dear, it is all new and interesting to me," said Ida. "How much more deeply you would have been interested if Mr. Wendover had been here to expatiate upon his family tree," said Urania. "That might have made it still more interesting," admitted Ida, with a frankness which took the sting out of Miss Rylance's remark. The young Wendovers had shown Ida everything. They had opened cabinets, peered into secret drawers, sniffed at the stale potpourri in old crackle vases. They had dragged their willing victim through all the long slippery passages, by all the mysterious stairs and byways. They had obliged her to look at the interior of ghostly closets, where the ladies of old had stored their house linen or hung their mantuas and farthingales. They had made her look out of numerous windows to admire the prospect. They had introduced her to the state-room in which the heads of the Wendover race made a point of being born. They had made her peep shuddering into the death-chamber where the family were laid in their last slumber. The time thus pleasantly occupied slipped away unawares, and the chapel clock was striking 1 as they all went trooping down the broad oak staircase for about the 15th time. A gentleman was entering the hall as they came down. They could only see the top of his hat. "It's father!" cried Eva. "You little idiot! Do you ever see my father in a stovepipe hat on a week-day?" cried Reg, with infinite scorn. "Then it's Brian." "Brian is in Norway." The gentleman looked up and greeted them all with a comprehensive smile. It was Dr. Rylance. "So glad I have found you, young people," he said blandly. "Papa!" exclaimed Urania, in a tone which did not express unmitigated pleasure. "This is a surprise. You told me you would not be down till late in the evening."
"Yes, my dear, but the fine morning tempted me. I found my engagements would stand over till Monday or Tuesday, so I put myself into the 8 o'clock train and arrived at the cottage just an hour after you and your friends had left for your picnic. So I walked over to join you. I hope I am not in the way."
"Of course not," said Bessie. "I'm afraid you'll find us hardly the kind of company you are accustomed to, but if you will put up with our roughness and noise, we shall feel honored." "We are going to get lunch ready," said Blanche. "You grown-ups will find us under Evelyn's tree when you're hungry, and you'd better accommodate yourselves to be hungry soon." "Or you may find a dearth of provisions," interjected Reg. "I feel in a demolishing humor." The troop rushed off, leaving the 3 elder girls and Dr. Rylance standing in the hall, listlessly contemplating. Chapter 5. of the Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dr. Rylance asserts himself. The luncheon under Evelyn's tree took a cooler shade from Dr. Rylance's presence than from the far-reaching branches of the cedar. His politeness made the whole business different from what it would have been without him. Blanche and the boys, accustomed to abandon themselves to frantic joviality at any outdoor feast of their own contriving, now withdrew into the background and established themselves behind the trunk of a tree, in which retirement they kept up the insane giggling, varied by low and secret discourse, and from which shelter they issued forth stealthily, one by one, to pounce with crafty hands upon the provisions. These unmannerly proceedings were ignored by the elders, but they exercised a harassing influence upon poor little Eva, who had been told to sit quietly by Bessie, and who watched her brother's raids with round-eyed wonder, and listened with envious ears to that distracting laughter behind the tree. "Did you see Horry take quite half the cake just now?" she whispered to Bessie, in the midst of a polite conversation about nothing particular. And anon she murmured in horrified wonder, after a stolen peep behind the tree, "Reg is taking off Dr. Rylance." The grown-up luncheon party was not lively. Tongue and chicken, pigeon pie, cheesecakes, tarts, cake, fruit, all had been neatly spread upon a tablecloth laid on the soft turf. Nothing had been forgotten. There were plates and knives and forks enough for everybody, picnicking being a business thoroughly well understood at the Knoll, but there was a good deal wanting in the guests. Ida was thoughtful, Urania obviously sullen, Bessie amiably stupid, but Dr. Rylance appeared to think that they were all enjoying themselves intensely. "Now, this is what I call really delightful," he said, as he poured out the sparkling Devonshire cider, with as stately a turn of his wrist as if the liquor had been Cliquot or Roederer. "An open-air luncheon on such a day as this is positively inspiring, and to a man who has breakfasted at 7 o'clock on a cup of tea and a morsel of dry toast— oh, thanks, yes, I prefer the wing if no one else will have it— such an unceremonious meal is doubly welcome. I'm so glad I found you. Lucky, wasn't it, Rainey?" He smiled at his daughter, as if deprecating that stolid expression of hers, which would have been eminently appropriate to the funeral of an indifferent acquaintance, a total absence of all feeling, a grave nullity. "I don't see anything lucky in so simple a fact," answered Urania. "You were told we had come here, and you came here after us. You might have changed your minds at the last moment and gone somewhere else. Might you not now, Miss Palliser?" "Yes, if we had been very frivolous people, but as today's exploration of the Abbey was planned last night, it would have indicated great weakness of mind if we had been tempted into any other direction," answered Ida, feeling somewhat sorry for Dr. Rylance. The coldest heart might compassionate a man cursed in such a disagreeable daughter. "I am very glad that you were not weak-minded, and that I was so fortunate as to find you," said the doctor, addressing himself henceforward exclusively to Ida and her friend. Bessie took care of his creature comforts with a matronly hospitality which sat well upon her. She cut thin slices of tongue, she fished out savoriest bits of pigeon and egg, when he passed, by a natural transition, from chicken to pie. She was quite distressed because he did not care for tarts or cake, but the doctor's appetite, unlike that of the young people on the other side of the cedar, had its limits. He had satisfied his hunger long before they had, and was ready to show Miss Palliser the gardens. "They are fine old gardens," he said approvingly. "Perhaps their chief beauty is that they have not a single modern improvement. They are as old-fashioned as the gardens of Sion Abbey, before the good Queen Bess ousted the nuns to make room for the Percys." They all rose and walked slowly away from the cedar, leaving the fragments of the feast to Blanche and her 3 brothers. Eva stayed behind to make one of that exuberant group, and to see Reg take off Urania and her father, His mimicry was cordially admired, though it was not always clear to his audience which was the doctor and which was his daughter. A stare, a strut, a toss, an affected drawl were the leading features of each characterization. "I had no opportunity of congratulating you on your triumphs the other day, Miss Palliser," said Dr. Rylance, who had somehow managed that Ida and he should be side by side, and a little in advance of the other two. "But believe me, I most heartily sympathize with you in your delight of your success." "Delight?" echoed Ida. "Do you think there was any real pleasure for me in receiving a gift from the hands of Miss Pugh, who has done all she could to make me feel the disadvantages of my position from the day I first entered her house to the day I last left it? The prizes gave me no pleasure. They have no value in my mind, except as evidence that I have made the most of my opportunities at Mauleverer, in spite of my contempt for the schoolmistress." "You dislike her intensely, I see." "She has made me dislike her. I never knew unkindness till I knew her. I never felt the sting of poverty till she made me feel all its sharpness. I never knew that I was steeped in sinful pride until she humiliated me." "Your days of honour and happiness will come," said the doctor, "days when you will think no more of Miss Pugh than of an insect which once stung you." "Thank you for the comforting forecast," answered Ida lightly, "but it is easy to prophesy good fortune." "Easy and safe, in such a case as yours. I can sympathize with you better than you may suppose, Miss Palliser. I have had to fight my battle. I was not always Dr. Rylance of Cavendish Square, and I did not enter a world in which there was a fine estate waiting for me, like the owner of this place." "But you have conquered fortune, and by your own talents," said Ida. "That must be a proud thought." Dr. Rylance, who was not utterly without knowledge of himself, smiled at the compliment. He knew it was by tact and address, smooth speech and clean linen, that he had conquered fortune, rather than by shining abilities. Yet he valued himself not the less on that account. In his mind, tact ranked higher than genius, since it was his own particular gift, just as blue ginger jars were better than Sèvres, because he, Dr. Rylance, was a collector of ginger jars. He approved of himself so completely that even his littlenesses were great in his own eyes. "I have worked hard," he said complacently, "and I have been patient. But now, when my work is done and my place in the world fixed, I begin to find life somewhat barren. A man ought to reap some reward, something fairer and sweeter than pounds, shillings, and pence, for a life of labour and care." "No doubt," assented Ida, receiving this remark as abstract philosophy rather than having a personal meaning. "But I think I should consider pounds, shilling, and pence a very fair reward, if I only had enough of them." "Yes, now, when you are smarting under the insolence of a purse-proud schoolmistress. But years hence, when you have won independence, you will feel disappointed if you have won nothing better." "What could be better?" "Sympathetic companionship, a love worthy to influence your life." Ida looked up at the doctor with naive surprise. Good heavens! Was this middle-aged gentleman going to drop into sentiment, as Silas Wegg dropped into poetry? She glanced back at the other two. Happily they were close at hand. "What have you done with the children, Bessie?" asked Ida, as if she were suddenly distracted with anxiety about their fate. "Left them to their own devices. I hope they will not quite kill themselves. We are all to meet in the stable-yard at 4, so that we may be with Aunt Betsy at 5. "Don't you think Papa and I had better walk gently home?" suggested Urania. "I am sure it would be cruel to inflict such an immense party upon Miss Wendover." "Nonsense!" exclaimed Bessie. "Why, if all old Pugh's school was to march in upon her, without a moment's notice, Aunt Betsy would not be put out of the way one little bit. If Queen Victoria were to drop in unexpectedly to luncheon, my aunt would be as cool as one of her own early cucumbers, and would insist on showing the Queen her stables and possibly her pigs." "How do you know that?" asked Ida. because she has never had a visitor yet whom she did not drag into her stables, from archbishops downwards, and I don't suppose she'd draw the line at a queen," answered Bessie with conviction. "I am going to drink tea with Miss Wendover, whatever Urania may do," said Dr. Rylance, who felt that the time had come when he must assert himself. "I am out for a day's pleasure, and I mean to drink the cup to the dregs." Urania looked at her father with absolute consternation. He was transformed. He had become a new person. He was forgetting himself in a ridiculous manner, letting down his dignity to an alarming extent. Dr. Rylance, the fashionable physician, the man whose nice touch adjusted the nerves of the aristocracy, to disport himself with unkept, bare-handed young Wendovers. It was an upheaval of things which struck horror to Urania's soul. Easy, after beholding such a moral convulsion, to believe that the White had once been part of the mainland, or even that Ireland had originally been joined to Spain. They all roamed into the rose garden, where there were alleys of standard rose trees, planted upon grass that was soft and springy underfoot. They went into old vineries, where the big bunches of grapes were purpling in the gentle heat. Dr. Rylance went everywhere, and he contrived always to be near Ida Palliser. He did not again lapse into sentiment, and he made himself fairly agreeable in his somewhat stilted fashion. Ida accepted his attention with a charming unconsciousness, but she was perfectly conscious of Urania's vexation, and that gave a zest to the whole thing. "Well, Ida, what do you think of Kingthorpe Abbey?" asked Bessie, when they had seen everything, even to the stoats and weasels and various vermin nailed flat against the stable wall, and were waiting for Robin to be harnessed. "It's a noble old place. It is simply perfect. I wonder your cousin can live away from it." "Oh, Brian's chief delight is in roaming about the world. The Abbey is thrown away upon him. He ought to have been an explorer or a missionary. However, he is expected home in a month, and you will be able to judge for yourself whether he deserves to be master of this old place. I only wish it belonged to the other Brian." "The other Brian is your favorite." "He is ever so much nicer than his cousin. At least, the children and I like him best. My father swears by the head of the house." "I think I would rather accept the Colonel's judgment than yours, Bess," said Ida. "You are so impulsive in your likings." "Don't say that I am wanting in judgment," urged Bessie coaxingly, "for you know how dearly I love you. You will see the two Bryans, I hope, before your holidays are over, and then you can make your own selection. Brian Walford will be with us for my birthday picnic, I dare say, wherever he may be now. I believe he is mooning away his time in Herefordshire with his mother's people." "Is his father dead?" "Yes, mother and father both, ages ago, in the days when I was a hard-hearted little wretch, and thought it a treat to go into mourning, and rather nice to be able to tell everybody, 'Uncle Walford's dead. He had a fit, and he never speaked any more.' It was news, you know, and in a village that goes for something." After a lengthy discussion and some squabbling, it was decided that the children were to have the benefit of the jaunting car for the homeward journey, and that Dr. Rylance and the three young ladies were to walk, attended by Reginald, who insisted upon attaching himself to their service, volunteering to show them the very nearest way through the wood, and across a field, and over a common and down a lane, which led straight to the gate of Aunt Betsy's orchard. Urania wore fashionable boots, and considered walking exercise a superstition of medical men and old-fashioned people, yet she stoutly refused a seat in the car. "No, thanks, Horatio. I know your pony too well. I'd rather trust myself upon my own feet." "There's more danger in your high heels than in my pony," retorted Horatio. "I shouldn't wonder if you dropped in for a sprained ankle before you got home." Urania risked the sprained ankle. She began to limp before she had emerged from the wood. She hobbled painfully along the rugged footpath between the yellow wheat. She was obliged to sit down and rest upon a furzy hillock on the common, good-natured Bess keeping her company, while Ida and Reginald were half a mile ahead with Dr. Rylance. Her delicate complexion was unbecomingly flushed by the time she and Bessie arrived wearily at the little gate opening into Miss Wendover's orchard. There were only some iron hurdles between Aunt Betsy's orchard and the lawn before Aunt Betsy's drawing-room. The house was characteristic of the lady. It was a long red-brick cottage, solid, substantial, roomy, eschewing ornament, but beautified in the eyes of most people by an air of supreme comfort, cleanliness, and general well-being. In all Kingthorpe there were no rooms so cool as Aunt Betsy's in summer, none so warm in winter. The cottage had originally been the homestead of a small grass farm, which had been bequeathed to Betsy Wendover by her father, familiarly known as the old squire, the chief landowner in that part of the country. With this farm of about 250 acres of the most fertile pasture land in Hampshire, and an income of $700 a year from consols, Miss Wendover found herself passing rich. She built a drawing-room with wide windows opening onto the lawn, and a bedroom with a covered balcony over the drawing-room. These additional rooms made the homestead all sufficient for a lady of Aunt Betsy's simple habits. She was hospitality itself, receiving her friends in a large-hearted, gentlemanlike style, keeping open house for man and beast, proud of her wine, still prouder of her gardens and greenhouses, proudest of her stables, fond of this life, and of her many comforts, yet without a particle of selfishness, ready to leave her cozy fireside at a moment's notice on the bitterest winter night to go and nurse a sick child, or comfort a dying woman, religious without ostentation, charitable without weakness, stern to resent an injury, implacable against an insult. A refreshing sight, yet not altogether a pleasant one for Miss Rylance, met the eyes of the two young ladies as they neared the little iron gate opening from the orchard to the lawn. A couple of tea-tables had been brought out upon the grass before the drawing-room window. The youngsters were busily engaged at one table, Blanche pouring out tea, while her brothers and small sister made havoc with cake and fruit, homemade bread and butter, and jams of various hues. At the other table, less lavishly but more elegantly furnished, sat Miss Wendover and Ida Palliser, with Dr. Rylance comfortably established in a Buckinghamshire wicker-work chair between them. "Does not that look a picture of comfort?" exclaimed Bessie. "My father seems to be making himself very comfortable," said Urania. She hobbled across the lawn and sank exhausted into a low chair near her parent. "My poor child, how dilapidated you look after your walk," said Dr. Rylance. "Miss Palliser and I enjoyed it immensely." "I cannot boast of Miss Palliser's robust health," retorted Urania contemptuously, as if good health were a sign of vulgarity. "I had my neuralgia all last night." Whenever the course of events proved objectionable, Miss Rylance took refuge in a complaint which she called her neuralgia, indicating that it was a species of disorder peculiar to herself, and of a superior quality to everybody else's neuralgia. "You should live in the open air, like my sunburnt young friends yonder," said the doctor, with a glance at the table where the young Wendovers were stuffing themselves. "I am sure they never complain of neuralgia." Urania looked daggers, but spoke none. It was a wearisome afternoon for that injured young lady. Dr. Rylance dawdled over his tea, handed teacups and bread and butter, was assiduous with sugar-basin, devoted with cream-jug, talked and laughed with Miss Palliser as if they had a world of ideas in common, and made himself altogether objectionable to his only child. By and by, when there was a general adjournment to the greenhouses and stables, Urania contrived to slip her arm through her father's. "I thought I told you that Miss Palliser was my favorite aversion, papa," she said, tremulous with angry feeling. "I have some faint idea that you did express yourself unfavorably about her." answered the doctor, with his consulting-room urbanity. "But I am at a loss to understand your antipathy. The girl is positively charming, as frank as sunshine, and full of brains." "I know her. You do not," said Urania tersely. "My dear, it is the speciality of men in my profession to make rapid judgments." "Yes, and very often to make them wrong. I was never so much annoyed in my life. I consider your attention to that girl a deliberate insult to me, a girl with whom I could never get on, who has said the rudest things to me." "Can I be uncivil to a friend of your friend Bessie?" "There is a wide distance between being uncivil and being obsequiously, ridiculously attentive." "Urania," said the doctor in his gravest voice, "I have allowed you to have your own way in most things, and I believe your life has been a pleasant one." "Of course, papa, I never said otherwise." "Very well, my dear, then you must be good enough to let me take my own way of making life pleasant to me, and you must not take upon yourself to dictate what degree of civility I am to show to Miss Palliser or to any other lady." Urania held her peace after this. It was the first deliberate snub she had ever received. The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. A Birthday Feast. Ida Palliser's holidays were coming to an end, like a tale that is told. There was only one day more left, but that day was to be especially glorious, for it was Bessie Wendover's birthday, a day which from time immemorial, or, at all events, ever since Bessie was 10 years old, had been sacred to certain games or festivities, a modernized worship of the great god Pan. Sad was it for Bessie and all the junior Wendovers when the 7th of September dawned with gray skies, or east winds, rain or hail. It was usually a brilliant day. The clerk of the weather appeared favorably disposed to the warm-hearted Bessie. On this particular occasion the preparations for the festival were on a grander scale than usual, in honor of Ida, who was on the eve of departure. A cruel, cruel car was to carry her off to Winchester at 6 o'clock on the morning after the birthday. The railway station was to swallow her up alive. The train was to rush off with her, like a fiery dragon carrying off the princess of a fairy tale, and the youthful Wendovers were to be left lamenting. In 6 happy weeks their enthusiasm for their young guest had known no abatement. She had realized their fondest anticipations. She had entered into their young lives and made herself a part of them. She had given herself up, heart and soul, to childish things and foolish things, to please these devoted admirers, and the long summer holiday had been very sweet to her. The open-air life, the balmy noontides in woods and meadows, beside wandering trout streams, on the breezy hilltops, the afternoon tea-drinking in gardens and orchards, the novels read aloud, seated in the heart of some fine old tree, with her auditors perched on branches round about her like gigantic birds, the boating excursions on a river with more weeds than water in it, the jaunts to Winchester, and dreamy afternoons in the cathedral, all had been delicious. She had lived in an atmosphere of homely domestic love, among people who valued her for herself, and did not calculate the cost of her gowns, or despise her because she had so few. The old church was lovely in her eyes. The old vicar and his wife had taken a fancy to her. Everything at Kingthorpe was delightful, except Urania. She certainly was a drawback, but she had been tolerably civil since the first day at the Abbey. Ida had spent many an hour at the Abbey since that first inspection. She knew every room in the house, the sunniest windows, the books in the long library, with its jutting wings between the windows, and cosy nooks for study. She knew almost every tree in the park, and the mild faces of the deer looking gravely reproachful, as if asking what business she had there. She had lain asleep on the sloping bank above the lake on drowsy afternoons, tired by wandering far afield with her young esquires. She knew the Abbey by heart, better than even Urania knew it, though she had used that phrase to express utter satiety. Ida Palliser had a deep love of natural beauty, a stronger appreciation of all that made the old place interesting. She had a curious feeling, too, about the absent master of that grave, grey old house, a fond, romantic dream, which she would not for the wealth of India have revealed to mortal ear, that in the days to come Brian's life would be in some wise linked with hers. Perhaps this foolish thought was engendered of the blankness of her own life, a stage on which the players had been so few that this figure of an unknown young man assumed undue proportions. Then again, the fact that she could hear very little about Mr. Wendover from his cousins stimulated her curiosity about him and intensified her interest in him. Brian's merits were a subject which the Wendover children always shirked, or passed over so lightly that Ida was no wiser for her questioning, and maidenly reserve forbade her too eager inquiry. About Brian Walford, the son of Parson Wendover, youngest of the 3 brothers, for 7 years vicar of a parish near Hereford, and for the last 12 years at rest in the village churchyard, the young Wendovers had plenty to say. He was good-looking, they assured Ida. She would inevitably fall in love with him when they met. He was the cleverest young man in England, and was certain to finish his career as Lord Chancellor, despite the humility of his present stage of being. "He has no fortune, I suppose?" hazarded Ida, in a conversation with Horatio. She did not ask the question from any interest in the subject. Brian Walford was a being whose image never presented itself to her mind. She only made the remark for the sake of saying something. "Not a denarius," said Horry, who liked occasionally to be classical. "But what of that? If I were as clever as Brian, I shouldn't mind how poor I was. With his talents he is sure to get to the top of the tree." "What can he do?" asked Ida. "Ride a bicycle better than any man I know." "What else?" "Sing a first-rate comic song." "What else?" "Get longer breaks at billiards than any fellow I ever played with." "What else?" "Pick the winner out of a score of racehorses in the preliminary canter." "Those are great gifts, I have no doubt," said Ida. "But do eminent lawyers, in a general way, win their advancement by riding bicycles and singing comic songs?" "Don't sneer, Ida. When a fellow is clever in one thing, he is clever in other things. Genius is many-sided, universal. Carlyle says as much. If Napoleon Bonaparte had not been a great general, he would have been a great writer like Voltaire, or a great lawyer like Thurlow." From this time forward, Ida had an image of Brian Walford in her mind. It was the picture of vapid youth, fair-haired, with thin moustache elaborately trained, and thinner whiskers, a fribble that gave half its little mind to its collar and the other half to its boots. Such images are photographed in a flash of lightning on the sensitive brain of youth, and are naturally more often false guesses than true ones. There was delightful riot in the house of the Wendovers on the night before the picnic. The Colonel had developed a cold and cough within the last week, so he and his wife had jogged off to Bournemouth in the tea-cart, with 1 portmanteau and 1 servant, leaving Bessie mistress of all things. It was a grief to Mrs. Wendover to be separated from home and children at any time, and she was especially regretful at being absent on her eldest daughter's birthday. But the Colonel was paramount. If his cough could be cured by sea air, to the sea he must go, with his faithful wife in attendance upon him. "Don't let the children turn the house quite out of windows, darling," said Mrs. Wendover at the moment of parting. "No, mother dear, we are all going to be goodness itself." "I know, dears, you always are, and I hope you will all enjoy yourselves." "We're sure to do that, mother." answered Reginald, with a cheerfulness that seemed almost heartless. The departing parent would not have liked them to be unhappy, but a few natural tears would have been a pleasing tribute. Not a tear was shed. Even the little Eva skipped joyously on the doorstep as the phaeton drove away. The idea of the picnic was all-absorbing. The colonel and his wife were to spend a week at Bournemouth. Ida would see them no more this year. "You must come again next summer," Mrs. Wendover said heartily, as she kissed her daughter's friend. "Of course she must," cried Horry. "She is coming every summer. She is one of the institutions of Kingthorpe. I only wonder how we ever managed to get on so long without her." All that evening was devoted to the packing of hampers and to general skirmishing. The picnic was to be held on the highest hilltop between Kingthorpe and Winchester, one of those little Lebanons, fair and green, on which the yew trees flourished like cedars of the East, but with a sturdy British air that was all their own. The birthday dawned with soft pearly grey and tender opal tints, which presage a fair noontide. Before 6 o'clock the children had all besieged Bessie's door, with noisy tappings and louder congratulations. At 7 they were all seated at breakfast, the table strewn with birthday gifts, mostly of that useless and semi-idiotic character peculiar to such tributes. Ormolu inkstands holding a thimbleful of ink, penholders warranted to break before they had been used 3 times, purses with impossible snaps, photograph frames, and pomatum pots. Bessie pretended to be enraptured with everything. The purse Horry gave her was too lovely. Reginald's penholder was the very thing she had been wanting for an age. Dear little Eva's pomatum pot was perfection. The point lace handkerchief Ida had worked in secret was exquisite. Blanche's crochet slippers were so lovely that their not being big enough was hardly a fault. They were much too pretty to be worn. Urania contributed a more costly gift in the shape of a perfume cabinet, all cut glass, walnut wood, and ormolu. "Urania's presents are always meant to crush one," said Blanche disrespectfully. "They are like the shields and bracelets those rude soldiers flung at poor Tarpeia." Urania was to be one of the picnic party. She was to be the only stranger present. There had been a disappointment about the 2 cousins. Neither Brian had accepted the annual summons. One was supposed to be still in Norway, the other had neglected to answer the letter which had been sent more than a week ago to his address in Herefordshire. "I'm afraid you'll find it dreadfully like our everyday picnics," Bessie said to Ida as they were starting. "I shall be satisfied if it is half as pleasant." "Ah, it would have been nice enough if the 2 Bryans had been with us. Brian Walford is so amusing." "He would have sung comic songs, I suppose?" said Ida rather contemptuously. "Oh, no, you must not suppose that he is always singing comic songs. He is one of those versatile people who can do anything. I don't want to be rude about your own flesh and blood, Bess, but in a general way I detest versatile people," said Ida. "What a queer girl you are, Ida! I'm afraid you have taken a dislike to Brian Wolford," complained Bessie. "No," said Ida, deep in thought. The 2 girls were standing at the hall door waiting for the carriage. "It's not that." "You like the idea of the other Brian better?" Ida's wild rose bloom deepened to a rich carnation. "Oh, Ida!" cried Bessie. "Do you remember what you said about marrying for money? It was a revolting sentiment, but it was wrung from me by the infinite vexations of poverty. Wouldn't it be too lovely if Brian the Great were to fall in love with you and ask you to be mistress of that dear old abbey which you admire so much?" "Don't be ecstatic, Bessie. I shall never be the mistress of the abbey. I was not born under a propitious star. There must have been a very ugly concatenation of planets ruling the heavens at the hour of my birth. You see, Brian the Great does not even put himself in the way of falling captive to my charms." This was said half in sport, half in bitterness. Indeed, there was a bitter flavour in much of Ida Palliser's mirth. She was thinking of the stories she had read in which a woman had but to be young and lovely, and all creation bowed down to her. Yet her beauty had been for the most part a cause of vexation, and had made people hate her. She had been infinitely happy during the last 6 weeks, but embodied hatred had been close at hand in the presence of Miss Rylance, and if anyone had fallen in love with her during that time, it was the wrong person. The young ladies were to go in the landau, leaving the exclusive enjoyment of Robin's variable humours to Horatio and the juveniles. There was a general idea that Robin, in conjunction with a hilly country, could be sooner or later fatal to the young Wendovers, but they went on driving him nevertheless, as everybody knew that if he did ultimately prove disastrous to them, it would be with the best intentions and without loss of temper. Bessie and Ida took their seats in the roomy carriage. Reginald mounted to the perch beside the coachman, and they drove triumphantly through the village to the gates of Dr. Rylance's cottage, where Urania stood waiting for them. "I hope we haven't kept you long," said Bessie. "No more than 1/4 of an hour," answered Urania meekly. "But that seems rather long in a broiling sun. You always have such insufferably hot weather on your birthdays, Bessie." "It will be cool enough on the hills by and by," said Bess apologetically. "I dare say there will be a cold wind," returned Urania, who wore an unmistakable air of discontent. "There generally is on these unnatural September days." "One would think you bore a grudge against the month of September because I was born in it," retorted Bessie, and then, remembering her obligations, she hastened to add, "How can I thank you sufficiently for that exquisite scent case? It was far too lovely." "I am very glad you like it. One hardly knows what to choose." Miss Rylance had taken her seat in the landau by this time, and they were bowling along the smooth high road at that gentle jot-trot pace affected by a country gentleman's coachman. The day was heavenly, the wind due south, a day on which life, mere sensual existence, is a delight. The landscape still wore its richest summer beauty, not a leaf had fallen. They were going upward to the hilly region between Kingthorpe and Winchester, to a spot where there was a table-shaped edifice of stones, supposed to be of Druidic origin. The young Wendovers were profoundly indifferent to the Druids, and to that hypothetical race who lived ages before the Druids, and have broken out all over the earth in stony excrescences, as yet vaguely classified. That 3-legged granite table, whose origin was lost in the remoteness of past time, seemed to the young Wendovers a thing that had been created expressly for their amusement, to be climbed upon or crawled under as the fancy moved them. It was a capital rallying point for a picnic or a gipsy tea-drinking. "We are to have no grown-ups to-day," said Reginald, looking down from his place beside the coachman. "The pater and mater are away, and Aunt Betsy has a headache, so we can have things all our own way." "You are mistaken, Reginald," said Urania. "My father is going to join us by and by. I hope he won't be considered an interloper. I told him that it was to be a young party, and that I was sure he would be in the way, but he wouldn't take my advice. He is going to ride over in the broiling sun. Very foolish, I think." "I thought Dr. Rylance was in London." "He was till last night. He came down on purpose to be at your picnic." "I'm sure I feel honoured," said Bessie. "Do you? I don't think you are the attraction," answered Urania, with a cantankerous glance at Miss Palliser. Ida's dark eyes were looking far away across the hills. It seemed as if she neither heard Miss Rylance's speech nor saw the sneer which emphasized it. Dr. Rylance's substantial hunter came plodding over the turfy ridge behind them 5 minutes afterwards, and presently he was riding at a measured trot beside the carriage door, congratulating Bessie on the beauty of the day, and saying civil things to every one. "I could not resist the temptation to give myself a day's idleness in the Hampshire air," he said. Reginald felt an unutterable savage. What a trouble-feast the man was! They would have to adapt the proceedings of the day to his middle-aged good manners. There could be no wild revelry, no freedom. Dr. Rylance was an embodiment of propriety. Half an hour after dinner they were all scattered upon the hills. Reginald, who cherished a secret passion for Ida, which was considerably in advance of his years, and who had calculated upon being her guide, philosopher, and friend all through the day, found himself ousted by the West End physician, who took complete possession of Miss Palliser under the pretence of explaining the history, altogether speculative, of the spot. He discoursed eloquently about the Druids, expatiated upon the city of Winchester, dozing in the sunshine yonder, among its fat water meadows. He talked of the Saxons and the Normans, of William of Wykeham and his successors, until poor Ida felt sick and faint from very weariness. It was all very delightful talk, no doubt, the polished utterance of a man who reads his Saturday Review and Athenaeum diligently, saw an occasional number of Faux Clavigera, and even skimmed the more aesthetic papers in the Architect. But to Ida this expression of modern culture was all weariness. She would rather have been racing those wild young Wendovers down the slippery hillside, on which they were perilling their necks. She would rather have been lying beside the lake in Kingthorpe Park, reading her well-thumbed Tennyson or her shabby little Keats. Her thoughts had wandered ever so far away when she was called back to the workaday world by finding that Dr. Rylance's conversation had suddenly slipped from archaeology to a more personal tone. "Are you really going away tomorrow?" he asked. "Yes," answered Ida sadly, looking at one of the last of the butterflies, whose brief summertide of existence was wearing to its close, like her own. "You are going back to Mauleverer Manor?" "Yes. I have another half-year of bondage. I am going back to drudgery and self-contempt, to be brow-beaten by Miss Pugh, and looked down upon by most of her pupils. The girls in my own class are very fond of me, but I am afraid their fondness is half pity. The grown-up girls with happy homes and rich fathers despise me. I hardly wonder at it. Genteel poverty certainly is contemptible. There is nothing debasing in a smock-frock or fustian jacket. The labourers I see about Kingthorpe have a glorious air of independence, and I dare say are as proud, in their way, as if they were dukes. But shabby finery, genteel gowns worn threadbare, there is a deep degradation in those." "Not for you," answered Dr. Rylance earnestly, with an admiring look in his blue-grey eyes. They were somewhat handsome eyes when they did not put on their cruel expression. "Not for you. Nothing could degrade, nothing could exalt you. You are superior to the accident of your surroundings." "It is very kind of you to say that, but it's a fallacy, all the same," said Ida. "Do you think Napoleon at St. Helena, squabbling with Sir Hudson Lowe, is as dignified a figure as Napoleon at the Tuileries in the zenith of his power? But I ought not to be grumbling at fate. I have been happy for 6 sunshiny weeks. If I were to live to be a century old, I could never forget how good people at Kingthorpe have been to me. I will go back to my old slavery and live upon the memory of that happiness." "Why should you go back to slavery?" asked Dr. Rylance, taking her hand in his and holding it with so strong a grasp that she could hardly have withdrawn it without violence. "There is a home at Kingthorpe ready to receive you. If you have been happy there in the last few weeks, why not try if you can be happy there always? There is a house in Cavendish Square whose master would be proud to make you its mistress. Ida, we have seen very little of each other, and I may be precipitate in hazarding this offer, but I am as fond of you as if I had known you half a lifetime, and I believe that I could make your life happy." Ida Palliser's heart thrilled with a chill sense of horror and aversion. She had talked recklessly enough of her willingness to marry for money, and lo, here was a prosperous man laying 2 handsomely furnished houses at her feet, a man of gentlemanlike bearing, good-looking, well-informed, well-spoken, with no sign of age in his well-preserved face and figure, a man whom any woman, friendless, portionless, a mere waif upon earth's surface, at the mercy of all the winds that blow, ought proudly and gladly to accept for her husband. No, too bold had been her challenge to fate. She had said that she would marry any honest man who would lift her out of the quagmire of poverty, but she was not prepared to accept Dr. Rylance's offer, generous as it sounded. She would rather go back to the old treadmill and her old fights with Miss Pugh than reign supreme over the dainty cottage at Kingthorpe and the house in Cavendish Square. Her time had not come. Dr. Rylance had not risen to eloquence in making his offer, and Ida's reply was in plainest words. "I am very sorry," she faltered. "I feel that it is very good of you to make such a proposal, but I cannot accept it." "There is someone else," said the doctor. "Your heart is given away already." "No," she answered sadly. "My heart is like an empty sepulchre." "Then why should I hope not to win you? I have been hasty, no doubt, but I want if possible to prevent your return to that odious school. If you would but make me happy by saying yes, you could stay with your kind friends at the Knoll till the day that makes you mistress of my house. We might be married in time to spend November in Italy. It's the nicest month for Rome. You have never seen Italy, perhaps?" "No, I have seen very little that is worth seeing." "Ida, why will you not say yes? Do you doubt that I should try my uttermost to make you happy?" "No," she answered gravely, "but I doubt my own capacity for that kind of happiness." Dr. Rylance was deeply wounded. He had been petted and admired by women during the 10 years of his widowhood, favoured and a favourite everywhere. He had made up his mind deliberately to marry this penniless girl. Looked at from a worldling's point of view, it would seem, at the first glance, an utterly disadvantageous alliance. But Dr. Rylance had an eye that could sweep over horizons other than are revealed to the average gaze, and he told himself that so lovely a woman as Ida Palliser must inevitably become the fashion in that particular society which Dr. Rylance most affected, and a wife famed for her beauty and elegance would assuredly be of more advantage to a fashionable physician than a commonplace wife with a fortune. Dr. Rylance liked money, but he liked it only for what it could buy. He had no sons, and he was much too fond of himself to lead laborious days in order to leave a large fortune to his daughter. He had bought a lease of his London house, which would last his time. He had bought the freehold of the Kingthorpe cottage, and he was living up to his income. When he died, there would be 2 houses of furniture, plate, pictures, horses and carriages, and the Kingthorpe cottage to be realized for Urania. He estimated these roughly as worth between £6,000 and £7,000, and he considered £7,000 an ample fortune for his only daughter. Urania was in happy ignorance of the modesty of his views. She imagined herself an heiress on a much larger scale. To offer himself to a penniless girl of whose belongings he knew absolutely nothing, and to be peremptorily refused! Dr. Rylance could hardly believe such a thing possible. The girl must be trifling with him, playing her fish, with the fixed intention of landing him presently. It was in the nature of girls to do that kind of thing. "Why do you reject me?" he asked seriously. "Is it because I am old enough to be your father?" "No. I would marry a man old enough to be my grandfather if I loved him," answered Ida with cruel candour. "Am I to understand that your refusal is irrevocable?" he urged. "Quite irrevocable. But I hope you will believe that I am grateful for the honour you have done me." "That is the correct thing to say upon such occasions," answered Dr. Rylance coldly. "I wonder the sentence is not written in your copy-books, among those moral aphorisms which are of so little use in after life. The phrase may seem conventional, but in my case it means much more than usual," said Ida. "A girl who has neither money nor friends has good reason to be grateful when a gentleman asks her to be his wife." "I wish I could be grateful for your gratitude," said Dr. Rylance, "but I can't. I want your love and nothing else. Is it on Urania's account that you reject me?" he urged. "If you think that she would be a hindrance to your happiness, pray dismiss the thought. If she did not accommodate herself pleasantly to my choice, her life would have to be spent apart from us. I would brook no rebellion." The cruel look had come into Dr. Rylance's eyes. He was desperately angry. He was surprised, humiliated, indignant. Never had the possibility of rejection occurred to him. It had been for him to decide whether he would or would not take this girl for his wife, and after due consideration of her merits and all surrounding circumstances, he had decided that he would take her. "Is my daughter the stumbling block?" he urged. "No," she answered, "there is no stumbling block. I would marry you tomorrow if I felt that I could love you as a wife ought to love her husband. I said once, only a little while ago, that I would marry for money. I find that I am not so base as I thought myself." "Perhaps the temptation is not large enough," said Dr. Rylance. "If I had been Brian Wendover, the owner of Kingthorpe Abbey, you would hardly have rejected me so lightly." Ida crimsoned to the roots of her hair. The shaft went home. It was as if Dr. Rylance had been inside her mind and knew all the foolish daydreams she had dreamed in the idle summer afternoons, under the spreading cedar branches or beside the lake in the Abbey grounds. Before she had time to express her resentment, a cluster of young Wendovers came sweeping down the greensward at her side, and in the next minute Blanche was hanging upon her bodily, like a lusty parasite strangling a slim young tree. "Darling!" cried Blanche, gaspingly. "Such news! Brian has come, Cousin Brian, after all, though he thought he couldn't. But he has made a great effort, and he has come all the way as fast as he could tear to be here on Bethy's birthday. Isn't it too jolly?" "All the way from Norway?" asked Ida. "Yes," said Urania, who had been carried down the hill with a torrent of Wendovers. "All the way from Norway. Isn't it nice of him?" Blanche's frank face was brimming over with smiles. The boys were all laughing. How happy Brian's coming had made them! Ida looked at them wonderingly. "How pleased you all seem!" she said. "I did not know that you were so fond of your cousin. I thought it was the other you liked." "Oh, we like them both," said Blanche, "and it's so nice of Brian to come on purpose for Bessie's birthday. Do come and see him. He is on the top of the hill talking to Bess, and the kettle boils, and we are just going to have tea. We are all starving." "After such a dinner!" exclaimed Ida. "Such a dinner, indeed! 2 or 3 legs of fowl and a plate or so of pie!" ejaculated Reginald contemptuously. "I began to be hungry a quarter of an hour afterwards. Come and see Brian." Ida looked around her wonderingly, feeling as if she was in a dream. Dr. Rylance had disappeared. Urania was smiling at her sweetly, more sweetly than it was her wont to smile at Ida Palliser. "One would think she knew that I had refused her father," mused Ida. They all climbed the hill, the children talking perpetually, Ida unusually silent. The smoke of a gypsy fire was going up from a hollow near the Druid altar, and 2 figures were standing beside the altar, one a young man, with his arm resting on the granite slab, and his head bent as he talked with seeming earnestness to Bessie Wendover. He turned as the crowd approached, and Bessie introduced him to Miss Palliser. "My cousin Brian, my dearest friend Ida," she said. "She is desperately fond of the Abbey," said Blanche, "so I hope she will like you. 'Love me, love my dog,' says the proverb, so I suppose one might say, 'Love my house, love me.'" Ida stood silent amidst her loquacious friends, looking at the stranger with a touch of wonder. No, this was not the image which she had pictured to herself. Mr. Wendover was very good-looking, interesting even. He had the kind of face which women call nice, a pale complexion, dreamy grey eyes, thin lips, a well-shaped nose, a fairly intellectual forehead. But the Brian of her fancies was a man of firmer mould, larger features, a more resolute air, and an eye with more fire, a brow marked by stronger lines. For some unknown reason she had fancied the master of the Abbey like that Sir Tristram Wendover who had been so loyal a subject and so brave a soldier, and before whose portrait she had so often lingered in dreamy contemplation. "And you have really come all the way from Norway to be at Bessie's picnic?" she faltered at last, feeling that she was expected to say something.
"I would have come a longer distance for the sake of such a pleasant meeting," he answered, smiling at her.
"Bessie," cried Blanche, who had been grovelling on her knees before the gipsy fire, "the kettle will go off the boil if you don't make tea instantly. If it were not your birthday I should make it myself." "You may," said Bessie, "although it is my birthday." She had walked a little way apart with Urania, and they two were talking somewhat earnestly.
"Those girls seem to be plotting something," said Reginald. "A charade for tonight, perhaps. It's sure to be stupid if Urania's in it." "You mean that it will be too clever," said Horatio. "Yes, the kind of cleverness which is the essence of stupidity."
While Bessie and Miss Rylance conversed apart, and all the younger Wendovers devoted their energies to the preparation of a tremendous meal, Ida and Brian Wendover stood face to face upon the breezy hilltop, the girl sorely embarrassed, the young man gazing at her as if he had never seen anything so lovely in his life.
"I have heard so much about you from Bessie," he said after a silence which seemed long to both. "Her letters for the last 12 months have been a perpetual paean, like one of the Homeric hymns, with you for the heroine. I had quite a dread of meeting you, feeling that, after having my expectations strung up to such a pitch, I must be disappointed. Nothing human could justify Bessie's enthusiasm."
"Please don't talk about it. Bessie's one weak point is her affection for me. I am very grateful. I love her dearly, but she does her best to make me ridiculous."
"I am beginning to think Bessie a very sensible girl,"
said Brian, longing to say much more, so deeply was he impressed by this goddess in a holland gown, with glorious eyes shining upon him under the shadow of a coarse straw hat. "Have you come back to Hampshire for good?" asked Ida, as they strolled towards Bessie and Urania.
"For good? No, I never stay long."
"What a pity that lovely old Abbey should be deserted."
"Yes, it is rather a shame, is it not? But then no one could expect a young man to live there except in hunting season, or for the sake of the shooting."
"Could anyone ever grow tired of such a place?" asked Ida. She was wondering at the young man's indifferent air, as if that solemn Abbey, those romantic gardens, were of no account to him. She supposed that this was in the nature of things. A man born lord of such an Elysium would set little value upon his paradise. Was it not Eve's weariness of Eden which inclined her ear to the serpent? And now the banquet was spread upon the short, smooth turf, and everybody was ordered to sit down. They made a merry circle, with the tea-kettle in the centre, piles of cake and bread and butter, and jam-pots surrounding it. Blanche and Horatio were the chief officiators, and were tremendously busy ministering to the wants of others, while they satisfied their own hunger and thirst hurriedly between whiles. The damsel sat on the grass with the big crockery teapot in her lap, while her brother watched and managed the kettle, and ran to and fro with cups and saucers. Bessie, as the guest of honour, was commanded to sit still and look on.
"Dreadfully babyish, isn't it?"
said Urania, smiling with her superior air at Brian, who had helped himself to a crust of home-made bread and a liberal supply of gooseberry jam.
"Uncommonly jolly," he answered gaily. "I confess to a weakness for bread and jam. I wish people always gave it at afternoon teas."
"Has it not the slight flavour of the nursery?"
"Of course it has. But a nursery picnic is ever so much better than a swell garden party, and bread and jam is a great deal more wholesome than salmon mayonnaise and Strasburg pie. You may despise me as much as you like, Miss Rylance. I came here determined to enjoy myself."
"That is the right spirit for a picnic," said Ida. "People with grand ideas are not wanted. And I suppose in the evening you will join in the dumb charades and play hide-and-seek in the garden, all among spiders and
cockchafers. I will do anything I am told to do, answered Brian, cheerily. But I think the season of the cockchafer is over. What has become of Dr. Rylance? asked Bessie, looking about her as if she had only that moment missed him. I think he went back to the farm for his horse, said Urania. I suppose he found our juvenile sports rather depressing. Well, he paid us a compliment in coming at all, answered Bessie, so we must forgive him for getting tired of us. The drive home was very merry, albeit Bessie and her friend were to part next morning, Ida to go back to slavery. They were both young enough to be able to enjoy the present hour, even on the edge of darkness. Bessie clasped her friend's hand as they sat side by side in the landau. "You must come to us at Christmas," she whispered. "I shall ask Mother to invite you." Brian was full of talk and gaiety as they drove home through the dusk. He was very different from that ideal Brian of Ida's girlish fancy, the Brian who embodied all her favorite attributes, and had all the finest qualities of the hero of romance. But he was an agreeable, well-bred young man, bringing with him that knowledge of life and the active world which made his talk seem new and enlightening after the strictly local and domestic intellects of the good people with whom she had been living. With the family at the Knoll, conversation had been bounded by Winchester on one side and Romsey on the other. There was an agreeable freshness in the society of a young man who could talk of all that was newest in European art and literature, and who knew how the world was being governed. But this fund of information was hinted at rather than expressed. Tonight Mr. Wendover seemed most inclined to mere nonsense talk, the lively nothings that please children. Of himself and his Norwegian adventures he said hardly anything. I suppose when a man has travelled so much he gets to look upon strange countries as a matter of course, speculated Ida. If I had just come from Norway, I should talk of nothing else. The dumb charades and hide-and-seek were played, but only by the lower orders, as Bessie called her younger brothers and sisters. Ida strolled in the moonlit garden with Mr. Wendover, Bessie, Urania, and Mr. Radcliffe, a very juvenile curate, who was Bessie's admirer and slave. Urania had no particular admirer. She felt that every one at Kingthorpe must needs behold her with mute worship. But there was no one so audacious as to give expression to the feeling, no one of sufficient importance to be favoured with her smiles. She looked forward to her first season in London next year, and then she would be called upon to make her selection. "She is worldly to the tips of her fingers," said Ida, as she and Bessie talked apart from the others for a few minutes. "I wonder she does not try to captivate your cousin." "What, Brian? Oh, he is not all in her line. He would not suit her a bit." "But don't you think it would suit her to be mistress of the Abbey?" Bessie gave a little start, as if the idea were new. "I don't think she has ever thought of him in that light," she said. "Don't you? If she hasn't, she is not the girl I think her. I know she is very worldly, but I don't think she's so bad as that." "Not so bad as to be capable of marrying for money?" "No, I suppose not," said Ida, thoughtfully. "I'm sure you would not, darling," said Bessie. "You talked about it once when you were feeling bitter, but I know that in your heart of hearts you never meant it. You are much too high-minded." "I'm not a bit high-minded. All my high-mindedness, if I ever had any, has been squeezed out of me by poverty. My only idea is to escape from subjection and humiliation, a degrading bondage to vulgar-minded people." "But would the escape be worth having at the cost of your own degradation?" urged Bessie, who felt particularly heroic this evening, exalted by the moonlight, the loveliness of the garden, the thought of parting with her dearest friend. "Marry for love, dearest. Sacrifice everything in this world rather than be false to yourself." "You dear little enthusiast, I may never be asked to make any such sacrifice. I have not much chance of suitors at Mauleverer, as you know, and as for falling in love—" "Oh, you never know when the fatal moment may come. How do you like Brian?" "He is very gentlemanlike. He seems very well informed." "He is immensely clever," answered Bessie, almost offended at this languid praise. "He is a man who might succeed in any line he chose for himself." "Do you think him handsome?" "He is certainly nice-looking."
"How cool you are! I had set my heart upon your liking him." "What could come of my liking?" asked Ida with a touch of bitterness. "Is there a portionless girl in all England who would not be the master of Wendover Abbey?" "But for his own sake," urged Bessie, with a vexed air. "Surely he is worthy of being liked for his own sake, without a thought of the Abbey." "I cannot disassociate him from that lovely old house and gardens. Indeed, to my mind he rather belongs to the Abbey than the Abbey belongs to him. You see, I knew the Abbey first." Here they were interrupted by Brian and Urania, and presently Ida found herself walking in the moonlight in a broad avenue of standard roses at the end of the garden, with Mr. Wendover by her side, and the voices of the other three sounding ever so far away. On the other side of a low quickset hedge stretched a wide expanse of level meadow land, while in the farther distance rose the Wiltshire hills, and nearer the healthy highlands of the New Forest. The lamplit windows of Miss Wendover's cottage glimmered a little way off across gardens and meadows. "And so you are really going to leave us to-morrow morning?" said Brian regretfully. "By the 8 o'clock train from Winchester. To-morrow evening I shall be sitting on a form in a big bare classroom, listening to the babble of a lot of girls pretending to learn their lessons." "Are you fond of teaching?" "Just imagine to yourself the one occupation which is most odious to you, and then you may know how fond I am of teaching, and of schoolgirls, and of school life altogether." "It is very hard that you should have to pursue such an uncongenial career." "It seems so to me, but perhaps that is my selfishness. I suppose half the people in this world have to live by work they hate." "Allowing for the number of people to whom all kind of work is hateful, I dare say you are right. But I think, in a general way, congenial work means successful work. No man hates the profession that brings him fame and money, but the doctor without patience, the briefless barrister, can hardly love law or medicine." He beguiled Ida into talking of her own life with all its bitterness. There was something in his voice and manner which tempted her to confide in him. He seemed thoroughly sympathetic. "I keep forgetting what strangers we are," she said, apologizing for her unreserve. "We're not strangers. I have heard of you from Bessie so much that I seem to have known you for years. I hope you will never think of me as a stranger." "I don't think I ever can after this conversation. I'm afraid you will think me horribly egotistical." She had been talking of her father and stepmother, the little brother she loved so fondly, dwelling with delight upon his perfections. "I think you all that is good and noble. How I wish this were not your last evening at the Knoll." "Do you think I do not wish it? Hark, there's Bessie calling us." They went back to the house and to the drawing-room, which wore quite a festive appearance in honor of Bessie's birthday, ever so many extra candles dotted about, and a table laid with fruit and sandwiches, cake and claret-cap, the children evidently considering a superfluity of meals indispensable to a happy birthday. Blanche and her juniors were sitting about the room in the last stage of exhaustion after hide-and-seek. "This has been a capital birthday," said Horatio, wiping the perspiration from his brow, and then filling for himself a bumper of claret-cup. "And now we are going to dance. Blanche, give us the Faust waltz, and go on playing till we tell you to leave off." Blanche, considerably blown, and with her hair like a mop, sat down and began to touch the piano with resolute fingers and forcible rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. The boys pushed the furniture into the corners. Brian offered himself to Ida. Bessie insisted upon surrendering the curate to Urania, and took one of her brothers for a partner, and the three couples went gliding round the pretty old room, the cool night breezes blowing in upon them from wide open windows. They danced and played, and sang and talked, till midnight chimed from the old 8-day clock in the hall, a sound which struck almost as much consternation to Bessie's soul as if she had been Cinderella at the royal ball. 12 o'clock! And the little ones all up!" she exclaimed, looking round the circle of tousled heads with remorseful eyes. "What would mother say? And she told me she relied on my discretion. Go to bed, every one of you, this instant." "Oh, come now," remonstrated Blanche. "There's no use in hustling us off like that, after letting us sit up hours after our proper time. I'm going to have another sandwich, and there's not a bit of good in leaving all those raspberry tarts. The servants won't thank us. They have as many jam tarts as they like." "You greedy little wretches, you have been doing nothing but eat all day," said Ida. "When I am back at Malvern, I shall remember you only as machines for the consumption of pudding and jam. Obey your grown-up sister and go to bed directly." "Grown up, indeed! How long has she been grown up, I should like to know?" exclaimed Blanche vindictively. "She's only an inch and a quarter taller than me, and she's a mere dimpling compared with Hoary." The lower orders were got rid of somehow, driven to their quarters, as it were, at the point of the bayonet, and then the grown-ups bade each other good night, the curate escorting Miss Rylance to her home, and Brian going up to the top floor to a bachelor's room. "Who is going to drive Miss Palliser to the station?" he asked, as they stood, candlestick in hand, at the foot of the stairs. "I am, of course," answered Reginald. "Robin will spin us over the hills in no time. I've ordered the car for 7 sharp." There was very little sleep for either Bessie or her guest that night. Both girls were excited by memories of the day that was past, and by thoughts of the day that was coming. Ida was brooding a little upon her disappointment in Brian Wendover. He had very pleasant manners, he seemed soft-hearted and sympathetic, he was very good-looking, but he was not the Brian of her dreams. That ideal personage had never existed outside her imagination. It was a shock to her girlish fancy. There was a sense of loss in her mind. "I must be very silly," she told herself, "to make a fancy picture of a person, and to be vexed with him because he does not resemble my portrait." She was disappointed, and yet she was interested in this new acquaintance. He was the first really interesting young man she had ever met, and he was evidently interested in her. And then she pictured him at the Abbey, in the splendid solitude of those fine old rooms, leading the calm, studious life which Bessie had talked of, an altogether enviable life, Ida thought. Mr. Wendover was in the dining-room at 6:30 when the 2 girls went down to breakfast. All the others came trooping down a few minutes afterwards. Reginald got up to the last degree of four-in-handishness which the resources of his wardrobe allowed, and with a flower in his buttonhole. There was a loud cry for eggs and bacon, kippered herrings, marmalade, Yorkshire cakes, but neither Ida nor Bessie could eat. "Do have a good breakfast," pleaded Blanche affectionately. "You will be having bread and scrape to-morrow. We have got a nice hamper for you, with a cake and a lot of jam puffs and things, but those will only last a short time." "You dear child, I wouldn't mind the bread and scrape if there were only a little love to flavour it," answered Ida softly. The jaunting car came to the door as the clock struck 7. Ida's luggage was securely bestowed. Then, after a perfect convulsion of kissing, she was banded to her place. Reginald jumped into his seat and took the reins, and Brian seated himself beside Ida. "You are not going with them?" exclaimed Bessie. "Yes, I am, to see that Miss Palliser is not spilt on the hills." "What rot!" cried Reginald. "I should be rather sorry for myself if I were not able to manage Robin." "This is a new development in you, who are generally the laziest of living creatures," said Bessie to Brian, and before he could reply, Robin was bounding cheerily through the village, making very little account of the jaunting car and its occupants. Urania was at her garden gate, fresh and elegant-looking in pale blue cambric. She smiled at Ida and waved her most gracious farewell. "I don't think I ever saw Miss Rylance look so amiable," said Ida. "She does not often favour me with her smiles." "Are you enemies?" asked Brian. "Not open foes. We have always maintained an armed neutrality. I don't like her, and she doesn't like me, and we both know it. But perhaps I ought not to be so candid. She may be a favourite of yours." "She might be, but she is not. She is very elegant, very ladylike, according to her own lights, very viperish." It was a lovely drive in the crisp, clean air, across the breezy hills. Ida could not help enjoying the freshness of the morning, the beauty of earth, albeit she was going from comfort to discomfort, from love to cold indifference or open enmity. "How I delight in this landscape!" she exclaimed. Is it not ever so much better than Norway? Appealing to Brian. It is a milder, smaller kind of beauty, he answered.
Would you not like to see Norway?
I would like to see all that is lovely on earth, yet I think I could be content to spend a lifetime here. This must seem strange to you, who grow weary of that beautiful abbey.
It is not of his house, but of himself, that a man grows weary, answered Brian.
Robin was in a vivacious humour, and rattled the car across the hills at a good pace. They had a quarter of an hour to wait at the busy little station. Brian and Ida walked up and down the platform talking, while Reginald looked after the pony and the luggage. They found so much to say to each other that the train seemed to come too soon. They bade each other good-bye with a tender look on Brian's part, a blush on Ida's. Reginald had to push his cousin away from the carriage window in order to get a word with the departing guest. "We shall all miss you awfully," he said. "But mind, you must come back at Christmas." "I shall be only too glad if Mrs. Wendover will have me. Good-bye." The train moved slowly forward, and she was gone.
"Isn't she a stunner?"
asked Reginald of his cousin, as they stood on the platform looking at each other blankly.
"She is the handsomest girl I ever saw, and out and away the nicest."
The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. In the River-Meadow. The old hackneyed round of life at Malvern Manor seemed just a little worse to Ida Palliser after that happy break of 6 weeks' pure and perfect enjoyment. Miss Pugh was no less exacting than of old. Miss Pilby, for whose orphaned and friendless existence there had been no such thing as a holiday, and who had spent the vacation at Malvern diligently employed in mending the house linen, resented Ida's visit to the Knoll as if it were a personal injury, and vented her envy in sneers and innuendos of the coarsest character. "If I were to spoon upon one of the rich pupils, I dare say I could get invited out for the holidays," she said, apropos to nothing particular. "But I am thankful to say I am above such meanness." "I never laid myself under an obligation I didn't feel myself able to return," said Miss Motley, the English governess, who had spent her holidays amidst the rank and fashion of Margate. "When I go to the seaside with my sister and her family, I pay my own expenses, and I feel I've a right to be made comfortable." Miss Pilby, who had flattered and toadied every well-to-do pupil, and had labored desperately to wind herself into the affections of Bessie Wendover, that warm-hearted young person seeming particularly accessible to flattery, felt herself absolutely injured by the kindness that had been lavished upon Ida. She drank in with greedy ears Miss Palliser's description of the Knoll and its occupants, the picnics, carpet dances, afternoon teas, and the thought that all these enjoyments and festivities, the good things to eat and drink, the pleasant society, ought to have been hers instead of Ida's, was wormwood. "When I think of my kindness to Bessie Wendover," she said to Miss Motley, in the confidence of that one quiet hour which belonged to the mistresses after the pupils' curfew bell had rung youth and hope and gaiety into retirement, "when I think of the mustard poultices I have put upon her chest, and the bronchial troches I have given her when she has had the slightest touch of cold or cough, I am positively appalled at the ingratitude of the human race." "I don't think she likes bronchial troches," said Miss Motley, a very matter-of-fact young person who saved money, wore thick boots, and was never unprovided with an umbrella. "I have seen her throw them away directly after you gave them to her." "She ought to have liked them," exclaimed Miss Pilby sternly. "They are expensive." "No doubt she appreciated your kindness," said Miss Motley, absently, being just then absorbed in an abstruse calculation as to how many yards of merino would be required for her winter gown. "No, she did not," said Miss Pilby. If she had been grateful, she would have invited me to her home. I should not have gone, but the act would have given me a higher idea of her character. Well, she is gone, and we needn't trouble ourselves any more about her, retorted Miss Motley, who hated to be plagued about abstract questions, being a young woman of essentially concrete nature, born to consume and digest 3 meals a day, and having no views that go beyond that function. Miss Pilby sighed at finding herself in communion with so coarse a nature. "I don't easily get over a blow of that sort," she said. "I am too tender-hearted." "So you are," acquiesced Miss Motley. "It doesn't pay in a big boarding school, however it may answer in private families." Ida, having lost her chief friend and companion, Bessie Wendover, found life at Mauleverer Manor passing lonely. She even missed the excitement of her little skirmishes, her passages at arms with Urania Rylance, in which she had generally got the best of the argument. There had been life and emotion in these touch-and-go speeches, covert sneers, quick retorts, innuendos met and flung back in the very face of the sneerer. Now there was nothing but dull, dead monotony. Many of the old pupils had departed, and many new pupils had come, daughters of well-to-do parents, prosperous, well-dressed, talking largely of the gaieties enjoyed by their elder sisters, of the wonderful things done by their brothers at Oxford or Cambridge, and of the grand things which were to happen 2 or 3 years hence, when they themselves should be out. Ida took no interest in their prattle. It was so apt to sting her with the reminder of her own poverty, the life of drudgery and dependence that was to be her portion till the end of her days. She did not, in the Mauleverer phraseology, take to the new girls. She left them to be courted by Miss Pilby and petted by Miss Dulcibella. She felt as lonely as one who has outlived her generation. Happily, the younger girls in the class which she taught were fond of her, and when she wanted company she let these juveniles cluster round her in her garden rambles. But in a general way she preferred loneliness, and to work at the cracked old piano in the room where she slept. Beethoven and Chopin, Mozart and Mendelssohn were companions of whom she never grew weary. So the slow days wore on till nearly the end of the month. And on one cool, misty afternoon, when the river flowed sluggishly under a dull grey sky, she walked alone along the allotted extent of the riverside path, which the mistresses and pupil-teachers were allowed to promenade without surveillance. This river walk skirted a meadow which was in Miss Pugh's occupation, and ranked as part of the Mauleverer grounds, although it was divided by the high road from the garden proper. A green paling and a little green gate, always padlocked, secured this meadow from intrusion on the roadside, but it was open to the river. To be entrusted with the key of this pastoral retreat was a privilege only accorded to governesses and pupil-teachers. It was supposed by Miss Pugh that no young person in her employment would be capable of walking quite alone where it was within the range of possibility that her solitude might be intruded upon by an unknown member of the opposite sex. She trusted, as she said afterwards, in the refined feeling of any person brought into association with her, and, until rudely awakened by facts, she never would have stooped from the lofty pinnacle of her own purity to suspect the evil consequences which arose from the liberty too generously accorded to her dependents. Ida detested Miss Pilby and despised Miss Motley, and the greatest relief she knew to the dismal monotony of her days was a lonely walk by the river, with a shabby Wordsworth or battered little volume of Shelley's minor poems for her companions. She possessed so few books that it was only natural for her to read those she had until love ripened with familiarity. On this autumnal afternoon she walked with slow steps, while the river went murmuring by, and now and then a boat drifted lazily down the stream. The boating season was over for the most part, the season of picnics and bean-fests, and cockney holiday-making and noisy revelry, smart young women, young men in white flannels with bare arms and sunburnt noses. It was the dull blank time when everybody who could afford to wander far from the suburban paradise was away upon his and her travels. Only parsons, doctors, schoolmistresses, and poverty stayed at home. Yet now and then a youth in boating costume glided by, his shoulders bending slowly to the lazy dip of his oars, his keel now and then making a rushing sound among the long, trailing weeds. Such a youth presently came creeping along the bank, almost at Ida's feet, but passed her unseen. Her heavy lids were drooping, her eyes intent upon the familiar page. The young man looked up at her with keen grey eyes, recognized her, and pushed his boat in among the rushes by the bank, moored it to a pollard willow, and with light footsteps leaped on shore. He landed a few yards in the rear of Ida's slowly moving figure, followed softly, came close behind her, and read aloud across her shoulder, "There was a power in this sweet place, and eve in this garden a ruling grace, which to the flowers, did they waken or dream, was as God is to the starry scheme." Ida looked around, first indignant, then laughing. "How you startled me!" she exclaimed. "I thought you were some horrid, impertinent stranger, and yet the voice had a familiar sound. How are they all at the Knoll? It is nearly a fortnight since Bessie wrote to me. If she only knew how I hunger for her letters." "How very sweet of you," answered Mr. Wendover, holding the girl's hand with a lingering pressure, releasing it reluctantly when her rising color told him it would be insolent to keep it longer. How those large dark eyes beamed with pleasure at seeing him! Was it for his own sake, or for love of her friends at Kingthorpe? The smile was perhaps too frank to be flattering. "Very sweet of you to care so much for Bessie's girlish epistles," he said lazily. "They are full of affection, but the style of composition always recalls our dear Mrs. Nickleby. Aunt Betsy was asking after you the other day, and that reminds me that the last litter of black Hampshires was 16, the largest number father ever remembers having. The vicar and his wife are coming to dinner on Tuesday, and do tell me if this new picture that everybody is talking about is really better than Derby Day, and that sort of thing. Not a very consecutive style, don't you know." "Every word is interesting to me," said Ida, with a look that told him she was not one of those young ladies who enjoyed a little good-natured ridicule of their nearest and dearest. "Is it long since you left Kingthorpe?" "Not 24 hours. I promised Bessie that my very first occupation on coming to London should be to make my way down here to see you, in order that I may tell her faithfully and truly whether you are well and happy. She has a lurking conviction that you are unable to live without her, and that you will incontinently go into a galloping consumption, and keep the fact concealed from all your friends until they receive a telegram summoning them to your deathbed. I know that is the picture Bessie's sentimental fancies have depicted." "I did not think Bessie was so morbid," said Ida, laughing. "No, I am not one of those whom the gods love. I am made of very tough material, or I should hardly have lived till now. I see before me a perspective of lonely, loveless old age, finishing in a governess's almshouse. I hope there are almshouses for governesses." "Nobody will pity your loneliness or lovelessness," retorted Brian, "for they will both be your own fault." She blushed, looking dreamily across the dark grey river to the level shores beyond, the low meadows, the gentle hills in the background, the wooded slopes of Weybridge and Chertsey. If this speaker, whose voice dropped to so tender a tone, had been like her Brian of her imaginings, if he had looked at her with those dark eyes of Sir Tristram's picture, how differently his speech would have affected her. As it was, she listened with airy indifference, only blushing girlishly at his compliment, and wondering a little if he really admired her. He, the owner of that glorious old abbey, the wealthy head of the house of Wendover, the golden fish for whom so many pretty fishers must have angled in days gone by. "Did you stay at the Knoll all the time?" she inquired, her thoughts having flown back to Kingthorpe. "Or at the Abbey?" "At the Knoll. It is ever so much livelier, and my cousins like to have me with them." "Naturally. But I wonder you did not prefer living in that lovely old house of yours. To occupy it must seem like living in the Middle Ages." "Uncommonly. One is 12 miles from a station, and 4 from post office, butcher, and baker. Very like the Middle Ages. There is no gas, even in the offices, and there are as many rats behind the wainscot as there are Israelites in Egypt. All the rooms are draughty, and some are damp. No servant who has not been born and bred on the estate will stay more than 6 months. There is a deficient water supply in dry summers, and there are 3 distinct ghosts all year round. Extremely like the Middle Ages." "I would not mind ghosts, rats, anything if it were my house," exclaimed Ida enthusiastically. "The house is a poem." "Perhaps, but it is not a house, in the modern sense of the word, that is to say, which implies comfort and convenience." Ida sighed, deeply disgusted at this want of appreciation of the romantic spot where she had dreamed away more than one happy summer noontide, while the Wendover children played hide-and-seek in the overgrown shrubberies. No doubt life was always thus. The people to whom blind fortune gave such blessings were unable to appreciate them, and only the hungry outsiders could imagine the delight of possession. "Are you living in London now?" she asked, as Mr. Wendover lingered at her side, and seemed to expect the conversation to be continued indefinitely. His boat was safe enough, moving gently up and down among the rushes, with the gentle flow of the tide. Ida looked at it longingly, thinking how sweet it would be to step into it and let it carry her anywhither, so long as it was away from Mauleverer Manor. "Yes, I am in London for the present." "But not for long, I suppose." "I hardly know. I have no plans. I won't say with Romeo that I am Fortune's fool, but I am Fortune's shuttlecock, and I suppose that means pretty much the same." "It's very kind of you to come and see me," said Ida. "Kind to myself, for in coming I indulge the dearest wish of my soul," said the young man, looking at her with eyes whose meaning even her inexperience could not misread. "Please don't pay me compliments," she said hastily, "or I shall feel very sorry you came. And now I must hurry back to the house. The tea-bell will ring in a few minutes. Please tell Bessie I am very well, and only longing for one of her dear letters. Good-bye." She made him a little curtsy, and would have gone without shaking hands, but he caught her hand and detained her in spite of herself. "Don't be angry," he pleaded. "Don't look at me with such cold, proud eyes. Is it an offense to admire, to love you too quickly? If it is, I have sinned deeply, and I am past hope of pardon. Must one serve an apprenticeship to mere formal acquaintance first, then rise step by step to privileged friendship before one dares to utter the sweet word love? Remember, at least, that I am your dearest friend's first cousin, and ought not to appear to you as a stranger." "I can remember nothing when you talk so wildly," said Ida, crimson to the roots of her hair. Never before had a young lover talked to her of love. "Pray let me go. Miss Pugh will be angry if I am not at tea." "To think that such a creature as you should be under control of any such harpy!" exclaimed Brian. "Well, if I must go, at least tell me I am forgiven, and that I may exist upon the hope of seeing you again. I suppose if I were to come to the hall door and send in my card, I should not be allowed to see you?" "Certainly not. Not if you were my own cousin instead of Bessie's. Good-bye." "Then I shall happen to be going by in my boat every afternoon for the next month or so. There is a dear good soul at the lock who lets lodgings. I shall take up my abode there." "Please never land on this pathway again," said Ida earnestly. "Miss Pugh would be horribly angry if she heard I had spoken to you, and now I must go." She withdrew her hand from his grasp, and ran off across the meadow, light-footed as Atalanta. Her heart was beating wildly, beating furiously, when she flew up to her room to take off her hat and jacket and smooth her disordered hair. Never before had any man, except middle-aged Dr. Rylance, talked to her of love. And this man, of all others, this man, sole master of the old mansion she so intensely admired, her friend's kinsman, owner of a good old Saxon name, this man who could lift her in a moment from poverty to wealth, from obscurity to place and station, that this man should look at her with admiring eyes and breathe impassioned words into her ear, was enough to set her heart beating tumultuously, to bring hot blushes to her cheeks. It was too wild a dream. True, that for the man himself, considered apart from his belongings, his name and his race, she cared not at all. But just now, in this tumult of excited feeling, she was disposed to confuse the man with his surroundings, to think of him, not as the young man with grey eyes and thin lips who had walked with her at the Knoll, who had stood beside her just now at the river, but as the living embodiment of fortune, pride, and delight. Perhaps the vision really dominant in her mind was the thought of herself as mistress of the Abbey, herself as living for ever among the people she loved, amidst those breezy Hampshire hills, in the odour of pine woods, rich, important, honoured, and beloved, doing good to all those who came within limit of her life. Yes, that was a glorious vision, and its reflected light shone upon Brian Wendover, and in some wise glorified him. She went down to tea with such a triumphant light in her eyes that the smaller pupils who sat at her end of the table, so as to be under her surveillance during the meal, exclaimed at her beauty. "What a colour you've got, Miss Palliser," said Lucy Dobbs, "and how your eyes sparkle! You look as if you'd just had a hamper." "I'm not quite so greedy as you, Lucy," retorted Ida. "I don't think a hamper would make my eyes sparkle, even if there were anybody to send me one." "But there is somebody to send you one," argued Lucy, with her mouth full of bread and butter. "Your father isn't dead." "No." "Then he might send you a hamper." "He might, if he lived within easy reach of Malvern Manor," replied Ida. "But as he lives in France, he could send a post-office order to a confectioner in London, and the confectioner would send you a big box of cakes and marmalade and jam and mixed biscuits and preserved ginger," said Lucy, her cheeks glowing with the rapture of her theme. "That is what my mamma and papa did when they were in Switzerland on my birthday. I never had such a hamper as that one. I was ill for a week afterwards." "And I suppose you were very glad your mother and father were away," said Ida, while the other children laughed in chorus. "It was a splendid hamper," said Lucy, stolidly. "I shall never forget it." "So you see your father might send you a hamper," she went on, for the sake of argument, "though he is in France." "Certainly," said Ida, "if I were not too old to care about cakes and jam." "We are not too old," persisted Lucy. "You might share them among us." Ida's heart had not stilled its stormy vehemence yet. She talked lightly to her young companions, and tried to eat a little bread and butter, but that insipid fare almost choked her. Her mind was overcharged with thought and wonder. Could he have meant all or half he said just now? This young man, with delicate features, pale complexion, and thin lips. He had seemed intensely earnest. Those grey eyes of his, somewhat too pale of hue for absolute beauty, had glowed with a fire which even Ida's inexperience recognized as something above and beyond common feeling. His hand had trembled as it clasped hers. Could there be such a thing as love at first sight? And was she destined to be the object of that romantic passion? She had read of the triumphs of beauty, and she knew that she was handsome. She had been told the fact in too many ways, by praise sometimes, but much more often by envy, to remain unconscious of her charms. She was scornful of her beauty, inclined to undervalue the gift as compared with the blessings of other girls, a prosperous home, the world's respect, the means to gratify the natural yearnings of youth. But she knew that she was beautiful. and now it seemed to her all at once that beauty was a much more valuable gift than she had supposed hitherto. Indeed, a kind of talisman or Aladdin's lamp which could win for her all she wanted in this world, Wendover Abbey and the position of a country squire's wife. It was not a dazzling or giddy height to which to aspire, but to Ida just now it seemed the topmost pinnacle of social success. "Oh, what a wretch I am!" she said to herself presently. "What a despicable, mercenary creature! I don't care a straw for this man, and yet I am already thinking of myself as his wife." And then, remembering how she had once openly declared her intention of marrying for money, she shrugged her shoulders disdainfully. "Ought I to hesitate when the chance comes to me?" she thought. "I always meant to marry for money, if ever such wonderful fortune as a rich husband fell in my way." And yet she had refused Dr. Rylance's offer without a moment's hesitation. Was it really as he had said, in the bitterness of his wrath, because the offer was not good enough, the temptation not large enough? No, she told herself, she had rejected the smug physician with his West End mansion and dainty Hampshire villa, his courtly manners, his perfect dress, because the man himself was obnoxious to her. Now, she did not dislike Brian Wendover. Indeed, she was rather inclined to like him. She was only just a little disappointed that he was not the ideal Brian of her dreams, the dark-browed cavalier, with grave forehead and eagle eyes. She had a vague recollection of having once heard Blanche say that her cousin Brian of the Abbey was like Sir Tristram's portrait, but this must have been a misapprehension upon her part, since no two faces could have differed more than the pale, delicate-featured countenance of the living man and the dark, rugged face in the picture. She quieted the trouble of her thoughts as well as she could before tea was over, and the evening task of preparation, the gulfs and straits, the predicates and noun sentences, rule of three, common denominators, and all the dry-as-dust machinery was set in motion again. Helping her pupils through their difficulties, battling with their stupidities, employed her too closely for any daydreams of her own. But when prayers had been read, and the school had dispersed, and the butterfly room was hushed into the silence of midnight, Ida Palliser lay broad awake, wondering at what fate was doing for her. "To think that perhaps I am going to be rich after all, honored, looked up to, able to help those I love," she thought, thrilling at the splendor of her visions. "Oh, if this thing were verily to come to pass, how kind, how good she would be to others! She would have them all at the Abbey, the shabby old half-pay father, shabby no longer in those glorious days, the vulgar little stepmother improved into elegance, the 5-year-old brother, the loveliest and dearest of created beings. How lovely to see him rioting in the luxuriance of those old dear gardens, rolling on that velvet sward, racing his favorite dogs round and round the grand old cedars. What a pony he should ride! His daily raiment should be Genoa velvet and old point lace. He should be the admiration and delight of half of the country. And Bessie, how kind she could be to Bessie, repaying in some small measure that which never could be fully repaid, the kindness shown by the prosperous girl to the poor dependent, and above all, vision sweeter even than the thought of doing good, how she would trample on Urania Rylance, how the serpentine coils of that damsel's malice and pride could be trodden under foot. Not a ball, not a dinner, not a garden party given at the Abbey that would not be a thorn in Urania's side and a nail in Urania's coffin. So ran her fancies, in a very fever, all through the troubled night. But when the first streak of the autumn dawn glimmered coldly in the east, dismal presage of the discordant dressing-bell, then she turned upon her pillow with a weary sigh, and muttered to herself, After all, I dare say Mr. Wendover is only fooling me. Perhaps it is his habit to make love to every decent-looking girl he meets. The next day Ida walked on the same riverside path, but this time not alone. Her natural modesty shrank from the possibility of a second tete-a-tete with her admirer, and she stooped from her solitary state to ask Fräulein Wolf to accompany her in her afternoon walk. Fräulein was delighted, honored even, by the request. She was a wishy-washy person, sentimental, vaporish, altogether feeble, and she intensely admired Ida Palliser's vigorous young beauty. The day was bright and sunny, the air deliciously mild, the river simply divine. The two young women paced the path slowly, talking of German poetry. The Fräulein knew her Schiller by heart, having expounded him daily for the last 4 years, and she fondly believed that after Shakespeare, Schiller was the greatest poet who had ever trodden this globe. And if God had spared him for 20 more years, who knows if he would not have been greater than Shakespeare? Inquired the Fräulein blandly. She talked of Schiller's idea of friendship, as represented by the Marquis of Posa. "Ah," sighed Ida, "I doubt if there is any such friendship as that out of a book." "I could be like the Marquis," said the Fräulein, smiling tenderly. "Oh, Ida, you don't know what I would do for anyone I loved, for a dear and valued friend, like you, for instance, if you would only let me love you, but you have always held me at arm's length." "I did not mean to do so," answered Ida frankly, "but perhaps I am not particularly warm-hearted. It is not in my nature to have many friends. I was very fond of Bessie Wendover, and then she is such a dear clinging thing, like a chubby child that puts its fat arms around your neck, an irresistible creature. She made me love her in spite of myself." "Why cannot I make you love me?" asked the fair Gertrude, with a languishing look. Ida could have alleged several reasons, but they would have been unflattering, so she only said feebly, "Oh, I really like you very much, and I enjoy talking about German literature with you. Tell me more about Schiller. You know his poetry so well, and Jean Paul. I never can quite understand the German idolatry of him. He is so much in the clouds for me." "Too philosophic, you mean," said Fräulein. "I love philosophy." "Unless philosophy can make a Juliet, it helps not, it avails not," said a manly voice from the river close by, and Brian Wendover shot his boat in against the bank, and leapt up from among the rushes like a river god. Miss Palliser blushed crimson, but it hardly needed her blushes to convince Fräulein Wolf that this young stranger was a lover. Her sentimental soul thrilled at the idea of having plunged into the very midst of an intrigue. Ida's heart throbbed heavily, not so much with emotion at beholding her admirer as at the recollection of her visions last night. She tried to look calm and indifferent. "How do you do?" she said, shaking hands with him. "Mr. Wendover, Miss Wolf, our German mistress." The Fräulein blushed, sniggered, and curtsied. "This gentleman is Bessie Wendover's first cousin, Fräulein," said Ida, with an explanatory air. "He was staying at the Knoll during the last part of my visit." "Yes, and you saw much of each other, and you became heart friends," gushed Miss Wolf, beaming benevolently at Brian with her pale green orbs. Brian answered in very fair German, sinking his voice a little so only as to be heard by the Fräulein, who was in raptures with this young stranger. So good-looking, so elegant, and speaking Hanoverian German. He told her that he had seen only too little of Ida at the Knoll, but enough to know that she was his Schicksal, and then he took the Fräulein's hand and pressed it gently. "I know you are our friend," he said. "Bis den Tod!" gasped Gertrude. After this no one felt any more restraint. The Fräulein dropped into her place of confidante as easily as possible. "What brings you here again this afternoon, Mr. Wendover?" asked Ida, trying to sustain the idea of being unconcerned in the matter. "My lodestar, the same that drew me here yesterday and will draw me here to-morrow." You had better not come here any more. You have no idea what a terrible person Miss Pugh is. These riverside fields are her own particular property. Didn't you see the board? Trespassers will be prosecuted." "Let her prosecute. If her wrath were deadly, I would risk it. You know what Borneo says. Wert thou as far as that vast shore washed with the farthest sea, I would adventure for such merchandise. And shall I be afraid of Miss Pugh when the path to my paradise lies so near?" "Please don't talk such nonsense," pleaded Ida. "Fräulein will think you are a very absurd person." But Miss Wolfe protested that she would think nothing of the sort. Sentiment of that kind was her idea of common sense. "I am established at Penton Hook," said Brian. "I live on the water, and my only thought in life is to be near you. I shall know every stump of willow, every bulrush before I am a month older." "But surely you are not going to stay at Penton Hook for a month!" exclaimed Ida. "Buried alive in that little lock-house?" "I shall have my daily resurrections when I see you." "But you cannot imagine that I shall walk upon this path every afternoon in order that you may land and talk nonsense?" protested Ida. "I only imagine that this path is your daily walk, and that you would not be so heartless as to change your habits in order to deprive me of the sunshine of your presence," replied Brian, gazing at her tenderly, as if Miss Wolfe counted for nothing, and they two were standing alone among the reeds and willows. "You will simply make this walk impossible for me. It is quite out of the question that I should come here again so long as you are likely to be lying in wait for me. Is it not so, Fräulein? You know Miss Pugh's way of thinking, and how she would regard such conduct." Fräulein shook her head dolefully, and admitted that in Miss Pugh's social code such a derogation from maiden dignity would be, in a manner, death, an offence beyond all hope of pardon. "Hang Miss Pugh!" exclaimed Brian. "If Miss Pugh were Minerva, with all the weight and influence of her father, the Thunderer, to back her up, I would defy her. Confess now, dear Fräulein, liebste Fräulein," how tender his accents sounded in German, "you do not think it wrong for me to see the lady of my life for a few all too happy moments once a day?" The Fräulein declared that it was the most natural thing in the world for them thus to meet, and that she for her part would be enchanted to play propriety, and to be her dearest Ida's companion on all such occasions, nor would thumbscrew or rack extort from her the secret of their loves. "Nonsense!" exclaimed Ida. "In future I shall always walk in the kitchen garden. The walls are 10 feet high, and unless you have a horse that could fly, like Perseus, you would never be able to get at me." "I will get a flying horse," answered Brian. "Don't defy me. Remember there are things that have been heard of before now in love stories, called ladders." After this their conversation became as light and airy as that dandelion seed which every breath of summer blows across the land. They were all three young, happy, in health and hope despite of fortune. Ida began to think that Brian Wendover, if in no wise resembling her ideal, was a very agreeable young man. He was full of life and spirits. He spoke German admirably. He had the Fräulein's idolized Schiller on the tip of his tongue. He quoted Heine's tenderest love songs. Altogether his society was much more intellectual and more agreeable than any to be had at Mauleverer Manor. Miss Wolfe parted from him reluctantly, and thought that Ida was unreasonably urgent when she insisted on leaving him at the end of half an hour's dawdling walk up and down the river path. "Ah, how handsome he is! How clever he is! What for a man!" exclaimed Miss Wolfe, as they went back to the manor grounds, across the dusty high road, the mere passage over which had a faint flavour of excitement, as a momentary escape into the outside world. "How proud you must be of his devotion to you!" "Indeed I am not," answered Ida frankly. "I only wonder at it. We have seen so little of each other. We have known each other so short a time." "I don't think time counts for lovers," argued the romantic Gertrude. One sees a face which is one's fate, and only wonders how one can have lived until that moment, since life must have been so empty without him." "Have you done that sort of thing often?" asked Ida, with a rather cynical air. "You talk as if it were a common experience of yours." Fräulein Wolf blushed and simpered. "There was one," she murmured, "when I was very young. He was to me as a bright particular star. His father kept a shop, but, oh, his soul would have harmonized with the loftiest rank in the land. He was in the Landwehr. If you had seen him in his uniform, ach, Himmel! He went away to the Franco-Prussian War. I wept for him. I thought of him as Leonora of her Wilhelm. He came back. Ach, was he a ghost? Did he carry you off to the churchyard?" "Neither to churchyard nor church," sighed Gertrude. "He was false. He married his father's cook, a fat, rosy-cheeked Swabian. All that was delicate and refined in his nature, every political yearning of his soul, had been trampled out of him in that hellish war." "I dare say he was hungry after a prolonged existence upon Wurst," said Ida, "and that instinct drew him to the cook-maid." After this there came many afternoons on which the Fräulein and Ida walked in the meadow path by the river, and walk there when they would, the light weary always came glancing along the tide, and shot in among the reeds, and Miss Palliser's faithful swain was in attendance upon her. On doubtful afternoons, when Ida was inclined to stay indoors, the sentimental Fräulein was always at her side to urge her to take the accustomed walk. Not only was Mr. Wendover's society agreeable to her poetic soul, but he occasionally brought her some tender offerings in the shape of hothouse grapes or Jersey pears, which were still more welcome to the fair German. The governesses, Miss Motley, Miss Pilby, and Mademoiselle, were always on duty on fine afternoons, in attendance upon the pupils' regulation walks, long dusty perambulations of dull high roads, and thus it happened that Ida and the Fräulein had the meadow path to themselves. Nothing occurred during the space of a fortnight to disturb their sense of security. The riverside seemed a kind of paradise, without the possibility of a serpent. Ida's lover had not yet made her any categorical and formal offer of marriage. Indeed, he had never been 1 minute alone with her since the first meeting. But he talked as if it was a settled thing that they two were to be man and wife in the days to come. He did not speak as if their marriage were an event in the near future. And at this Ida wondered a little, seeing that the owner of Wendover Abbey could have no need to wait for a wife, to consider ways and means, and to be prudently patient, as struggling professional youth must be. This is curious, for that he loved her passionately there could be little doubt. Every look, every tone, told her as much 100 times in an hour. Nor did she make any protest when he spoke of her as one pledged to him. Though no formal covenant had been entered upon, she allowed him to talk as he pleased about their future, and her only wonder was that in all his conversation he spoke so little of the house in which he was born, and indeed of his belongings generally. Once she expatiated to Fräulein Wolf in Brian's presence upon the picturesque beauties of the Abbey. "It is the dearest, noblest old house you can conceive," she said. "And the old gardens and park are something too lovely. But I believe Mr. Wendover does not care a straw about the place." "You know what comes of familiarity," answered Brian carelessly. "I have seen too much of the Abbey to be moved to rapture by its Gothic charms every time I see it after the agony of separation." "But you would like to live there?" "I would infinitely prefer living anywhere else. The place is too remote from civilization, a spot one might enjoy, perhaps, on the downhill side of 60, but in youth or active middle age every sensible man should shun seclusion. A man has to fight against an inherent tendency to lapse into a vegetable." "Fox did not become a vegetable," said Ida. "Yet how he adored St. Anne's Hill." "Fox was a hard drinker and a fast liver," answered Brian.
If he had not let the clocks run down now and then, the works would have worn out sooner than they did."
"But do you ever feel the need of rest?" asked Ida.
Brian stifled a yawn. "Nope, I'm afraid I have never worked hard enough for that. The need will come, perhaps, later, when the work comes."
On more than one occasion, when Ida talked of the Abbey, Mr. Wendover replied in the same tone. It was evident that he was indifferent to the family seat, or that he even disliked it. He had no pride in surroundings which might have inspired another man.
"One would think you had been frightened by the family ghost," Ida said laughingly. "You so studiously avoid talking about the Abbey." "I have not been frightened by the ghost. I am too modern to believe in ghosts."
"Oh, but it is modern to believe in everything possible. Spirit rapping, thought reading."
"Perhaps, but I am not of that temper."
And then, with a graver look than Ida had ever seen in his face, he said,
"You are too full of enthusiasm about that old place among the hills, Ida. I hope you do not care more for the Abbey than me."
She crimsoned and looked down. The question touched her weakness too nearly.
"Oh, no," she faltered. "What are cedars and limestone as compared with humanity?" "And if I were without the Abbey, if the Abbey and I were nothing to each other, should I be nobody in your sight?"
"It is difficult to disassociate a man from his surroundings," she answered. "But I suppose you would be just the same person."
"I hope so," said Brian. "The rank is but a guinea stamp. The man's a man for a' that. But the guinea stamp is an uncommonly good thing in its way, I admit."
These afternoon promenades, between 4 and 5 o'clock, while the rest of the school was out walking, had been going on for a fortnight, and no harm to Ida had come of her indiscretion. Perhaps she hardly considered how wrong a thing she was doing in violating Miss Pugh's confidence by conduct so entirely adverse from Miss Pugh's ideas of good behavior. The confidence had been so grudgingly given, Miss Pugh had been so systematically unkind, that the girl may be forgiven for detesting her, nay, even for glorying in the notion of acting in a manner which would shock all Miss Pugh's dearest prejudices. Her meeting with her lover could scarcely be called clandestine, for she took very little pains to conceal the fact. If the affair had gone on secretly for so long, it was because of no artifice on her part. But that any act of any member of the Mauleverer household could remain long unknown was almost an impossibility. If there had been but one pair of eyes in the establishment, and those the eyes of Miss Pilby, the thing would have been discovered, for those pale, unlovely orbs were as of the eyes of Argus himself in their manifold power to spy out the proceedings of other people, more especially of any person whom their owner disliked. Now Miss Pilby had never loved Ida Palliser, objecting to her on broad grounds as a person whose beauty and talents were an indirect injury to mediocre people. Since Ida's visit to the Knoll, her angry feeling had intensified with every mention of the pleasures and comforts of that abode. Miss Pilby, who never opened a book for her own pleasure, who cared nothing for music, and whose highest notion of art was all black-lead pencil and bread-crumbs, had plenty of vacant space in her mind for other people's business. She was a sharp observer of the fiddle-faddle of daily life. She had a keen scent for evil motives underlying simple actions. Thus, when she perceived the intimacy which had newly arisen between the Fräulein and Miss Palliser, she told herself that there must be some occult reason for the fact. Why did these two always walk together? What hidden charm had they discovered in the River-Meadow? For this question, looked at from Miss Pilby's point of view, there could be only one answer. The attraction was masculine. One or other of the damsels must have an admirer whom she contrived to see somehow, or to correspond with somehow, during her meadow walk. That the thing had gone so far as it had really gone, that any young lady at Mauleverer could dare to walk and talk with an unlicensed man in the broad light of day, was more than Miss Pilby's imagination could conceive.
but she speculated upon the transient glimpse of a man on the opposite bank, or in the middle distance of the river, a handkerchief waved, a signal given, perhaps a love-letter hidden in a hollow tree. This was about the culminating point to which any intrigue at Mauleverer Manor had ever reached hitherto. Beyond this Miss Pilby's fancy ventured not. It was on the second Sunday in October, when the Mauleverer pupils were beginning to look forward almost hopefully to the Christmas vacation, that a flood of light streamed suddenly upon Miss Pilby's troubled mind. The revelation happened in this wise. Evening service at a smart little newly built church, where the function was Anglican to the verge of ritualism, was a privilege reserved for the elder and more favoured of the Mauleverer flock. All the girls liked this evening service at St. Dunstan's. It had a flavour of dissipation. The lamps, the music, the gaily decorated altar, the Saints' Day banners and processional hymn, were faintly suggestive of the opera. The change from the darkness of the country road to the glow and glitter of the tabernacle was thrilling. Evening service at St. Dunstan's was the most exciting event of the week. There was a curate who intoned exquisitely, with that melodious snuffle so dear to modern congregations, and whose voice had a dying fall when he gave out a hymn which almost moved girl-worshippers to tears. He was thought to be in a consumption, had a little dry hacking cough, actually caused by relaxed tonsils, but painfully recalling her of the camellias. The Mauleverer girls called him interesting, and hoped that he would never marry, but live and die like St. Francis de Sales. On this particular Sunday, Miss Pugh, vulgarly Old Pugh, happened to be unusually amiable. That morning's post had brought her the promise of 3 new pupils, daughters of a mighty sheep farmer lately returned from Australia, and supposed to be a millionaire. He was a widower, and wanted motherly care for his orphans. They were to be clothed as well as fed at Mauleverer. They were to have all those tender cares and indulgences which a loving mother could give them. This kind of transaction was eminently profitable to the Miss Pughs. Maternal care meant a tremendous list of extra charges. Treats, medical attendance, little comforts of all kinds, from old port to lamb's wool sleeping socks. Orphans of this kind were the pigeons whose tender breasts furnished the down with which that experienced crow, Miss Pugh, feathered her nest. She had read the Australian's letter over 3 times before evening service, and she was inclined to think kindly of the human race. So when Miss Palliser asked if she, the pariah, might go to St. Dunstan's, she, whose general duty of a Sunday evening was to hear the little ones their catechism, or to keep them quiet by reading aloud to them Pilgrim's Progress, or Agathos, perhaps, Miss Pugh said loftily, "I do not see any objection." There was no kindness, no indulgence in her tone, but she said she saw no objection, and Ida flew off to put on her bonnet, that poor little black lace bonnet with yellow rosebuds which had done duty for so many services. It was a relief to get away from school and its dull monotony, even for a couple of hours, and then there was the music. Ida loved music too passionately to be indifferent to the harmony of village voices, carefully trained to sing her favourite hymns to the sound of a small but excellent organ. The little church was somewhat poorly attended on this fine autumn evening, when the hunter's moon hung like a big golden shield above the river, glorifying the dipping willows, the narrow eyots, haunts of swan and cygnet, and the distant woods of Surrey. It was a night which tempted the free to wander in the cool, shadowy riverside paths, rather than to worship in the warm little temple. The Mauleverer girls made a solid block of humanity on one side of the nave, but on the other side the congregation was scattered thinly in the open oaken seats. Miss Pilby, perusing those figures within her view, as she stood in the back row of the school seats, perceived a stranger, a stranger of elegant and pleasing appearance, who was evidently casting stolen glances at the lambs of the Mauleverer fold. Nor was Miss Pilby's keen eye slow to discover for which lamb those ardent looks were intended. The object of the stranger's admiration was evidently Ida Palliser. "I thought as much," mused Miss Pilby, as she listened, or seemed to listen, to the trials and triumphs of the children of Israel, chanted by fresh young voices with a decidedly rural twang. "This explains everything." When they left the church, Miss Pilby was perfectly aware of the stranger following the Mauleverer flock, evidently in the hope of getting speech with Miss Palliser. He hung on the pathway near them, he shot ahead of them, and then turned and strolled slowly back. All in vain. Ida was too closely hemmed in and guarded for him to get speech of her, and the maiden procession passed on without any violation of the proprieties. "Did you see that underbred young man following us as we came home?" asked Miss Pilby, with a disgusted air, as she shared an invigorating repast of bread and butter and toast and water with the pupils who had been to church. "Some London shopman, no doubt, by his bad manners." She stole a look at Ida, who flushed ever so slightly at hearing Brian Wendover thus maligned. Fräulein Wolf slept in the room occupied by Miss Pilby and Miss Motley, 3 narrow iron bedsteads in a particularly inconvenient room, always devoted to governesses, and supposed to be a temple of learning. While Miss Motley was saying her prayers, Miss Pilby wriggled up to Fräulein, who was calmly brushing her flaxen tresses, and whispered impetuously, "I've seen him. I know all about it." "Ach, Himmel!" cried the Fräulein. "Thou wouldst not betray." "Not for the world." "Is he not handsome, godlike?" demanded the Fräulein, still in German. "Yes, he is very nice looking. Don't tell Palliser I know anything about him. She mightn't like it." The Fräulein shook her head, and put her finger to her lips, just as Miss Motley rose from her knees, remarking that it was impossible for anybody to pray in a proper, businesslike manner with such whispering and chattering going on. Next day Miss Pilby contrived to get a walk in the garden before the early dinner. Here among the asparagus beds she had a brief conversation with a small boy employed in the kitchen garden, a youth whose mother washed for the school, and had frequent encounters with Miss Pilby, the lady having charge of the linen and being, in the laundress's eye, a power in the establishment. Miss Pilby had furthermore been what she called kind to the laundress's Hope. She had insisted upon his learning his catechism, and attending church twice every Sunday, and had knitted him a comforter, the material being that harsh and scrubby worsted which makes the word comforter a sound of derision. Strong in the sense of these favours, Miss Pilby put it upon the boy as a duty which he owed to her and to society to watch Ida Palliser's proceedings in the River-Meadow. She also promised him 6pence if he found out anything bad. The influence of the church catechism, learned by rote, parrot fashion, had not awakened in the laundress's boy any keen sense of honour. He had a dim feeling that it was a shabby service which he was called upon to perform, but then, of course, Miss Pilby, who taught the young ladies, and who was no doubt a wise and discreet personage, knew best, and a possible 6pence was a great temptation. "Them rushes and weeds down by the bank wants cutting. Garner told me about it last week," said the astute youth. "I'll do 'em this very afternoon." "Do, Sam. Be here between 4 and 5. Keep out of sight as much as you can, but be well within hearing. I want you to tell me all that goes on." "And when shall I see you again, miss?" "Let me see. That's rather difficult. I'm afraid it can't be managed till tomorrow. You are in the house at 6 every morning to clean boots?" "Yes, miss." "Then I'll come down to the boot room at 6:30 tomorrow morning and hear what you've got to tell me." "Lor, miss, it's such a mucky place, all among the coal cellars." "I don't mind," said Miss Pilby, which was quite true. There was no amount of muckiness Miss Pillby would not have endured in order to injure a person she disliked. "I have never shrunk from my duty, however painful it might be, Sam," she said, and left the youth impressed by the idea of her virtues. In the duskiness of the October dawn, Miss Pillby stole stealthily down by the back stairs and obscure passages to the boot-room, where she found Sam hard at work with brushes and blacking by the light of a tallow candle, in an atmosphere flavoured with coals. "Well, Sam?" asked the Vestal, eagerly. "Well, miss, I seed 'em and I heard 'em," answered the boy. "Such goin's on, orful." "What kind of thing, Sam?" "Love-makin', miss, keepin' company. The young ladies hadn't been there 5 minutes when a boat dashes up to the bank, and a young gent jumps ashore. My, how he went on! I was down among the rushes, right under his feet, as you may say, most of the time, and I heard him beautiful. How he did talk, like a poetry book." "Did he kiss her?" "Yes, miss, just one as they parted company. She was very standoffish with him, but he catched hold of her just as she was wishing of him good-bye. He gave her a squeedge like, and took her unawares. It was only one kiss, you know, miss, but he made it last as long as he could." The foreigner looked the other way. "Shameful creatures, both of them!" exclaimed Miss Pillby. "There's your sixpence, Sam, and don't say a word to anybody about what you've seen till I tell you. I may want you to repeat it all to Miss Pugh. If I do, I'll give you another sixpence." "Lawks, miss, that would be cheap at a shilling," said the boy. "It would freeze my blood to have to stand up to talk before Miss Pugh." "Nonsense, Sam. You will be only telling the truth, and there can be nothing to frighten you. However, I dare say she will be satisfied with my statement. She won't want confirmation from you." "Confirmation from me," muttered Sam, as Miss Pillby left his den. "No, I should think not. Why, that's what the bishops do. Fancy old Pugh being confirmed, too. Old Pugh in a white frock and a veil. That's a good 'un." And Sam exploded over his blacking brush at the preposterous idea. It was Miss Pugh's habit to take a cup of tea and a square of buttered toast every morning at 7, before she left her pillow, in order to fortify herself for the effort of getting up and dressing, so as to be in her place at the head of the chief table in the school dining-room when 8 o'clock struck. Had Miss Pugh consulted her own inclination, she would have reposed until a much later hour, but the maintenance of discipline compelled that she should be the head and front of all virtuous movements at Mauleverer Manor. How could she inveigh with due force against the sin of sloth if she were herself a slug-abed? Therefore did Miss Pugh vanquish the weakness of the flesh, and rise at 7:15, summer and winter. But this struggle between duty and inclination made the lady's temper somewhat critical in the morning hours. Now it was the custom for one of the mistresses to carry Miss Pugh's tea-tray, and to attend at her bedside while she sipped her bohea and munched her toast. It was a delicate attention, a recognition of her dignity which Miss Pugh liked. It was the lever de roi upon a small scale, and this afforded an opportunity for the mistress on duty to inform her principal of any small fact in connection with the school or household which it was well for Miss Pugh to know. Not for worlds would Sarah Pugh have encouraged a spy according to her own view of her own character, but she liked people with keen eyes, who could tell her everything that was going on under her roof. "Good morning, Pillby," said Miss Pugh, sitting up against a massive background of pillows, like a female Jove upon a bank of clouds, an awful figure in frilled white raiment, with an eye able to command, but hardly to flatter. "What kind of a day in it?" "Dull and heavy," answered Miss Pillby. "I shouldn't wonder if there was a thunderstorm." "Don't talk nonsense, child. It is too late in the year for thunder. We shall have the equinoctial gales soon, I dare say." "No doubt," replied Miss Pillby, who had heard about the equinox and its carryings-on all her life without having arrived at any clear idea of its nature and properties. "We shall have it very equinoctial before the end of the month, I've no doubt. Well, is there anything going on? Any of the girls bilious? One of my black draughts wanted anywhere?" Miss Pugh was not highly intellectual, but she was a great hand at finance, household economies, and domestic medicine. She compounded most of the doses taken at Mauleverer with her own fair hands, and her black draughts were a feature in the school. The pupils never forgot them. However faint became the memory of youthful joys in after years, the flavour of Miss Pugh's jalap and senna was never obliterated. "No, there's nobody ill this morning," answered Miss Pillby with a faint groan. "Ah, you may well sigh," retorted her principal. "The way those girls ate veal and ham yesterday was enough to have turned the school into a hospital, and with raspberry jam tart after, too." Veal with ham was the Sunday dinner at Mauleverer, a banquet upon which Miss Pugh prided herself, as an instance of luxurious living rarely to be met with in boarding schools. If the girls were ill after it, that was their lookout. "There's something wrong, I can see by your face," said Miss Pugh, after she had sipped half her tea and enjoyed the whole of her toast. "Is it the servants or the pupils?" Strange to say, Miss Pugh did not look grateful to the bearer of evil tidings. This was one of her idiosyncrasies. She insisted upon being kept informed of all that went wrong in her establishment, but she was apt to be out of temper with the informant. "Neither," answered Miss Pillby, with an awful shake of her sandy locks. "I don't believe there is a servant in this house who would so far forget herself. As to the pupils—" "We know what they are," snapped Miss Pugh. "I never heard of anything bad enough to be beyond their reach. Who is it?" "Your clever pupil-teacher, Ida Palliser." "Ugh!" grunted Miss Pugh, setting down her cup. "I can believe anything of her. That girl was born to be troublesome. What has she done now?" Miss Pillby related the circumstances of Miss Palliser's crime, setting forth her own cleverness in the course of her narrative, how her misgivings had been excited by the unwonted familiarity between Ida and the Fräulein, a young person always open to suspicion as a stranger in the land, how her fears had been confirmed by the conduct of an unknown man in the church, and how, urged by her keen sense of duty, she had employed Mrs. Jones's boy to watch the delinquents. "I'll make an example of her," said Miss Pugh, flinging back the bedclothes with a tragic air as she rose from her couch. "That will do, Pillby. I want no further details. I'll wring the rest out of that bold-faced minx in the face of all the school. You can go now." And without any word of praise or thanks from her principal, Miss Pillby retired. Yet she knew in her heart that for all this piece of ill news Miss Pugh was not ungrateful. Never had Sarah Pugh looked more awful than she appeared that morning at the breakfast-table, clad in sombre robes of olive-green merino, and a cap bristling with olive-green berries and brambling twigs, a cap which to the more advanced of the pupils suggested the headgear of Medusa. Miss Dulcibella, gentle, limp, sea-greeny, looked at her stronger-minded sister, and was so disturbed by the gloom upon the imperial brow as to be unable to eat her customary rasher. Not a word did Miss Pugh speak to her sister or mistresses during that brief but awful meal. But when the delft breakfast cups were empty, and the stacks of thick bread and butter had diminished to nothingness, and the girls were about to rise and disperse for their morning studies, Miss Pugh's voice arose suddenly amidst them like the sound of thunder. "Keep your seats, if you please, young ladies. I'm about to make an example, and I hope what I have to say and do may be for the general good. Miss Palliser, stand up." Ida rose in her place at the end of the table, where she was supposed to exercise a corrective influence upon the younger pupils. She stood up where all the rest were seated, a tall and perfect figure, a beautiful statuesque head, supported by a neck like a marble column. She stood up among those other girls, the handsomest of them all, pale, with flashing eyes, feeling very sure that she was going to be ill-treated. "Pray, Miss Palliser, who is the person whom it is your daily habit to meet and converse with in my grounds? Who is the man who has dared to trespass on my meadow at your invitation?"
"Not at my invitation," answered Ida, as calm as marble. "The gentleman came of his own accord. His name is Brian Wendover, and he and I are engaged to be married." Miss Pugh laughed a loud, ironical laugh, a laugh which froze the blood of all the 17-year-old pupils who were not without fear or reproach upon the subject of clandestine glances, little notes, or girlish carryings-on in the flirtation line.
"Engaged!" she exclaimed, in her stentorian voice. "That is really too good a joke. Engaged! Pray, which Mr. Brian Wendover is it?"
"Mr. Wendover of the Abbey."
"Mr. Wendover of the Abbey, the head of the Wendover family!" cried Miss Pugh. "And you would have us to believe that Mr. Wendover of Wendover Abbey, a gentleman with an estate worth something like 7,000 a year, young ladies, has engaged himself to the youngest of my pupil teachers, whose acquaintance he has cultivated while trespassing upon my meadows? Miss Palliser, when a gentleman of Mr. Wendover's means and social status wishes to marry a young person in your position, a concatenation which occurs very rarely in history of the human race, he comes to the hall door. Mr. Wendover no more means to marry you than he means to marry the moon. His views are of quite a different kind, and you know it."
Ida cast a withering look at her tyrant, and moved quickly from her place. "You are a wretch to say such a thing to me," she cried passionately. "I will not stay another hour under your roof and be so insulted."
"No, you will not stay under my roof, Miss Palliser," retorted Miss Pugh. "My mind was made up more than an hour ago on that point. You will not be allowed to stay in this house 1 minute longer than is needed for the packing up of your clothes, and that, I take it," added the schoolmistress with an insolent laugh, "will not be a lengthy operation. You are expelled, Miss Palliser, expelled from this establishment for grossly improper conduct, and I am only sorry for your poor father's sake that you will have to begin your career as a governess with disgrace attached to your name."
"There is no disgrace except in your own foul mind," said Ida. "I can imagine that as nobody ever admired you or made love to you when you were young, you may have mistaken ideas as to the nature of lovers and love-making." Despite the universal awe, this provoked a faint, irrepressible titter. "But it is hard that you should revenge your ignorance upon me. Mr. Wendover has never said a word to me which a gentleman should not. Fräulein Wolf, who has heard his every word, knows that is true."
"Fräulein will leave this house to-morrow if she is not careful,"
said Miss Pugh, who had, however, no intention of parting with so useful and cheap a teacher. She could afford to revenge herself upon Ida, whose period of tutelage was nearly over. "Fräulein knows that Mr. Wendover speaks of our future as the future of man and wife."
"Jawohl," murmured the Fräulein. "That is true, ganz und gan." "I will not hear another word," cried Miss Pugh, swelling with rage, while every thorn and berry on her autumnal cap quivered. "Ungrateful, impudent young woman! Leave my house instantly. I will not have these innocent girls perverted by your vile example. In speech and in conduct you are alike detestable."
"Good-bye, girls," cried Ida lightly. "You all know how much harm my speech and my example have done you. Good-bye, Fräulein. Don't you be afraid of dismissal. You are too well worth your salt."
Polly Cobb, the brewer's daughter, sat near the door by which Ida had to make her exit. She was quite the richest and perhaps the best-natured girl in the school. She caught hold of Ida's gown and thrust the little Russian leather purse into her hand with a tender squeeze.
"Take it, dear," she whispered. "I don't want it. I can get plenty more. Yes, yes, you must. You shall. I'll make a row and get myself into disgrace if you refuse. You can't go to France without money." "God bless you, dear. I'll send it you back," answered Ida. "Don't. I shall hate you if you do."
"Is that young woman gone?" demanded Miss Pugh's awful voice.
"Going, gone!"
cried Miss Cobb, forgetting herself in her excitement as the door closed behind Ida. "Who was that?" roared Miss Pugh. Half a dozen informants pronounced Miss Cobb's name. Now, Miss Cobb's people were wealthy, and Miss Cobb had younger sisters, all coming on under a homely governess to that critical stage in which they would require the polishing processes of Mauleverer Manor. So Sarah Pugh bridled her wrath and said quietly, "Kindly reserve your jocosity for a more appropriate season, Miss Cobb. Young ladies, you may proceed with your matutinal duties." Chapter 8 of the Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At the Lock House. Miss Pugh had argued rightly that the process of packing would not be a long one with Ida Palliser. The girl had come to Mauleverer with the smallest number of garments compatible with decency, and her stock had been but tardily and scantily replenished during her residence in that manorial abode. It was to her credit that she had contrived still to be clean, still to be neat, under such adverse conditions. It was nature's royal gift that she had looked grandly beautiful in the shabbiest gowns and mantles ever seen at Mauleverer. She huddled her poor possessions into her solitary trunk, a battered hair trunk which had done duty ever since she came as a child from India. She put a few necessities into a convenient morocco bag, which the girls in her class had clubbed their pocket money to present to her on her last birthday, and then she washed the traces of angry tears from her face, put on her hat and jacket, and went downstairs, carrying her bag and umbrella. One of the housemaids met her in the hall, a buxom, good-natured country girl. "Is it true that you are going to leave us, miss?" she asked. "What, you know it already?" exclaimed Ida. "Everybody is talking about it, miss. The young ladies are all on your side, but they dare not speak up before Miss Pugh." "I suppose not. Yes, it is quite true. I am expelled, Eliza. Sent out into the world without a character, because I allowed Mr. Wendover to walk and talk with the Fräulein and me for half an hour or so in the River-Meadow. Mr. Wendover, my best, my only friend's first cousin. Rather hard, isn't it?" "Hard? It's shameful!" cried the girl. "I should like to see old Pugh turning me off for keeping company with my young man. But she daren't do it. Good servants are hard to get nowadays, or any servants indeed, for the paltry wages she gives." "And governesses are a drug in the market," said Ida bitterly. "Good-bye, Eliza." "Where are you going, miss? Home?" "Yes, I suppose so." The reckless tone, the careless words alarmed the good-hearted housemaid. "Oh, miss, pray go home, straight home, wherever your home is. You are too handsome to be going about alone amongst strangers. It's a wicked world, miss, wickeder than you know of, perhaps. Have you got money enough to get you home comfortable?" "I'll see," answered Ida, taking out Miss Cobb's fat little purse and looking into it. There were 2 sovereigns and a good deal of silver, a tremendous fortune for a schoolgirl, but then it was said that Cobb brothers coined money by the useful art of brewing. "Yes, I have plenty of money for my journey," said Ida. Are you certain now, miss?" pleaded the housemaid. "For if you ain't, I got £1 laid by in my drawer, ready to put in the post-office savings bank, and you're as welcome to it as flowers in May, if you'll take it off me." "God bless you, Eliza. If I were in any want of money, I'd gladly borrow your sovereign. But Miss Cobb has lent me more than I want. Good-bye." Ida held out her hand, which the housemaid, after wiping her own paw upon her apron, clasped affectionately. "God bless you, Miss Palliser," she said fervently. "I shall miss the sight of your handsome face when I waits at table." A minute more, and Ida stood in the broad carriage sweep, with her back to the stately old mansion which had sheltered her so long, and in which, despite her dependency and her poverty, she had known some light-hearted hours. Now, where was she to go, and what was she to do with her life? She stood with the autumn wind blowing about her, the fallen chestnut leaves drifting to her feet, pondering that question. Was she, or was she not, Brian Wendover's affianced wife? How far was she to trust in him, to lean upon him in this crucial hour of her life? There had been so much playfulness in their love-making, his tone had been for the most part so light and sportive, that now, when she stood, as it were, face to face with destiny, she hardly knew how to think of him, whether as a rock that she might lean upon, or as a reed that would give way at her touch. Rock or reed, womanly instinct told her that it was not to this fervent admirer she must apply for aid or counsel yet awhile. Her duty was to go home at once, to get across the Channel, if possible, as quickly as Miss Pugh's letter to her father. Intent on doing this, she walked along the dusty high road by the river in the direction of the railway station. This station was more than 2 miles distant, a long straight walk by the river, and then a mile or so across fields and by narrow lanes to an arid spot, where some newly built houses were arising round a hopeless-looking little loop-line station in a desert of agricultural land.
She had walked about 3/4 of a mile when she heard the rapid dip of oars, as if in pursuit of her, and a familiar voice calling to her. It was Brian, who almost lived in his boat, and who had caught sight of her in the distance and followed at a racing speed.
"What are you doing?" he asked, coming up close to the bank and standing up in his boat. "Where are you going at such a pace? I don't think I ever saw a woman walk so fast." "Was I walking fast?" she asked, unconscious of the impetus which excitement had given to her movements. She knew in her heart of hearts that she did not love him. That love, the passion which she had read of in prose and poetry, was still a stranger to her soul. But just at this moment, gulled and stung by Miss Pugh's unkindness, heartsick of her own absolute desolation, the sound of his voice was sweet in her ears. The look of the tall, slim figure, the friendly face turned toward her, was pleasant to her eyes. No, he was not a reed. He was a rock. She felt protected and comforted by his presence. "Were you walking fast, galloping like a 3-year-old?
Quoe velut latis equa trima campus."
Are you running away from Mauleverer Manor?" "I am away," she answered calmly. "I have been expelled." What?" roared Brian.
"I have been expelled, sent away at a minute's notice, for the impropriety of my conduct in allowing you to talk to me in the River-Meadow." Brian had been fastening his boat to a pollard willow as he talked. He leapt onto the bank and came close to Ida's side.
"My darling, my dearest love, what a burning shame! What a villainous old hag that Pugh woman must be! Bessie told me she was a Tartar, but this beats everything. Expelled! Your conduct impeached because you let me talk to you. I, Bessie's cousin, a man who at the worst has some claim to be considered a gentleman, while you have the highest claim to be considered a lady. It is beyond all measure infamous."
"It was rather hard, was it not?" asked Ida quietly.
"Abominable! Insufferable! Well, I'll call upon the lady this afternoon, and make her acquainted with my sentiments upon the subject, the wicked old harridan."
"Please don't," urged Ida, smiling at his wrath. "It doesn't give me any consolation to hear you call her horrid names."
"Did you tell her that I had asked you to be my wife?"
"I said something to that effect, in self-defense, not from any wish to commit you. She told me that a man in your position, who intended to marry a girl in my position, would act in a very different manner from the way in which you have acted."
"Did she? She is a wise judge of human nature, and of a lover's nature above all. Well, Ida, dearest, we have only one course open to us, and that is to give her the lie at once, by our conduct. Deeds, not words, shall be our argument. You do care for me, just a little, don't you, pet? Just well enough to marry me? All the rest will come after."
"Whom else have I to care for?" faltered Ida, with downcast eyes and passionately throbbing heart. "Who else has ever cared for me?"
"I am answered. So long as I am the only one, I will confide all the rest to fate. We will be married tomorrow."
"Tomorrow? No, no, no."
"Yes, yes, yes. What is there to hinder our immediate marriage? And what can be such a crushing answer to that old Jezebel? We will be married at the little church where I saw you last Sunday night, looking like Saint Cecilia when you joined in the psalms. We have both been living in the same parish for the last fortnight. I will run up to the Doctor's Commons this afternoon, bring back the license, interview the parson, and have everything arranged for our being married at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning."
"No, no, not for the world." For some time the girl was firm in her refusal of such a hasty union. She would not marry her lover except in the face of the world, with the full consent of his friends and her own. Her duty was to go by the first train and boat that would convey her to Dieppe, and to place herself in her father's care.
"Do you think your father would object to our marriage?" asked Brian.
"No, I am sure he would not object," she answered, smiling within herself at the question. As if Captain Palliser, living upon his half-pay and the occasional benefactions of a rich kinsman, could by any possibility object to a match that would make his daughter mistress of Wendover Abbey.
"Then why delay our marriage, in order to formally obtain a consent which you are sure of beforehand? As for my friends, Bessie's people are the nearest and dearest, and you know what their feelings are on your behalf."
"Bessie likes me as her friend. I don't know how she might like me as her cousin's wife," said Ida.
"Then I will settle your doubts by telling you a little secret. Bessie sent me here to try and win you for my wife. It was her desire as well as mine."
More arguments followed, and against the lover's ardent pleading there was only a vague idea of duty in the girl's mind, somewhat weakened by an instinctive notion that her father would think her an arrant fool for delaying so grand a triumph as her marriage with a man of fortune and position. Had he not often spoken to her wistfully of her beauty, and the dim hope that her handsome face might some day win her a rich husband?
"It's a poor chance at best," he told her. "The days of the Miss Gunnings have gone by. The world has grown commercial. Nowadays money marries money."
And this chance, which her father had speculated upon despondently as a remote contingency, was now at her feet. Was she to spurn it, and then go back to the shabby little villa near Dieppe, and expect to be praised for her filial duty? While she wavered, Brian urged every argument which a lover could bring to aid his suit. Tomorrow they might be married, and in the meanwhile Ida could be safely and comfortably housed with the good woman at the Lock-House. Brian would give up his lodgings to her, and would stay at the hotel in Chertsey. Ida listened and hesitated. Before her lay the dry, dusty road, the solitary journey by land and sea, the doubtful welcome at home. And here by her side stood the wealthy lover, the very embodiment of protecting power. Is not every girl's first lover in her eyes as Olympian Jove?
eager to take upon himself the burden of her life to make her footsteps easy. "Step into the boat, dearest," he said. "I know your heart has decided for me. You are not afraid to trust me, Ida?" "Afraid? No," she answered frankly, looking at him with heavenly confidence in her large dark eyes. "I am only afraid of doing wrong." "You can do no wrong with me by your side, your husband tomorrow, responsible for all the rest of your existence." "True, after tomorrow I shall be accountable to no one but you," she said thoughtfully. "How strange it seems." "At the worst, I hope you will find me better than old Pew," answered Brian lightly. "You are too good, too generous," she said. "But I am afraid you are acting too much from impulse. Have you considered what you are going to do? Have you thought what it is to marry a penniless girl who can give you none of the things which the world cares for in exchange for your devotion?" "I have thought what it is to marry the woman I fondly love, the loveliest girl these eyes ever looked upon. Step into my boat, Ida. I must row you up to the loch, and then start for London by the first train I can catch. I don't know how early the licence shop closes." She obeyed him, and sank into a seat in the stern of the cockle-shell craft, exhausted, mentally and physically, by the agitation of the last 2 hours. She felt an unspeakable relief in sitting quietly in the boat, the water rippling gently past like a lullaby, the rushes and willows waving in the mild western breeze. Henceforth she had little to do in life but to be cared for and cherished by an all-powerful lord and master. Wealth to her mind meant power, and this devoted lover was rich. Fate had been infinitely kind to her. It was a lovely October morning, warm and bright as August. The river banks still seemed to wear their summer green. The blue bright water reflected the cloudless blue above. The bells were ringing for a Saint's Day service as Brian's boat shot past the waterside village, with its old square-towered church. All the world had a happy look, as if it smiled at Ida and her choice. They moved with an easy motion past the pastoral banks, here and there a villa garden, here and there a rustic inn, and so beneath Chertsey's wooded heights to the level fields beyond, and to a spot where the Thames and the Abbey River made a loop round a verdant little marshy island. And here was the silvery Weir, brawling noisily in its ceaseless fall, and the lock-house, where Mr. Wendover had lodgings. The proprietress of that neat abode had just been letting a boat through the lock, and stood leaning lazily against the woodwork, tasting the morning air. She was a comfortable, well-to-do person, who rented a paddock or two by the towering path, and owned cows. Her little garden was gay with late geraniums and many-coloured asters. "Mrs. Topman, I have brought you a young lady to take care of for the next 24 hours, said Brian, coolly, as he handed Ida out of the boat. "Miss Palliser and I are going to be married tomorrow morning, and as her friends all live abroad, I want you to take care of her in a nice, motherly way till she and I are one. You can give her my rooms, and I can put up at the inn." Mrs. Topham curtsied and gazed admiringly at Ida. "I shall be proud to wait upon such a sweet young lady," she said. "But isn't it rather sudden? You told me there was a young lady in the case, but I never knowed you was going to be married offhand like this." "I never knew it myself till an hour ago, Mrs. Topman," answered Brian gaily. "I knew that I was to be one of the happiest of men some day, but I did not know bliss was so near me. And now I am off to catch the next train from Chertsey. Be sure you give Miss Palliser some breakfast. I don't think she has had a very comfortable one." He dashed into the cottage, and came out again 5 minutes afterwards, having changed his boating clothes for a costume more appropriate to the streets of London. He clasped Ida's hand, murmured a loving good-bye, and then ran with light footsteps along the towing path, while Ida stood leaning against the lock door, looking dreamily down at the water. How light-hearted he was! How easily he took life! This marriage, which was to her an awful thing, signifying fate and the unknown future, seemed to him as a mere whim of the hour, a caprice, a fantasy. And yet there could be no doubt of his affection for her. Even if his nature was somewhat shallow, as she feared it must be, he was at least capable of a warm and generous attachment. To her in her poverty and her disgrace he had proved himself nobly loyal. "I ought to be very grateful to him," she said to herself. And then in her schoolgirl phrase she added, "And he is very nice." Mrs. Topman was in the house, tidying and smartening that rustic sitting-room, which had not been kept too neatly during Mr. Wendover's occupation. Presently came the clinking of cups and saucers, and anon Mrs. Topman appeared on the doorstep and announced that breakfast was ready. What a luxurious breakfast it seemed to the schoolgirl after a month of the Malverer bread and scrape. Frizzled bacon, new-laid eggs, cream, marmalade, and a dainty little cottage loaf, all served with exquisite cleanliness. Ida was too highly strung to do justice to the excellent fare, but she enjoyed a cup of strong tea and ate one of the eggs, to oblige Mrs. Topman, who waited upon her assiduously, palpably panting with friendly curiosity. "Do take off your hat, miss," she urged. "You must be very tired after your journey, a long journey, I dare say. Perhaps you would like me to send a boy with a barrow for your luggage directly after breakfast. I suppose your trunks are at the station?" "No, Mr. Wendover will arrange about my trunk by and by," faltered Ida, and then looking down at her well-worn grey cashmere gown, she thought that it was hardly a costume in which to be married. Yet how was she to get her box from Malvera Manor without provoking dangerous inquiries? And even if she had the box, its contents would hardly solve the question of a wedding gown. Her one white gown would be too cold for the season. Her best gown was black. Would Brian feel very much ashamed of her, she wondered, if she must needs be married in that shabby grey cashmere? And then it occurred to her that possibly Brian, while procuring the license, might have a happy thought about a wedding gown, and buy her one ready-made at a London draper's. He, to whom money was no object, could so easily get an appropriate costume. It would be only for him to go into a shop and say, "I want a neat, pretty travelling dress for a tall, slim young lady," and the thing would be packed in a box and put into his cab in a trice. Everything in life is made so easy for people with ample means. It was some time before Mrs. Topman would consent to leave her new lodger. She was so anxious to be of use to the sweet young lady, and threw out as many feelers as an octopus in the way of artfully devised conjectures and suppositions calculated to extract information. But Miss Palliser was not communicative. "You must be tired after your journey. Those railways are so hot and so dusty," said Mrs. Topman, with a despairing effort to discover whence her unexpected guest had come that morning. "I am rather tired," admitted Ida. "I think, if you don't mind, I'll take a book and lie down on that comfortable sofa for an hour or two." "Do, miss. You'll find some books of Mr. Wendover's on the chiffonier, but perhaps you'll be glad to take a little nap. Shall I draw down the blind and darken the room for you?" "No, thanks. I like the sunshine." Mrs. Topman unwillingly withdrew, and Ida was alone in the sitting-room which her lover had occupied for the last fortnight. Much individuality can hardly be expected in a temporary lodging, a mere caravansary in life's journey, and yet, even in the brief space of a fortnight, a room takes some colour from the habits and ideas of the being who has lived in it. Ida looked round curiously, wondering whether she would discover any indications of her lover's character in Mrs. Topman's parlour. The room, despite its open casements, smelt strongly of tobacco. That was a small thing, for Ida knew that her lover smoked. She had seen him several times throw away the end of his cigar as he sprang from his boat by the River-Meadow. But that array of various pipes and cigar-holders, that cedar cigar-box, that brass tobacco jar on the mantelpiece, hinted at an ardent devotion to the nymph Nicotina, such as is rarely pleasing to women. "I am sorry he is so wedded to his pipes," thought Ida with a faint sigh. And then she turned to the chiffonier to inspect her lover's stock of literature. A man who loves his books never travels without a few old favorites, Horace or Montaigne, Elia, an odd volume of De Quincey, a battered Don Juan, a worn-out Faust, a shabby Shelley, or a ponderous Burton in his threadbare cloth raiment. But there was not one such book among Mr. Wendover's possessions. His supply of mental food consisted of half a dozen shilling magazines, the last 2 numbers of Punch, and 3 or 4 sporting papers. Ida turned from them with bitter disappointment. She seemed to take the measure of Brian Wendover's mind in that frivolous collection, and she was deeply pained at the idea of his shallowness. "What has he done with himself in the long evenings?" she asked herself. "Has he done nothing but smoke and read those magazines?" She took up the Cornhill and found its graver essays uncut. It was the same with the other magazines. Only the most frivolous articles had been looked at. Mr. Wendover was evidently anything but a reading man. "No wonder he does not like the Abbey," she thought. "The country must always seem dull to a man who does not care for books." And then she reminded herself remorsefully of his generous affection, his single-minded devotion to her, and how much gratitude she owed him. She read all that was worth reading in the magazines. She laughed at all that was laughable in Punch, and the long, slow day wore on somehow. Mrs. Topman brought her lunch and consulted her about dinner. "You will not dine until Mr. Wendover comes back, I suppose, miss? You and he can have a nice little dinner together at 7. Ida blushed at the mere notion of hobnobbing alone with a gentleman in that waterside lodging. "No, thanks. This will be my dinner," she answered quietly. "Please don't get anything more for me. No doubt Mr. Wendover will dine at the hotel if he has not dined in London. I shall want nothing more except a cup of tea." After luncheon, Ida went out and strolled by the river, that river of which no one seems to grow weary. She wandered about the level meadows, where the last of the wild flowers were blooming, or she sat on the bank, watching the ripple of the water, the slow, smooth passage of pleasure boat or barge, and the day was long but not dreary. It was so new to her to be idle, to be able to fold her hands and watch the stream, and not to fear reproof because she had ceased from toil. At Mauleverer, at this tranquil afternoon hour, while those rooks were sailing so calmly high above her head, yonder belated butterfly fluttering so happily over the feathery grasses, all nature so full of rest, they were grinding away in the hot schoolroom, grinding at the weekly geography lesson, addling their brains with feeble efforts to repeat by rote dry as dust explanations about the equator and the torrid zone, latitude, longitude, winds and tides, the heights of mountains, the population of towns, manufactures, creeds, not trying in the least to understand or caring to remember, only intent on getting over today's trouble and preparing in some wise to meet the debts of tomorrow. "Oh, thank God to have got away from that treadmill," said Ida, looking up at the bright blue sky. "Can I ever be sufficiently grateful to Providence and to the man whose love has rescued me?" Her deliverer came strolling across the field in quest of her presently, tired and dusty, but delighted to be with her again. He sat down by her side and put his arm round her waist for the first time in his life. "Don't," he said, as she instinctively recoiled from him. "You are almost my own now. I have got the license, I have seen the parson, and he is quite charmed at the idea of marrying us tomorrow morning. He had heard of your little escapade, it seems, and he thinks we are doing quite the wisest thing possible." "He had heard already?" exclaimed Ida, deeply mortified. "Has Miss Pugh been calling out my delinquencies from the housetop?" "Oh, No, I understand. Today is Mr. Daly's afternoon for Bible class, and he has been at the school. Exactly, and Miss Pugh's unburdened her mind to him.
Did he think me a dreadful creature?
He thinks you charming, but that I ought to have gone to the hall door when I courted you, as I should have done, dearest, only I wanted to be sure of you first. He was all kindness, and will marry us quietly at 9 o'clock tomorrow, just after matins, when there will be nobody about to stare at us. And he has promised to say nothing about our marriage until we give him leave to make the fact public.
I am glad of that, said Ida, looking at her shabby gown. Do you think it will matter much? Will you be very much ashamed of me if I am married in this threadbare old cashmere? She had a faint hope that he would exclaim, My love, I have brought you a wedding dress from Regent Street. Come and see it. But he only smiled at her tenderly and said, The gown does not matter a jot. You are lovelier in your shabby frock than any other bride in satins and pearls, and some of these days you shall have smart frocks. He said it hopefully, but as if it were a remote contingency. He spoke very much as her impecunious father might have spoken. He, the master of Wendover Abbey, to whom the possession of things that money could buy must needs be a dead certainty. But it was evidently a part of his character to make light of his wealth, assuredly a pleasant idiosyncrasy. They dawdled about on the bank for half an hour or so, talking somewhat listlessly, for Ida was depressed and frightened by the idea of that fateful event, giving a new colour to all her life to come, which was so soon to happen. Brian was very kind, very good to her. She wished with all her heart that she had loved him better, yet it seemed to her that she did love him a little. Surely this feeling was love, this keen sense of obligation, this warm admiration for his generous and loyal conduct. Yes, this must be love. And why, loving him, should she feel this profound melancholy at the idea of a marriage which satisfied her loftiest ambition? Perhaps the cause of her depression lay in the strangeness of this sudden union, its semi-clandestine character, her loneliness at a crisis in life when most girls are surrounded by friends. Often in her reckless talk with Bessie Wendover she had imagined her marriage. She would marry for money. Yes, the soap-boiler, the candlestick-maker, anybody. It would be a splendid wedding, a dozen of the prettiest girls at Wendover for her bridesmaids, bells ringing, flowers strewn upon her pathway, carriage and four, postilions in blue jackets and white favours, all the world and his wife looking on and wondering at her high fortune. This is how fancy had painted the picture when Ida discoursed of her future in the butterfly room at Wendover. Miss Rylance listening and making sarcastic comments, Bessie in fits of smothered laughter at all the comic touches in the description. For did not true-hearted Bessie know that the thing was a joke, and that her noble Ida would never so degrade herself as to marry for money? And now Ida was going to do this thing, scarcely knowing why she did it, not at all secure in her own mind of future happiness, not with unalloyed pride in her conquest, but yielding to her lover because he was the first who had ever asked her, because he was warm and true when all else in life seemed cold and false, and because the alternative, return to the poor home, was so dreary. The conversation lagged as the lovers walked in the twilight. The sun was sinking behind the low hedge of yonder level meadow. Far away in mountainous regions the same orb was setting in rocky amphitheatres, distant, unapproachable. Here in this level land he seemed to be going down into a grave behind that furthest hedge. It was a lovely evening. Orange and rosy lights reflected on the glassy river, willows stirred with a murmurous movement by faintest zephyrs, a wind no louder than a sigh. Brian proposed that they should go on the river. His boat was there ready. It was only to step into the light skiff and drift lazily with the stream.
They got into the Abbey River, among water-lilies whose flowers had all died long ago, face downwards. The season of golden flowers, buttercup, marshmallow, was over. The fields were greyish-green, with ruddy tinges here and there. The year was fading. Ida sat in dead silence watching the declining light, one listless hand dipping in the river. Brian was thoughtful, more thoughtful than she had known him in any period of their acquaintance. "Where shall we go for our honeymoon?" he asked abruptly, jiggling some loose coins in his pocket. "Oh, that is for you to decide. I know what I should like best," faltered Ida. "What is that?" "I should like you to take me to Dieppe, where we could see my father and explain everything to him." "Did you write him today?" "No, I thought I would tell him nothing till after our marriage. You might change your mind at the last." "Cautious young party," said Brian, laughing. "There is no fear of that. I am too far gone in love for that. For good or ill, I am your faithful slave. Yes, we will go to Dieppe if you like. It is late in the year for a place of that kind, but what do we care for seasons? Do you think your father and I will be able to get on?" "My father is the soul of good nature. He would get on with anyone who is a gentleman, and I am sure he will like you very much. My stepmother well, she is rather vulgar, but I hope you won't mind that. She is very warm-hearted." "Vulgarians generally are, I believe," answered Brian lightly. "At least one is always told as much. It is hard that the educated classes should monopolize all the cold hearts. Vulgar but warm-hearted, misplaces her aspirates, but affectionate. That is the kind of thing one is told when Achilles marries a housemaid. Never mind, Ida dearest. I feel sure I shall like your father, and for his sake I will try to make myself agreeable to his wife. And your little brother is perfection. I have heard enough about him from those dear lips of yours." "He is a darling little fellow, and I long to see him again. How I wish they could all be with me tomorrow." "It would make our wedding more domestic, but don't you think it would vulgarize it a little?" said Brian. "There is something so sweet to me in the idea of you and me alone in that little church, with no witnesses but the clerk and the pew-opener." "And God," said Ida, looking upward. "Did you ever read the discourses of Colonel Bob Ingersoll?" asked Brian, smiling at her. "No, what has that got to do with it?" "He has curious ideas of omnipotence, and I fancy he would say that the infinite being who made every shining star is hardly likely to be on the lookout for our wedding." "He cares for the lilies and the sparrows." "That's a gospel notion. Colonel Bob is not exactly a gospel teacher." "Then don't you learn of him, Brian," said Ida, earnestly.
Chapter 9 of the Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Solemn League and Covenant. The sun shone upon Ida's wedding morn. She was dressed and down before 7, her shabby cashmere gown carefully brushed, her splendid hair neatly arranged, her linen collar and cuffs spotlessly clean. This was all she could do in way of costume in honor of this solemn day. She had not even a new pair of gloves. Mrs. Topman, who was to go to church with her in a fly from Chertsey, was gorgeous in purple silk and a summer bonnet, a grand institution worn only on Sundays. Breakfast was ready in the neat little parlor, but Ida would only take a cup of tea. She wandered out to the riverside and looked at the weir and the little green island round which the shining blue water twined itself like a caress. All things looked lovely in the pure freshness of morning. "What a sweet spot it is," said Ida to Mrs. Topman, who stood at her gate watching for the fly, which was not due for half an hour. "I should almost like to spend my life here." "Almost, but not quite," answered the matron. "Young folks like you wants change. But I hope you and Mr. Wendover will come here sometimes in the boating season in memory of old times." "We'll come often," said Ada. "I hope I shall always remember how kind you have been to me." A distant church clock struck the half-hour. "Only 7:30!" exclaimed Mrs. Topman. "And Simon's fly is not to be here till 8. Well, we are early." Ida strolled a little way along the bank, glad to be alone. It was an awful business, this marriage, when she came to the very threshold of Hymen's temple. Yesterday it had seemed to her that she and Brian Wendover were familiar friends. Today she thought of him almost as a stranger. How little we know of each other, and yet we are going to take the most solemn vow that ever was vowed, she thought, as she read the marriage service in a prayer book which Mrs. Topman had lent her for that purpose. "It's as well to read it over and understand what you're going to bind yourself to," said the matron. "I did before I married Topman. It made me feel more comfortable in my mind to know what I was doing. But I must say it's high time there was a change made in the service. It never can have been intended by Providence for all the obedience to be on the wife's side, or God Almighty wouldn't have made husbands such fools. If Topman hadn't obeyed me, he'd have died in a workhouse. And if I'd obeyed his, I shouldn't have a stick of furniture belonging to me." Ida was not deeply interested in the late Mr. Topman's idiosyncrasies, but she was interested in the marriage bond, which seemed to her a very solemn league and covenant, as she read the service beside the quietly flowing river. "For better, for worse, for richer or poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish till death us do part." Yes, those were awful words, words to be pronounced by her presently, binding her for the rest of her life. She who was marrying a rich man for the sake of his wealth was to swear to be true to him in poverty. She who was marrying youth and good spirits was to swear to be true to sickness and feeble age. A terrible covenant, and of this man for whom she was to undertake so much she knew so little. The fly drove along the towing path and drew up in front of Mrs. Topman's garden gate as the churchy clocks struck the hour. And Mrs. Topman and her charge took their places in that vehicle and were jolted off at a jog-trot pace toward the town, and then on by a dusty high road towards that new church in the fields at which the Malvera girls deemed it such a privilege to worship. It was about 40 minutes' drive from the loch to the church, and matins were only just over when the fly drew up at the Gothic door. The incumbent was hovering near in his surplice, and the pew-opener was all in a fluster at the idea of a runaway marriage. Brian came out of the dusky background, the daylight being tempered by small painted windows and heavy stone mullions, as Ida entered the church. Everything was ready. Before she knew how it came to pass, she was standing before the altar, and the fatal words were being spoken. "Brian Walford, wilt thou have this woman to be thy wedded wife?" Brian Walford! She heard the words as in a dream. Surely Walford was the second name of Bessie's other cousin, the poor cousin. Ida had heard Bessie so distinguish him from the master of the Abbey, but no doubt Walford was some old family name borne by both cousins. Brian Walford! She had not much time to think about this when the same solemn question was asked of her. And then, in a low and quiet voice, the priest read the rest of the time-hallowed ceremonial, and Brian and Ida, glorified by a broad ray of morning sunshine streaming through an open window, stood up side by side, man and wife. Then came the signing of the register in the snug little vestry, Mrs. Topman figuring largely as witness. "I did not know your name was Walford," said Ida, looking over her husband's shoulder as he wrote. "Didn't you? Second names are of so little use to a man, unless he has the misfortune to be Smith or Jones, and wants to borrow dignity from a prefix. Wendover is good enough for me." The young couple bade Mrs. Topman good-bye at the church door. The fly was to take them straight to the station on the first stage of their honeymoon trip. "You know where to send my luggage?" Brian said to his landlady at parting. "Yes, sir, I've got the address all right." And the fly drove along another dusty high road, still within sight of the river, till it turned at right angles into a by-road leading to the station. At that uncongenial place they had to wait a quarter of an hour, walking up and down the windy platform, where the porter abandoned himself to the contemplation of occasional rooks, and was sometimes surprised by the arrival of a train for which he had waited so long as to have become sceptical as to the existence of such things as trains in the scheme of the universe. The station was a terminus, and the line was a loop, for which very few people appeared to have any necessity. "Would you mind telling me where we are going, Brian?" Ida asked her husband presently, when they had discussed the characteristics of the station, and Brian had been mildly facetious about the porter. She had grown curiously shy since the ceremonial. Her lover seemed to her transformed into another person by those fateful words. He was now the custodian of her life, the master of her destiny.
"Would I mind telling you, my dearest? What a question! You proposed Dieppe for our honeymoon, and we are going to Dieppe."
"Does this train go to Newhaven?"
"Not exactly. Nothing in this life is so convenient as that. This train will deposit us at Waterloo Station. The train for Newhaven leaves London Bridge at 7, in time for the midnight boat. We will go to my chambers and have some lunch."
"Chambers!" exclaimed Ida wonderingly. "Have you really chambers in London?"
"Yes."
"What a strange man you are!"
"That hardly indicates strangeness. But here at last is our train."
A train had come slowly in, and deposited its handful of passengers about 10 minutes ago, and the same train was now ready to start in the opposite direction. Ida and her husband got into an empty first-class compartment, and the train moved slowly off. And now that they were alone, as it were within four walls, she summoned up courage to say something that had been on her mind for the last quarter of an hour, a very hard thing for a bride of an hour old to say, yet which must be said somehow. "Would you mind giving me a little money while we are in London to buy some clothes?" she asked hesitatingly. "It is a dreadful thing to have to ask you, when, if I were not like the beggar girl in the ballad, I should have a trousseau. But I don't know when I may get my box from Malvern, and when I do, most of the things in it are too shabby for your wife. And in the meantime I have nothing, and I should not like to disgrace you, to make you feel ashamed of me while we are on our honeymoon tour." She sat with downcast eyes and flaming cheeks, deeply humiliated by her position, hating her poverty more than she had ever hated it in her life before. She felt that this rich husband of hers had not been altogether kind to her, that he might, by a little forethought, have spared her this shame. He must have known that she had neither clothes nor money. He who had such large means had done nothing to sweeten her poverty. On this her wedding morning he had brought her no gift save the ring which the law prescribed. He had not brought her so much as a flower by way of greeting. Yet she knew by the gossip of her schoolfellows that it was the custom for a lover to ratify his engagement by some splendid ring, which was ever afterward his betrothed's choicest jewel. The girls had talked of their elder sister's engagement rings, how one had diamonds, another rubies, another cat's eyes, more distinguished and artistic than either. And now she sat with drooping eyelids, expecting her lover-husband to break into an outburst of self-reproach, then pour a shower of gold into her lap. But he did neither. He rattled some loose coins in his pocket, just as he had done yesterday when he talked of the honeymoon, and he answered hesitatingly, with evident embarrassment.
"Yes, you'll want some new clothes, I dare say. All girls do when they marry, don't they? It's a kind of unwritten law, new husband, new gowns. But I'm sure you can't look better than you do in that grey gown, and it looks to me just the right thing for travelling. And for any other little things you may want for the moment,
if a couple of sovereigns will do," producing the coins. "You can get anything you like as we drive to my chambers. We could stop at a drapier's on our way."
Ida was stricken dumb by this reply. Her cheeks changed from crimson to pale. Her wealthy husband, the man whose fortune was to give her all those good things she had ever pictured to herself in the airy visions of a splendid future, offered her, with a half-reluctant air, as if offering his life's blood, 2 sovereigns with which to purchase a travelling outfit. What could she buy for 2 sovereigns? Not all the economy of her girlhood could screw half the things she wanted out of that pitiful sum. She thought of all those descriptions of weddings which were so eagerly devoured at Malvern whenever a fashionable newspaper fell in the way of those eager neophytes. She recalled the wonderful gifts which the bridegroom and the bridegroom's friends showered on the bride, the glorious gown and bonnet in which the bride departed on her honeymoon journey. And she was offered 2 sovereigns, wherewith to supply herself with all things needful for comfort and respectability. Pride gave her strength to refuse the sordid boon. She had the contents of her small travelling bag, and she was going to her father's house, where her stepmother would, perhaps, contrive to provide what was absolutely necessary. Anything was better than to be under the obligation to this rich husband who so little understood her needs. Could she have married that most detestable of all monsters, a miser? No, she could hardly believe that. It was not in a Wendover to be mean. And all that she had observed hitherto of Brian's way of acting and thinking rather indicated a recklessness about money than an undue care of pounds, shilling, and pence. "If you don't object to this gown and hat, I can manage very well till we get to my father's house," she said quietly.
"I adore you in that hat and gown," replied Brian eagerly, dropping the sovereigns back into his pocket, and so the question was settled. An elderly lady came into the carriage at the next station, and there was no renewal of confidences between bride and bridegroom till they came to Waterloo, not even then, for there was not much opportunity for confidential utterances in a hansom, and it was that convenient vehicle which carried Brian and his bride to the Temple. They alighted at a gate on the embankment, and made their way by a garden to a row of grave old houses, with a fine view of the river. Brian led his wife into one of these houses and up the uncarpeted stair to the 3rd floor, where he ushered her into a room with 2 old-fashioned windows looking out upon grass and trees and old-fashioned buildings, all grave and grey, having an air of sober peacefulness, as of a collegiate or monastic seclusion, while beyond the broad green lawn shone the broad blue river. "What a nice old place!" said Ida, looking down at the garden. "How quiet, how grave, how learned-looking! I don't wonder you like this pied-à-terre in London, as a change from your grand old abbey." Brian gave a little nervous cough, as if something were choking him. He came to the window and put his arm round his wife's waist. "Ida," he began somewhat huskily, "I'm going to tell you a secret." "What is that?" she asked, turning and looking at him. "The Abbey does not belong to me." "What?" she cried, with wide-open eyes. "You have been rather fond of talking about the Abbey, but I hope your heart is not too much set upon it. You told me the other day, you know, that you did not value me upon account of the Abbey or my position as its owner. I hope that was the truth, Ida, for Wendover Abbey belongs to my cousin. You have married the poor Brian, and not the rich one." "What?" she cried. "You have lied to me all this time? You have fooled and deluded me." She turned and faced him with eyes that flamed indignant fire, lips that quivered with unrestrained passion. "It's not my doing," he faltered, shrinking before her like the veriest craven. "It was the girls, Urania and Bessie, who started the notion as a practical joke, just to see what you would think of me, believing me to be my cousin. And when you seemed to like me a little, Bessie, who is fond of me and who adores you, urged me to follow up my advantage. But not to cheat me into marriage. No, It is not in Bessie to suggest such falsehood. She hardly contemplated an immediate marriage. I was to win your heart, and when I was sure of that—"
"You were to tell me the truth," said Ida, looking him straight in the eyes. His head drooped upon his breast. "And you did not tell me. You knew that I saw in you Brian Wendover, the head of the family, the owner of a great estate, that I was proud of being loved and sought by a man who stooped from such a high position to love me, who renounced the chance of a brilliant marriage to marry me, a penniless body. You knew that it was in that character I admired you and respected you, and was grateful to you, not as a briefless barrister, the man without means or position.
You harped a good deal upon the Abbey, but I had some right to suppose you liked me for my own sake, and that you would forgive me for a stratagem which was prompted by my love for you. How could I know that you looked upon marriage as a matter of exchange and barter?"
"No," said Ida, bitterly. "You are right. You could not know how mean I am. I did not know it myself till now. And now," she pursued, with flashing eyes, with a look in her splendid face that seemed to blight and wither him, with all her beauty, all her womanhood, up in arms against him, "and now, to punish you for having kept the truth from me, I will tell you the truth, plainly. I have never cared one straw for you. I thought I did, while I still believed you Brian Wendover of the Abbey. I was dazzled by your position. I was grateful in advance for all the good things that your wealth was to bring me. I tried to delude myself into the belief that I really loved you, but the voice of my conscience told me that it was not so, that I was, in sober truth, the basest of creatures, a woman who marries for money. And now, standing here before you, I know what a wretch I seem, what a wretch I am."
"You are my wife,"
said Brian, trying to take her hand,
"and we must both make the best of a bad bargain."
"Your wife?" she echoed in a mocking tone.
"Yes, my very wife, Ida. The knot that was tied today can only be loosened by death or dishonor."
"You have married me under a false name."
"No, I have not. You married Brian Walford Wendover. There is no other man of that name."
"You have cheated me into a miserable marriage. I will never forgive that cheat. I will never acknowledge you as my husband. I will never bear your name, or be anything to you but a stranger, except that I shall hate you all the days of my life. That will be the only bond between us," she added with a bitter laugh.
"Come, Ida,"
said Brian, soothingly, feeling himself quite able to face the situation now that the first shock was over.
"I was prepared for you to be disappointed, to be angry, even, but you are carrying matters a little too far. Even your natural disappointment could hardly excuse such language as this. I am the same man I was yesterday morning when I asked you to marry me."
"No, you are not. I saw you in a false light, glorified by attributes that never belonged to you."
"In plain words, you thought me the owner of a big house and a fine income. I am neither. I am the same Brian Wendover for all that, a briefless barrister, but with some talent, not without friends, and with as fair a chance of success as most young men of my rank."
"You are an idler. I have heard that from your uncle, self-indulgent, fond of trivial pleasures. Such men never succeed in life. But if you were certain to be Lord Chancellor, if you could this moment prove yourself possessed of a splendid fortune, my feelings would be unchanged. You have lied to me as no gentleman would have lied. I will own no husband who is not a gentleman."
"You carry things with a high hand,"
said Brian, with sullen wrath. And then love prevailed over anger, and he flung himself on his knees at her feet, clasping her reluctant hands, urging every impassioned argument which young lips could frame, but to all such prayers she was marble.
"You are my wife," he pleaded. "You are my snared bird. Your wings are netted, darling. Do you think I will let you go? Yes, I was false, but it was love made me deceive you. I loved you so well that I dared not risk losing you.
You have lost me for ever," she cried, breaking from him and moving towards the door. "Perhaps, had you been loyal and true, you might have taught me to love you for your own sake. Women are easier won by truth than falsehood."
"It seems to me they are easier won by houses and lands," answered Brian with a sneer.
And then he followed her to the door, caught her in his arms, and held her against his passionately beating heart, covering her angry face with kisses. "Let me go!" she cried, tearing herself from his arms, with a shriek of horror.
"Your kisses are poison to me. I hate you. I hate you."
He recoiled a few paces, and stood looking at her with a countenance in which the passionate love of a moment ago gave place to a gloomy anger.
"So be it," he said. "If we cannot be friends, we must be enemies. You reveal your character with an admirable candour. You did not mind marrying a man who was absolutely repulsive to you, whose kisses are poison, so long as you thought he was rich. But directly you are told he is poor, you inform him of your real sentiments with a delightful frankness. Suppose this confession of mine were a hoax, and that I really were the wealthy Brian after all, playing off a practical joke to test your feelings, what a sorry figure you would cut."
"Despicable," said Ida, with her hand on the handle of the door. "Yes, I know that. I despise and loathe myself as much as I despise and loathe you. I have drained the cup of poverty to the dregs, and I languished for the elixir of wealth. When you asked me to marry you, I thought fate had thrown prosperity in my way, that it would be to lose the golden chance of a lifetime if I refused you."
"Not much gold about it,"
said Brian, lightly. He had one of those shallow natures to which the tragedy of life is impossible. He was disappointed, angry at the turn which affairs had taken, but he was not reduced to despair. To take things easily had been his complete code of morals and philosophy from earliest boyhood. He was not going to break his heart for any woman, were she the loveliest, the cleverest, the noblest that ever the gods endowed with their choicest gifts. She might be ever so fair, but if she were not fair for him, she was, in a manner, non-existent. Life in his philosophy was too short to be wasted in following phantoms.
"You must have thought me a mean cad this morning when I offered you a couple of sovereigns," he said. "Yet they constituted a third of my worldly possessions, and I was sorely puzzled how we were to get to Dieppe on less than £4. I have been living from hand to mouth ever since I left the university, picking up a few pounds now and then by literature, writing criticisms for a theatrical journal, and so on. By no means a brilliant living. Perhaps, after all, it is well you take things so severely," he added with a sneer. "If we had been well disposed toward each other, we must have starved."
"I could have lived upon a crust with a husband whom I loved and respected, but not a man who could act a lie, as you did," said Ida. She took her bag from the chair where Brian had thrown it as they entered the room, and went out on the landing.
"Good-bye, Mrs. Wendover," he called after her. "Let me know if I can ever be of any use to you."
She was going downstairs by this time, and he was looking down at her across the heavy old banister rail.
"I suppose you are going straight to your father's?"
"Yes."
"Hadn't you better stop and have some lunch? The train doesn't go for hours."
"No, thanks." The grey gown fluttered against the sombre brown panelling as his wife turned the corner of the lower landing and disappeared from his view, perhaps for ever. Brian went back to his room and stood in the middle of it, looking round him with a contemplative air. It was a pleasant room, arranged with rather a dandified air, pipes, walking-sticks, old engravings, bric-a-brac, the relics of his college life.
"Well, if she had been more agreeable, I should have had to get new rooms, and that would have been a bore,"
he said to himself. And then he sank into a chair, gave a laugh that was half a sob, and wiped a mist of tears from his eyes.
"What fools we have both been," he muttered to himself. "I knew she was in love with the Abbey, but I don't believe a word she says about hating me.
And yet, Chapter 10 of The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Bad Penny. Ida made her way back to the embankment somehow, hardly knowing where she was going or what she was going to do. The airy castle which she had built for herself had fallen about her ears, and she was left standing amidst the ruins. Wendover Abbey, wealth, position, independence, the world's respect were all as far from her as they had been a month ago. Her sense of disappointment was keen, but not so keen as the sense of her self-abasement. Her own character stood revealed to herself in all its meanness, its sordid longing for worldly wealth, its willingness to stoop to falsehood in the pursuit of a woman's lowest aim, a good establishment. Seen in the light of abject failure, the scheme of her life seemed utterly detestable. Success would have gilded everything. As the wife of the rich Brian, she would have done her duty in all wifely meekness and obedience, and would have gone down to the grave under the comforting delusion that she had in no wise forfeited honor or self-respect. Cheated, duped, degraded, she now felt all the infamy implied in her willingness to marry a man for whom she cared not a straw. "Oh, it was cruel, iniquitous," she said to herself, as she hurried along the dusty pavement, impelled by agitated thoughts, "to trade upon my weakness, my misery, to see me steeped to the lips in odious poverty, and to tempt me with the glitter of wealth. I never pretended to love him, never. Thank God for that. I let him tell me that he loved me, and I consented to be his wife. But I pretended no love on my side. Thank God for that. He cannot say that I lied to him." She hurried along, citywards, following the stream of people, and found herself presently in broad, busy Queen Victoria Street, with all the traffic hastening by her, staring helplessly at the cabs, the omnibuses, wagons, and carriages streaming east and west under the murky London sky, vaguely wondering what she was to do next. He, her husband, had asked her if she were going back to her father, and she had said yes. Indeed, it was the only course open to her. She must go home and face the situation, and accept any paternal reproof that might be offered her. She had lost a day. No doubt Miss Pugh's indictment would have arrived before her, and she would have to explain her conduct to father and stepmother. But the little white-walled house near Dieppe was the only shelter the universe held for her, and she must go there. Wendover Abbey, she repeated to herself. I, the mistress of Wendover Abbey! That was too good a joke. Why did I not see the folly of such a dream? But it was just like other dreams. When one dreams one is a queen, or that one can fly, there is no consciousness of the absurdity of the thing. She stood staring at the omnibuses till the conductor of one that was nearly empty murmured invitingly in her ear, "London Bridge?" It was the place to which she wanted to go. She nodded to the man, who opened his door and let her in. She was at the station at 4:15, and the train for Newhaven did not leave till 7, a long, dismal stretch of empty time to be lived through. But she could not improve her situation by going anywhere else. The station, with its dingy waiting-rooms and garish refreshment-room, was as good a hotel for her as any other. She was faint for want of food, having taken nothing since her apology for breakfast at 7 o'clock. "Can one get a cup of tea here?" she asked of the dry-as-dust matron in charge of the waiting-room, whereupon the matron good-naturedly offered to fetch her some tea. "If you would be so kind," she faltered, too exhausted to speak above a whisper. "I don't like going into that crowded refreshment-room." "No, to be sure. Not much used to travelling alone, I dare say. You'll be better when you've had a cup of tea." The tea, with a roll and butter, revived exhausted nature. Ida paid for this temperate refreshment, went to the booking-office and made some inquiries about her ticket, and bought herself a book at the stall, wherewith to beguile the time and to distract her mind from brooding on its own miseries. She felt it was a frightful extravagance as she paid away 2 of Miss Cobb's shillings for Bulwer's Caxtons, but she felt also that to live through those 3 tedious hours without such aid would be a step on the road to a lunatic asylum. Armed with her book, she went back to the waiting-room, settled herself in a corner of the sofa, and remained there absorbed, immovable, while travellers came and went, all alike fussy, flurried, and full of their own concerns, not one of them stopping to notice the pale, tired-looking girl reading in the remotest corner of the spacious room. A somewhat stormy passage brought the boat which carried Ida and her fortunes to straggling, stony, smelly Dieppe, now abandoned to its native population and deprived of that flavour of fashion which pervades its beach in the brighter months of August and September. The town looked grey, cold, and forbidding in the bleak October morning, when Ida found herself alone amidst its stoniness, the native population only just beginning to bestir itself in the street above the quay, and making believe, by an inordinate splashing and a frantic vehemence in the use of birch brooms, to be the cleanest population under the sun, an assertion of superiority somewhat belied by an all-pervading odour of decomposed vegetable matter, a small heap of which refuse, including egg-shells and fishy offal, which the town in the matutinal cleansing process offered up to the sun-god as incense upon an altar, lay before every door to be collected by the local scavenger at his leisure, or to be blown about and disseminated by the winds of heaven. Alone upon the stony quay, in the freshness and chilliness of early morning, Ida took temporary refuge in the humblest cafe she could find, where a feeble old woman was feebly brooming the floor, and where there was no appearance of any masculine element. Here she expended another of Miss Cobb's shillings upon a cup of coffee and a roll. She had spent 25 shillings for her second-class ticket. The debt to Miss Cobb now amounted to 1.5 sovereigns, and Ida Palliser thought of it with an aching sense of her own helplessness to refund so large a sum. Yesterday morning, believing herself about to become the wife of a rich man, had thought what fun it would be to send Cobby a £5 note in the prettiest of ivory purses from one of the shops in the street yonder. She drank her coffee slowly, not anxious to hasten the hour of a home-coming which could not be altogether pleasant. She was as fond of her father as adverse circumstances had allowed her to be. She adored her half-brother, and was not unkindly disposed towards her stepmother. But to go back to them penniless, threadbare, disgraced, go back to be a burden upon their genteel poverty, that was bitter. She had made up her mind to walk to Le Fontaine rather than make any further inroad upon Miss Cobb's purse for coach hire. What was she that she could be idle or luxurious, or spare the labour of her young limbs? She went along the narrow stony street where the shops were only now being opened, past the wide market where the women were setting out their stalls in front of the fine old church, and where Douglasglyn, heroic and gigantic, defied the stormy winds that had ruffled his sculptured hair. 2.5 years ago it had been a treat to her to walk in that market-place, hanging on her father's arm, to stand in the sombre stillness of that solemn cathedral, while the organ rolled its magnificent music along the dusky aisles. They, too, had chaffered for fruit at those stalls, laughing gaily with the good-tempered countrywomen. They had strolled on the beach and amused themselves economically from the outside with the diversions of the etablissement. An afternoon in Dieppe had meant fun and holiday-making. Now she looked at the town with weary eyes and thought how dull and shabby it had grown. The walk to Le Fontaine, along a white, dusty road, seemed interminable. If she had not been told again and again that it was only 4 miles from the town to the village, she would have taken the distance for 8. So long, so weary seemed the way. There were hills in the background, hills right and left of her, orchards, glimpses of woodland, here and there a peep of sea, pretty enough road to be whirled along in a comfortable carriage with a fast horse, but passing flat, stale, and unprofitable to the heavy-hearted pedestrian. At last the little straggling village, the half-dozen new houses, square white boxes, which seemed to have been dropped accidentally in square enclosures of ragged garden, white-walled penitentiaries on a small scale, deriving an air of forced liveliness from emerald-green shutters, here a tree and there a patch of rough grass, but never a flower, for the scarlet geraniums in their plaster vases on the wall of the grandest of the mansions had done blooming, and beyond scarlet geraniums on the wall the horticultural taste of La Fontaine had never risen. The old cottages, with heavy thatched roofs and curious attic windows, with fruit trees sprawling over the walls and orchards in the rear, were better than the new villas, but even these lacked the neatness and picturesque beauty of an English cottage in a pastoral landscape. There was a shabby dustiness, a barren, comfortless look about everything, and the height of ugliness was attained in the new church, a plastered barn, with a gaudily painted figure of Our Blessed Lady in a niche above the door, all red and blue and gold against the whitewashed wall. Ida thought of Kingthorpe, the rustic inn with its queer old gables, shining lattices, quaint dovecotes, the green, the pond, with its willowy islands, the lovely old Gothic church, solid and grave and grey, calm amidst the shade of immemorial yews. The country about La Fontaine was almost as pretty as that hilly region between Winchester and Romsey, but the English village was like a gem set in the English landscape, while the French village was a wart on the face of a smiling land. Why call it La Fontaine? Ida wondered in her parched and dusty weariness. It is the driest village I ever saw, and I don't believe there is anything like a fountain within a mile. Her father's house was one of the white boxes with green shutters. It enjoyed a dignified seclusion behind a plaster wall, which looked as if anyone might knock it down in very wantonness. The baby boy had varied the monotony of his solitary sports by picking little bits out of it. There was a green door opening into this walled four-quarter garden, but the door was not fastened, so Ida pushed it open and went in. The baby boy, now a sturdy vagabond of 5 years old, was digging an empty flower-bed. He caught sight of his sister and galloped off into the house before she could take him in her arms, shouting, "Mamma, une dame, lady, lady, lady," exercising his lungs upon both those languages which were familiar to his dawning intelligence. His mother came out at his summons, a pretty blue-eyed woman with an untidy gown and towsley hair, aged and faded a little since Ida had seen her. "Oh, Ida," she said, kissing her stepdaughter heartily enough despite her reproachful tone, "how could you go on so? We have had such a letter from Miss Pugh. Your father is awfully cut up, and we were expecting you all yesterday. He went to Dieppe to meet the afternoon boat. Where have you been since Tuesday?" "I slept at the lock-house with a nice civil woman who gave me a night's lodging," said Ida, somewhat embarrassed by this question. "But why not have come home at once, dear?" asked the stepmother mildly. She always felt herself a poor creature before her Juno-like daughter. "I was flurried and worried, hardly knew what I was to do for the first few hours after I left Malvern, and I let the time slip by till it was too late to think of travelling yesterday," answered Ida. "Old Pugh is a demon." "She seems to be a nasty, unkind old thing," said Mrs. Palliser. "For, after all, the worst she can bring against you is flirting with your friend's cousin. I hope you are engaged to him, dear, for that will silence everybody." "No, I am not engaged to him. He is nothing to me," answered Ida, crimsoning. "I never saw him, except in Fräulein's company. Neither you nor my father would like me to marry a man without sixpence." "But in Miss Pugh's letter she said you declared you were engaged to Mr. Wendover of the Abbey, a gentleman of wealth and position. She was wicked enough to say she did not believe a word you said. But still, Ida, I do hope you were not telling falsehoods." "I hardly knew what I said," replied Ida, feeling the difficulties of her position rising up on every side and hemming her in. She had never contemplated this kind of thing, when she had repudiated her marriage and turned her face homewards. She maddened me by her shameful attack, talking to me as if I were dirt, degrading me before the whole school. If you had been treated as I was, you would have been beside yourself." "I might have gone into hysterics," said Mrs. Palliser, "but I don't think I should have told deliberate falsehoods. And to say that you were engaged to a rich man when you were not engaged, and the man hasn't a sixpence, was going a little too far. But don't fret, dear," added the stepmother soothingly, as the tears of shame and anger against fate, life, all things, welled into Ida's lovely eyes. "Never mind, we'll say no more about it. Come upstairs to your own room. It's Verney's day nursery now, but you won't mind that, I know. And take off your hat. Poor thing, how tired and ill you look." "I feel as if I was going to be ill and die, and I hope I am," said Ida petulantly. "Don't, dear. It's wicked to say such a thing as that. You needn't be afraid of your poor pa. He takes everything easily." "Yes, he is always good. Where is he?" "Not up yet. He comes down in time for his little déjeuner à la fourchette. Poor fellow, he had to get up so early in India." Captain Palliser had for the last 7 years been trying to recover those arrears of sleep incurred during his Eastern career. He had been active enough under a tropical sky when his mind was kept alive by a modicum of hard work and a very wide margin of sport. Pig-sticking, peacock-shooting, paper chases, all the delights of an Indian life. But now, vegetating on a slender pittance, in the semi-slumberous idleness of La Fontaine, he had nothing to do and nothing to think about, and he was glad to shorten his days by dozing away the fresher hours of the morning, while his wife toiled at the preparation of that elaborate meal which he loved to talk about as tiffin. Poor little Mrs. Palliser made strenuous efforts to keep the sparsely furnished, dusty house as clean and trim as it could be kept, but her life was a perpetual conflict with other people's untidiness. The house was let furnished, and everything was in the third-rate French style, inferior mahogany and cheap gilding, bare floors with gaudy little rugs lying about here and there, tables with flaming tapestry covers, chairs cushioned with red velvet of the commonest kind, sham tortoise-shell clock and candelabra on the dining-room chimney-piece, alabaster clock and candelabra in the drawing-room. There was nothing homelike or comfortable in the house to atone for the smallness of the rooms, which seemed mere cells to Ida after the spaciousness of Mauleverer Manor and the Knoll. She wondered how her father and mother could breathe in such rooms. That bedchamber to which Mrs. Palliser introduced her stepdaughter was even a shade shabbier than the rest of the house. The boy had run riot here, had built his bricks in one corner, had stabled a headless wooden horse and cart in another, and had scattered traces of his existence everywhere. There were his little Windsor chair, the nurse-girl's rocking-chair, a battered old table, a heap of old illustrated newspapers, and torn toy-books. "You won't mind Vernon's using the room in the day, dear, will you?" said Mrs. Palliser apologetically. "It shall be tidied for you at night." This meant that in the daytime Ida would have no place for retreat, no nook or corner of the house which she might call her own. She submitted meekly even to this deprivation, feeling that she was an intruder who had no right to be there. "I should like to see my father soon," she said with a trembling lip, stooping down to caress Vernon, who had followed them upstairs. He was a lovely, fair-haired boy, with big, candid blue eyes, a lovable, confiding child, full of life and spirits and friendly feeling towards all mankind and the whole animal creation down to its very lowest forms. "You shall have your breakfast with him," said Mrs. Palliser, feeling that she was conferring a great favour, for the captain's breakfast was a meal apart. "I don't say but what he'll be a little cross to you at first, but you must put up with that. He'll come round afterwards." "He has not seen me for 2 years and a half," said Ida, thinking that fatherly affection ought to count for something under such circumstances. "Yes, it's only 2 years and a half," sighed Mrs. Palliser, "and you were to have stayed at Mauleverer Manor 3 years. Miss Pugh is a wicked old woman to cheat your father out of 6 months' board and tuition. He paid her £50 in one lump when he articled you. £50! A heap of money for people in our position, and here you are, come back to us like a bad penny." "I am very sorry," faltered Ida, reddening at that unflattering comparison. "But I worked very hard at Mauleverer, and am tolerably experienced in tuition. I must try to get a governess's situation directly, and then I shall be paid a salary, and shall be able to give you back the £50 by degrees." "Oh, that's the dreadful part of it all," sighed Mrs. Palliser, who was very seldom in the open air, and had that despondent view of life common to people who live within 4 narrow walls. "Goodness knows how you are ever to get a situation without references. Miss Pugh says you are not to refer to her, and who else is there who knows anything of you or your capacity?" "Yes, there is someone else, Bessie Wendover and her family." "The people you went to visit in Hampshire. Ah, there went another £5 in a lump. You have been a heavy expense to us, Ida. I don't know whether anyone wanting to employ you as a governess would take such a reference as that. People are so particular. But we must hope for the best, and in the meantime you can make yourself useful at home in taking care of Vernon and teaching him his letters. He is dreadfully backward." "He is an angel," said Ida, lifting the cherub in her arms and letting the fair curly head nestle upon her shoulder. "I will wait upon him like a slave. You do love me, don't you, pet?" "Yes, I love oo, but I don't know who is." "Connais pas," said Vernon, shaking his head vehemently. "I am your sister, darling, your only sister." "My half-sister," said Vernon. "Mamma said I have a half-sister, and she was naughty. Dis donc, would a whole sister be twice as big as you?" Thus, in his baby language, which may be easier imagined than described, gravely questioned the boy. "I am your sister, dearest heart and soul. There is no such thing as a half-love or half-sisterhood between us. You should not have talked to him like that, mother," said Ida, turning her reproachful gaze upon her stepmother, who was melted to tears. "Your father was so upset by Miss Pugh's letter," she murmured apologetically. "To pay £50 for you, and for it to end in such humiliation as that. You must own that it was hard for us." "It was harder for me," said Ida. "I had to stand up and face that wicked woman who knew that I had done no wrong, and who wreaked her malignity upon me because I am cleverer and better looking than ever she was in her life." "I must go and make your father's omelette," said the stepmother, "while you tidy yourself for breakfast. I think there's some water on the washstand, and Vernon shall bring you a clean towel." The little fellow trotted out after his mother, and trotted back presently with the towel, one towel, which was about in proportion to the water-jug and basin. Ida shuddered, remembering the plenitude of water and towels at the Knoll. She made her toilette as well as she could, with the scantiest materials, as she might have done on board ship, shook and brushed the shabby grey cashmere, her wedding gown, she thought with a bitter smile, before she put it on again, and then went down the bare narrow deal staircase, superb in all the freshness of her youth and beauty, which neither care nor poverty could spoil. Captain Palliser was pacing up and down his little dining-parlour, looking flurried and anxious. He turned suddenly as Ida entered, and stood staring at her. "By Jove, how handsome you have grown!" he said, and then he took her in his arms and kissed her. "But you know, my dear, this is really too bad," and he went on in a fretful tone, "to come back upon us like a bad penny." "That is what my stepmother said just now." "My dear, how can one help saying it when it's the truth? After my paying £50, don't you know, and thinking that you were comfortably disposed of for the next 3 years, and that at the expiry of the term Miss Pugh would place you in a gentleman's family where you could receive from 60 to 100 per annum, according to your acquirements, those were her very words, to have you sent back to us like this, in disgrace, and to be told that you have been carrying on in an absurd way with a young man on the bank of a river. It is most humiliating. And now my wife tells me the young man has not a sixpence, which makes the whole thing so very culpable." Please let me tell you the extent of my iniquity, father, and then you can judge what right Miss Pugh had to expel me." Whereupon Ida quietly described her afternoon promenades upon the river path, with the Fräulein always in her company, and how her friend's cousin had been permitted to walk up and down with them.
"Nobody supposes there was any actual harm," replied Captain Palliser, "but you must have been perfectly aware that you were acting foolishly, that this kind of thing was a violation of the school etiquette. Come now, you knew Miss Pugh would disapprove of such goings-on, did you not?"
"Well, yes, no doubt I knew old Pugh would be horrified. Perhaps it was the idea of that which gave a zest to the thing."
"Precisely. And you never thought of my £50, and you ran this risk for the sake of a man without a penny, who could never be your husband."
Ida grew scarlet and then deadly pale.
"There, don't look so distressed, child. I must try to forget my £50 and to think of your future career. It is a deuced awkward business. Here comes the omelette and the coffee. An escapade of this kind is always cropping up against a girl in after life. Sit down and make yourself comfortable. Capital dish of kidneys. The world is so small, and of course every pupil at Mulvera Manor will gabble about this business. No mushrooms. What is that little woman thinking about?"
Captain Palliser seated himself and arranged his napkin under his chin, French fashion. His features were that aquiline type which seems to have been invented on purpose for army men. His eyes were light blue, like his boy's. Ida's dark eyes were a maternal inheritance. His hair was auburn, sprinkled with grey, his moustache straw colour, with a carefully trained cavalry droop. His clothes and boots were perfect of their kind, albeit they had seen good wear. He had been heard to declare that he had rather wear feathers and war paint like a Red Indian than a coat made by a third-rate tailor. He was tall and inclining to stoutness, broad-shouldered, with an easy carriage and a nonchalant air, which were not without their charm. He had what most people call a patrician look, that is to say, the air of never having done anything useful in the whole course of his existence. Not such a patrician as a Palmerston or Russell, a Derby or a Salisbury, but the ideal lotus-eating aristocrat, who dresses, drives, and dines and gossips through a languid existence. The captain's career in the East had not been particularly brilliant. His lines had not lain in great battles or stirring campaigns. Except during the awful episode of the mutiny, when he was still a young man, he had seen little active service. His life, since his return from India, had been a blank. His mind, never vigorous, had rusted slowly in the slow monotony of his days. He had come to accept the rhythmical ebb and flow of life's river as all sufficient for content. Breakfast and dinner were the chief events of his life. If it was well with these, it was well with him. There was a rustic tavern where in summer a good many people came to dine, either in the house or the garden, and in a room adjoining the kitchen there was a small French billiard table with very big balls. Here the captain played of an evening with the habitués of the place, and was much looked up to for his superior skill. An occasional drive into Dieppe on the banquette of the diligence, and a saunter by the sea, was his only other amusement. His daughter poured out his coffee and ministered to his various wants as he breakfasted, eating with but little appetite herself, albeit the fare was excellent. Captain Palliser talked in a desultory way as he ate, not often looking up from his plate, but meandering on. Happily for Ida, who had been reduced to the lowest stage of self-abasement by her welcome, he said no more about Miss Pugh or his daughter's gloomy prospects. It was not without a considerable mental effort that he was able to bring his thoughts to bear upon other people's business. He had strained his mind a good deal during the last 24 hours, and he was very glad to relax the tension of the bow.
"Rather a dull kind of life for a man who has been used to society, eh, Ida?" he murmured, as he ate his omelette. "But we contrive to rub on somehow. Your stepmother likes it, and the boy likes it. Wonderful healthy air, don't you know? No smoke, no fogs. Only 3 miles from the sea as the crow flies.
It suits them, and it's cheap. A paramount consideration, with a poor devil on half-pay, and in the season there are some of the best people in Europe to be seen at the etablissement.
I suppose you go to Dieppe often in the season, father? Said Ida, pleased to find he had dropped Miss Pugh and the governess question.
Well, yes, I wander in almost every fine day.
You don't walk?
Exclaimed Ida, surprised at such activity in a man of his languid temper.
Oh, no, I never walk. I just wander in on the diligence or in a return fly. I wander in and look about me a little, and perhaps take a cup of coffee with a friend at the Hôtel de Bain. There is generally someone I know at the Bains or the Royal. Ah, by the by, whom do you think I saw there a fortnight ago?
I haven't the least idea, answered Ida. I know so few of your friends.
No, of course not. You never saw Sir Vernon Palliser, but you've heard me talk about him.
Your rich brother, the wicked old baronet in Sussex, who never did you a kindness in his life?
My dear, old Sir Vernon has been dead 2 years.
I never heard of his death.
No, by the by. It wasn't worth worrying you about it, especially as we could not afford to go into mourning. Your stepmother fretted about it dreadfully, poor little woman, as if it could matter to her when she had never seen the man in her life. She said if one had a baronet in one's family, one ought to go into mourning for him. I can't understand the passion some women have for mourning. They are eager to smother themselves in crape at the slightest provocation, and for a mean old beggar like Vernon, who never gave me a sixpence. But, as I was saying, these 2 young fellows turned up the other day in front of the Hôtel de Bain.
Which 2 young fellows, my dear father? I haven't the faintest idea of whom you're talking, protested Ida, who found her father's conversation very difficult to follow.
Why, Sir Vernon, of course. The present Sir Vernon and his brother Peter. Ugly name, isn't it, Ida? But there has always been a Peter in the family, and as a rule, added Captain Palliser, growing slower and dreamier of speech as he fell into reminiscences of the past, as a rule, the Peter Pallisers have gone to the dogs. There was Major Palliser, fought in the Peninsula, knew George IV, married a very pretty woman and beat her, died in the Bench.
Tell me more about the present Sir Vernon, asked Ida, more interested in the moving, breathing life of to-day than in memories of the unknown dead. Is he nice?
He's a fine, broad-shouldered young fellow, 7 or 8 and 20. No, not handsome. My brother Vernon was never distinguished for beauty, though he had all the markings of race. There's nothing like race, Ida. You see it in a man's walk, you hear it in every tone of a man's voice.
Dear father, I was asking about this particular Sir Vernon, urged Ida with a touch of impatience, unaccustomed to the slow, meandering talk.
And I was telling you about him,
answered the captain, slightly offended. His little low-born wife never hurried and hustled his thoughts in this way. She was content to sit at his feet and let him meander on for hours. True that she did not often listen, but she was always respectful.
I was remarking that Sir Vernon is a fine young fellow, and likely to live to see himself a great-grandfather. His brother, too, is nearly as big and healthy to a degree. The breakfast I saw those 2 young men devour at the hotel would have made your hair stand on end. But, thank heaven, I have never been the kind of man to wait for dead men's shoes.
I see, said Ida. If these boys had been sickly and had died young, you would have succeeded to the baronetcy.
To the baronetcy and to the estate in Sussex, which is a very fine estate, worth 8,000 a year.
Then of course they are strong, and likely to live to the age of Methuselah, exclaimed Ida, with a laugh of passing bitterness. Who ever heard of luck coming our way? It is not in our race to be fortunate. The shame and agony of her own failure to win fortune were still strong upon her.
Who knows what might happen?
Said the captain, with amiable listlessness.
I have never allowed my thoughts to dwell upon the possibilities of the future. Yet it is a fact that, so long as those young men remain unmarried, there are only 2 lives between me and wealth.
They feel the position themselves, for when Sir Vernon came over here to lunch, he patted my boy on the head and said in his joking way, 'If Peter and I had fallen down a crevasse the other day in the Oberland, this little chap would have been heir to Wimperfield.'"
"No doubt Sir Vernon and his brother will marry and set up nurseries of their own within the next 2 or 3 years," said Ida carelessly. Eager as she had been to be rich during those 2.5 bitter years in which she had so keenly felt the sting of poverty, she was not capable of seeing her way to fortune through the dark gate of death.
"Yes, I dare say they will both marry," replied Captain Palliser gravely, folding his napkin and whisking an accidental crumb off his waistcoat. "Young men always get drifted into matrimony. If they are rich, all the women are after them. If they are poor, well, there is generally some woman weak enough to prefer dual starvation to bread and cheese and solitude. Vernon told me he had no idea of marriage. He and his brother are both rovers, fond of mountain climbing, yachting, every open-air amusement."
"Did you see much of them while they were at Dieppe?"
"They only stayed 3 days. They walked over here to lunch, put the poor little woman in a fluster, although they were very pleased and easy about everything, invited me to dinner, tipped the boy munificently, and went off by the night boat, bound straight for Wimperfield and the partridges. Very fine partridge shooting at Wimperfield. Vernon asked me to go across with him and stay at the old place for a week or 2, but my sporting days are over. I can't get up early, and I can't walk in shooting boots. Besides, the little woman would have fretted if I had left her alone so long."
"But the change would have done you good, father."
"No, my dear, any change of habits would worry me. I have dropped into my groove, and I must stay in it. What a pity you were not here when your cousins called. Who knows what might have happened? Vernon might have fallen over head and ears in love with you."
"Don't, father," cried Ida, with absolute pain in her voice. "Don't talk about marrying for money. There is nothing in life so revolting, so degrading. Be sure it is a sin which always brings its own punishment."
"My dear," said the captain gravely, "there are so many love matches which bring their own punishment, that I am inclined to believe that marrying for money is a virtue which ought to ensure its own reward. You may depend, if we could get the statistics upon the subject, one would find that after 10 years' marriage the couples who were drawn together by prudential motives are just as fond of each other as those more romantic pairs who wedded for love. A decade of matrimony rounds a good many sharp angles, and dispels a good many
Chapter 11 of The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Accomplishments at a discount. Now began for Ida a life of supreme dullness, an empty, almost hopeless life, waiting upon fortune. Her father was kind to her in his easy-going, lymphatic way, liking well enough to have her about him, pleased with her affection for his boy, proud of her beauty and her talents, but with no earnest care for her welfare in the present or the future. What was to become of wife, son, and daughter when he was dead and gone was a question which Captain Palliser dared not ask himself. For the widow there would be a pittance, for son and daughter nothing. It was therefore vital that Ida should either marry well or become a money-earning personage. Of marriage at Le Fontaine there seemed not the faintest probability, since the experiences of the past afford so few instances of wandering swains caught and won by a face at a window, or the casual appearance of a beautiful girl on the country road. Of friends or acquaintance in his present abode, Captain Palliser had none. The only people he had ever cared for were the men and women he had known in India, and he had lost sight of those since his marriage. They were scattered, and he was too proud to expose his fallen fortunes to those who had known him in his happier days, those days when the careless expenditure of his modest capital had given him a false air of easy circumstances. His life at La Fontaine suited him well enough individually. It was a kind of hibernation. He slept a good deal, and ate a good deal, and smoked incessantly, and took very little exercise. For all that is best and noblest in life, Captain Palliser might just as well have been dead. He had outlived hope and ambition, thought, invention. He exercised no influence upon the lives of others, except upon the little homely wife, whom was a slave to him. He was no possible good in the world, yet his daughter was fond of him, and pleased to bear him company when he would have her, and under her influence his sluggish intellect brightened a little. For the first few weeks of her residence at La Fontaine, Ida was tortured by a continually recurring fear of Brian Wendover's pursuit. He had let her go coolly enough, but what if he were to change his mind and follow and claim her? She belonged to him. She was his goods, his chattels, to have and to hold till death did them part. Her life was no longer her own to dispose of as she pleased. Would he let her alone? He, who had held her in his arms with passionate force, who had entreated her to stay with him, and had surrendered her reluctantly in sullen anger. What if anger, which had been stronger with him than love at that last moment, should urge him to denounce her, to tell the world how base a thing she was, a woman who had been eager to marry a rich man, and had been trapped by a pauper? She glanced with a sickening dread at every letter which her father received, lest it should be from Brian telling her shameful story. She counted the days as they went by, saying to herself, "A fortnight since we were married. Surely if he had meant to claim me he would have come before now. 3 weeks. Now I must be safe." And then came the dull November morning which completed the calendar month since her wedding day, and her husband had made no sign. She began to feel easier, to believe that he repented his marriage as deeply as she did, and that he was very glad to be free from its bondage. And now she was able to think more seriously of her future. She had answered a great many advertisements in the Times, wherein paragons were demanded for the tuition of youth or the companionship of age, but as she saw the papers only on the day after their publication, other paragons, on the spot, were beforehand with her. She did not receive a single answer to those carefully written letters, setting forth her qualifications and her willingness to work hard. "I shall waste a small fortune in postage stamps, father," she said at last, "and shall be no nearer the mark. My only chance is to advertise. Will you give me the money for an advertisement? I'm sorry to ask you, but—" "My dear, you are always asking me for money," replied Captain Palliser peevishly, which was hardly fair, as she had asked him nothing since her return, except the sum of 30 shillings, being the exact amount of which she stood indebted to kind-hearted Miss Cobb. "However, I suppose you must have it." He produced a half-sovereign from his meagrely furnished purse. "It is only right you should do something. Indeed, anything is better than wasting your life in such a hole as this. But what if you do get any answers to your advertisement? Who is to give you a character, since that old witch at Malvera Manor has chosen to put her back up against you?" "That must be managed somehow," answered Ida moodily. "Will it not be enough for the people to know who you are, and that I have never been in a situation before? Why should they apply to the schoolmistress who finished my education?" "People are so suspicious," said the captain, "and the handsomer a girl is, the more questions they ask. They seem to think she has no right to be handsome. However, you must risk it." Ida wrote her advertisement, an unvarnished statement of her qualifications as a teacher, and of her willingness to be useful, not a word about references. The advertisement appeared a few days later, and the little family at La Fontaine anxiously awaited the result, even little Vernon eagerly expressing himself on the subject, his youthful ears being open to every topic discussed in his presence, and his youthful mind quick to form opinions. "You shan't go away," he exclaimed. Ma, she shan't go, shall she? Lady shan't have her. I want her always. You mustn't go, sissy. All in baby language, with a curious perversion of consonants. He had climbed on her knee, and had his arms around her neck. Energetic young arms which almost throttled her. She had been his chief companion and playfellow for the last 5 weeks, had read him all his favourite fairy tales over and over again, had sat with him of an evening till he fell asleep, an invincible defence against bogies and vague fears of darkness. She had taken him for long rural rambles over breezy downs toward the sea, had dug and delved with him on the lonely beach below the great white lighthouse, warmly coated and shawled, and working hard in the November wind. And now, just when he had grown fonder of her than anyone else in the world, she was going to leave him. He lifted up his head and howled, and refused all comfort from mother or father. Ida cried with him. "My pet, I can't bear to leave you, but I must, my darling. I shall come back," she protested, clasping him to her breast, kissing his fair, tearful face, soft round cheeks, lovely blue eyes swimming in tears. "To-morrow?" inquired Vernon, with a strangled sob. "No, darling, not to-morrow. There would be no use in my going just for one day, but I am not going yet. I don't know when I am going. Vernon must not cry. See how unhappy he is making poor mamma." Mrs. Palliser put her hands before her face and made a boo-hooing noise to keep up the illusion. Whereupon the affectionate little fellow slipped off his sister's knee and ran to his mother to administer comfort. "I am not going away yet, Vernon. Indeed, I hardly know whether I am ever going away at all. I have come back like a bad penny, and I seem likely to be as difficult to get rid of as other bad pennies," said Ida despondingly, for 3 posts had gone by since the insertion of her advertisement, and had brought her nothing. The market was evidently overstocked with young ladies knowing French and German, able to play and sing, and willing to be useful. After this, Vernon would hardly let his sister out of his sight. He had a suspicion that she would leave him unawares, slip out of the door some day, and be gone without a moment's warning. That is how joy flees. "My pet, be reasonable," said Ida. "I can't go away without my trunk." This comforted him a little, and he made a point of sitting upon one of Ida's trunks, when they two were alone in that barely furnished chamber which served for her bedroom and his day-nursery. She contrived to tell him fairy tales and to keep him amused, albeit she was now busy at carefully overhauling, patching, and repairing her scanty wardrobe, trying to make neat mending do duty for new clothes, and getting ready against any sudden summons. She could not bring herself to ask her father for money, sadly as she wanted new garments. He had given her £5 in August, and 2 sovereigns since her return, and the way he had doled out those sums indicated the low state of his funds. No, the gown that had been new at the Knoll must still be her best gown. Last winter's jacket, albeit threadbare in places, must do duty for this winter. Before the next summer she might be in the receipt of a salary, and able to clothe herself decently, and to send presents to this beloved boy, who was not much better clad than herself. But the days wore on, and brought no answer to her advertisement.
"I shouldn't wonder if it were the foreign address," said Captain Palliser, when they were all speculating upon the cause of this dismal silence. "People are suspicious of anyone living abroad. If you had been able to advertise from a rectory in Lincolnshire, or even an obscure street at the west end of London, they'd have thought better of you. But Boulogne, Calais, Dieppe, they all hint at impecuniosity and enforced exile. It's very unlucky." The postman stopped at the little green gate next morning, and Ida flew to receive his packet. It was a letter for her, a bulky letter, in a hand she knew well, and her heart seemed to stop beating as she looked at the address. The hand was Bessie Wendover's. Who could tell what new trouble the letter might announce? Brian might have told his family the whole history of his marriage and her unworthy conduct. Oh, what shame, what agony, if this were so!
And how was she to face her father when he asked her the contents of the letter? She ran out into the garden, the little, bare, joyless garden, to read her letter alone and to gain time. This is how the dreaded epistle ran. My dear, darling, ill-used, cruel thing, how could you treat me so badly? What is friendship worth if you set no higher value upon it than this? I don't believe you know what friendship means, or you never could act so. How miserable you have made me! How wretched you must have been yourself, you proud, noble-minded darling, under the sting of such vile treatment. I wrote to you 3 times last month, and could not imagine why my letters were unanswered. Brian had told me that you were perfectly well, and looking splendid when he saw you in October, so I did not think it could be illness that kept you silent, and at last I began to feel angry, and to fancy you had forgotten me, and were ungrateful. No, I don't mean that, dearest. What reason had you for gratitude? The obligation was all on my side.
Towards the end of October, I wrote to Brian, telling him of your silence, and asking if he could find out if you were well. He answered with one of his short, unsatisfactory scrawls that he had reason to know you were quite well. After this I felt really offended, for I thought you must have deceived me all along, and that you had never cared a straw about me. So I coiled myself up in my dignity, and, although I felt very unhappy, I resolved never to write you another line till you wrote to me. I was very miserable, but still I felt that I owed a duty to my own self-respect, don't you know, and just at Thistamol went to Bournemouth, where we were very gay. Father and Mother knew no end of people there, and I began to feel what it really is to be out, which no girl ever could at Kingthorpe, where there are about 3 parties in a 12-month. Well, darling,
so I went on leading a frivolous life among people I did not care 2pence for, and hardening my heart against my dearest friend, when, on the day we came home, I happened to take up the Times in the railway carriage. I hate newspapers in a common way, but one reads such things when one is travelling, and out of mere idleness I amused myself skimming the advertisements, which I found ever so much more interesting than the leading articles. What should my eye light upon but an advertisement from a young lady wanting to go out as a governess. Address I.P. La Rosière, La Fontaine, near Dieppe. And the whole murder was out. You must have left old Pew's and be living with your father. I was horribly indignant with you, as indeed I still am, for not having told me anything about it, but directly I got home I telegraphed to Polly Cobb, as the best-natured girl I knew at Malvern, asking where you were and why you had left. I had such a letter from her next day, spelling bad but full of kind feeling, giving me a full account of the row and old Pew's detestable conduct. She told me that Fräulein vouched for you having behaved with the most perfect propriety, and never having seen Brian out of her presence. But Brian's meanness in not having told me about the trouble he had brought upon you is more than I can understand. Well, darling, I went off to Aunt Betsy's, who is always my confidante in all delicate matters, because she's ever so much cleverer than dear warm-hearted mother, who never could keep a secret in her life, sweet soul, and is no better than a speaking-tube for conveying information to the colonel. I told Aunt Betsy everything, how it was all Brian's fault, and how I adore you, and how miserable I felt about you, and how you were trying to get a situation as governess, in spite of that malignant old Pew. She must be a lineal descendant of the wicked fairy, having said she would give you no certificate of character or ability. Now, what do you think that sweetest and best of aunties said? "Let her come to me," she said. "I am getting old and dull, and I want someone bright and clever about me, to cheer me and rouse me when I'm feeling depressed. Let her come to me as companion and amanuensis, help me to look after my cottagers, who are getting too much for me, and play to me of an evening. I like that girl, and I should like to have her in my house." I was enchanted at the thought of you being always near us, and I fancied you wouldn't altogether dislike it, although Kingthorpe certainly is the dullest, sleepiest old hole in the universe. So I begged Aunt Betsy to write to you instanter, and I knew you would be charmed to accept such a situation, and that she would secure a treasure, and in all probability you'll have a letter from her tomorrow. And now, dear, I must repeat that you have treated me shamefully. Why did you not write to me directly you left Malvern? Could you think that I could believe you had really done wrong, that I could possibly be influenced by the judgment of that old monster Pugh? If you could think so, you are not worthy to be loved as I love you. However, come to us, sweetest, directly you get Auntie's letter, and all shall be forgiven and forgotten, as the advertisements say. Ida kissed the loving letter. So far, therefore, Brian had not betrayed her, and having kept her secret so long, it might be supposed he would keep it for all time. Poor little warm-hearted Bessie! Was she not by her foolish falsification, a piece of mild jocosity, no doubt, the prime author of all the evil that had followed? And yet Ida could not feel angry with her, any more than she could have been angry with Vernon for some piece of sportive mischief. Thank God he has kept our wretched secret, she thought, as she folded Bessie's long letter and went back to the house. I am grateful to him for that. She went in radiant, gladdened at the thought of being able to relieve her father and stepmother of the burden of her maintenance, for the fact that she was a burden had not been hidden from her. They had been kind, they had given her to eat and to drink of their best, and had admired her talents and accomplishments, but they had let her know at the same time that she was a failure, and that her future was a dark problem still far from solution, a problem which troubled them in the silent watches of the night. Nor did they forget to remind her from time to time that by her imprudence, pardonable although that imprudence might be, she had forfeited 6 months' board and lodging, together with those educational advantages the captain's £50 had been intended to purchase for her. These facts had been reiterated, not altogether unkindly, and in a manner that made life intolerable, and she felt that were she to continue at La Fontaine for the natural term of her existence, the same theme would still furnish the subject for parental harpings. "Father," she said, going behind Captain Palliser's chair as he smoked his after-breakfast cigar and read yesterday's Times, "I want you to read this letter. It is a foolish schoolgirl letter, perhaps, but it will show you that my friends are not going to discard me on account of Miss Pugh." The captain laid down his paper and slowly made his way through Bessie's lengthy epistle, which, although prettily written, with a good deal of grace in the slopes and curves of the penmanship, gave him considerable trouble to decipher. It was only when he discovered that all the B's looked like H's, and that all the G's were K's, and all the L's S's, and had, as it were, made a system for himself, that he was able to get on comfortably. "Bless my soul," he murmured, "why cannot girls write legibly?" "It is the real Malvern hand, papa, and is generally thought very pretty," said Ida. "Pretty? Yes. You might have a zigzag pattern over the paper that would be just as pretty. One wants to be able to read a letter. This is almost as bad as Arabic. However, the girl seems a good, warm-hearted creature, and very fond of you, and I should think you could not do better than accept her aunt's offer. It will be a beginning." "It is Hobson's choice, papa, but I am sure I shall be happy with Miss Wendover," said Ida, and then she gave a faint sigh, and her heart sank at the thought of that Damoclesian sword always hanging over her head, the possibility of her husband claiming her. Mrs. Palliser was much more rapturous when she heard the contents of the letter, much more interested in all details about Ida's future home. She wanted to know what Miss Wendover was like, how many servants she kept, whether carriage or no carriage, what kind of house she lived in, and how it was furnished. "You will be quite a grand lady," she said, with a touch of envy, when Ida had described the cosy red-brick cottage, the verandaed drawing-room and conservatory added by Miss Wendover, the pair of cobs which that lady drove, the large, well-kept gardens. "You will look down upon us with our poor ways in this house in which all the rooms smell of whitewash." "No, indeed, mamma. I shall always think of you with affection, for you have been very kind to me, although I know I have been a burden." "Everything is a burden when one is poor," sighed her stepmother. "Even one extra in the washing bills makes a difference, and we shall feel it awfully when Vernon grows up. Boys are so extravagant, and one cannot talk to them as one can to girls." "But I hope you will be better off then, mamma." "My dear, you might as well hope we should be dukes and duchesses. What chance is there of any improvement? Your poor papa has no idea of earning money. I'm sure I have said to him, often and often, 'Reginald, do something. Write for the magazines. Surely you can do that. Other men in your position do it.' 'Yes,' he growled, 'and that's why the magazines are so stupid.' No, Ida, your father's circumstances will never improve, and when the time comes for giving Vernon a proper education, we shall be paupers." "Poor papa," sighed Ida. "I'm afraid he is not strong enough to make any great effort." "He has given way, my dear. That is the root of it all. We shall never be better off unless those two healthy, broad-shouldered young men were to go and get themselves swallowed up by an earthquake, and that is rather too much for anyone to expect." "What young men?" asked Ida absently. "Your two cousins." "Oh, Sir Vernon and his brother. No, I don't suppose they will die to oblige us poor creatures." "They went up the what's-its-name horn in Switzerland," said Mrs. Palliser plaintively. "It made my blood run cold to hear them talk about it." "By Jove, Peter, I thought it was all over with you," said Sir Vernon, when he told us how foolhardy his brother had been. "But you see they got to the bottom all safe and sound, though ever so many people have been killed on that very mountain." "I'm glad they did, mamma. We may want their money very badly, but we are not murderers, even in thought." "God forbid!" sighed the little woman. "They are fine-grown, gentlemanly young men, too. Sir Vernon gave my Vernie a sovereign and promised him a pony next year, but good gracious! How could we afford to keep a pony, even if we had a stable?" "You had better make it the other kind of pony," said your father, and they all burst out laughing. "So little makes a man laugh," said Ida somewhat contemptuously. That picture of her father making sport of his poverty irritated her. "Well, dear mamma," she said presently, moved by one of those generous impulses which were a part of her frank, unwise nature, "if ever I can earn 100 a year, and there are many governesses who get as much, you shall have 50 to help pay Vernon's schooling." "You are a generous-hearted girl," exclaimed the stepmother, and the two women kissed again with tears, an operation which they usually performed in the hour of domestic trouble. Miss Wendover's letter came next day, a hearty, frank, affectionate letter, offering a home that was really meant to be like home, and a salary of £40 a year. "Just to buy your gowns," Miss Wendover said. "I know it is not sufficient remuneration for such accomplishments as yours, but I want you rather than your accomplishments, and I am not rich enough to give as much as you are worth. But you will, at least, stave off the drudgery of a governess's life till you are older, and better able to cope with domineering mothers and insolent pupils." Such a salary was a long way off that 100 per annum which Ida had set before her eyes as the golden goal to be gained by laborious pianoforte athletics and patient struggles with the profundities of German grammar. But, as Captain Palliser said, it was a beginning, and Ida was very glad so to begin. She wrote to Miss Wendover gratefully accepting her offer, and in a very humble spirit. "I fear it is pity that prompts your kind offer," she wrote, "and that you take me because you know I left Malvern Manor in disgrace, and that nobody else would have me. I am a bad penny. That is what my father called me when I came home to him. and now I am to go back to Kingthorpe as a bad penny. But please God, I will try to prove to you that I am not altogether worthless, and whatever may happen, I shall love you and be grateful to you till the end of my life. As you are so kind as to say I may come as soon as I like, I shall be with you on the day after you receive this letter." Ida's preparations for departure were not elaborate. Her scanty wardrobe had been put in the neatest possible order. A few hours sufficed for packing trunk and bonnet-box. On the last afternoon Mrs. Palliser came to her highly elated, and proposed a walk to Dieppe, and a drive home in the diligence which left the market-place at 5 o'clock. "I am going to give you a new hat," she said triumphantly. "You must have a new hat." "But, dear mamma, I know you can't afford it." "I will afford it, Ida. You will have to go to church at Kingthorpe." Mrs. Palliser regarded church-going as an oppressive condition of prosperous respectability. One of the few privileges of being hard up and quite out of society was that one need not go to church. "And I should like you to appear like a lady. You owe it to your papa and I. A hat you must have. I can pay for it out of the housekeeping money, and your pa will never know the difference." "No, mamma, but you and Vernon will have to pinch for it," said Ida, knowing that there was positively no margin to that household's narrow means of existence. "A little pinching won't hurt us. Vernie is as bilious as he can be. He eats too many compotes and little fours. I shall keep him to plain bread and butter for a bit, and it will do him a world of good."
"There's no use talking, Ida. I mean you to 'ave a 'at.
"And if you won't come and choose it, I must choose it myself," concluded the little woman, dropping more aspirates as she grew more excited. So mother and daughter walked to Dieppe in the dull November afternoon, Vernon trudging sturdily by his sister's side. They bought the hat, a grey felt with partridge plumage, which became Ida's rich dark bloom to perfection, and then they went to the cathedral, and knelt in the dusky aisle, and heard the solemn melody of the organ, and the subdued voices of the choir, in the plaintive music of vesper psalms, monotonous somewhat, but with a sweet, soothing influence, music that inspired gentle thoughts. Then they went back to the market-place, and were in time to get good places on the banquette of the diligence, before the big white Norman horses trotted and ambled noisily along the stony street. Ida left Dieppe late on the following evening, by the same steamer that had brought her from Newhaven. The British stewardess recognized her. "Why, you was only across the other day, miss," she said. "What a gadabout you must be!" She arrived in London by 10 o'clock next morning, and left Waterloo at 11:15, reaching Winchester early in the day. How different were her feelings this time, as the train wound slowly over those chalky hills! How full of care was her soul! And yet she was no longer a visitor going among strangers. This time she went to an assured home. She was to be received among friends. But the knowledge that her liberty was forfeited for ever, that she was a free agent only on sufferance, made her grave and depressed. Never again could she feel as glad and frank a creature as she had been in the golden prime of the summer that was gone, when she and Bessie and Urania Rylance came by this same railway, over those green English hillsides, to the city that was once the chief seat of England's power and splendour. A young man in plain grey livery and irreproachable top-boots stood contemplatively regarding the train as it came into the station. He touched his hat at the sight of Miss Palliser, and she remembered him as Miss Wendover's groom. "Any luggage, ma'am?" he asked as she alighted, as if it were as likely as not that she had come without any. "There is one box, Needham. That is all besides these things." Her bonnet-box, frail ark of woman's pride, was in the carriage, with a wrap and an umbrella, and her dressing-bag. "All right, ma'am. If you'll show me which it is, I'll get the porter to bring it. I've got the cobs outside." "Oh, I am so sorry. How good of Miss Wendover." "They wanted exercise. They were a bit above themselves, and the drive has done 'em good. Miss Wendover's cherished brown cobs, animals which in the eyes of Kingthorpe were almost as sacred as that Egyptian beast whose profane slaughter was more deeply felt than the nation's ruin, to think that these exalted brutes should have been sent to fetch that debased creature a salaried companion. But then Aunt Betsy was never like anyone else. Needham took the cobs across the hills at a pace which he would have highly disapproved in any other driver. Had Miss Wendover so driven them, he would have declared she was running them off their legs. But in his own hands, Brimstone and Treacle, so called to mark the difference of disposition, could come to no harm. They wanted it, he told Miss Palliser, when she remarked upon their magnificent pace. They'd never got half work enough. The hills looked lovely, even in this wintry season. Yew trees and grass gave no token of November's gloom. The sky was bright and blue. A faint mist hung like a veil over the city in the valley. The low Norman tower of the cathedral, the winding river, the flat, fertile meadows, a vision very soon left far in the rear of Brimstone and Treacle. "How handsome they look," said Ida, admiring their strong, bold crests, like war-horses in a Ninevite picture, their shining black-brown coats. "Is Brimstone such a very vicious horse?" "Vicious, Mum? No, not a bit of vice about him," answered Needham promptly. "But he's a rare difficult horse to groom. There ain't none but me as dares touch him. I let the boy try it once, and I found the poor lad half an hour afterwards standing in the middle of the big loose box like a statter, while Brimstone raced around him as hard as he could go, just like one of them circus horses. The boy dursn't stir. If he'd moved a limb, Brimstone would have demolished him." "What an awful horse! But isn't that viciousness?" "Lord, no, Mum. That ain't vice," answered the groom, smiling amusedly at the lady's ignorance. "Vice is crib-biting, or jibbing, or boring, or something like that. Brimstone is a game hoss, and he's got a bit of a temper, but he ain't got no vice." Here was Kingthorpe, looking almost as pretty as it had looked when she gazed upon it with tearful eyes in her sad farewell at the close of the summer. The big forest trees were bare, but there were flowers in all the cottage gardens, even late lingering roses on southern walls, and the clipped yew tree abominations, dumbwaiters, peacocks, and other monstrosities, were in their pride of winter beauty. The ducks were swimming gaily in the village pond, and the village inn was still glorious with red geraniums in redder pots. The Knoll stood out grandly above all other dwellings, the bed full of chrysanthemums, and a bank of big scarlet geraniums on each side of the hall door. It seemed strange to be driven swiftly past the familiar carriage drive, and round into the lane leading to Miss Wendover's cottage. It was only an accommodation lane, or a back-out lane, as the boys called it, since no two carriages could pass each other in that narrow channel, and in bad weather the approach to the homestead was far from agreeable. A carriage and horses had been known to stick there, with wheels hopelessly embedded in the clay, while Miss Wendover's guests picked their footsteps through the mud. But the homestead, when attained, was such a delightful house that one forgot all impediments in the way thither. The red brick front, old red brick, be it noted, which has a brightness and purity of colour never retained for above a 12-month by the red brick of to-day, glowing athwart in surrounding greenery, like the warm welcome of a friend, the exquisite neatness of the garden, where every flower that could be coaxed into growing in the open air bloomed in perfection, the spick-and-span brightness of the windows, the elegant order that prevailed within, from cellar to garret, the old carefully chosen furniture, which had for the most part been collected from other old-world homesteads, the artistic colouring of draperies and carpets, all combined to make Miss Wendover's house delightful. "My house had need be orderly," she said, when her friends waxed rapturous. "I have so little else to think about." Yet the sick and poor, within a radius of 10 miles, might have testified that Miss Wendover had thought and care for all who needed them, and that she devoted the larger half of her life to other people's interests. It was a clear, balmy day, one of those lovely autumn days which hang upon the edge of winter, and Miss Wendover was pacing her garden walks bareheaded, armed with gardening scissors and formidable brown leather gauntlets, nipping a leaf here or a weathered rosebud there, with eyes whose eagle glance not so much as an aphis could escape. From the slope of her lawn Aunt Betsy saw the cobs turn into the lane, and she was standing at the gate to welcome the traveller when the carriage drew up. There was no carriage drive on this side of the house, only a lawn with a world of flower-beds. Those visitors who wanted to enter in a ceremonious manner had to drive round by shrubbery and orchard to the back, where there were an old oak door and an entrance hall. On this garden front there were only glass doors and long French windows, verandas and sunny parlours opening one out of another. "How do you do, my dear?" said the spinster heartily, as Ida alighted. "I am very glad to see you. Why, how bright and blooming you look! Not a bit like a sea-sick traveller." "Dear Miss Wendover, I ought to look bright when I am so glad to come to you, and as to the other thing, I am never seasick." "What a splendid girl! That unhappy Bessie can't cross to the White without being a martyr. But, Ida, I am not going to be called Miss Wendover. Only bishops and country magnates, and people of that kind, call me by that name. To you I am to be Aunt Betsy, as I am to the children at the Knoll." "Is not that putting me too much on a level—" "With my own flesh and blood? Nonsense! I mean you to be as my own flesh and blood. I could not bear to have anyone about me who was not." "You are too good," faltered Ida. "How can I ever repay you?" "You have only to be happy. It is your nature to be frank and truthful, so I will say nothing about that." Ida blushed deepest scarlet. Frank and truthful. She whose very name was a lie. And yet there could be no wrong done to Miss Wendover, she told herself, by her suppression of the truth. It was a suppression that concerned only Brian Walford and herself. No one else could have any interest in the matter. Betsy Wendover herself led the way to the bedchamber that had been prepared for the new inmate. It was a dear old room, not spacious, but provided with two most capacious closets, in each of which a small gang of burglars could have hidden, dear old closets with odd little corner cupboards inside them, and a most elaborate system of shelves. One closet had a little swing window at the top for ventilation, and this, Miss Wendover told Ida, was generally taken for a haunted corner, as the ventilating window gave utterance to unearthly noises in the dead watches of the night, and sometimes gave entrance to a stray cat from adjacent tiles. A cat less agile than the rest of his species had been known to entangle himself in the little swing window, and to hang there all night, sending forth unearthly caterwaulings, to the unspeakable terror of Miss Wendover's guest, unfamiliar with the mechanism of the room, and wondering what breed of Hampshire demon or afrit was thus making night hideous. There was a painted wooden dado half-way up the wall, and a florid rose and butterfly paper above it. There was a neat little brass bedstead on one side of the room, a tall Chippendale chest of drawers, with writing-table and pigeon-holes on the other side, the dearest, oldest dressing-table and shield-shaped glass in front of the broad latticed window, while in another window there was a cushioned seat, such as Mariana of the moated grange sat upon when she looked across the fens and bewailed her dead and gone joys. There were old cups and saucers on the high, narrow chimney-piece, below which a cosy fire burned in a little old basket grate. Altogether the room was the picture of homely comfort. "Oh, what a lovely room!" cried Ida, inwardly contrasting this cheery chamber with that whitewashed den at La Fontaine, with its tawdry mahogany and brass fittings, its florid 6 feet of carpet on a deal floor stained brown, its alabaster clock and tin candelabra, a cheap caricature of Parisian elegance. "I'm glad you like it, my dear," answered Miss Wendover. Bessie said it would suit you, and all I ask you is to keep it tidy. I hope I'm not a tyrant, but I am an old maid. Of course I shall never pry into your room, but I warn you that I have an eye which takes in everything at a flash, and if I happen to go past when your door is open, and see a bonnet or a shawl on your bed, or a gown sprawling on your sofa, my teeth will be set on edge for the next half-hour.
Dear Aunt Betsy, said Ida, corrected by a frown, I hope you will come into my room every day, and give me a good scolding if it is not exactly as you like. Everything in this house looks lovely. I want to learn your nice, neat ways.
Well, my love, you might learn something worse, replied Miss Wendover with innocent pride. And now come down to luncheon. I kept it back on purpose for you, and I'm sure you must be starving. The luncheon was excellent, served with a tranquil perfection only to be attained by careful training, and yet Miss Wendover's youthful butler 3 years ago had been a bird boy, while her rosy-cheeked parlour-maid was only 18, and had escaped but 2 years from the primitive habits of cottage life. Aunt Betsy had a genius for training young servants. "You had better unpack your boxes directly after luncheon," said Miss Wendover, when Ida had eaten with very good appetite, "and arrange your things in your drawers. That will take you an hour or so, I suppose. Stay till 5 o'clock, when Bessie is coming over to afternoon tea."
"Oh, I'm so glad. I'm longing to see Bessie. Is she as lovable and pretty as ever?"
"Well, yes," replied Aunt Betsy with a critical air. "I think she has rather improved. She is plump enough still, in a conscience, but not quite so stumpy as she was last summer. Her figure is a little less like a barrel."
"I hope she was very much admired at Bournemouth."
"Yes, strange to say, she had a good many admirers," answered Miss Wendover coolly. "She made a point of never being enthusiastic about her relations. She always had partners at the dances, I am told, even when there was a paucity of dancing men, and she was considered rather remarkable at lawn tennis. No doubt she will tell you all about it this afternoon. I have some work to do in the village, and I shall leave you 2 girls together."
This was a delicacy which touched Ida. She was very anxious to see Bessie, and to talk to her as they could only talk when they were alone. She wanted to know her faithful friend's motive for that cruel deception about Brian Walford. That frank, tender-hearted Bessie could have so deceived her from any unworthy motive was impossible. 5 o'clock struck, and Ida was sitting alone in the drawing-room, waiting to receive her friend, just as if she were the daughter of the house instead of a salaried dependent. The pretty carved Indian tea-table, a gem in Bombay blackwood, was wheeled in front of the fireplace, which was old, as regarded the high wooden mantelpiece and capacious breadth of the hearth, but essentially new in its glittering tiles and dainty brass fire-irons. The clock had hardly finished striking when Bessie bounced into the room, rosy and smiling, in sealskin jacket and toque.
"Oh, you darling, isn't this lovely?" she exclaimed, hugging Ida.
"You are to live here for ever, and never, never, never to leave us again, and never to marry, unless you marry one of the Bryans. Don't shudder like that, pet. They are both nice. And I am sure you like Brian Walford, though perhaps not quite so much as he liked you. You do like him now, don't you, darling?" urged Bess.
Ida had withdrawn from her embrace, and was seated before the low Bombay table, occupied with the teapot. There was no light but the fire and one shaded lamp on a distant table. The curtains were not yet drawn, and white mists were rising in the garden outside like a sea. "Bessie," Ida began gravely, as her old schoolfellow sank on a low stool in front of the fire, "how could you deceive me like that? What could put such a thing in your head? You, so frank, so open." "I'm sure I hardly know," answered Bess innocently. "It was my birthday, don't you know, and we were all wild. Perhaps the champagne had something to do with it, though I didn't take any. But that sort of excitement communicates itself, and running up and down hill gets into one's head. We all thought it would be such fun to pass off penniless B.W. for his wealthy cousin, and just to see how you liked him, with that extra advantage. But there was no harm in it, was there, dear? Of course, he told you afterwards, when he saw you at Maubert." "Yes, he told me afterwards." "Naturally. And having begun to like him as the rich Brian, you didn't leave off liking him because of his poverty, did you, darling? The man himself was the same." Ida was silent, remembering how, with the revelation of the fraud that had been practised upon her, the very man himself had seemed to undergo a transformation, as if a disguise, altering his every characteristic, had been suddenly flung aside. She did not answer Bessie's question, but looking down at her with grave, searching eyes, she said, "Dear Bessie, it was a very foolish jest. I know it is not in your nature to mean unkindly to anyone, least of all to me, to whom you have been an angel of light, but all practical jokes of that kind are liable to inflict pain and humiliation upon the victim, however innocently meant. Whose idea was it, Bess? Not yours, I think." "No, it was Urania who proposed it. She said it would be such fun." "Miss Rylance is not usually so funny." "No, but she was particularly jolly that day, don't you remember? In positively boisterous spirits, for her." "And the outcome of her amiability was this suggestion?" "Yes, darling. She had noticed that you had a kind of romantic fancy about Brian of the Abbey, that you had idealized his image, as it were, and set him up as a kind of demigod. Not because of his wealth, darling, don't suppose that we supposed that, but on account of that dear old abbey and its romantic associations, which gave a charm to the owner. And so she said what fun it would be to pass off Brian Walford as his cousin, and see if you fell in love with him. I know she is ready to lay her heart at the feet of the owner of the Abbey," Urania said, "and I thought it would be too delicious if you were to fall in love with Brian Walford, who could not help falling in love with you, for of course it would end in your marrying him, and his getting on splendidly at the bar, for with his talents he must do well. He only wants a motive for industry, and then you would be our very own cousin. I hope it wasn't a very wicked idea, Ida, and that you will find it in your heart to forgive me," pleaded Bess, kneeling by her friend's chair, with clasped hands on Ida's knees, and sweet half-tearful face looking up. "My darling, I have never been angry with you," answered Ida, clasping the girl to her heart with a stifled sob. "But I don't think Miss Rylance meant so kindly. Her idea sprang from a malevolent heart. She wanted to humiliate me, to drag my most sordid characteristics into the light of day, to make me more abject than poverty had made me already. That was the motive of her joke." "Never mind her motive, dear. All I am interested in is your opinion of Brian. I hope he behaved nicely at Maubert." "Very nicely." "Cobb says that Fräulein positively raves about you, declares he is quite the most gentlemanly young man she ever saw. A godly young man, she calls him, in her funny English. And she says that he was madly in love with you. Of course he made you an offer." "How could he do that when I was always with the Fräulein?" "Oh, nonsense. Brian is not the kind of young man to be kept at bay by a mild nonentity like the Fräulein. He told me before he left that he was desperately in love with you, and that he meant to win you for his wife. I asked him how he intended to keep a wife, and he said he should write for the magazines and do theatrical criticisms for the newspapers till briefs began to drop in. He was determined to win you if you were to be won. So I feel sure that he made you an offer, unless, indeed, that horrid old Pugh spoiled all by her venomous conduct." "That is it, dear. Miss Pugh brought matters to an abrupt close." "And you are not engaged to Brian?" said Bess dolefully. "No." "And he didn't follow you to Dieppe?" No. Then he is not half so fine a fellow as I thought him. Suppose, Bessie, that after a little mild flirtation with Fräulein Wolf for an audience, we both discovered that our liking for each other was of the very coolest order, and that it was wiser to let the acquaintance end. You might feel that, but I would never believe it of Brian. Why, he raved about you. He was passionately in love. He told me there was no sacrifice he would not make to call you his wife. He had so much to sacrifice, said Ida with a cynical air. Don't be unkind, Ida. Of course I know that he has his fortune to make, but he is so thoroughly nice, so full of fun. Did you ever know him to do anything good or great, anything worth being remembered, anything that proved the depth and nobility of his nature? Asked Ida earnestly. Good gracious! No, not that I can remember. He's always nice and amusing. He doesn't like carrying a basket or skates and things, but of course, where there are younger boys one couldn't expect him to do that. And he hates plain girls and old women, but I suppose that is natural, for even father does it, in his secret soul, although he is always so utterly sweet to the poor things. But I am sure Brian Walford has a tender heart, because he is so fond of kittens. I didn't mean to insinuate that he was a modern Domitian, answered Ida, smiling at Bessie's childish earnestness. What I mean is that there is no depth in his nature, no nobility in his character. He is shallow, and, I fear, selfish. But, Bessie, my pet, I'm going to ask you a favor. Ask away, cried Bessie cheerfully. I can't give you the moon, but anything which I really do possess is yours this instant. Don't let us ever talk of Brian Walford. I can never get over the feeling of humiliation which Miss Rylance's practical joke caused me, and my only chance of forgetting it is to forget your cousin's existence. Oh, but he will come to the Knoll, I hope, at Christmas, and then you will think better of him. If he should come, I hope I shall not see him. Has he offended you so deeply? Don't let us talk about him, Bess. Tell me about your Bournemouth triumphs. I hear you were the belle of the place. Then you have heard a most egregious fib. There were dozens of girls with 19-inch waists, before whom I felt myself a monster of dumpiness. But I got on pretty well. I don't pretend to be a good dancer, but I can generally adapt myself to the badness of other people's steps, and that goes for something. And now, having gotten away from all painful subjects, Bessie rattled on at a tremendous pace, describing girls and gowns and partners and tennis tournaments and yachting excursions, all in a breath, as she sat in front of the fire sipping her tea and devouring a particular kind of buttered bun for which Miss Wendover's cook was famous. Aunt Betsy's tea is always nicer than anyone else's, and so are her buns and her butter. In fact, everything in this house is nicer than it is anywhere else, said Bessie, pausing in her reminiscences. You are in clover here, Ida. Thanks to your goodness, Bess. To mine? But I have positively nothing to do with it. Yes, you have. It is from the wish to please her warm-hearted little niece that Miss Wendover has been so good to me. But if you had been plain or stupid, she would have only been kind to you at a distance. Aunt Betsy has her idiosyncrasies, and one of them is a liking for beauty in individuals, as well as in chairs and tables and cups and saucers. You will see that all her servants are pretty. She picks them for their good looks, I believe, and trains them afterwards. She would not have so much as a bad-looking stable-boy. Hard upon ugliness to be shut out of this paradise, said Ida. Oh, but she finds places for the ugly boys and girls, with people whose teeth are not so easily set on edge, she says herself. And now I must be off, to change my frock for dinner. You know the back way to the Knoll, across the fields to the little door in the kitchen garden. You will always come that way, of course. When are you coming to see us? Tomorrow? You forget that my time is not my own. I will come whenever Miss Wendover can best spare me." "Oh, you will have plenty of spare time, I am sure." "I hope not too much, or I shall be too sharply reminded that Miss Wendover has taken me out of charity." "Charity fiddlestick! A prize winner like you! And now good-bye, pet, or I shall be late for dinner, which offends the Colonel beyond measure." Bessie scampered off, Ida following her to the glass door, only in time to see her running across the lawn as fast as her feet could carry her. It was characteristic of Bessie to cut everything very fine in the way of time. Chapter 12 of The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This recording is in the public domain. The Sword of Democles. And now began for Ida a life of exceeding peacefulness, comfort, happiness even. For how could a girl fail to be happy among people who were so friendly and kind, who so thoroughly respected her, and so warmly admired her for gifts altogether independent of fortune, who never, by word or look, reminded her that she was in any wise of less importance than themselves? Nor had the girl any cause to fear that she was a useless member of Miss Wendover's household. That lady found plenty of occupation for her young companion, varied and pleasant duties, which made the days seem too short, and the leisure of the long winter evenings an agreeable relief from the busy hours of daylight. That exquisite neatness which gave such a charm to Wendover's house was not attained without labour. The polished surface of the old Chippendale bureaus, the inlaid Sheraton chairs and tables, could only be maintained by daily care. A housemaid's perfunctory dusting was not sufficient here, and Miss Wendover, gloved and aproned, and armed with leathers and brushes, gave at least half an hour every morning to the care of her old furniture. Another half hour was devoted to china, and the flower arrangements indoors, even in this wintry season, occupied half an hour more. This was all active work, about which Aunt Betsy and Ida went merrily, talking tremendously as they polished and dusted, and upon all possible subjects, for Miss Wendover's lonely evenings had enabled her to read almost as much as Southey, and she delighted in telling Ida the curious out-of-the-way facts that were stored up in her memory. Sometimes there was an hour or so given to culinary matters, new dishes, new kickshaws, hors d'oeuvres, savouries, to be taught the young, teachable cook-maid. For whenever Miss Wendover went to a great dinner, her eagle eye was on the alert to discover some modern improvement in the dishes or the table arrangements. Then there was the gardening, which absorbed a good deal of time in fine weather, for Aunt Betsy held that no gardener, however honestly inclined, would long feel interested in a garden to which its owner was indifferent. Miss Wendover knew every flower that grew, could bud and graft and pot and prune, and do everything that her youthful gardeners could do, beside being ever so much more learned in the science of gardening. Then there were inspections of piggery and poultry yard, medicines and particular foods to be prepared for the poultry, hospitals to be established and looked after in odd corners of the orchard, and the propagation of species to be carried on by mechanical contrivances. On wet days there was art needlework, for which Miss Wendover had what artists would call a great deal of feeling, without being very skilful as an executant. Under her direction Ida began a marsque border for a tawny plush curtain, which was to be a triumph of art when completed, and which was full of interest in progress. She worked at this of an evening, while Miss Wendover, who had a fine full voice and perfect enunciation, read aloud to her. Then, when Miss Wendover was tired, Ida went to the piano and played for an hour or so, while the elder lady gave herself up to rare idleness and dreamy thought. These were home duties only. The two ladies had occupations abroad of a more exacting nature. Miss Wendover until now had given 2 botany lessons and 1 physical science lesson every week in the village school. The botany lessons she now handed over to Ida, whom she coached for that purpose. Summer or winter, these lessons were always given out of doors, in the course of an hour's ramble in field, lane, or wood. Then Miss Wendover had a weekly class for domestic economy, a class attended by all the most promising girls from 13 years old upwards, within 5 miles. This class was held in the kitchen or housekeeper's room at the homestead, and many were the savoury messes of broth or soup, cheap stews and meat puddings, and the jellies and custards compounded at these lessons, to be fluit off next day to the sick poor upon Miss Wendover's list. Then there was house-to-house visiting all over the wildly scattered parish, much talk with gaffers and goodies, in all of which Ida assisted. She would have hated the work had Miss Wendover been a person of the prodigal stamp, but as love was the governing principle of all Aunt Betsy's work, her presence was welcome as sunshine or balmy air, so welcome that her sharpest lectures, and she could lecture when there was need, were received with meekness and even gratitude. In these visits Ida learned to know a great deal about the ways and manners of the agricultural poor, all the weaknesses and all the nobility of the rural nature. Every Saturday or half-holiday at the village school, blessed respite which gave the hard-worked mistress time to mend her clothes and make herself bright and trim for Sunday, and open for the master brilliant possibilities in the way of a jaunt to Bomsey or Winchester, Miss Wendover gave a dinner to all the school children under 12. She had taken up Victor Hugo's theory that a substantial meat dinner, even on one day out of 7, will do much to build up the youthful constitution and to prevent scrofulous diseases. Moved by these considerations, she had fitted up a disused barn as a rustic dining hall, the walls plastered and whitewashed, or buff-washed, the massive cross timbers painted a dark red, a long deal table and a few forms the only furniture. Here, every Saturday, at 1:30, she provided a savoury meat dinner, and very strong must be that temptation or that necessity which would induce Aunt Betsy to abandon her duties as hostess at this weekly feast. It was she who said grace before and after meat, save when some suckling parson was admitted to the meal. It was she who surveyed and improved the manners of her guests by sarcastic hints or friendly admonitions, and it was she who furnished intellectual entertainment in the shape of anecdote, historical story, or excruciating conundrum. Ida was allowed to assist at these banquets, and there was nothing in her new life which she enjoyed more than the sight of all those glad young faces round the board, or the sound of that frank rustic laughter. Some there were naturally of a bovine dullness, in whom even Miss Wendover could not awaken a ray of intelligence, but these were few. The generality of the children were far above the average rustic in brightness of intellect, and this superiority might fairly be ascribed to Aunt Betsy's influence. A fortnight before Christmas, by which time Ida had been at the homestead more than a month, Miss Wendover suggested a drive to Winchester, and before starting she handed Ida a 10-pound note. "You may want some additional finery for Christmas," she said kindly. "Girls generally do, so you may as well buy it today." "Dear Aunt Betsy, I have only been with you a month." "Never mind that, my dear. We will not be particular as to quarter days. When I think you want money, I shall give it to you, and we can make up our accounts at the end of the year." "You are ever so much too good to me," said Ida, with a loving look that said a great deal more than words. There was a light frost that whitened the hills, and the keen freshness of the air stimulated Brimstone to the conduct of a somewhat riotous character, but Miss Wendover's firm hand held his spirits in check. Treacle was a sagacious beast, who never did more work than he was absolutely obliged to do, and who allowed Brimstone to drag the phaeton while he trotted complacently on the other side of the pole. But Miss Wendover would stand no nonsense, even from the amiable Treacle. She sent the pair across the hills at a splendid pace, and drove them under the old archway and down the stony street with a style which won the admiration of every experienced eye. They drew up at the chief draper's of the town, and here Miss Wendover retired to hold a solemn conference with the head milliner, a judicious and accomplished person who made Aunt Betsy's gowns and bonnets, all of a solid and substantial architecture, as if modelled on the adjacent cathedral. Ida, left alone amidst all the fascinations of the chief shop in a smart county town, and feeling herself a Croesus, had much need of fortitude and coolness of temper. Happily she remembered what a little way that £5 note had gone in preparing her for her summer visit to the Knoll, and this brought wisdom. Before spending sixpence upon herself, she bought a gown, an olive merino gown, and velvet to trim it with, for her stepmother. "I don't think she gets a new gown much oftener than I do," she thought, "and even if this costs 4 or 5 shillings for carriage, it will be worth the money as a Christmas surprise." The gown left only trifling change out of 2 sovereigns, so that by the time Ida had bought herself a dark brown cloth jacket and a brown cashmere gown, there were only 4 sovereigns left out of the 10. She spent one of these upon some pale pink cashmere for an evening dress, and half a sovereign on gloves, as she knew Miss Wendover liked to see people neatly gloved. 10 shillings more were spent upon calico, and another sovereign went by and by at the bootmaker's, leaving the damsel with just 20 shillings out of her quarter's wage. But as the need of pocket money at Kingthorpe, except for the Sunday offertory, was nil, and she felt herself passing rich in the possession of that last remaining sovereign. She would have liked to spend it all upon Christmas gifts for her young friends at the Knoll, but this fond wish she relinquished with a sigh. Paupers could not be givers of gifts. Whatever she gave must be the fruit of her own labour, some delicate piece of handiwork made out of cheap materials. "They are all too good to think meanly of me because I could only show my gratitude in words," she told herself. As Christmas drew near, Ida listened anxiously for any allusion to Brian Walford as a probable visitor, and to her infinite relief, just 3 days before the festival, she heard that he was not coming. He had been invited, and he had left his young cousins in suspense as to his intentions till the last moment, and then had written to say that he had accepted an invitation to Norfolk, where there would be shooting and a probability of a stag hunt on foot. "Which I call horridly mean of him," protested Horatio, who had come across the fields expressly to announce this fact to Ida. "Why can't he come and shoot here? I don't mean to say that there's anything particular to shoot, but he and I could go out together and try our luck. Our hills are splendid for hares." "Do you mean that there are plenty of hares?" inquired Ida. "No, not exactly that, but it would be capital ground for them, don't you think, if there were any?" "And where is your other cousin Brian?" asked Ida, merely for the sake of conversation. All interest, all idle dreaming about the unknown Brian was over with her since the fatal mistake which had marred her life. She could not conceive that anything save evil could ever arise to her henceforward out of that hated name. "Oh, he's in Sweden or Turkey or Russia or somewhere," replied Horatio, with a disgusted air.
always on the move, instead of keeping up the Abbey in proper style and cultivating his cousins. A man with such an income is bound in duty to his fellow creatures to keep a pack of foxhounds. What else was he sent into the world for, I should like to know?
Perhaps to cultivate the knowledge of his fellow creatures in distant countries, and to improve his mind.
Rot!
Exclaimed Horatio, who was not choice in his language.
What does he want with mind? Or to make a walking Murray or Baedeker of himself? Society requires him to lay out his money to the local advantage. Here we are, with no foxhounds nearer than the New Forest, when we ought to have a pack at our door.
Ida could not enter into the keen sense of deprivation caused by a dearth of foxhounds, so she went on quietly with her work, shading the wing of the inevitable swallow flitting across the inevitable bulrushes which formed the design for a piano-back. Presently Bessie came bouncing in, her sealskin flung on anyhow, and the most disreputable thing in hats perched sideways on her bright brown curls. "Mother is going to let us have a dance," she burst forth breathlessly, "on 12th night. Won't that be too jolly? A regular party, don't you know, with a crumb-cloth and a pianist from Winchester, and perhaps a cornet. It's only another guinea, and if father's in a good temper, he's sure to say yes. You must come over to the Knoll every evening to practice your waltzing. We shall have nothing but round dances in the programme. I'll take care of that."
But if there are any matrons who like to have a romp in the Lancers or the Caledonians, ain't it rather a shame to leave them out in the cold?
Suggested Horatio.
You're so blessed selfish, Bess.
We are not going to have any matrons. Mother will matronize the whole party. We are going to have the De Travers and the Pococks and the Duceys and the Bullinghams over from Bournemouth.
And where the deuce are you going to put 'em?
Oh, we can put up at least 20, on spare mattresses, don't you know, in the old nursery, and in the dressing-rooms and bathroom, and as for us, why, of course, we can sleep anywhere.
"Thank you," replied Horatio. "I hope you don't suppose I am going to turn out of my den, or to allow a pack of girls to ransack my drawers and smoke my favorite pipe?"
"I don't suppose any decent-minded girl would consent to sleep in such a loathsome hole," retorted Bessie. "She would prefer a pillow and a rug on the landing."
"My den is quite as tidy as that barrack of yours," said the Wykamist, "though I haven't yet risen to disfiguring my walls with kitchen plates and fourpenny fans. The cheap aesthetic is not my line."
"Don't pretend to be cantankerous, Horatio," said Ida, looking at him with the loveliest eyes, twinkling a little at his expense. "We all know that you are brimming over with good humour. Perhaps Aunt Betsy will take in some of your visitors, Bess. I am sure they shall be welcome to my room, if I have to sleep in the poultry-yard." "Happy thought!" cried Bessie. "I'll sound the dear creature as to her views on the subject this very day." Aunt Betsy was all goodness, and offered to accommodate half a dozen young ladies of neat and cleanly habits. She protested that she would have no candle-grease-droppers or door-mat despisers in her house.
"The homestead is the only toy I have," she said, "and I won't have it ill-used."
So 6 irreproachable young women, the pride of careful mothers, were billeted on Miss Wendover, while the more bohemian damsels were to revel in the improvised accommodation of the Knoll. That particular Christmas-tide at Kingthorpe was a time of innocent mirth and youthful happiness which might have banished black care for the nonce from the oldest, weariest breast. For Ida, still young and fresh, loving and lovable, the contagion of that youthful mirth was irresistible. She forgot by how fine a hair hung the sword that dangled over her guilty head, or began to think that the hair was tough enough to hold good forever. And what mattered the existence of the sword, provided it was never to fall? Sometimes it seemed to her, in the pure and perfect happiness of this calm rural home, this useful innocent life, as if that ill-advised act of hers had never been acted, as if that autumn morning, that 1/2 hour in the modern Gothic church, still smelling of mortar and pitch-pine, set in flat fields, from which October mists were rising ghost-like, was no more than a troubled dream, a dream that she had dreamed and done with forever. Could it be that such an hour, so dim, so shadowy to look back upon from the substantial footing of her present existence, was to give colour to all the rest of her life? No, it was a dark dream of a troubled past, and she had nothing to do but to forget it as soon as possible. Forgetfulness, or at least a temporary kind of forgetfulness, was tolerably easy while Brian Walford was civil enough to stay away from Kingthorpe. But the problem of life would be difficult were he to appear in the midst of that cordial circle, difficult to impossibility. "It is evident that he doesn't mean to come while I'm here," she told herself, "and that at least is kind. But in that case I must not stay here too long. It is not fair that I should shut him out of his uncle's house. It is I who am the interloper." She thought with bitterest grief of any change from this peaceful life among friends who loved her, to service in the house of a stranger, but her conscience recognized the necessity for such change. She had no right to squat upon the family of the man she had married, to exclude him from his rightful heritage, she who refused to acknowledge his right as her husband. He had done her a deep wrong. He had deceived her cruelly, and she deemed that she had a right to repudiate a bond tainted by fraud. But she knew that she had no right to banish him from his family circle, to dwell under false pretences by the hearth of his kindred. "I did wrong in coming here," she thought. "It was a mean thing to do. Yet how could I resist the temptation, when no other place offered, and when I knew I was such a burden at home?" In the very midst of her happiness, therefore, there was always this corroding care, this remorseful sense of wrong-doing. This present life of hers was all blissful, but it was bliss which could not, which must not, last. Yet what fortitude would be needed ere she could break this flowery bondage, loosen these dear fetters which love had laid upon her. Once, during that jovial Christmas season, she hinted at a possible change in the future. "What a happy day this has been," she said, as she walked across the wintry fields with Miss Wendover on the verge of midnight, after a Christmas dinner and a long evening of Christmas games at the Knoll, Needham marching in front of them with an unnecessary lantern, and all the stars of heaven shining in blue frosty brilliance above their heads. "And what a happy home! I feel it is a privilege to have seen so much of it, and by, when I am among strangers—"
"What do you mean?" exclaimed Aunt Betsy sharply. "There is to be no such by, or if there ever be such a time, it will be your making, not mine. You suit me capitally, and I mean to keep you as long as ever I can, without absolute selfishness. If an eligible husband should want to carry you off, I must let you go, but I will part with you to no one less than a husband, unless indeed," and here Betsy Wendover's voice took a colder and graver tone, "unless you should want to better yourself, as the servants say, and get more money than I can afford to give you. I know your accomplishments are worth much more, but it is not everybody to whom you would be as their own flesh and blood."
Oh, Aunt Betsy, can you think that I should ever set money in the scale against your kindness, your infinite goodness to me?
When you talk of a change by and by, you set me thinking. Perhaps you are already beginning to tire of this rustic dullness.
No, 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 I was never so happy in my life. Never since I was a child playing about on board the ship that brought my mother and me to England. Everybody was kind to me and made much of me. My mother and I adored each other, and I did not know that she was dying. Soon after we landed, she grew dangerously ill and lay for weeks in a darkened room, which I was not allowed to enter. It was a dreary, miserable time, a lonely, friendless child, pining in a furnished lodging, with no one but a servant and a sick nurse to speak to. And then, one dark November morning, the black hearse and coaches came to the door, and I stood peeping behind a corner of the parlour blind, and saw my mother's coffin carried out of the house. No, from the time we left the ship till I came to the Knoll, I had never known what perfect happiness meant.
Surely you must have had some happy days with your father,
said Aunt Betsy. Very few. There was always a cloud. Papa is not the kind of man who would be cheerful under difficulties. Besides, I have seen so little of him, poor dear. He did not come home from India till I was 13, and then he fell in love with my stepmother and married her and took her to France, where he fancies it is cheaper to live than England. Yet I cannot help thinking that there are corners of dear old England where he might find a prettier home and live quite as cheaply.
Of course, if he were a sensible man, but I gather from all you have told me that there is a gentlemanlike helplessness about him, as of a person who ought to have inherited a handsome income, and is out of his element as a struggler.
That is quite true, answered Ida. My father was not born to wrestle with fate. They were at the glass door which opened into the morning-room by this time. The room was steeped in rosy light, such a pretty room, with chintz curtains and chintz-covered easy-chairs, low, luxurious, inviting, the only ponderous piece of furniture an old Japanese cabinet, rich in gold-work upon black lacquer. On the dainty little octagon table there was a large, shallow, brown glass vase full of Christmas roses, and there was an odour of violets from the celadon china jars on the chimney-piece. Aunt Betsy's favourite Persian cat, a marvel of fluffy whiteness, rose from the hearth to welcome them. It was a delightful picture of home life. Miss Wendover seemed in no hurry to go to bed. She seated herself in the low arm-chair by the fire, and allowed the Persian to rub its white head and arch its back against her dark brocade skirt. No one within 20 miles of Winchester wore such brocades or such velvets as Miss Wendover's. They were supposed to be woven on purpose for her. Her gowns were gowns of the old school, and lasted for years, smelling of the sandal or camphor wood chests in which they reposed for months at a stretch, yet, by virtue of some wonderful tact in the wearer, never looked dowdy or out of date. "Now," said Miss Wendover, with a resolute air, "let us understand each other, my dear Ida. I don't quite like what you said just now, and I want to hear for certain that you are satisfied with your life here." "I am utterly happy here, dear Aunt Betsy. Is that a sufficient answer? Only when I came here I felt that it was charity, an impulse of kindness for a friendless girl, that prompted you to offer me a home, that, in accepting your kindness, I had no right to become an encumbrance, that, having enjoyed your genial hospitality for a space, I ought to move on upon my journey to go where I could be of more use."
"You too ridiculous girl! Can you suppose that you are not useful to me?"
exclaimed Aunt Betsy impatiently.
"Is there a single hour of your day unoccupied? Granted, my original motive was a desire to give a comfortable home to a dear girl who seemed in need of new surroundings, but that idea would hardly have occurred to me unless I had begun to feel the want of some energetic helpmate to lighten the load of my daily duties. The experiment has answered admirably, so far as I am concerned, but it is just possible you feel otherwise. You may think that you could make better use of your powers, earn double my poor salary, win distinction by your fine playing, dress better, see more of the world. I dare say to a girl of your age, Kingthorpe seems a kind of living death. So far from that, I love Kingthorpe with all my heart, so much that I almost hate myself for not having been born here, for not being able to say, these are my native fields, I was cradled among these hills. So be it. If you love Kingthorpe and love me, you have nothing to do but to stay here till the hero of your life story comes to carry you off.
There will be no such hero.
Oh, yes, there will. Every story, however humble, has its hero. But yours is going to be a very magnificent personage, I hope.
The little clock on the chimney-piece chimed the half-hour after midnight, whereupon Aunt Betsy started up and called for her candle. She and Ida kissed as they wished each other a good night on the threshold of the elder lady's room. After this conversation, how could Ida ever again broach the subject of departure? And yet she felt that sooner or later she must depart. Honor, conscience, womanly feeling, Chapter 13 of the Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Kingthorpe Society. On New Year's Eve, Miss Wendover gave one of her famous dinner parties. Famous because it was always said that her dinners were, on their scale, better than anybody else's, yea, even that Dr. Rylance's, although that gentleman spared no expense, and had been known to induce the French cook from the Dolphin at Southampton to come over and prepare the feast for him. Miss Wendover's dinner was an excuse for bringing forth the rich stores of old china, old glass, and old silver, the accumulations of aunts and uncles for past generations, and in some part of the lady herself, who had the true spirit of a collector, that special gift which the French connoisseur calls le flair. Ida and the lady of the house worked diligently all the morning in papering and polishing these treasures, and the dinner-table, with its antique silver, Derby china, heavy diamond-cut glass, and white and scarlet exotics, was a picture to gladden the eyes of Aunt Betsy's guests. The party consisted of Colonel and Mrs. Wendover, with their daughter Bessie, admitted to this sacred function for the first time in her young life, and duly impressed with the solemnity of the occasion, the vicar and his wife, the new curate, an Oxford M.A., and a sprig of a good old family tree. Altogether something very superior in the way of curates. Mr. and Mrs. Hildrop Havenant, the great people of a neighbouring settlement, with their eldest son, also an Oxonian, and Dr. and Miss Rylance. "Be sure you two girls look your best to-night," said Miss Wendover, as she sat before the fire with Bessie and Ida, enjoying the free and easy luxury of a substantial afternoon tea, which would enable them all to be gracefully indifferent to the more solid features of dinner, and duly on the alert to make conversation. "We shall have 3 eligible men." "How do you make 3, Aunt Betsy?" inquired her niece.
Of course, we all know that young Hildrup Havenant is heir to nearly all the land between Havenant and Romsey, but he is such a mass of affectation that I can't imagine anybody wanting to marry him. And as for Mr. Jardine—"
"Is he a mass of affectation too, Bess?" inquired Aunt Betsy with intention, for Mr. Jardine, the curate, was supposed to have impressed the damsel's fancy more deeply than she would care to own. "He is an Oxford man."
"There is Oxford and Oxford," said Bess. "If all the Oxford men were like young Havenant, the only course open to the rest of the world would be to burn Oxford just as Oxford burned the martyrs."
"Well, we may count Mr. Jardine as ineligible, I suppose."
"But that only makes two. Who is your third?"
asked Bessie. "Dr. Rylance."
"Dr. Rylance ineligible!" cried Bessie, with girlhood's frank laughter at the absurd idea of middle age coming into the market to bid for youth. "Why, auntie, he must be 50.
45 at most, and very young-looking for his age, very polished, very well off. There are many girls who would be proud to win such a husband," said Miss Wendover, glancing at Ida in the firelight.
She wanted to test the girl's temper, to find out, were it possible, whether this girl, whom she so inclined to love, tried in the fierce furnace of poverty, had acquired mercenary instincts. She had heard from Urania of that reckless speech about marrying for money, and she wanted to know how much or how little that speech had implied. Ida was silent. She had never told anyone of Dr. Rylance's offer. She would have deemed it dishonorable to let anyone into the secret of his humiliation, to let his little world know that he, so superior a person, could offer himself and be rejected.
"What do you think now, Bess?" pursued Miss Wendover. "Would it not be rather a nice thing if Dr. Rylance were to marry Ida? We all know how much he admires her."
"It would be a very horrid thing," cried the impetuous Bess. "I would ever so much rather Ida married poor Brian, although they had to pig in furnished lodgings for the first 10 years of their life. Crabbed age and youth cannot dwell together."
"But Dr. Rylance is not crabbed, and he is not old."
"Let him marry a lady of the same doubtful age, which seems old to me, but young to you, and then no one will find fault with him," said Bess savagely. "I feel an inward and spiritual conviction that Ida is doomed to marry Brian Walford. The poor fellow was so hopelessly in love with her when he left this place, that if she had not a stone inside of her instead of a heart, she would have accepted him. But magno est amor el praevalebit," concluded Bess with mighty effort. "I'm sure I hope that's right. I think it must be time for you to go home and dress if you really wish to look nice to-night," said Ida severely. "You know you generally find yourself without frilling or something wrong at the last moment." "Heavens!" exclaimed Bessie, starting up and upsetting the petted Persian, which had been reposing in her lap, and which now skulked off resentfully, with a swollen tail, to hide its indignation under a chair. "You are as bad as an oracle. I have yards and yards of frilling to sew on before I dress. My sleeves, my neck, my sweeper." "Shall I run over and sew the frills on for you?" asked Ida. "You, when you are going to wear that lovely pink gown, you will want hours to dress. No, Blanche must make herself useful for once in her ridiculous life. Au revoir, Aunt darling. Go, lovely Rose," to Ida, "and make yourself still lovelier in order to captivate Dr. Rylance." The dinner was over. It had passed without a hitch, and the gentlemen were now enjoying their claret and conversation in a comfortable semicircle in front of Miss Wendover's roomy hearth. The conversation was for the most part strictly local, Colonel Wendover and Mr. Hildrop Havenant leading, and the vicar a good second, but now and then there was a brief diversion from the parish to European politics, when Dr. Rylance, who secretly abhorred parochial talk,
dashed to the fore and talked with an authority which it was hard for the others to keep under. He spoke of the impending declaration of war (there is generally some such thing) as if he had been at the War Office that morning in confidential converse with the chief officials, but this was more than Squire Havenant could endure, and he flatly contradicted the physician on the strength of his morning's correspondence. Mr. Havenant always talked of his letters as if they contained all the law and the prophets. His correspondents were high in office, unimpeachable authorities, men who had the ear of the House, or who pulled the strings of the government. "I am told on the best authority that there will be no war," he said, swelling, or seemed to swell, as he spoke. He was a large man, with a florid complexion and grey mutton-chop whiskers. Dr. Rylance shrugged his shoulders and smiled blandly. It was the calm and credulous smile with which he encountered any rival medico who was bold enough to question his treatment. "That is not the opinion of the War Office," he said quietly. "But it is the opinion of men who dictate to the War Office," replied Mr. Havenant. "We couldn't have a better place for the working man's club than old Parker's cottage," said the vicar, addressing himself to Colonel Wendover. "If Russia advances a foot farther, there must be war in Beloochistan," said Dr. Rylance. "And if England is blind to the exigencies of the situation, I should like to know how you are going to get your troops through the Bolan Pass. A single line to Romsey would send up the value of land 50%, said the Colonel, who cared much more about Hampshire than Hindostan, although the best years of his life had been spent under Indian skies. Hildrop Havenant pricked up his ears and forgot all about the War Office. "If the railway company had the pluck they ought to get that bill through next session," he said, meaning a bill for a loop between Winchester and Romsey. While the elder gentlemen prosed over their wine, the two younger men had found their way, first to the garden, for a cigar under the frosty moon, then back to Miss Wendover's pretty drawing-room, where Ida was playing Schumann's Traumerei at one end of the room, with Bessie for her only audience, while Miss Rylance, Miss Wendover, and the three matrons made a stately group around and about the fireplace. Urania was providing the great part of the conversation. She had spent a delightful fortnight in Cavendish Square at the end of November, and had been everywhere and seen everything, winter exhibitions, new plays. "I had no idea there could be so many nice people in town out of the season," she said with a grand air. "But then my father knows all the nicest people. He cultivates no Philistines." The vicar's wife required to have this last remark explained to her. She only knew the Philistines of Scripture, an unfortunate people who seem always to have been in the wrong. "And you saw some good pictures?" inquired Aunt Betsy. "A few good ones, and acres of daubs," replied Urania. "Why will so many people paint? There are pictures which are an affliction to the eye, an outrage upon common sense. Instead of a huge gallery lined floor to ceiling with commonplace, why cannot we have a temple with a single Watts, or Burne-Jones, or Dante Bossetti, which one could go in and worship quietly in a subdued light?" "That is a horridly expensive way of seeing pictures," said the vicar's wife. "I hate paying a shilling for seeing a single picture. If it is ever so good, one feels one has so little for one's money. Now, at the Academy, there are always at least 50 pictures which delight me." "You must be very easy to please," said Urania. "I am," replied the vicar's wife curtly, "and that is one of the blessings for which I am thankful to God. I hate your nil admiraris," added the lady, as if it were the name of a species. After this Urania became suddenly interested in Schumann, and glided across the room to see what the music meant. "That is very sweet," she murmured, sinking into a seat by Bessie.
Classical, of course?"
"Schumann," answered Ida briefly.
"I thought so. It has that delicious vagueness one only finds in German music, a half-developed meaning, leaving wide horizons of melodious uncertainty." This was a conversational style which Miss Rylance had cultivated since her entrance into the small world of Kingthorpe, and the larger world of Cavendish Square, as a grown-up young woman. She had seen a good deal of a semi-artistic, quasi-literary circle, in which her father was the medical oracle, attending actresses and singers without any more substantial guerdon than free admittance to the best theatres on the best nights, prescribing for newspapermen and literary lions who sang his praises wherever they went. Urania had fallen at once into all the tricks and manners of the new school. She had taken to short waists and broad sashes, and a style of drapery which accentuated the elegant slimness of her figure. She affected out-of-the-way colours and quaint combinations, pale pinks and olive greens, tawny yellow and faded russet, and bought her gowns at a Japanese warehouse, where limp lengths of flimsy cashmere were mixed in artistic confusion with sixpenny teapots and paper umbrellas. In a word, Miss Rylance had become a disciple of the peacock feather school of art, and affected to despise every other development of intellect or beauty. This was the first time that she and Ida had met since the latter's return to Kingthorpe, except indeed for briefest greetings in the churchyard after morning service. Ida had not yet upbraided her for the trick of which she was the author and originator, but Urania was in no wise grateful for this forbearance. She had acted with deliberate maliciousness, and she wanted to know that her malice had given pain. The whole thing was a failure if it had not hurt the girl who had been audacious enough to outshine Miss Rylance, and to fascinate Miss Rylance's father. Urania had no idea that the physician had offered himself and his 2 houses to Ida Palliser, nay, had even pledged himself to sacrifice his daughter at the shrine of his new love. She knew that he admired Miss Palliser more than he had ever admired anyone else within her knowledge, and this was more than enough to make Ida hateful. Ida was particularly obnoxious this evening in that pale pink cashmere gown with a falling collar of fine old Brussels point, a Christmas gift from Mrs. Wendover. The gown might not have been the highest development of the Grosvenor Gallery school, but it was at once picturesque and becoming, and Ida was looking her loveliest. "Why have you never come to see me since your return?" inquired Urania with languid graciousness. "I did not think you wanted me," Ida answered coolly. "I am always glad to see my friends. I stop at home on Thursday afternoons on purpose, but perhaps you have not quite forgiven Bess and me for that little bit of fun we indulged in last September," said Urania. "I have quite forgiven Bess for her share of the joke," answered Ida, scanning Miss Rylance's smiling countenance with dark, scornful eyes, "because I know she had no idea of giving me pain." "But won't you forgive me, too? Are you going to leave me out in the cold?" "I don't think you care a straw whether I forgive or do not forgive you. You wanted to wound me, to humiliate me, and you succeeded, to a certain degree. But you see I have survived the humiliation. You did not hurt me quite so much as you intended, perhaps." "What a too absurd view to take of the thing!" cried Urania, with an injured air. "An innocent, practical joke, not involving harm of any kind, a little girlish prank played on the spur of the moment. I thought you were more sensible than to be offended, and much less seriously angry at any such nonsense." Ida contemplated her enemy silently for a few moments, as her hands wandered softly through one of those Kinderscenen which she knew by heart. "If I am mistaken in your motives, it is I who have to apologize,"
she said quietly. "Perhaps I am inclined to make too much of what is really nothing, but I detest all practical jokes, and I should have thought you were the very last person to indulge in one, Miss Rylance. Sportiveness is hardly in your line." "Nobody is always wise," murmured Urania, with her disagreeable simper. "Not even Miss Rylance?" questioned Ida, without looking up from the keys. "Please don't quarrel," pleaded Bessie, piteously. "Such a bad use for the last night of the year. It was more my fault than anyone else's, though the suggestion did certainly come from Urania, but no harm has come of it, nor good either, I am sorry to say, and I have repented in sackcloth and ashes. Why should the dismal failure be raked up to-night?" "I should not have spoken of it if Miss Rylance had been silent," said Ida. And here, happily, the two young men came in, and made at once for the group of girls by the piano, whereupon Urania had an opportunity of parading her newest ideas, all second, third, or even fourth hand, before the young Oxonians. One young Oxonian was chillingly indifferent to the latter developments of modern thought, and had eyes for no one but Bessie, whose childish face beamed with smiles as he talked to her, although his homely theme was old Sam Jones's rheumatics, and the providence which had preserved Martha Morris's boy from instant death when he tumbled into the fire. It was only parish talk, but Bessie felt as happy as if one of the saints of old had condescended to converse with her. Proud and pleased, too, when Mr. Jardine told her how grateful old Jones was for her occasional visits, and how her goodness to Mrs. Morris had made a deep impression upon that personage, commonly reported to have a temper and to be altogether a difficult subject. The conversation drifted not unnaturally from parochial to more personal topics, and Mr. Jardine showed himself interested in Bessie's pursuits, studies, and amusements. "I hear so much of you from those two brothers of yours," said the curate. "Fine, frank fellows. They often join me in my walks." "I'm sure it is very good of you to have anything to say to them," replied Bessie, feeling, like other girls of 18, that there could hardly be anything more despicable from a society point of view than her two brothers. "They are laboriously idle all through the holidays." "Well, I dare say they might work a little more, with ultimate advantage," said Mr. Jardine, smiling. "But it is pleasant to see boys enjoying life so thoroughly. They are fond of all open-air amusements, and they are keen observers, and I find that they think a good deal, which is a stage towards work. They are not utterly idiotic," sighed Bessie, "but they never read, and they break things in a dreadful way. The legs of our chairs snap under those two boys, as if old oak were touchwood. And Blanche and Eva, who ought to know better, devote all their energies to imitating them." The other gentlemen had come in by this time, and Dr. Rylance came gliding across the room with his gentlemanly but somewhat cat-like tread, and planted himself behind Ida, bending down to question her about her music, and letting her see that he admired her as much as ever, and had even forgiven her for refusing him. But she rose as soon as she decently could, and left the piano. "Miss Rylance will sing, I hope," she said politely. Miss Wendover came over to make the same request, and Urania sang the last fashionable ballad, Blind Man's Holiday, in a hard, chilly voice, which was as unpleasant as a voice well could be without being actually out of tune. After this, Bessie sang Darby and Joan in a sweet contralto, but with a doleful slowness which hung heavily upon the spirits of the company, and a duly dismal effect having been produced, the young ladies were cordially thanked for leaving off. A pair of whist tables were now started for the elders, while the 3 girls and the 2 Oxonians still clustered round the piano, and seemed to find plenty to talk about, till sweetly and suddenly upon the still night air came the silver tones of the church bells. Miss Wendover started up from the card-table with a solemn look, as the curate opened a window and let in a flood of sound. A silent hush fell upon every one. "The new year is born," said Aunt Betsy. "May it spare us those we love, and end as peacefully for us as the year that is just dead." And then they all shook hands with each other and parted. The dance at the Knoll was a success, and Ida danced with the best men in the room, and was as much courted and admired as if she had been the greatest heiress in that part of Hampshire. Urania Rylance went simpering about the room, telling everybody in the kindest way who Miss Palliser was, and how she had been an ill-used drudge at a suburban finishing school before that dear good Miss Wendover took her as a useful companion. But even that crushing phrase, useful companion, did not degrade Ida in the eyes of her admirers.
"Palliser's a good name," said one youth. "There's a Vernon Palliser, knew him and his brother at Cambridge, members of the Alpine Club, great athletes. Any relation?"
"Very distant, I should think, from what I know of Miss Palliser's circumstances," answered Miss Rylance, with an incredulous sneer. But Urania failed in making youth and beauty contemptible, and was fain to admit to herself that Ida Palliser was the belle of the room. Dr. Rylance, who had not been invited, but who looked so well and so young that no one could be angry with him for coming, hung upon Miss Palliser's steps and tortured her with his politeness. For Ida the festivity was not all happiness. She would have been happier at the homestead, sitting by the fire reading aloud to Miss Wendover, happier almost anywhere. For she had not only to endure a kind of gentlemanly persecution from Dr. Rylance, but she was tormented by an ever-present dread of Brian Walford's appearance. Bessie had sent him a telegram only that morning, imploring him as a personal favour to be present at her ball, vowing that she would be deeply offended with him if he did not come, and more than once in the course of the evening Bessie had told Ida that there was still time. There was a train now just due at Winchester, and that might have brought him. Ida breathed more freely after midnight, when it was obviously too late for anyone else to arrive. "It's all your fault," said Bessie pettishly. "If you had not treated him very unkindly at Malverer, he would be here to-night. He never failed me before." Ida reddened, and then grew very pale. "I see," she said. "You think I deprive you of your cousin's society. I will ask Miss Wendover to let me go back to France." "No, no, no, you inhumane creature. How can you talk like that? You know that I love you ever so much better than Brian, though he is my own kith and kin. I would not lose you for worlds. I don't care a straw about his coming, for my own sake. Only I should so like you to marry him and be one of us. Oh, here's that odious Dr. Rylance stealing after you. Aunt Betsy is quite right. The man would like to marry you, but you won't accept him, will you, darling? Not even to have your own house in Cavendish Square, a Victoria and a brougham, and all those blessings we hear so much about from Urania. Remember, you would have her for a stepdaughter into the bargain." "Be assured, dear Bess, I shall never be Urania's stepmother. And now, darling, put all thoughts of matrimony out of your head, for me at least." That brief flash of Christmas and New Year's gaiety was soon over. The Knoll resumed its wonted domestic calm. Dr. Rylance went back to Cavendish Square, and only emerged occasionally from the London vortex to spend a peaceful day or two at Kingthorpe. His daughter was not installed as mistress of his town house, as she had fondly hoped would be the case. She was permitted to spend an occasional week, sometimes stretched to 10 days or a fortnight, in Cavendish Square, but the cook housekeeper and the clever German servant, half valet, half butler, still reigned supreme in that well-ordered establishment, and Urania felt that she had no more authority than a visitor. She dared not find fault with servants who had lived 10 years in her father's service, and who suited him perfectly, even had there been any legitimate reason for fault-finding, which there was not. Dr. Rylance, having got on so comfortably during the last 12 years of his life without a mistress for his town house, was disinclined to surrender his freedom to a daughter who had more than once ventured to question his actions, to hint that he was not all-wise. He considered it a duty to introduce his daughter into the pleasant circles where he was petted and made much of, and he fondly hoped she would speedily find a husband sufficiently eligible to be allowed the privilege of taking her off her father's hands. But in the meanwhile Urania in London was somewhat of a bore, and Dr. Rylance was never more cheerful than when driving her to Waterloo Station. Miss Rylance's life, therefore, during this period alternated between rural seclusion and London gaiety. She came back to the pastoral phase of her existence with the feelings and demeanour of a martyr, and her only consolation was found in those calm airs of superiority which seemed justified by her intimate acquaintance with society, and her free use of a kind of jargon which she called modern thought. "How you can manage to exist here all year round without going out of your mind is more than I can understand," she told Bessie. "Well, I know Kingthorpe is dull," replied Bess, meekly, "but it's a dear old hole, and I never find the days too long, especially when those odious boys are at home." "But really, now, Bessie, don't you think it's time you should leave off playing with boys and begin wearing gloves?" sneered Urania. "I did wear gloves at Bournemouth, religiously. Mousquetaires up to my elbows. Never went out without them. No, Rainey, I am never dull at old Kingthorpe. And then there is always a hope of Bournemouth." "Bournemouth is worse than this," exclaimed Urania. "There is nothing so laboriously dismal as a semi-fashionable watering-place." Talk as she might, Miss Rylance could not sour Bessie's happy disposition with the vinegar of discontent. Hers was a sweet, joyous soul, and just now, had she dared to speak the truth, she would have said that this pastoral village of Kingthorpe, this cluster of fine old houses and comfortable cottages, grouped around an ancient parish church, was to her the central point of the universe, to leave which would be as Eve's banishment from Eden. The pure and tender heart had found its shrine, and laid down its offerings of reverent devotion. Mr. Jardine had said nothing as yet, but he had sedulously cultivated Bessie Wendover's society, and had made himself eminently agreeable to her parents, who could find no fault with a man who was at once a scholar and a gentleman, and who had an income which made him comfortably independent of immediate preferment. He was enthusiastic, and he could afford to give his enthusiasm full scope. Kingthorpe suited him admirably. It was a parish rich in sweet associations. The present vicar was a good, easy-going man, a high churchman of the old school rather than the new, yet able to sympathize with men of more advanced opinions and fiercer energies. Thus it was that while Miss Rylance found her bower at Kingthorpe a place of dullness and discontent, Bessie rose every morning to a new day of joys and gladness, which began oh so sweetly in the early morning service, in which John Jardine's deep musical voice gave new force and meaning to the daily lessons, new melody to the psalms. Ida was always present at this morning service, and the two girls used to walk home together through the dewy fields, sometimes one, sometimes the other going out of her way to accompany her friend. Bessie poured all her innocent secrets into Ida's ear, expatiating with sweet girlish folly upon every look and tone of Mr. Jardine's, asking Ida again and again if she thought that he cared ever so little for her. "You never tell me any of your secrets, Ida," she said reproachfully, after one of these lengthy discussions. "I am always prosing about my affairs until I must seem a lump of egotism. Why don't you make me listen sometimes? I should be deeply interested in any dream of yours, if it were ever so wild." "My darling, I have no dreams, wild or tame," said Ida. She could not say that she had no secret, having that one dreadful secret hanging over her and overshadowing her life. "And you have never been in love?" "Never. I once almost thought, that I was in love. It was like drifting away in a frail, dancing little boat over an unknown sea, all very well while the sun shone and the boat went gaily. Suddenly the boat fell to pieces, and I found myself in the cold, cruel water." "Horrid!" cried Bessie, with a shudder. "That could not have been real love." "No, dear, it was a will-o'-the-wisp, not the true light." "And you have got over it?" "Quite. I am perfectly happy in the life I lead now." This was the truth. There are these calm pauses in most lives, blessed intervals of bliss without passion, a period in which heart and mind are both at rest, and yet growing and becoming nobler and purer in the time of repose, just as the body grows during sleep. And thus Ida's life, full and useful, glided on, and the days went by only too swiftly, for it was never out of her mind that these days of tranquil happiness were numbered, that she was bound in honour to leave Kingthorpe before Brian Walford could feel the oppression of banishment from his kindred. At present Brian Walford was living in Paris, with an old college friend, both these youths being supposed to be studying the French language and literature, with a view to making themselves more valuable at the English bar. He had given up his chambers in the Temple, as too expensive for a man living from hand to mouth. He was understood to be contributing to the English magazines, and to be getting his living decently, which was better than languishing under the cognizance of the Lamb and Flag, with no immediate prospects of briefs. Chapter 14 of The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The True Knight. Kingthorpe, beautiful even in the winter, with its noble panorama of hills and woods, was now looking its loveliest in the leafy month of June. Ida had been living with Miss Wendover nearly 8 months, and had become to her as a daughter, waiting upon her with faithful and loving service, always a bright and cheerful companion, joining with heart and hand in all good works. Her active life, her freedom from daily cares, had brightened her proud young beauty. She was lovelier than she had ever been as the belle of Mauleverer Manor, for that defiant look which had been the outcome of oppression had now given place to softness and smiles. The light of happiness beamed in her dark eyes. Between December and June this tranquil existence had scarcely been rippled by anything that could be called an event, save the one grand event of Bessie Wendover's life, her engagement to John Jardine, who had proposed quite unexpectedly, as Bessie declared, one evening in May, when the two had gone into a certain copse at the back of the Knoll gardens, famous as the immemorial resort of nightingales. Here, instead of listening to the nightingales, or silently awaiting a gush of melody from those pensive birds, Mr. Jardine had poured out his own melodious strain, which took the form of an ardent declaration. Bessie, who had been doing he loves me not, with every flower in the garden, forgetting that from a botanical point of view the result was considerably influenced by the nature of the flower, pretended to be intensely surprised, made believe there was nothing further from her thoughts, and then, when her emboldened lover folded her to his breast, owned shyly and with tears that she had loved him desperately ever since Christmas, and that she would have been heartbroken had he married anyone else. Colonel and Mrs. Wendover received the curate's declaration with the coolness which is so aggravating in parents, who would hardly be elated if the sons of God came down once more to propose for the daughters of men. They both considered that Bessie was ridiculously young, much too young to receive an offer of marriage. They consented, ultimately, to an engagement, but Bessie was not to be married till after her 21st birthday. This meant 2 years from next September, and Mr. Jardine pleaded hard for a milder sentence. Surely 1 year would be long enough to wait, when Bessie and he were so sure of their own minds.
"Bessie is too young to be sure of anything," said the Colonel, "and 2 years will only give you time to find a living and a nice cosy vicarage, or rectory, as the case may be."
Mr. Jardine did not venture to remind Colonel Wendover that for him the cosiness of vicarage or rectory was a mere detail as compared with a worthy field for his labours. He meant to spend his life where it would be of most use to his fellow creatures, even although the call of duty should come to him from the smokiest of manufacturing towns, or in the flat, dull fields of Lincolnshire, among pitmen and stockingers. He was not the kind of man to consider the snug rectory houses or fat glebes, but rather the kind of man to take upon himself some long-neglected parish, and ruin himself in building church and schools. Fortunately for Bessie's hopes, however, Colonel Wendover did not know this. The curate complained to Aunt Betsy of her brother's hardness. "Why cannot we be married at the end of this year?" he said. "We have pledged ourselves to spend our lives together. Why should we not begin that bright new life, bright and new at least to me, in a few months? That would be ample time for the Colonel and Mrs. Wendover to get accustomed to the idea of Bessie's marriage." "But a few months will not make her old enough or wise enough for a clergyman's wife," said Miss Wendover.
"She has plenty of wisdom, the wisdom of a generous and tender heart, the best kind of wisdom. All her instincts, all her impulses are pure and true and noble. What can age give her better than that? Girl as she is, my parish will be the better for her sweet influence. She will be the sunshine of my people's life as well as of mine. How will she grow wiser by living 2 years longer, and reading novels and dancing at Bournemouth? I don't want her to be worldly wise, and the better kind of wisdom comes from above. She will learn that in the quiet of her married home." "I see," said Miss Wendover, smiling at him. "You don't quite like the afternoon dances and tennis parties at Bournemouth." "Pray don't suppose I am jealous," said the curate. "My trust in my darling's goodness and purity is the strongest part of my love. But I don't want to see the best years of her youth, her freshness, her girlish energy and enthusiasm, frittered away upon dances and tennis and dress, which has lately been elevated into an art. I want her help. I want her sympathy. I want her for my own, the better part of myself, going hand in hand with me in all my hopes and acts."
2 years sounds a long time, said Miss Wendover, musingly. "And I suppose at your age and Bessie's it is a long time, though at mine the years flow onward with such a gliding motion that it is only one's looking-glass and the quarterly accounts that tell one time is moving. However, I have seen a good many of these 2-year engagements." "Yes." "And I have seldom seen one of them last a 12-month.
"They have ended unhappily?"
"Quite the contrary. They have ended in a premature wedding. The young people have put their heads together, and have talked over the flinty-hearted parents, and some bright morning, when the father and the mother have been in a good temper, the order for the trousseau has been given. The bridesmaids have received notice, and in 6 weeks the whole business was over, and the old people rather glad to have got rid of a love-sick damsel and her attendant swain. There is no greater nuisance in a house than engaged sweethearts. Who knows whether you and Bessie may not be equally fortunate?"
"I hope we may be so," said the curate. "But I don't think we shall make ourselves obnoxious."
"Oh, of course you think not. Every man believes himself superior to every form of silliness, but I never saw a lover yet who did not lapse sooner or later into mild idiocy. Amare et sapere video conceditur. Of course, indeed, with the gods of Olympus it was quite the other way. Nothing could be more absurd than their goings-on." Ida was delighted at her friend's happiness, and was never tired of hearing about Mr. Jardine's virtues. Love had already begun to exercise a sobering influence upon Bessie. She no longer romped with the boys, and she wore gloves. She had become very studious of her appearance, but all those little coquettish arts of the toilette which she had learned last autumn at Bournemouth, the cluster of flowers pinned on her shoulder, the laces and frivolities, were eschewed, lest Mr. Jardine should be reminded of the wanton-eyed daughters of Zion, with their twinkling ornaments and chains and bracelets and mufflers and rings and nose-jewels. She began to read with a view to improving her mind, and plodded laboriously through certain books of the advanced Anglican school which her lover had told her were good. But she learnt a great deal more from Mr. Jardine's oral instructions than from any books, and when the Winchester boys came home for an occasional Sunday, they found her brimful of ecclesiastical knowledge, and at once nicknamed her the perambulating rubric, or by the name of any feminine saint which their limited learning suggested. Fortunately for Bessie, however, their jests were not unkindly meant, and they liked Mr. Jardine, whose knowledge of natural history, the ways and manners of every creature that flew, or walked, or crawled, or swam in that region of hill and valley, made him respectable in their eyes.
"He's not half a bad fellow for a parson,"
said Horatio condescendingly.
"And wouldn't he make a jolly schoolmaster?"
exclaimed Reginald.
"Boys would get on capitally with Jardine. They'd never try to bosh him."
"Schoolmaster, indeed," echoed Bessie, with an offended air.
"I suppose you think it wouldn't be good enough for him? You expect him to be made an archbishop off-hand, without being educated up to his work by the rising generation. No doubt you forget that there have been such men as Arnold and Temple and Moberly. Pray, what higher office can a man hold in this world than to form the minds of the rising generation?"
"I wish your master would form your manners," said Bessie, "for they are simply detestable." It was nearly the end of June, and the song of the nightingales was growing rarer in the twilight woods. Ida started early, one heavenly midsummer morning, with her book and her luncheon in a little basket, to see the old lodge-keeper at Wendover Abbey, who had nursed the elder Wendovers when they were babies in the nurseries at the Abbey, and who had lived in a Gothic cottage at the gate, built on purpose for her by the last squire, ever since her retirement from active service. This walk to the Abbey was one of Ida's favourite rambles, and on this June morning the common, the wood, the cornfields, and distant hills were glorious with that fleeting beauty of summer which gives a glamour to the most commonplace scenery. She had a long idle morning before her, a thing which happened rarely. Miss Wendover had driven to Romsey with the Colonel and his wife, to lunch with some old friends in the neighbourhood of that quiet town, and was not likely to be home till afternoon tea. Bessie was left in charge of the younger members of the household, and was further deeply engaged in an elaborate piece of ecclesiastical embroidery, all crimson and gold and peacock floss, which she hoped to finish before All Saints' Day. Old Mrs. Rouse, the gatekeeper, was delighted to see Miss Palliser. The young lady was a frequent visitor, for the old woman was entitled to particular attention as a sufferer from chronic rheumatism, unable to do more than just crawl into her little patch of garden or to the grass plat before her door on a sunny afternoon. Her days were spent, for the most part, in an armchair in front of the neat little grate, where a handful of fire burnt, winter and summer, diffusing a turfy odour. Ida liked to hear the old woman talk of the past. She had been a bright young girl, under-nurse when the old squire was born, and now the squire had been lying at rest in the family vault for nigh upon 15 years, and here she was still, without kith or kin, or a friend in the world except the Wendovers. She liked to hold forth upon the remarkable events of her life, from her birth in a labourer's cottage, about half a mile from the Abbey, to the last time she had been able to walk as far as the parish church, now 5 years ago. She was cheerful, yet made the most of her afflictions, and seemed to think that chronic rheumatism of her particular type was a social distinction. She was also proud of her advanced age, and had hopes of living into the 90s, and having her death recorded in the county papers. That romantic feeling about the Abbey, which had taken possession of Ida's mind on her first visit, had hardly been lessened by familiarity with the place, or even by those painful associations which made the spot fatal to her. The time-old deserted mansion was still to her fancy a poem in stone, and although she could not think about its unknown master without a shudder, recalling her miserable delusion, she could not banish his image from her thoughts when she roamed about the park or explored the house where the few old servants had grown fond of her and suffered her to wander at will. When she had spent an hour with Mrs. Rouse, she walked on to the Abbey, and seated herself to eat her sandwiches and read her beloved Shelley under the cedar beneath which she and the Wendover party had picnicked so gaily on the day of her first visit. Shelley harmonized with her thoughtful moods, for with most of his longer poems there is interwoven that sense of wrong and sorrow, that idea of a life spoiled and blighted by the oppression of stern social laws, which could but remind Ida of her own entanglement. She had bound herself by a chain that could never be broken, and here she read of how all noblest and grandest impulses are above the law, and refuse to be so bound, and how, in such cases, it is noble to defy and trample upon the law. A kind of heroic lawlessness, spiritualized and diffused in a cloud of exquisite poetry, was what she found in her Shelley, and it comforted her to know that before her time there had been lofty souls caught in the web of their own folly. When she was tired of reading, she went into the Abbey, The great hall door stood open to admit the summer air and sunshine. Ida wandered from one room to another as freely as if she had been in her own house, knowing that any servant she met would be pleased to see her there. The old housekeeper was a devoted admirer of Miss Palliser. The 2 young housemaids were her pupils in a class which met every Sunday afternoon for study of the Scriptures. She had no fear of being considered an intruder. Many of the casements stood open, and there was the scent of flowers in the silent old rooms, where all was neat and prim, albeit a little faded and grey. Ida loved to explore the library, where the books were for the most part quaint and old, original editions of 17th and 18th century books, in sober, substantial bindings. It was pleasant to take out a volume of one of the old poets, or the 18th century essayists, and to read a few stanzas, or a paper of Addison's or Steele's, standing by the open window in the air and sunlight. The rooms in which she roamed at will were the public apartments of the Abbey, and although beautiful in her eyes, they had the stiffness and solemnity of rooms which are not for the common uses of daily life. But on one occasion Mrs. Molly, the housekeeper, in a particularly communicative mood, showed her the suite of rooms in which Mr. Wendover lived when he was alone, and here, in the study where he read and wrote and smoked and brooded in those long quiet days, she saw those personal belongings which gave at least some clue to the character of the man. Here, on shelves which lined the room from floor to ceiling, she saw the books which Brian Wendover had collected for his own especial pleasure, and the neatness of their arrangement and classification told her that the master of Wendover Abbey was a man of calm temper and orderly habits. "You'll never see a book out of place when he leaves the room," said Mrs. Molly. "I've seen him take down 50 volumes of a morning when he's at his studies. I've seen the table covered with books, and books piled on the carpet at each side of his chair, but they'd all be back on their shelves as neat as a new pin when I went to tidy up the room after him. I never allow no butter-fingered girls in this room, except to sweep or scrub under my own eye. There's not many ornaments, but what there is precious, and the apple of master's eye." It was a lovely room, with a panelled oak ceiling and a fine old oak mantelpiece, on which there were 3 or 4 pieces of oriental crackle. The large oak writing-table was neatly arranged with crimson leather blotting-book, dispatch-box, old silver inkstand, and a pair of exquisite bronze statues of Apollo and Mercury, which seemed the presiding geniuses of the place. "I don't believe Mr. Wendover could get on with his studies if those 2 figures weren't there," said Mrs. Molly. The rooms were kept always aired and ready. No one knew at what hour the master might return. He was a good master, honoured and beloved by the old servants, who had known him from his infancy, and his lightest whim was respected. The fact that he should have given the best part of his life, since he left Oxford, to roving about foreign countries was lamented, but this roving temper was regarded as only an eccentric manner of sowing those wild oats which youth must in some wise scatter, and it was hoped that with ripening years he would settle down and spend his days in the home of his ancestors. He might come home at any time, he had informed Miss Molly in his letter, received 6 weeks ago. That glimpse of the room in which he lived gave Ida a vivid idea of the man, the calm, orderly student who had won high honours at the university, and was never happier than when absorbed in books that took him back to the very past which was presided over by the 2 pagan gods on the writing-table. She noted that the wide block of books nearest Mr. Wendover's chair were all Greek and Latin, and straying round the room she found Homers and Horaces, Greek playwrights and historians, repeating themselves many times, in various quaint, costly editions. A scholar, evidently, perhaps pragmatical and priggish. Bessie's coolness about her cousin implied that he was not altogether agreeable. "Perhaps I should have liked him no better than the false Brian," she said to herself to-day, as she stood musing before the old brown books in the library, thinking of that more individual collection which she had been allowed to inspect on her last visit. She shuddered at the image of that other Brian, remembering but too vividly how she had last seen him, kneeling to her, claiming her as his own. God! Could he so claim her? Was she verily his to summon at his will? His by the law of heaven and earth, and only enjoying her liberty by his sufferance? The thought was horrible. She snatched a book from the shelf, anything to distract her mind. Happily, the book was Shakespeare, and she was soon lost in Lear's woes, wilder, deeper than any sorrow she had ever tasted. She read for an hour, the soft air fanning her, the sun shining upon her, the scent of roses and lilies breathing gently round her as she sat in the deep oak window-seat. Then the clock struck 3, and it was time to think of leaving this enchanted castle, where no prince or princess of fairy tale ever came. There was no need for haste. She might depart at her leisure, and dawdle as much as she pleased on her homeward way. All she wanted was to be seated neat and trim in a carefully arranged room, ready to pour out Aunt Betsy's afternoon tea, when the Cobbs returned from Romsey. She put Lear back in his place, and strolled slowly through the rooms, opening one into another, to the hall, where she stopped idly to look at her favourite picture, that portrait of Sir Tristram Wendover, which was attributed to Van Dyck, a noble portrait, and with much of Van Dyck's manner, whoever the painter. It occupied the place of honour in a richly carved panel above the wide chimney-piece, a trophy of arms arranged on each side. Ida stood gazing dreamily at that picture, the dark, earnest eyes, under strongly marked brows, the commanding features, somewhat ruggedly modelled, but fine in their general effect. A Rembrandt face, every line telling, a face in which manhood and intellect predominated over physical beauty, and yet to Ida's fancy the face was the finest she had ever seen. It was her ideal of the knightly countenance, the face of the man who has won many a hard fight over all comers, and has beaten the last and worst enemy, his own lower nature, leaving the lofty soul paramount over the world, the flesh, and the devil. So must Lancelot have looked, Ida thought, towards the close of life, when conscience had conquered passion. It was a face that showed the traces of sorrow lived down and temptations overcome. A face which must have been a living reproof to the butterfly sybarites of Charles II's court. Ida knew no more of Sir Tristram's history than that he had been a brave soldier and a faithful servant of the Stuarts in evil and good fortune, that he had married somewhat late in life, to become the father of only one son, from whom the present race of Wendovers were descended. Ida had tried in vain to discover any resemblance to this pictured face in the Colonel or his sister, but it was only to be supposed that the characteristics of the loyal knight had dwindled and vanished from the Wendover countenance with the passage of 2 centuries. No, there is not one of them has that noble look, murmured Ida, thinking aloud as she turned to leave the hall. She found herself face to face with a man, who stood looking at her with friendly eyes, which in their earnest expression and grave dark brows curiously resembled the eyes of the picture. Her heart gave one leap, and then seemed to stand still. There could be only one man in the world with such a face as that, and in this house. Yes, it was a modified copy of the portrait. younger, the features less rugged, the skin paler and less tawny, the expression less intense. Yet even here, despite the friendly smile, there was a gravity, a look of determination which verged upon severity. This time she was not deceived. This was that very Brian Wendover whom she had thought of in her foolish daydreams, the first romantic fancy of her girlhood last year. And now, in the flush and glory of summer, he stood before her, smiling at her with eyes which seemed to invite her friendship. "I am glad you like my ancestor's portrait," he said. "I could not resist watching you for the last 5 minutes as you stood in rapt contemplation of the hero of our race, so unlike the manner of most visitors to the Abbey, who give Sir Tristram a casual glance and go on to the next feature in the housekeeper's catalogue." She stood with burning cheeks, looking downward, like a guilty thing, and for a moment or two could hardly speak. Then she said, faltering, "It's a very interesting portrait," after which brilliant remark she stood looking helplessly towards the open door, which she could not reach without passing the stranger. "I think I have the pleasure of speaking to Miss Palliser," he said. "Old Mrs. Rouse told me you were here. I am Brian Wendover." Ida made him a little curtsy, so flattering, so uncertain, as to have elicited the most severe reproof from Madame Rigolette could she have seen her pupil at this moment. "I hope you do not mind," she said, hesitatingly. "Bessie and I have roamed about the Abbey often while you were away, and to-day I came alone, and have been reading in the library for an hour or so." "I am delighted that the old house should not be quite abandoned." How different his tone in speaking of the Abbey from the false Brian's! There was a tenderness and pride of race in every word. "And I hope that my return will not scare either you or Bessie away, that you will come here as often as you feel inclined. I am something of a recluse when I am at home." "You are very kind," said Ida, moving a little way toward the door. "Have you been to the Knoll yet?" "I have only just come from Winchester. I landed at Hull yesterday afternoon, and have been travelling ever since. But I am very anxious to see my aunts and cousins, especially Aunt Betsy. If you will allow me, I will walk back to Kingthorpe with you." Ida looked miserable at the suggestion. I don't think Miss Wendover will be at home just yet," she said. "She has gone to the Grange, near Romsey, you know, to luncheon." "But a luncheon doesn't last forever. What time do you expect her back?" "Not till 5 at the earliest." "And it is nearly 3:30. If you'll allow me to come with you, I can lounge in that dear old orchard till Aunt Betty comes home to give me some tea." What could Ida say to this very simple proposition? To object would have been prudish in the last degree. Brian Wendover could not know what manifold and guilty reasons she had for shrinking away from any association with him. He could not know that for her there was something akin to terror in his name, that a sense of shame mingled with her every thought of him. For him she must needs be as other women, and it was her business to make him believe that he was to her as other men. "I shall be very happy," she said, and then, with a final effort, she added, "But are you not tired after your journey? Would it not be wiser to rest, and to go to the homestead a little later, at 7:30, when you are sure of finding Miss Wendover at home?" "I'd rather risk it and go now. I am only tired of railway travelling, smoke and sulphur, dust and heat. A quiet walk across the common and through the wood will be absolute refreshment and repose." After this there was nothing to be said, and they went out into the carriage-way in front of the Abbey, side by side, and across the broad expanse of turf, on which the cedars flung their wide-stretching shadows, and so by the park to the cornfields, where the corn waved green and tall, and to the open common, above which the skylarks were soaring and singing as if the whole world were wild with joy. They had not much to talk about, being such utter strangers to each other, and Brian Wendover naturally reserved and inclined to silence, but the little he did say was made agreeable by a voice of singular richness and melody, just such a voice as that deep and thrilling organ which Canon Moseley had described in the famous Provost of Oriel, and which was a marked characteristic of at least one of Bishop Copplestone's nephews, a voice which gives weight and significance to mere commonplace. Ida, not prone to shyness, was to-day as one stricken dumb. She could not think of this man walking by her side, so unconscious of evil, without unutterable humiliation. If he had been an altogether commonplace man, pompous, underbred, ridiculous in any way, the situation would have been a shade less tragic. But he came too near her ideal. This was the kind of man she had dreamed of, and she had accepted in his stead the first frivolous, foppish youth whom chance had presented to her under a borrowed name. Her own instinct, her own imagination, had told her the kind of man Brian of the Abbey must needs be, and, in her sordid craving for wealth and social status, she had allowed herself to be fobbed off with so poor a counterfeit. And now her very ideal, the dark-browed knight, with quiet dignity of manner and that deep, earnest voice, had come upon the scene, and she thought of her folly with a keener shame than had touched her yet. Brian walked at her side, saying very little, but not unobservant. He knew a good deal about this Miss Palliser from Bessie's letters, which had given him a detailed account of her chosen friend. He knew that the damsel had carried on a clandestine flirtation with his cousin, and had been expelled from Malvero Manor in consequence. And these facts, albeit Bessie had pictured her friend as the innocent victim of tyranny and wrong, had not given him a favourable opinion of his cousin's chosen companion. A girl who would meet a lover on the sly, a girl who was ignominiously ejected from a boarding school, although clever and useful there, could not be a proper person for his cousin to know. He was sorry that Aunt Betsy's good nature had been stronger than her judgment, and that she had brought such a girl to Kingthorpe as a permanent residence. He had imagined her a flashy damsel, underbred, with a vulgar style of beauty, a superficial cleverness, and all those baser arts by which the needy sometimes ingratiate themselves into the favour of the rich. Nothing could be more different from his fancy picture than the girl by whose side he was walking, under that cloudless sky, where the larks were singing high up in the blue. What did he see as he gravely contemplated the lady by his side? A perfect profile, in which refinement was as distinctly marked as beauty of line, darkly fringed lids drooping over lovely eyes, which looked at him shyly, shrinkingly, with unaffected modesty when compelled to look, a tall and beautifully modelled figure, set off by a simple white gown, glorious dark hair, crowned with the plainest of straw hats. There was nothing flashy or vulgar here, no trace of bad breeding in tone or manner. Was this a girl to carry on illicit flirtations, to be mean or underhand, to do anything meriting expulsion from a genteel boarding school? 1,000 times no. He began to think that Bessie was right, that Aunt Betsy's judgment, face to face with the actual facts, had been wiser than his own view of the case at a distance. And then, suddenly remembering upon what grounds he was arriving at this more liberal view, he began to feel scornful of himself, after the manner of your thinking man, given to metaphysics.
Heaven help me, I'm as weak as the rest of my sex, he said to himself. Because she is lovely, I'm ready to think she is good, ready to fall into the old trap which has snapped its wicked jaws upon so many victims. However, be she what she may, at the worst she is not vulgar. I'm glad of that for Bessie's sake.
He tried to make a little conversation during the rest of the way, asking about different members of the Wendover family, and telling Ida some stray facts about his late wanderings. But she did not encourage him to talk. Her answers were faltering, her manner absent-minded. He began to think her stupid, and yet he had been told that she was a wonder of cleverness.
I dare say her talent all lies in her fingers' ends, he thought. She plays Beethoven and works in crewels. That is a girl's idea of feminine genius. Perhaps she makes her own gowns, which is a higher flight, since it involves usefulness. It was 4:00 when they went in at the little orchard gate, and Miss Wendover could hardly be expected for an hour. What was Ida to do with her guest, unless he kept his word and stayed in the orchard? "Shall I send you out the newspapers or any refreshment?" she asked. There were rustic tables and chairs, a huge Japanese umbrella, every accommodation for lounging, in that prettiest bit of the spacious old orchard which adjoined the garden, and here Ida made this polite offer of refreshment for mind or body. "No, thank you. I'll stay here and smoke a cigarette. I can get on very well without newspapers, having lived so long beyond easy reach of them." She left him, but glancing back at the garden gate, she saw him take a book from his pocket and settle himself in one of the basket chairs, with a luxurious air, like a man perfectly content. This was a kind of thing quite new to her in her experience of the Wendovers, who were not a bookish race. She went into the house and made all her little preparations for afternoon tea, filling the vases with freshly cut flowers, drawing up blinds, arranging book-tables, work-baskets, curtains, all the details of the prettiest drawing-room in Kingthorpe, but walking to and fro all the while like a creature in a dream. She had not half recovered from her surprise, her painful wonder at Brian Wendover's appearance, at his strange likeness to her ideal knight, strange to her, but not miraculous, since such hereditary faces are to be found after the lapse of centuries. When all her small duties had been performed, she went up to her room, bathed her face and brushed her hair, and put on a fresher gown, and then sat down to read, trying to lose herself in the thoughts of another mind, trying to forget this embarrassment, this sense of humiliation which had come upon her. She sat thus for half an hour or so, reading The Caxtons, one of her favourite novels, and felt a little more composed and philosophical when the rhythmical beat of Brimstone and Treacle's 8 iron shoes told her that Miss Wendover had returned. She ran to the gate to welcome this kind friend, looking so fresh and bright in her clean white gown that Aunt Betsy saw no sign of the past struggle. "Mr. Wendover is here," she said shyly, when Aunt Betsy had kissed her and given her some brief account of the day's adventures. The rest of the party had been deposited at the Knoll. "Whom do you mean by Mr. Wendover, child?" "Mr. Wendover of the Abbey. He is reading in the orchard." "Of course. I never saw him without a book in his hand. So he has come back at last. I am very glad. He is a good fellow, a little too reserved and self-contained, too fond of brooding over some beautiful truism of Plato's, when he ought to be thinking of deep drainage and a new schoolhouse. But a good fellow for all that, and always ready with his cheque-book. Let us go and look for him." "You will find him in the orchard," said Ida. "I will go and hurry on the tea. You must want some tea after your dusty drive." "Dusty!" exclaimed Miss Wendover. "We are positively smothered. Yes, I am dying for my tea, but I must see this nephew of mine first."
Ida went back to the drawing-room, where everything was perfectly ready, as she knew very well beforehand, but she shrank with a sickly dread from any further acquaintance with the master of Wendover Abbey. She hoped that he and his aunt might say all they had to say to each other in the orchard, and that he would go on to the Knoll to pay his respects to the rest of his relations. In this she was disappointed. Scarcely had she seated herself before the tea-table when Aunt Betsy and her nephew entered through the open window.
"You two young people have contrived to get acquainted without my aid," said Miss Wendover cheerily. "So there's no necessity for any introduction. Now, Brian, sit down and make yourself comfortable. Give him some tea, Ida. I believe he is just civilized enough to like tea, in spite of his wanderings. On account of them, you might as well say, Aunt Betsy. I drank nothing but tea in Scandinavia. It was the easiest thing to get."
Ida's occupation at the table gave her an excuse for silence. She had only to attend to her cups and saucers, and to listen to Miss Wendover and her nephew, who had plenty to talk about. To hear that deep, full voice with its perfect intonation was in itself a pleasure. Pleasant also to discover that Brian Wendover, albeit a famous Balliol man and a Greek scholar after the Porsonian ideal, could still be warmly interested in simple things and lowly folk. She began to feel at ease in his presence. She began to perceive that here was a thoroughly noble nature, a mind so lofty and liberal that even had the man known of her pitiful, sordid story, he would have been more inclined to be compassionate than to condemn. Having recovered her favourite nephew after so long a severance, Aunt Betsy was in no wise disposed to let him go. She insisted upon his staying to dinner, and before the evening was over, Ida found herself quite at home with the dreaded master of the Abbey. At Miss Wendover's request she played for nearly an hour, and Brian listened with evident appreciation, sitting at his ease just outside the open window, among the roses and lilies of June, under a moonlit sky. It was a calm, peaceful, rational kind of evening, and Ida's mind was tranquilized by the time it was over, and when she went to her room, after a friendly parting with Miss Wendover's nephew, she told herself that she was not likely to be often troubled with his society. He was too much a lover of learned solitude to be likely to be interested in the small amusements and occupations of the family at the Knoll. Too much in the clouds to concern himself with Aunt Betsy's various endeavours to improve her poor neighbours in themselves and their surroundings. She did not long remain under this delusion. She was busy in the garden with basket and scissors, trimming away faded roses and cankered buds from the luxuriance of bush and standard, arch and trellis, at 11 o'clock next morning, when she heard the garden gate open, and beheld Mr. Wendover, Bessie, and Urania coming across the lawn. "We are going for a botanical prowl in the woods," said Bessie, "and we want you to come with us. You are always anxious to improve your mind, and here is a grand opportunity for you. Brian is a tremendous botanist, and Mr. Jardine is not an ignoramus in that line." "Oh, then Mr. Jardine is going to prowl too?" said Ida, smiling at her. "Yes, he is going to give himself a holiday for once in a way. Blanche is packing a basket. She and Eva are to have the car, but the rest of us are going to walk. Come along, Ida, just as you are. We are going to grovel and grub after club mosses and toadstools. Your oldest gown is too good." "Please wear a white gown, as you did yesterday," said Brian. "White has such a lovely effect amidst the lights and shadows of the wood." "Isn't it rather too violent a contrast?" argued Urania. "A faint sage green, or a pale gray, or even that too lovely terra-cotta red."
Flower-pot colour!" screamed Bessie. "Horrid!"
"I should like to go," faltered Ida, "but I have so much to do, an afternoon class. No, it is quite impossible. Thank you very much for thinking of me, all the same."
"You utterly disagreeable thing!" exclaimed Bessie, and at this moment Miss Wendover came upon the scene, from the adjacent greenhouse, where she had been working diligently with sponge and water-pot. She heard the rights and wrongs of the case, and insisted that Ida should go. "Never mind the afternoon class, I'll take that. You work hard enough, child. You must have a holiday sometimes."
"I had a holiday yesterday, Aunt Betsy, and really I had rather not go. The day is so very warm, and I have a slight headache already."
"Go and lose it in the wood, where Rosalind lost her heartache. Nothing like a long ramble when one is a little out of sorts. Go and get rid of your basket, and get your sunshade. Where are you going for your botanizing?"
"All over the world," said Bessie, "just as fancy leads us. If you will promise to meet us anywhere, we'll be there."
"So be it," replied Aunt Betsy. "Suppose we arrange a tea-meeting. I will be ready for you by the Queen Beech, in Framley Wood, as the clock strikes 5, and we will all come home together. Now run away before the day gets old. Glad to see you unbending for once in a way, Urania."
Miss Rylance had been curiously willing to unbend this morning, when Bessie ran in and surprised her at her morning practice with the wonderful tidings of Brian's return. She appeared delighted at the idea of a botanizing expedition, though she cared as little for botany as she did for Hebrew. But when a young lady of large aspirations is compelled to vegetate in a village, even after her presentation at court and introduction into society, she is naturally avid for the society of the one eligible man in the parish. "Mr. Jardine is coming with us," Bessie told her, as a further temptation. Urania gave her hand a little squeeze, and murmured, "Yes, darling, I'll come. Mr. Jardine is so nice. Will my frock do?" The frock was of the pre-Raphaelite or Bedford Parkian order, short-waisted, flowing, and flabby, color the foliage of a lavender bush, relieved by a broad brick-dust sash. An amber necklace, a large limp leghorn hat with a sunflower in it, and a pair of long yellow gloves completed Urania's costume. "Your frock will be spoilt in the woods," said Bessie. But Urania did not mean to do much botanical work, and she was not afraid of spoiling her frock. They found Mr. Jardine waiting for them at the churchyard gate, and to him Bessie presented her cousin, somewhat reversing the ceremonial order of things, since Brian Wendover was the patron of the living, and could have made John Jardine vicar on the arising of a vacancy. Brian and the curate walked on ahead with Miss Rylance, who seemed bent upon keeping them both in conversation, and Bessie fell back a little way with Ida. "You dearest darling!" she exclaimed, squeezing her arm rapturously. "What has happened, Bess? Why such unusual radiance? Do you suppose I am not glad of Brian's return? I thought you liked the other one best." "Well, yes. One is more at home with him, don't you see? This one was a double first, got the Ireland scholarship." "Why Ireland, when it was at Oxford he got it? He is awfully learned, knows Greek plays by heart, just as that sweet Mr. Brandram, who came last winter to read for the new schoolhouse, knows Shakespeare. But I am very fond of him all the same, and oh, Ida, what a too heavenly thing it would be if he were to fall in love with you." "Bessie!" exclaimed Ida, with an indignant frown. "Don't look so angry. You should have heard how he spoke of you this morning at breakfast. Such praise! Approbation from St. Hubert what's-his-name is praise indeed, don't you know? There's Shakespeare for you," added Bessie, whose knowledge of polite literature had its limits. "Bessie, you contrived once, meaning no harm, of course, to give me great pain to humiliate me to the very dust," said Ida, seriously. "Let us have no more such fooling. Your cousin is your cousin, quite out of my sphere. However civil he may be to me, however kindly he may speak of me, he can never be any more to me than he is at this moment." "Very well," said Bess, meekly. "I will be as silent as the grave. I don't think I said anything very offensive, but I apologize. Do you think you would very much mind kissing me, just as if nothing had happened?" Ida clasped the lovable damsel in her arms and kissed her warmly. And now Mr. Jardine turned back and joined them at the entrance to a wood supposed to be particularly rich in mosses, flowers, and fungi. Urania still absorbed the attention of Mr. Wendover, who strolled by her side and listened somewhat languidly to her disquisitions upon various phases of modern thought. "What a beautiful girl Bessie has discovered for her bosom friend," he said presently. "Miss Palliser, yes, she is quite too lovely, is she not?" said Urania, with that air of heartiness which every well-trained young woman assumes when she discusses a rival beauty. "But she has not the purity of the early Italian manner. It is a Carlo Dolci face, the beauty of the Florentine decadence. I was at school with her." "So I understood. Were you great friends?" "No," replied Miss Rylance, decisively. "If we had been at school for as many years as it took to evolve man from the lowest of the vertebrata, we should have not been friends." "I understand. The thousandth part of an inch, unbridged, is as metaphysically impassable as the gulf which divides us from the farthest nebula. In your case there was no conveying medium, no sympathy to draw you together," said Brian, answering the young lady in her own coin. She glanced at him doubtfully, rather inclined to think he was laughing at her. If anyone could laugh at Miss Rylance. "She was frankly detestable," said Urania. "I endure her here for Bessie's sake, just as I would endure the ungraceful curves of a dachshund if Bess took it into her head to make a pet of one. But at school I could keep her at a distance." "What has she done to offend you?" "Done? Nothing. She exists. That is quite enough. Her whole nature, her moral being, is antagonistic to mine. What is your opinion of a young woman who declares in cold blood that she means to marry for money?" "Not a pleasant avowal from such lips, certainly," said Brian. "She may have been only joking." "After events showed that she was in earnest." "How so? Has she married for money? I thought she was still Miss Palliser." "Oh, she is, but that is not her fault. She tried her hardest to secure a husband whom she supposed to be rich." And then Miss Rylance told how in frolic mood his penniless cousin had been palmed upon Miss Palliser as the owner of the Abbey, how she had fallen readily into the trap, and had carried on a clandestine acquaintance which had resulted in her expulsion from the school where she had filled the subordinate position of pupil-teacher. "I have heard most of this before from Bessie, but not the full particulars of the practical joke which put Brian Walford in my shoes," said Mr. Wendover. He felt more shocked, more wounded than there was need for him to feel, perhaps, but the girl's beauty had charmed him, and he was prepared to think her a goddess. "How do you know that Miss Palliser did not like my cousin for his own sake?" he speculated presently. "Brian Walford is a very nice fellow." "She did not like him well enough to marry him when she knew the truth," replied Urania. "I believe the poor fellow was passionately in love with her. She encouraged him, fooled him to the top of his bent, and then flung him over directly she found he was not the rich Mr. Wendover. He has never been to Kingthorpe since. That would show how deeply he was wounded." "The fooling was not all on her side," said Mr. Wendover. "She had a right to resent the trick that had been played upon her.
I am surprised that Bessie could lend herself to such a mean attempt to put her friend at a disadvantage."
"Oh, I'm sure Bessie meant only the most innocent fun. Her tremendous animal spirits carry her away sometimes, don't you know? And then again, she thinks her chosen friend perfection. She could not understand that Miss Palliser could really marry a man for the sake of his houses and lands. I knew her better."
"And it was you who hatched the plot, I think,"
said Brian. Miss Rylance had not been prepared to admit as much. She intended Bessie to bear whatever blame there might be attached to this escapade in Mr. Wendover's mind, but it seemed from this remark of his that Bessie had betrayed her. "I may have thrown out the idea when your cousin suddenly appeared upon the scene. We were all in wild spirits that day, and really Miss Palliser had made herself very absurd by her romantic admiration of the Abbey."
"Well, I hope this young ladylike conspiracy did no harm,"
said Brian.
"but I have a hearty abhorrence of all practical jokes."
They were in a deep, rutty lane by this time, a lane with banks rich in ferns and floral growth, and here came Blanche and Eva and the youngest boy, released from Latin grammar and Greek delectus, at an earlier hour than usual. The car was sent on to the wood, and Bessie and her two sisters produced their fern trowels and began digging and delving for rare specimens, real or imaginary, assisted by Mr. Jardine, who had more knowledge but less enthusiasm than the girls.
"I can't think what you can want with more ferns," said Urania disdainfully. "Every corner at the Knoll has its fernery." "Oh, but one can't have too much of a good thing, and then there is the pleasure of looking for them. Aren't you going to hunt for anything?"
"Thanks, no. It is a day for basking rather than work. Shall we go to the end of the lane? There is a lovely view from there, and sit and bask."
"With all my heart," replied Mr. Wendover. "Come, Miss Palliser, of course you'll join the basking detachment."
Urania would have liked to leave Ida out of the business, but she smiled sweetly at Mr. Wendover's speech, and they all three strolled to the end of the lane, which ascended all the way till they found themselves upon a fine upland, with a lovely view of woodland and valley stretching away towards Alresford. Here in the warm June sunshine they seated themselves on a ferny bank to wait for the diggers and delvers below. It was verily weather in which to bask, and was quite the most rapturous enjoyment. The orchestral harmonies of summer insects made a low, drowsy music around them. There was just enough air to faintly stir the petals of the dog roses without blowing them from their frail stems. The dazzling light above, the cool verdure around, made a delicious contrast. Ida looked dreamily across the bold grassy downs, with here and there a patch of white, which shone like a jewel in the sun. It was very pleasant to sit here, very pleasant to listen to Brian Wendover's description of Norway and the Norwegians. A book of travels might have been ever so much better, perhaps, but there was a charm in these vivid pictures of recent experiences which no printed page could have conveyed. And then the talk was delightfully desultory, now touching upon literature, now upon art, now even descending to family reminiscences, stories of the time when Brian had been a Winchester boy, as his cousins now were, and his happy hunting grounds had been among these hills. Ida talked very little. She was disposed to be silent, but it had been otherwise she would have found slight opportunity for conversation. Miss Rylance, educated up to the standard of good professional society, was ready to give her opinions upon anything between heaven and earth, from the spectrum analysis of the sun's rays to the latest discovery in the habits of ants. She did not mean Ida to shine, and she so usurped the conversation that Miss Palliser's opinions and ideas remained a blank to Mr. Wendover. Yet a glance at Ida's face now and then told him that she was not unintelligent, and by the time that summer day was over, and they had all sat round the gipsy tea-kettle in the wood, with Aunt Betsy presiding over the feast, Mr. Wendover felt as if he knew a good deal about Miss Palliser. They had talked and walked and botanized together in the wood, in spite of Miss Rylance, and Urania felt somehow that the day had been a failure. She had made up her mind long ago that Mr. Wendover of the Abbey was just the one person in Hampshire whom she could allow herself to marry. Anyone else in that locality was impossible. Under these circumstances, it was trying to behold Mr. Wendover laying himself, as it were, at the feet of a poor dependent and hanger-on of his family, merely because that person happened to be handsome. He could have no ulterior views. He was only revealing that innate shallowness and frivolity of the masculine mind which allows even the wisest man to be caught by a pair of fine eyes, a Grecian nose, and a brilliant complexion. Mr. Wendover was no doubt a great deal too wise to have any serious ideas about such a person as Ida Palliser, but he liked to talk to her. He liked to watch the sensitive colour come and go upon the perfect oval of her cheek, while the dark eye brightened or clouded with every change of feeling. And while he was yielding to these vulgar distractions, there was no chance of his falling in love with Urania Rylance. It was a crushing blow to Miss Rylance when a little conversation at tea-time showed that Mr. Wendover was not disposed to think Miss Palliser altogether a nobody, and that a young woman who earned a salary as a useful companion might belong to a better family than Miss Rylance could boast. "I have heard your name before to-day, Miss Palliser," said Brian. "Is your father any relation to Sir Vernon Palliser?" "Sir Vernon is my father's nephew." "Indeed. Then your father is the Captain Palliser of whom I've heard. Vernon and Peter Palliser talk sometimes. Your cousins are members of the Alpine Club and of the Travellers, and we have often met. Capital fellows, both of them." "I have never seen them," said Ida. "So much of my life has been spent at school. Sir Vernon and his brother went to see my father and stepmother last October, and made a very good impression, but that is all I know of them." A baronet for a first cousin, and she had never mentioned the fact at Mauleverer, where it would have scored high. What an unaccountable kind of girl, and quite wanting in human feeling, thought Urania, listening intently, though pretending to be interested in a vehement discussion between Blanche and Bessie as to whether a certain puffy excrescence was or was not a beefsteak fungus, and should or should not be cooked for dinner. "Do you know your cousin's Sussex property? Have you ever been at Wimperfield?" inquired Brian. "Never. I have heard my father say it is a lovely place, a little way beyond Petersfield." "Yes, I know every inch of the country round. It is charming." "It cannot be prettier than this," said Ida, with conviction. "I hardly agree with you there. It is a wilder and more varied landscape. Hampshire has nothing so picturesque on this side of the New Forest. If Sir Vernon and his brother are at Wimperfield this summer, we might make up a party and drive over to see the place. I know he would give us a hearty welcome." Ida was silent, but Aunt Betsy and her niece declared that it was a splendid idea of Brian's, and must certainly be carried out. "Fancy Brian introducing Ida to her cousin!" exclaimed Bessie. "Would it not be quite too deliciously absurd? Sir Vernon Palliser, permit me to introduce you to your first cousin." And then Bessie, who was an incorrigible matchmaker where Ida was concerned, began to think what a happy thing it would be if Sir Vernon Palliser were to fall in love with his cousin, and incontinently propose to make her mistress of this delightful place near Petersfield. They all walked back to Kingthorpe together, and parted at the homestead gate. Miss Rylance, who hated woods, wild flowers, ferns, and toadstools, and all the accompaniments of rustic life, went back to her aesthetic drawing-room in a savage humour, albeit that fine training which comes of advanced civilization enabled her to part from her friends with endearing smiles. She expected her father that evening, and she was looking forward to the refreshment of hearing of that metropolis which suited her so much better than Hampshire hills and woods. Nay, there was even the possibility that he might bring someone down with him, as it was his custom to do now and then. But instead of Dr. Rylance, she found an orange-coloured envelope upon the hall table containing an apologetic message. "Sorry to disappoint you. Have been persuaded to go to first representation of new play at Lyceum with Lady Jinks and the Titmarshes. All London will be there. And I am buried alive in this loathsome hole where nobody cares a straw about me," cried Urania, banging her bedroom door, and flinging herself upon her luxurious sofa in as despairing an attitude as if it had been the straw pallet of a condemned cell. From the very beginning of things she had hated Ida Palliser with the jealous hatred of conscious inferiority. She who had made up her mind to go through life as a superior being, to be always on the top rung of the social ladder, found herself easily distanced by the penniless pupil-teacher. This had been bitter to bear even at Malvern, where that snobbish feeling which prevails among schoolgirls had allowed the fashionable physician's daughter a certain superiority over the penniless beauty. But here at Kingthorpe, where rustic ignorance was ready to worship beauty and talent for their own sakes, it was still harder for Urania to assert her superiority, while in the depths of her inner consciousness lurked the uncomfortable conviction that she was in many ways inferior to her rival. And now that she discovered Ida Palliser's near relationship to a baronet of old family, owner of a fine property within 30 miles of Kingthorpe, Urania began to feel that she must needs be distanced in the race. She might have held her own against the shabby half-pay captain's daughter, but Sir Vernon Palliser's first cousin was quite a different person. If Brian Wendover admired Ida, her lack of fortune was hardly likely to influence him, seeing that in a family she was his equal. Such a man might have shrunk from allying himself with a woman of obscure parentage and vulgar associations. But to a man of Brian Wendover's liberal mind and ample fortune, Ida Palliser would no doubt seem as suitable a match as a daughter of a duke. Miss Rylance had grown worldly wise since her introduction to London society, that particular and agreeable section of upper middle-class life which prides itself upon cleverness rather than wealth, and which spices its conversation with a good deal of smart personality. She had formed a more correct estimate of life in general, and her father's position in particular, and had acquired a keener sense of proportion than she had learnt at Malvern Manor. She had learnt that Dr. Rylance of Cavendish Square was not such a great man as she had supposed in the ignorant faith of her girlhood. She had discovered that his greatness was at best a kind of lapdog or tame cat distinction, that he was better known as the caressed and petted adviser of patrician dowagers and effeminate old gentlemen, of fashionable beauties and hysterical matrons, than as one of the lights of his profession. He was a clever specialist, who had made his fortune by 6 prescriptions as harmless as Morrison's pills, and who owed more to the grace of his manner and the excellence of his laundress and his tailor than to his original discoveries in the grandest science of the age. Other people made discoveries, and Dr. Rylance talked about them, and he was so quick in his absorption of every new idea, so glib in his exposition of every new theory, that his patients swore by him as a man in the front rank of modern thought and scientific development. He was a clever man, and he had a large belief in the great healer nature, so he rarely did much harm, while his careful consideration of every word his patient said to him, his earnest countenance and thoughtful brow, taken in conjunction with his immaculate shirt-front and shapely white hand, rarely failed to make a favourable impression. He was a comfortable physician, lenient in the article of diet, exacting only moderate sacrifices from the high liver. His Hygeia was not a severe goddess, rather a friendly matron of the monthly nurse type, who adapted herself to circumstances.
"We have been taking a pint of Cliquot every day at luncheon, and we don't feel that we could eat any luncheon without it."
Well, suppose we try about half the quantity, very dry, and make an effort to eat a cutlet or a little bit of plain roast mutton," Dr. Rylance would murmur tenderly to a stout middle-aged lady who had confessed that her appetite was inferior to her powers of absorption. Men who were drinking themselves to death in a gentlemanly manner always went to Dr. Rylance. He did not make their lives a burden to them by an impossible regime. He kept them alive as long as he could, and made departure as gradual and easy as possible. But his was no kill or cure system. He was not a man for heroic remedies. And now Urania had found that her father was not a great man. That he was praised and petted, and he made his nest in the purple and velvet of this world, but that he was not looked up to or pointed at as one of the beacon lights of the coastline of the age, and that he being so small a somebody, she his daughter was very little more than nobody. Knowing this, she had made up her mind that whenever Brian Wendover of the Abbey should appear upon the scene, she would do her utmost to make him her captive. Chapter 15 of The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Wendover plans an excursion. The happy summer glided by, the season of roses and butterflies, strawberries and cream, haymaking, lawn tennis, picnics, gypsy teas, and idle, joyous life under blue skies. The Knoll family gave themselves up heart and soul to summer pleasures, simple joys which were at once innocent and inexpensive, and Ida Palliser found herself a sharer in all these holiday rambles. Conscience told her that she had no right to be there, that she was an impostor sailing under false colours. Conscience, speaking more loudly, told her that she had no right to accept Brian Wendover's quiet homage, no right to be so happy in his company day after day, for there were few of their summer joys in which he was not among them. Bessie was warm in her praises of him, full of wonder at his having developed into such a companionable being. "Norway has done him good," she said. "He used to be such a reserved creature, dawdling away day after day in his library, poring over Greek and Latin, and now he is almost as companionable as Brian Walford." "He'd have to live a good many years before he's up to B.W.," said Horace, who had walked across the hills for an afternoon at home and the chance of a tip. "B.W. knows every music hall in London, and can sing a topical song as well as men who get their £60 a week." "I wish you wouldn't put on that knowing air. What do you know of men who get £60 a week?" exclaimed Bessie contemptuously. "As much as you do, anyhow," answered her brother. Ida made many faint efforts to keep aloof from the summer revelries, but Miss Wendover insisted upon her enjoying herself with the others. She had been such a conscientious and devoted coadjutor in all Aunt Betsy's good works, she had been so thoroughly energetic and industrious, never relaxing her efforts or growing weary of labor,
that it seemed only right and fair that she should enjoy the summer holiday time, the blessed season when every day was full of temptations. "Enjoy yourself to your heart's content, my dear," said Aunt Betsy. "Our English summers are so short that if we do not make the most of the bright warm days while they are with us, we have to endure all the pangs of remorse through a rainy autumn and a cold winter." Not only did Miss Wendover give this generous advice, but she herself joined in many of their expeditions, and her presence was always a source of pleasure. She was so genial, so hearty, so thoroughly well informed, and yet so modest in the use of her knowledge, that the young people loved to have her with them. Her enjoyment of the free, roving life was almost as keen as theirs, while her capacity for planning an agreeable day, and her foresight in the commissariat department, far exceeded that of youth. And so, June and July drifted by, and it was the beginning of August, and Ida felt as if she had known Mr. Wendover of the Abbey all her life. What did she know of him after 2 months of almost daily association? She knew that no unworthy thought ever found utterance upon his lips, that no vulgar instinct ever showed itself in his conduct, that he was essentially, to the very core of his heart, a gentleman, that without any high-flown affectation of chivalry he was as chivalrous as Bayard, that without any languid airs and graces of the modern aesthetic school he was a man of the highest and broadest culture, and that, o rara avis among modern scholars and young laymen, he was honestly and unaffectedly religious, a staunch Anglican of the school of Pusset, and not ashamed to confess his faith at all times and seasons. In this day, when the majority of young men affect to regard the services of their church as an intolerable bore, only endured as a concession to the weaklings of the inferior sex, it was pleasant to see the master of the Abbey a regular attendant at his parish church, an earnest and frequent worshipper at the altar at which his parents and progenitors had knelt before him. This much and a great deal more had Ida Palliser discovered of the man whom nearly a year ago her fancy had exalted into an ideal character. It was strange to find her most romantic visions realized. Strange, but a strangeness not without pain. He was full of kindness and friendliness for her whenever they met, but she told herself that his manner to her involved no more than kindly feelings and friendliness. To imagine anything beyond this was foolhardiness and vanity. And yet there were times when she felt that she had no right to be in his society, that every day she spent at Kingthorpe was an offence against honour and right feeling. One August afternoon Ida had, for once in a way, succeeded in making her domestic occupations an excuse for absenting herself from what Bessie called a barrow hunt on the downs. Brian Wendover, being a great authority upon this ancient form of sepulture, and discoursing eloquently on those widely different races whose funeral chambers are hidden under the long and the round barrow. The day, closely as Ida had been occupied, had seemed just a little dreary, certainly much duller than such days had been wont to seem before Brian's return to the Abbey. Yet she was glad to be alone. It was a relief even to be a trifle melancholy, rather than to enjoy that happiness which was always blended with a faint consciousness of wrong-doing. And now the slow day was nearly over. She had worked at the village girls' school in the morning. She had lectured upon domestic economy to a class of incipient housemaids and scullery maids after luncheon, and now at 5 o'clock she was sitting in a basket chair in the rose-wreathed veranda, working at the swallows and bulrushes upon that elaborate design which she had begun before Christmas for the adornment of Miss Wendover's piano. It was a deliciously drowsy afternoon, but Ida's active brain was not prone to slumber. She sat working diligently and thinking deeply, when a shadow came between her and the sunshine, and on looking up she saw Mr. Wendover standing before her. "How do you do? Have they all come home?" she asked, laying aside her work on the convenient basket table and preparing to welcome Aunt Betsy.
"I have not been with them, at least not since the morning," answered Brian. "I left Bessie to hunt out her own barrows. She is so lazy-minded that as long as I do all the pointing she will never know the true barrow from the natural lumpiness of the soil. Besides, she is Aunt Betsy, a tower of strength in all things."
"And Miss Rylance, I suppose?"
"No, Miss Rylance thought there would be too much walking for her or for Pennette. I have been at the Abbey all day, getting up my arrears of correspondence. This fine weather has made me incorrigibly idle. After I had written about a score of letters, I thought myself entitled to a little rest and refreshment. So I strolled over here to tell you some news and to ask you for a cup of tea."
"You shall have some tea directly," said Ida, going indoors to ring the bell, an act in which she was naturally anticipated by her guest. "What news can you possibly have that concerns me?" she asked, when they had come back to the veranda. "I know by your face that it is not bad news."
"God forbid I should ever have to tell you that. I think it would hurt me more than you," said Brian, with an earnestness which brought the crimson glow into Ida's cheeks, and made her bend a little lower over the swallows in her crewel work. "No, this is pleasant news, I hope. I wrote to Vernon Palliser more than a month ago to propose that I should drive you and a lot of people over to luncheon. He was in Switzerland, as usual, and I had no answer to my letter till the second post to-day, when I received a most hearty invitation to bring my party immediately. But you shall hear your cousin's own words."
Mr. Wendover produced the letter and read as follows:
"I shall be delighted to make my cousin's acquaintance. She was in England when I last saw her father at his retreat near Dieppe. Bring her as soon as you can, and with as large a party as you like. The larger the better, and the sooner the better, as Peter and I will most likely be on the wing again for Scotland soon after the 12th. We shall come back for the partridges, which I hear are abundant. The road is rather intricate, so you had better bring your ordnance map, but pretty fair in dry weather like this, and you'll come through some lovely scenery. Telegraph your time, and Peter and I will be in the way to welcome you. What do you say about our going tomorrow? I waited to know what you would like before I telegraphed."
"You are very good, but there are others to be consulted," replied Ida, with her head still bent over her work. Good manners demanded that she should look at him, but at this particular moment she felt it quite impossible to be mannerly. He had said nothing of a thrilling nature, yet his whole tone and expression, his air of deferential regard, stirred a new feeling in her mind, the conviction that he cared for her more than it was well for either of them that he should care.
"You are the first person to be consulted," he said. "Would you like to go tomorrow?"
"I will go whenever the others like," answered Ida, still intent upon the shading of her swallow's wing. "But I really think you had better leave me out of your party. I have wasted so much time roaming about, and there are so many things I want to finish before the summer is over."
"That elaborate arrangement in swallows and rushes, for instance," said Brian, laughingly. "You are working at it as if for a wager." "Perhaps it is a wager. So many stitches in so many consecutive days, is that it?" "No, Miss Palliser, your swallows must wait. The party has been planned on your account, and to leave you at home would be like leaving Hamlet out of the play. Besides, I thought you would like to see your cousins and your ancestral halls."
I shall be very glad to see my cousins, for my father likes them very much. But I do not feel any thrilling interest in the ancestral halls."
"And yet your father was born there."
"Yes, that is a reason for being interested in Wimperfield. But my father has so seldom talked about his birthplace. He speaks a great deal more of India. That life in a strange, far-away land seems to have blotted out the memory of his childhood. He talks of Addiscombe sometimes, but hardly ever of Wimperfield." She laid aside her work as the youthful butler brought out the tea-table. It was no new thing for her to pour out Mr. Wendover's tea, since it was his custom to drop in at his aunt's very often at this hour, when the day had not been given up to excursioning. But it was new for her to be alone with him at this social meal, and she found herself longing ardently for Aunt Betsy's return. She, who could have found so much to talk about had her mind been at ease, was curiously silent as she handed Mr. Wendover his tea, and offered the cake and fruit, which always accompanied the meal at the homestead. Her heart was beating much faster than it should have done, and she was considering whether it was worth while to place herself in the way of feeling the pain, the hidden shame, the sense of falsehood which oppressed her at this moment, whether it would not be better to run any risk, even the hazard of offending Betsy Wendover, the kindest friend she had in the world, rather than remain in her present position. One thing she could have done, which would have given her immediate extrication, and that which seemed the most natural thing to do. She could have told the truth, told Betsy Wendover all about her unlucky marriage. But she would rather have killed herself than do this one righteous thing, for she thought that if her marriage were once known to Brian's relations, she would be compelled to assume her natural position as his wife. So long as the marriage remained a secret to all the world, except those to whom it most concerned, they were free to ignore the tie. They could live their lives apart, and to the end of time it might be as if such a marriage had never been. Her husband being consentient to this lifelong separation, her lot might be fairly happy. She had never tried to penetrate the future. Perhaps today, for the first time, there had flashed into her mind the thought of what a bright and glorious future might have been hers had she not so forfeited her freedom. Voices, at least half a dozen, all talking at once, told her that the barrow hunt was winding homewards. Gleams of colour athwart the hedges told her that the hunters were in the lane, and in a minute or two Miss Wendover and her young kinsfolk appeared, all more or less sunburnt and tousled by their tramp across the downs. "Found a splendid long barrow," said Bessie, "on a lovely point, one of the finest views in the country. What clever corpses they must have been to pick such a glorious spot. Long barrow, long-headed race, dolichocephalic skulls. Men of the Stone Age, eh?" she said, looking at Brian. "You see, I know my lesson, but it was very mean of you not to come with us all the same."
"I wanted you to exercise your own acumen, to cultivate the antiquarian flair. Besides, I had a heap of letters to write."
"You only found that out after we had started. You never have letters to write when Ida is with us," said Bessie, a remark which made two people blush. "To think that I had known that spot all my life and never suspected a burrow," she continued. "I thought it was only a convenient bank which Providence had thrown up ready for picnics." Ida had enough to do now in providing for the wants of half a dozen hungry people. Blanche of the short petticoats was at an age when girls are ogres, distinguished for nothing but the rapidity of their digestion and the length of their legs. There was a demand for jam, and the unsophisticated half-gallon loaf instead of the conventional thin bread and butter.
"Eat as much as you like, dears," said Aunt Betsy, "but remember that your father will expect you to have some appetite at 7.
"We won't disappoint him,"
said Bessie. 7 is an hour and a half from now. Blanche can do wonders in an hour and a half. Blanche's appetite was one of the stock family jokes, like Urania's tight boots, so there was a laugh, and the others went on eating. Brian Wendover told them about tomorrow's excursion. "I shall put 4 horses into the wagonette," he said. "I almost wish I had a drag to do honour to the occasion, but we must resign ourselves to a wagonette. You will go, of course, Aunt Betsy, and Bessie must come, and I suppose we ought to invite Miss Rylance. She has joined in most of our excursions, and it would be invidious to leave her out of this. And I dare say Bessie would think the whole thing flat without Mr. Jardine." "It's very kind of you to think of him, but I don't believe he'll be able to spare the day," said Bessie. "We'll ask him, at any rate, and then you can't say we've used you badly. That makes a party of 6. I'll go and telegraph to Sir Vernon." "Will there be lawn tennis after lunch?" asked Blanche, with a very long face. "I shouldn't wonder if there were," answered Brian. "Does that mean you want to go?" "I shall not have a creature to speak to at home, and I never go anywhere," said Blanche despairingly. Both statements were obvious untruths, but no doubt the damsel herself believed them. "Have you a gown that covers your knees?" asked Aunt Betsy severely. "My new frock is awfully long. It only came from the dressmaker's last week." "Then you have hardly had time to grow out of it," said Brian. "Suppose we strain a point, Aunt Betsy, and take her. It will enable us to say we are 7. "We shall be a tremendous party," said Miss Wendover. "I hope Sir Vernon is a hospitable, easy-going man, and that your intimacy with him warrants such an intrusion." "I am taking him a cousin," answered Brian, stealing an admiring glance at Ida. "Surely that ought to secure our welcome." "I hope his housekeeper has large ideas about luncheon," said Bessie, "or Blanche's appetite will throw her out in her calculations. If she is the sort of person who thinks a pair of ducklings and a dish of rissoles substantial fare for a large party, I pity her." "You're vastly witty," said Blanche, preparing her final slice of bread and jam. "One would think you lived upon roses and lilies, like the ascetics." "The poor child means aesthetes," explained Bessie. "Bother the pronunciation. But if people had seen you eating rabbit pie on the barrow, why, a wolf wouldn't have been in it," concluded Blanche, who acquired her flowers of speech from the Wintonian. Chapter 16 of the Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This recording is in the public domain. Thicker than water. The weather was altogether favorable for the 30-mile drive. The wagonette, with its scratch team and a couple of smart grooms, was at the homestead gate at 10 o'clock, and after picking up Miss Wendover and her companion, went on to the Knoll for Bessie and Blanche, and then to Dr. Rylance's for Urania, who had accepted the invitation most graciously. Kingthorpe was unwontedly excited by this gorgeous apparition, and the inhabitants remained at garden gates and cottage doors while so much as a horse's tail was visible. Everybody was pleased to see the young squire driving four in hand. It had been supposed that as a bookish young man, given over to Greek and Latin, he must needs be a poor hand with horses. But this morning's exhibition gave rise to more hopeful views. "We shall see the squire setting up his coach and settling down at the Abbey," said one. "Aye, when he gets married," said another. "That's what'll settle he. I believes as him is sweet on that young woman at the homestead. Her be a clipper, her be." Over the hills and far away went the scratch team, a little fresh, but behaving beautifully. Aunt Betsy sat beside her nephew, and watched his coachmanship with a jealous eye, conscious that she could have kept the team better in hand herself, but still with moderate approval. The girls and the grooms were in the back of the vehicle, Bessie, Blanche, and Ida full of talk and merriment, Urania thoughtful. This day's entertainment was too much in Ida's honour to be pleasant to Miss Rylance, yet she could not deny herself the painful privilege of being there. She wanted to see what happened, how far Mr. Wendover was disposed to make an idiot of himself. She saw more than enough in the glances of the charioteer, when he turned to talk to the girls behind him, now to point out some feature in the landscape, now to ask some idle question, but always with looks that lingered upon one face, and that face was Ida Palliser's. It was a long cross-country drive, by rustic lanes and dubious roads, but Mr. Wendover took things easily. He had sent forth a second scratch team overnight to a village half-way, and here they changed horses, while he and his party spent half an hour pleasantly enough exploring an old grey church and humble graveyard, where the tombstones all bore record of unrenowned lives that had slowly rusted away in a pastoral solitude. Blanche, whose schoolroom appetite was wont to damp its keen edge upon bread and butter at this hour, felt it rather a hard thing that no one proposed a light refection at the lowly inn, but she bore her inward gnawings in silence, conscious of the dignity of a frock which almost reached her ankles, and desirous to prove that she was worthy to be the associate of grown-up. Half-way between this village inn and Wimperfield they met a couple of horsemen. These were no other than Sir Vernon and his brother Peter, who had come to meet their guests, and show them the nearest way, which from this point became especially intricate. Brian walked his team gently up a gentle hill, while Sir Vernon and his brother walked their horses beside him, and during this ascent all necessary introductions were duly made, everybody being properly presented except Blanche, who felt that she was being treated with contumely. "I am very glad to see you at last, cousin Ida," said Sir Vernon pleasantly. "I've been hearing of you all my life, but we seemed fated not to meet." He was a fine, broad-shouldered young fellow, with a frank, fresh-coloured countenance, auburn whiskers, and curly brown hair. His brother was after the same pattern, hair a little lighter, no whiskers, eyes rather a brighter blue. They were as much alike as brothers can be without being mistaken for each other. There was nothing romantic-looking about either of them, Bessie thought regretfully. She would have liked Sir Vernon to have resembled her favourite hero in fiction, the man she always put in confession books, and to have fallen desperately in love with Ida at first sight. And here he was, a most matter-of-fact looking young man, riding behind the wagonette in a provokingly matter-of-fact way. Yet perhaps there was a providence in this, for if Brian of the Abbey were in love with Ida, as Bessie shrewdly suspected, it would have been a terrible thing for him to have found a rival in a titled cousin. If Ida were ambitious, the title might have turned the scale. "And I have so set my heart upon having her for my cousin," thought Bessie. "The other Brian was a failure, but this Brian may win the prize." Mr. Jardine had not been able to leave his parish for a long day, so Bessie had plenty of leisure to speculate upon the possible loves of other people, instead of enjoying the blissfulness of her own love affair. Wimperfield was a mansion built in the Italian manner, which prevailed about a century ago, a style about as uninteresting as any order of domestic architecture, but which makes a house a good feature in a fine landscape. The Corinthian façade of Wimperfield stood boldly out against the verdant slopes of a hill, backed and sheltered on either side by woods. Behind that classic portico there was the usual prim range of windows, and there were the usual barrack-like rooms. The furniture was of the same heavy and substantial character, rich dark rosewood, amber satin hangings faded by a quarter of a century, Spanish mahogany in dining rooms and bedrooms, Gillow's fine workmanship everywhere, but the style dating back to the very infancy of that ancient house. The large, finely lighted hall, which looked like the vestibule of some learned institute, was adorned with 4 Carrara marble statues, placid gods and goddesses smirking at vacancy on pedestals of verde antico. The only pictures in the reception rooms were family portraits, and a few of those large Dutch landscapes, battle scenes, sea pieces, and fruit pieces, which cry aloud that they are furniture pictures, and have been bought to fit the panelling of the rooms. But for its noble situation this temple of English domestic life would have been utterly without charm. But the situation was superb, the gardens were in beautiful order, and the stables, as Aunt Betsy declared after personal inspection, were perfect. Sir Vernon did the honours of his house in a frank, friendly manner. He took his guests round the gardens and stables, showed Ida the old nursery in which his father and her father had spent their infancy, the gun-room in which their first guns were carefully preserved, the very rocking-horse on which they had ridden, and which now occupied a recess in an obscure lobby opening into the garden. "Peter and I didn't care to ride him," said Sir Vernon. "We had Shelties when we were 3-year-olds, but I know when I began Virgil I used to think the wooden horse that got into Troy was an exaggerated copy of this one." He showed his cousin the room in which her grandfather and grandmother died, an immense apartment wherein stood, grim and tall, a gigantic mahogany 4-poster draped with dark green velvet. "I can't fancy anybody doing anything else in such a room," said Ida, to whom the spacious chamber looked as gloomy as a charnel house. "I beg your pardon, I hope you don't sleep here." "No, my diggings are at the other end of the house, looking into the stable yard. I like to be able to put my head out of a window and order my horse. Saves time and trouble. We keep the rooms at this end for visitors." The gong boomed loud and long, much to the relief of poor Blanche, whose spirits had been slowly sinking, in unison with her inward cravings, and who had begun to think that the promised luncheon was a delusion and a snare which would end in the fashionable frivolity of afternoon tea. Sir Vernon offered his arm to Miss Wendover, and asked Brian to take Miss Palliser, while Peter was told off to Miss Rylance, leaving Bessie and the clinging Blanche like twin cherries on one stem. It was curious for Ida to find herself seated presently beside the wealthy cousin of whom she had heard as a far-off and almost mythical personage, of very little account in her life, since it was so improbable that any of his wealth would ever come her way. The luncheon was of the old-fashioned and ponderous order, excellent of its kind. The orchard houses had given up their finest peaches and nectarines, and their earliest grapes to do honour to the occasion. Miss Rylance contemplated the table decorations with mute scorn, which she hardly cared to disguise. No Venetian wine flasks, no languorous lilies swooning in Salviati goblets, no pottery of the new green and yellow school, but massive silver and heavy diamond-cut glass, gaudy Staffordshire china of too utterly quite the worst period of art. Everything essentially Philistine. Sir Vernon had placed his cousin on his left hand, and he talked to her a good deal during luncheon, asking questions as to her past life, which she answered with perfect candour. It was only when he spoke of her future that the fair brow clouded and the cheeks reddened with a painful glow. "I hope, now that the ice has been broken, that we are not going to be strangers any more," said Vernon, pleasantly. "To think that you should be such a near neighbour of mine, and that I should know nothing about it. You have been at Kingthorpe since last November, you say? How long are you going to stay there?" "For a good many Novembers, I hope," said Aunt Betsy, "unless she gets tired of rural solitude, or unless a husband steals her away from me. Ah, that is what all young ladies anticipate. They never are, but always to be blessed.
replied Vernon, laughing. He was one of those open-hearted souls who always appreciate their own mild jokelets. Brian, who saw Ida's pained expression, made haste to change the conversation by an inquiry about Sir Vernon's plans for the autumn, which set that gentleman on a sporting tack, and spared Miss Palliser all further trouble. After luncheon they went to look at the hothouses, and dawdled away the time very agreeably until afternoon tea. Miss Rylance doing her best to improve the occasion with Peter, who was not educated up to the standard of metropolitan or South Kensingtonian young ladyhood, and who came out very badly under the process of development. For when talked to about Ruskin, he was at first altogether vacuous, but on being pushed, he believed there was a biggish swell of some such name among the Oxford dons, about whom he could not fairly be expected to know anything, as he and his brothers were Cantabs. While on being languidly asked his opinion of Swinburne's last tragedy, he grew cheerful, and said he had seen him play the king to Irving's Hamlet, and that it was a very fine performance, the actor in question being a good stayer. The thing was hopeless, and Miss Rylance felt she was wasting herself upon a dolt. After this she hardly took the trouble to suppress her yawns, yet if she had condescended to question Peter about his Alpine adventures, or to talk about his horses, guns, and dogs, she would have found him lively enough as a companion. But an education of musical at-homes and afternoon teas had tuned Miss Rylance's slender pipe to one particular strain, which did not suit everybody's dancing. She was heavy at heart, feeling that the whole business of the day had conduced to Ida Palliser's glorification. To be the daughter of a man born in that substantial family mansion, scion of a respectable old county family, was in itself a distinction far beyond anything Miss Rylance could boast, her grandfather having been a chemist and druggist in an obscure market town, and her father the architect of his own fortunes. She had done her best to forget this fact hitherto, but it was brought home to her mind unpleasantly to-day, when she saw the Articled Pupil, whose 3 pairs of stockings had moved her to scornful wonder, strolling about her ancestral home by the side of her first cousin, and that first cousin a baronet of Charles II's creation. Sir Vernon and his brother were full of cordiality for their cousin, full of anticipations of future meetings, and of hopes that Captain Palliser would come to them in October for what they called a shy at the pheasants. Ida had good cause to remember that parting in front of the classic portico in the warm afternoon sunlight, the 2 brothers standing side by side with frank, bright faces, looking up at their departing guests, all smiles and cheerful pleasure in this world's pleasantest things, a dandy Dinmont and a black and tan collie looking on at their master's knees, the beau ideal of young English manhood, frank, generous, outspoken, fearless, the men who can do and die when the need comes. Her eyes lingered affectionately on that picture as the wagonette drove away by the broad gravel sweep towards the Abbey. Chapter 17 of The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ought she to stay? A week after the drive to Wimperfield, Miss Wendover received a very big box of peaches and grapes, enclosing a very brief letter from Vernon Palliser to his cousin Ida. My dear Ida, I venture to send Miss Wendover some of our fruit, he wrote, for I understood her to say she has not much glass and grows only flowers. Peter and I are just off to Scotland, where I suppose we shall do a little shooting, and I hope a good deal of yachting and fishing.
I wish you and that nice plump little friend of yours, Bessie, I think you called her, were coming to us. Such a jolly life, bobbing about between the islands and the mainland, with the chance of an occasional storm. But I shall look forward to seeing you again in October, when I hope Miss Wendover will bring you over to stay for a week or two. What splendid ideas she has about summering horses! Never met a more sensible woman. Always your affectionate cousin, Vernon Palliser. Aunt Betsy was pleased with the tribute of hothouse fruit, and even more gratified by that remark about summering horses. "Your cousin is a fine, thoroughbred young fellow," she said. "If I had not been fully satisfied you came from a good stock, by my knowledge of your own organization, I should be sure of the fact now I have seen those two young men. They are all that Englishmen ought to be." Ida was silent, for to her mind there was one Englishman who more completely realized her ideal of manhood, one who was no less generous and outspoken than her kind young cousins, but whose intellectual gifts, whose highly cultivated mind and passionate love of all that is most beautiful in life, made him infinitely their superior. And now came, perhaps, the most bitter trial of a young life which had already seen more cloud than sunshine. The hour had come when Ida told herself that she must no longer dawdle along the flowery path of sin, no longer palter with fate. Stern duty must be obeyed. She must leave Kingthorpe. It was no longer a question of feeling, but a question of conscience, right against wrong, truth against falsehood, honour against dishonour, for she knew in her heart of hearts that Brian loved her, and that she gave him back his love, measure for measure. He had said nothing definite. She had contrived to ward off anything like a declaration, but she had not been able to prevent his absorbing her society on all possible occasions, taking possession of her, as it were, as of one who belonged to him in the present and the future, deferring to her lightest wish as only a lover defers to his mistress, studying her preferences in everything, and hardly taking the trouble to hide his comparative indifference to the society of other people. It had come to this, and she knew that there must be no further delay. One evening, when she and Aunt Betsy had been dining alone, and had returned to the drawing-room, where it was Ida's custom at this hour to play her kind patroness to sleep, with all the dreamiest and most pensive melodies in her extensive repertoire, the girl suddenly faltered in her playing, wandered from one air into another, and with a touch so uncertain that Aunt Betsy, who was fast lapsing into dreamland, became broad awake again all at once, and wanted to know the reason why. "Is anything the matter? Are you ill, child?" she asked abruptly. Ida rose from the piano, where her tears had been dropping on the keys, and came out of the shadowy corner to the veranda, where Aunt Betsy sat among her roses, wrapped in a china crape shawl, one of the gifts of that Indian warrior, Colonel Wendover. August was nearly over, but the weather was still warm enough for sitting out of doors in the twilight. "What is the matter, Ida? What has happened?" repeated Miss Wendover, with her hand on the girl's shoulder, as she bent to listen to her. Ida was kneeling by Aunt Betsy's side, her head leaning against the arm of her chair, her face hidden. "Nothing, nothing that you can help or cure, dearest friend," she answered in a broken voice. "You must know how good you have been to me. Yes, even you must know that, although it is your nature to make light of your goodness. I think you know I love you and am grateful. Tell me that you believe that before I say another word." "I do believe it. Your whole conduct since you have been with me has shown as much," answered Miss Wendover calmly. She saw that Ida was powerfully moved, and she wanted to tranquilize her. "What is the meaning of this preface?" "Only that I must ask you to let me leave you." "Leave me?
Oh, you want a holiday, I suppose, but that is natural enough. We needn't be tragic about that. You want to go over to Dieppe to see your people?
I want to go away from Kingthorpe forever.
Forever? Ah, now we really are tragic,
said Miss Wendover, lightly, her broad, firm, white hand tenderly smoothing the girl's hair and brow.
My dear child, what has gone amiss with you? Something has, I can see it. Have you and Miss Rylance quarrelled? I know she is a viper, but I did not think that she would play any of her viperish tricks with my property.
Miss Rylance has done nothing. I have quarrelled with nobody. I love and honour you and the whole house of Wendover with all my heart and mind. But there is a reason which I implore you to refrain from asking, why I ought never to have come into your house as I did come, why I ought to leave it, must leave it for ever.
This is very mysterious, said Aunt Betsy, thinking deeply. I could understand a reason which might exist in a girl's romantic mind, a mistaken generosity or a mistaken pride, the outcome of late events, which might urge you to run away, like that always wrong-headed and misguided young person, the heroine of a novel. But what reason could there have been when you came to me last winter against your coming? No, that is more than I can comprehend.
You are not to comprehend. It is my secret, my burden, which I must bear. I want you to believe me, that is all. Only to believe me when I say that I love you dearly, and that I have been unspeakably happy in your house, and just quietly let me go and seek my fortune elsewhere, without saying anything to anybody until I am gone.
And a nice weeping and wailing there will be from Bessie and her brothers and sisters when you are gone, exclaimed Miss Wendover. A pleasant time I shall have of it with all of them, to say nothing of my own feelings. Do you think it is fair, Ida, to treat me like this? To make yourself pleasant to me, useful, necessary to me, to wind yourself into my heart, and then, all at once, with a sudden wrench, to pluck yourself out again and leave me to do without you? Do you call that fair play?
I know that it must seem like base ingratitude, answered Ida, calm now, with a despairing calmness. But I cannot help myself. I am more proud than I can say that you should care for me, that my loving services have not been unwelcome. I know that you took me out of charity, and it is a delight to know that I have not been altogether a bad bargain. But I must go away.
I begin to see the light, said Miss Wendover, who had been thinking all this time. It's your father's doing. He thinks you are not making a profitable use of your education and talents. He has ordered you to go where you will get a larger salary. But don't let his needs separate us, my dear. I love you better than a few pounds a quarter. I will give you 70 or even 80 pounds a year, if that will satisfy Captain Palliser.
No, no, dear Aunt Betsy. Thank God my father is not that kind of man. He knows how happy I have been. He is grateful to you for all your goodness to me, and more than content that I should be happy without being a burden to him.
Then why do you want to leave me?
asked Miss Wendover, with her hands on the girl's shoulders, her eyes reading the white, agonized face looking up at her in the thickening twilight. There was just enough light for her to see the look of intense pain in that pallid countenance.
"Why do you want to go away?" she repeated. "What kind of reason can that be which you fear to tell me? It must be an unworthy reason, and yet I cannot believe that you could have such a reason. Is it on account of my nephew Brian? Have you found out what I have suspected for a long time? Have you discovered that he is in love with you, and do you fancy yourself an ineligible match for him because he is rich and you are poor? And do you think that you ought to run away in order to give him a chance of doing better for himself? If you have any such high-flown idea, abandon it. The Wendovers are not a mercenary tribe. We shall welcome Brian's bride, whoever she be, for her own sake, and not for her dowry."
It is no such reason. I cannot tell you. You must forgive me and let me go."
"Then I forgive you, and you can go," replied Miss Wendover, coldly. "I am deeply disappointed in you. If you cared for me as you say you do, you would trust me. Love without faith is an impossibility. However, I don't want to distress you. If you are to leave me, I will make your departure as pleasant as I can. When do you want to go?"
"Immediately, as soon as you can spare me."
"I cannot spare you at all. A few days or weeks more or less will make no difference to me. Do you want to go among strangers to be a governess, or do you wish to go back to your people?"
"I want to earn my own living. The harder I have to work, the better I shall like it. I would not mind even going into a school, though my experience of Mauvais is hateful."
"You shall not go into a school. I will send an advertisement to the Times."
"Would it not be better for me to go to Winchester and apply at some agency for servants and governesses? When I advertised in the Times there was not a single answer."
"You may have better luck this time,"
replied Miss Wendover in a business-like tone. She was too proud to show any further indications of sorrow, or even to reveal how deeply she was wounded. "I will do what I can to help you, though I do not deserve it," said Ida.
"You know best about that."
"Yes," after some moments of silent thought, "it may not be too late even now. When I lunched with the Trevors at Romsey, the day of Brian's return, Mrs. Trevor's sister, Lady Micheldever, was in a state of anxiety about governesses. Her old governess was to be married in a few weeks, such an inestimable treasure that Lady Micheldever thought it would be impossible to replace her, so sweet, so ladylike, so accomplished. Now, if the situation is not yet filled, I think it would suit you exactly. They are people who would give you a liberal salary, and you would be able to help your father." "I should be glad of that. Do the Micheldevers live near here?" faltered Ida. "I want to go quite away."
"They have property near here, but their place is close to Savern Lake Forest, and they spend their winters in Italy. Sir George has a weak chest, and all the children are delicate. If you go to them, nearly half your life will be spent abroad."
"I should like that very much," said Ida.
"Nothing so pleasant as variety of scenery and people," replied Miss Wendover, with a touch of irony in her voice.
She began to think Ida cold-hearted and hypocritical. It was evident to her that this feverish longing for a change was mere selfish ambition, a desire to be better placed in the world. She had met with the same kind of feeling too often in her rustic protégées of the cook and housemaid class, who, when they had learnt all she could teach them, were eager to spread their wings and soar to the servants' halls of Mayfair and the society of powdered footmen.
9 o'clock,
said Miss Wendover, wrapping her shawl round her, and rising to go into the drawing-room as the church clock chimed silver-sweet across the elm-tops and the misty meadows. "Too late for this evening's post, but I will write to Lady Micheldever to-night, and my letter will be ready for the midday mail tomorrow. I hope she has not found anybody yet." "You are too good," faltered Ida, as they went into the lamp-lit room.
"I am only doing my duty," replied Miss Wendover. "Welcome the coming, speed the parting guest."
"You will not tell Bessie or anyone till I am gone?"
Chapter 18 of The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After a storm comes a calm. While Ida Palliser was thus planning her escape from that earthly paradise where she was dangerously happy
Brian Wendover was thinking of her and dreaming of her, and building the whole fabric of his life on a happy future to be shared with her, cherishing the sweet certainty that she loved him, and that he had only to say the word which was to unite them forever. He had been in no haste to say that fateful word. Life was so sweet to him in its present stage. He was so confident of the future. He had closely and carefully studied the character of the woman he loved. In the beginning of their acquaintance, before his judgment had lost its balance, before affection had got the better of critical faculty, he had been in some wise impressed by what Urania had told him about Ida. The slanderer's malice was obvious, but the slander might have some element of truth. He watched Ida narrowly during the first month of their acquaintance, expecting to find the serpent trail somewhere, but no trace of the evil one had appeared. She was frank, straightforward, intelligent to a high degree, and with that eager thirst for knowledge which is generally accompanied by a profound humility. He could see in her no base worship of wealth for its own sake, no craving for splendor or fashionable pleasures. She found delight in all the simplest things, in rustic scenery, in hill and down and wood, in dogs and horses and birds and flowers, music and books. A girl who could be happy in such a life as Ida Palliser lived at Kingthorpe must be in a manner independent of fortune. Her pleasures were not those that cost money.
"If she is the kind of girl Miss Rylance describes her, she will set her cap at me," he thought. "If she wants to be a mistress of Wendover Abbey, one mistake and one failure will not daunt her."
But there was no such setting of caps. For a long time Ida treated Mr. Wendover of the Abbey with the perfect frankness of friendship. Then, as his love grew, showing itself by every delicate and unobtrusive token, there came a change, and a subtle one, in her conduct, and the lover told himself with triumphant heart that he was beloved. Her sweet shyness, her careful avoidance of every possible tete-a-tete, her evident embarrassment on those rare occasions when she found herself alone with him, surely these things meant love, and love only. There could be no other meaning. He was no coxcomb, ready to believe every woman in love with him. He had gone through the world very quietly, admiring many women, but never till now having found one who seemed to him worth the infinite anxieties and fevers and agues of love. And now he had found that pearl above price, the one woman predestinate to be adored by him. He was happily placed in life for a lover, since a lover should always be an orphan. Fathers and mothers are sore clogs upon the fiery wheel of love. He was rich, in every way his own master. His kindred were kindly, simple-minded people, who would give gracious welcome to any virtuous woman whom he might choose for his wife. There was no impediment to his happiness, provided always that Ida Palliser loved him, and he believed that she did love him. This sense of security had made him less eager to declare himself. He was content to wait for his opportunity. And now summer was waning, though it was summer still. The days were no less lovely. Not a leaf had fallen in the woods. Red roses flushed the gardens with bloom. Yellow roses hung in luxuriant clusters on arches and walls. But the days were shortening. The sunsets were earlier, coming inconveniently before dinner was over at the Knoll, and the Wickhamists began to be weighed down by a sense of impending doom, in the direful necessity of going back to school. Bessie's birthday had come round again, that date so fatal to Ida Palliser, and there was much cheerfulness at the Knoll in honour of the occasion. This year the event was not to be signalized by a picnic,
They had been picnicking all the summer, and it was felt that the zest of novelty would be wanting to that form of entertainment. So it was decided in family council that a friendly dinner at home, with a little impromptu dancing, and perhaps a charade or two afterwards, would be an agreeable substitute for the usual outdoor feast.
Brian, Mr. Jardine, Dr. and Miss Rylance, Aunt Betsy and Ida Palliser were to be the only guests, but these with the family made a good-sized party. Blanche undertook to play as many waltzes as might be required of her, and also took it upon herself the arrangement and decoration of the dessert, which was to be something gorgeous. More boxes of peaches and grapes had been sent over from Wimperfield in the absence of Sir Vernon and his brother, who were still in Scotland. Bessie's anniversary was heralded somewhat inauspiciously by a tremendous gale which swept across the Hampshire Downs, after doing no small mischief in the Channel, and wrecking a good many fine old oaks and beeches in the New Forest. It was only the tale of a storm which had been blowing furiously in Scotland and the north of England, and no one as yet knew the extent of its destructive force. The morning after that night of howling winds was dull and blustery, with frequent gusts of rain.
"How lucky we didn't go in for a picnic,"
said Horatio, as the slanting drops lashed the windows at breakfast time.
"It may rain and blow as hard as it likes between now and 6 o'clock, for all we need care. A wet day will give us time to get up our charades, and for Blanche to thump at her waltzes. Be sure you give us the Blue Danube."
"The Blue Danube is out," said Blanche, tossing up her pointed chin.
"Out of what? Out of time?"
"Out of fashion."
"Hang fashion! What do I care for fashion?"
cried the Wykamist.
"Fashion means other people's whims and fancies. People who are led by fashion have no ideas of their own. Byron is out of fashion, but he's my poet,"
added Horatio, as who should say,
"and that ought to be a sufficient set-off against any lessening of his European renown."
"Think of the poor creatures at sea," murmured kind-hearted Mrs. Wendover, as a sharp gust shook the casement nearest to her.
"Very sad for them, poor beggars," said Reginald. "But it would have been sadder for us if we'd started for a picnic. Travellers by sea must expect bad weather. It's an important factor in the sum of their risk, and their minds are prepared for the contingency. But when one has planned a picnic party on the Downs, a wet day throws out all one's calculations."
The rain came and went in fitful showers, the wind blustered a little, and then died away in sobs, while the young Wendovers spent their morning noisily and excitedly, in laborious industries of the most frivolous kind, the end and aim of which was to make a gorgeous display in the evening.
Before luncheon the wind was at rest, and the gardens were smiling in the sunlight under the hot blue sky of summer, and after luncheon the Wendover girls and boys were rushing all over the garden cutting flowers. "I only wish Dr. Rylance were not coming," said Blanche, stopping to pant and wipe her crimson countenance, when her 2 baskets were nearly full. "He'll impart his own peculiar starchiness to the whole business."
"Oh, hang it, he'll give the thing a grown-up flavour anyhow," replied Reginald. "Besides, the man can talk, though he's deuced shallow, and that is more than anyone else can in these parts."
"Brian will be the hero of this evening's festivity, just as Brian Walford was of the last. Don't you remember how nice he looked?" said Blanche, as they went back to the house loaded with roses, heliotrope, geranium, and ferns. "Poor fellow," sighed Bessie, who was so sentimental that she could but suppose her favourite cousin a martyr to blighted love. "If Brian of the Abbey proposes to Ida, as I feel convinced he will, and if she accepts him, as she is sure to do, it will simply break Brian Walford's heart."
"Not a little bit," said Reginald. "If he did spoon her last year, is that any reason, do you think, that he should care for her now? If she be not fair to me, what the deuce care I how fair she be? And do you suppose I am going to waste in despair, and all that kind of thing? Not if I know it.
Say what you like. I believe Brian Walford was deeply in love with Ida, and that he has never been here since that time, because he can't bear to see her, knowing she doesn't care for him.
That's skittles,
exclaimed the youthful skeptic, using a favorite expression of his father's to express incredulity.
The reason Brian doesn't come to Kingthorpe is that he has other fish to fry elsewhere. As if anybody would come to Kingthorpe who wasn't obliged.
Brian used to come.
Yes, when he was young and verdant, and I dare say my father used to tip him. He knows better now. He is enjoying himself in Paris, under the pretence of studying law and modern languages, dancing at the Jardin Bullier, and going on no end, I dare say. I know what Paris is.
How can you? Exclaimed Bessie. You were never there.
I was never in the moon, but I'm pretty well acquainted with the geography of that planet. We have fellows in the upper sixth who think no more of going to Paris than you do of going to Winchester, and a nice life they lead there. Why, a man who thoroughly knows Paris can steep himself in dissipation for a £5 note.
Chapter 19 of The Golden Calf by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After a calm, a storm. The dinner party was a success. Bessie beamed radiantly, with her plump arms and shoulders set off by a white gown, and a good deal of rather incongruous trinketry in the way of birthday presents, every item of which she felt bound to wear, lest the givers should be wounded by her neglect. Thus, dear mother's amber necklace did not exactly accord with Mr. Jardine's neat gold and sapphire locket, while the family subscription gift of pink coral earrings hardly harmonized with either. Yet earrings, locket, and necklace were all displayed, and the round white arms were coiled from wrist to elbow with various monstrosities of the bangle breed. There was a flavor of happiness in the whole feast, which could not be dampened by any ceremonious stiffness on the part of Dr. Rylance and his daughter. The physician was all sweetness, all geniality, yet a very close observer might have perceived that his sentiments about Miss Palliser were of no friendly nature. He had tried that young lady, and he had found her wanting in that first principle of admiration and reverence for himself, the lack of which was an unpardonable fault. He had been willing to pardon her for her first rejection of him, telling himself that he had spoken too soon, that he had scared her by his unwise suddenness, that she was wild and wilful, and wanted more gentling before she was brought to the lure. But after a prolonged period of gentle treatment, after such courtesies and flatteries as Dr. Rylance had never before lavished upon anybody under a countess, it galled him to find Ida Palliser growing always colder and more distant, and obviously anxious to avoid his distinguished company. Then came the appearance of Brian Wendover on the scene, and Dr. Rylance was keen enough to see that Mr. Wendover of the Abbey had acquired more influence over Miss Palliser in a week than he had been able to obtain in nearly a year's acquaintance. And then Dr. Rylance decided that this girl was incorrigible. She was beyond the pale. She was a kind of monster, a being of imperfect development, a blunder of nature, like the sloth and his fellow tardigrades, a psychological mystery, inasmuch as she did not care for him. So, having made up his mind to have done with her, Dr. Rylance found that the end of love is the beginning of hate. It happened, rather by lack of arrangement than by any special design, that Brian sat next to Ida. Dr. Rylance had taken Mrs. Wendover into dinner, but Brian was on his aunt's left hand, and Ida was on Brian's left. He talked to her all dinner-time, leaving his aunt, who loved to get a hold of a medical man, to expatiate to her heart's content on all the small ailings and accidents which had affected her children during the last 6 months, down to that plague of warts which had lately afflicted Reginald, and which she would be glad to get charmed away by an old man in the village, who was a renowned wart-charmer, if Dr. Rylance did not think that the warts might strike inward. "Our own medical man is a dear good creature, but so very matter-of-fact," Mrs. Wendover explained. "I don't like to ask him these scientific questions." Brian and Ida talked to each other all through the dinner, and although their conversation was of indifferent things, they talked as lovers talk, all unconsciously on Ida's part, who knew not how deeply she was sinning. It was to be, in all probability, their last meeting. She let herself be happy in spite of fate. What could it matter? In a few days she would have left Kingthorpe forever, never to see him again. Forever and never are very real words to the heart of youth, which has no faith in time and mutability. After dinner the young people all went straying out into the garden, in the lovely interval between day and darkness. There had been a glorious sunset, and red and golden lights shone over the low western sky, while above them was that tender opalescent green which heralds the mellow splendor of the moon. The atmosphere was exquisitely tranquil after last night's storm, not a breath stirring the shrubberies or the tall elms which divided the garden from adjacent paddocks. Ida scarcely could have told how it was that Brian and she found themselves alone. The boys and girls had all left the house together. A minute ago Bessie and Urania were close to them, Urania laying down the law about some distinction between the old Oxford High Church party and the modern ritualists, and Bessie very excited and angry, as became the intended wife of an Anglican priest. They were alone at the end of the long, straight gravel walk, and the garden around them lay wrapped in shadow and mystery. All the flowers that go to sleep had folded their petals for the night, and the harvest moon was rising over church tower and churchyard yews, trees and tower standing out black against the deep purple of that perfect sky. On this same night last year, Ida and the other Brian had been walking about this same garden, talking, laughing, full of fun and good spirits, possibly flirting, but in what a different mood and manner! To-night her heart was overcharged with feeling, her mind weighed down by the consciousness that all this sweet life, which she loved so well, was to come to a sudden end. All this tender love, given her so freely, was to be forfeited by her own act. Already, as she believed, she had forfeited Miss Wendover's affection. Soon all the rest of the family would think of her as Aunt Betsy thought, as a monster of ingratitude, and Urania Rylance would toss up her sharp chin and straighten her slim waist and say, "Did I not tell you so?" Close to where she was standing with Brian there was an old, old stone sundial, supposed to be almost as ancient as the burial places of the long-headed men of the Stone Age, and against this granite pillar Brian planted himself, as if prepared for a long conversation. The voices of the others were dying away in the distance, and they were evidently all hastening back to the house, which was something less than 1/4 of a mile off. Brian and Ida had been silent for some moments. moments which seemed minutes to Ida, who felt silence much more embarrassing than speech. She had nothing to say. She wanted to follow the others, but felt almost without power or motion. "I think I ought to go back," she faltered, looking helplessly towards the lighted windows at the end of the long walk. "There is going to be dancing. They will want us." "They can do without us, Ida," he said, laying his hand upon her arm. "But I cannot do without telling you my mind any longer. Why have you avoided me so? Why have you made it so difficult for me to speak to you of anything but trivialities, when you must know, you must have known, what I was longing to say?" The passion in his lowered voice, that voice of deep and thrilling tone, which had a power over her that no other voice had ever possessed, the expression of his face as he looked at her in the moonlight, told her much more than his words. She put up her hands entreatingly to stop him. "For God's sake, not another word!" she cried. If you are going to say you care for me, ever so little even, not one more word. It is a sin. I am the most miserable, most guilty among women, even to be here, even to have heard so much." "What do you mean? What else should I say? What can I say except that I love you devotedly, with all my heart and mind? That I will have no other woman for my wife? You can't be surprised. Ida, don't pretend that you are surprised. I have never hidden my love. I have let you see that I was your slave all along. My darling, my beloved, why should you shrink from me? What can part us for an instant when I love you so dearly, and know, yes, dearest, I know that you love me? That is a question upon which no man ever deceived himself, unless he were a fool or a coxcomb. Am I a fool, Ida?" "No, no, no, for pity's sake say no more. You ought not to have spoken. I am going away from Kingthorpe to-morrow, perhaps for ever. Yes, for ever. How could I know, how could I think you would care for me? Let me go," she cried, struggling away from him as he clasped her hand, as he tried to draw her towards him. "It is hopeless, mad, wicked to talk to me of love. Some day you will know why, but not now. Be merciful to me. Forget that you have ever known me." "Ida! Ida!" shrieked shrill voices in the distance. White figures came flying down the broad gravel walk, ghost-like in the moonlight. It was a blessed relief. Ida broke from Brian and ran to meet Blanche and Bessie. "Ida, Ida, such fun, such a surprise!" shrieked Blanche, as the flying white figures came nearer, wavered, and stopped. "Only think of his coming on my birthday again!" exclaimed Bessie, "and at this late hour, just as if he had dropped from the moon." Who has come?" cried Ida, looking from one to the other with a scared white face. It seemed to her as if the moonlit garden was moving away in a thick white cloud. Spots of fire floated before her eyes, and then all the world went round like a fiery wheel. "Brian, the other Brian, Brian Walford. Isn't it sweet of him to come to-night?" said Bessie. Ida reeled forward and would have fallen but for the strong arm that caught her as she sank earthwards, the grip which would have held her and sustained her through all life's journeys, had fate so willed it. She had not quite lost consciousness, but all was hazy and dim. She felt herself supported in those strong arms, caressed and borne up on the other side by Bessie, and thus upheld she half walked and was half carried along the smooth gravel path to the house, whence sounds of music came faintly on her ear. She had almost recovered by the time they came to the threshold of the lighted drawing-room, but she had a curious sensation of having been away somewhere for ages, as if her soul had taken flight to some strange, dim world, and dwelt there for a space, and were slowly coming back to this workaday life. The drawing-room was cleared, ready for dancing. Urania was sitting at the piano, playing the swing song, with dainty, mincing touch, ambling and tripping over the keys with the points of her carefully trained fingers. She had given up Beethoven and all the men of might, and had cultivated the nimny-pimny school, which is to music as sunflowers and blue china are to art. Brian Walford was standing in the middle of the big empty room, talking to his uncle the colonel. Mrs. Wendover and her sister-in-law were sitting on a capacious old sofa in conversation with Dr. Rylance.
"Oh, you have come at last," said Brian Walford, as Ida came slowly through the open window, pale as death and moving feebly. He went to meet her and took her by the hand. Then, turning to the colonel, he said quietly and seriously, "Uncle Wendover, it is just a year to-night since this young lady and I met for the first time. From the hour I first saw her I loved her, and I had reason to hope that she returned my love. We were married at a little church near River-Meadow Manor on the 9th of October last. After our marriage my wife, finding that I was not quite so rich as she supposed me to be, fearful, I suppose, for the chances of our future, refused to live with me, told me that our marriage was to be as if it had never been, and left me, within 3 hours of our wedding, forever, as she intended."
Ida was standing in the midst of them all, alone. She had taken her hand from her husband's. She stood before them, pale as a corpse, but erect, ready to face the worst. Brian of the Abbey, that Brian who would have given his life to save her this agony of humiliation, stood on the threshold of the window, watching her. Could it be that she was false as fair? She whom he had trusted and honored? Urania had left off playing, and was watching the scene with a triumphant smile. She looked at Mr. Wendover of the Abbey with a look that meant, "Perhaps now you can believe what I told you about this girl." Aunt Betsy was the first to speak. "Ida," she said, standing up, "is there any truth in this statement?"
"That question is not very complimentary to your nephew," said Brian Walford.
"I am not thinking of my nephew. I am thinking of this girl whom I have loved and trusted." "I was unworthy of your love and your trust," answered Ida, looking at Miss Wendover with wide, despairing eyes. "It is quite true. I am his wife. But he has no right to claim me. It was agreed between us that we should part, forever, that our marriage was to be as if it had never been. It was our secret. Nobody was ever to know."
"And pray, after having married him, why did you wish to cancel your marriage?" asked Colonel Wendover in a freezing voice. "You married him of your own free will, I suppose?"
"Of my own free will, yes."
"Then why repent all of a sudden?"
She stood for a few moments silent, enduring such an agony of shame as all her sad experiences of life had not yet given her. The bitter, galling truth must be told, and in his hearing. He must be suffered to know how sordid and vile she had been. "Because I had been deceived," she faltered at last, her eyelids drooping over those piteous eyes. Brian of the Abbey had advanced into the room by this time. He was standing by his uncle's side, his hand upon his uncle's arm. He wanted, if it were possible, to save Ida from further questioning, to restrain his uncle's wrath. "I married your nephew under a delusion," she said. "I believed that I was marrying wealth and station. I had been told that the Brian Wendover I knew, the man who had asked me to be his wife, was the owner of Wendover Abbey."
"I see," said the colonel. "You wanted to marry Wendover Abbey."
Miss Rylance gave a little
silvery laugh, the most highly cultivated thing in laughs. But the scowl she got from Brian of the Abbey checked her vivacity in a breath. "Oh, I know what a wretch I must seem to you all," said Ida, looking up at the Colonel with pleading eyes. "But you have never known what it is to be poor, a genteel pauper, to have your poverty flung into your face like a handful of mud at every hour of your life, to have the instincts, the needs of a lady, but to be poorer and lower in status than any servant, to see your schoolfellows grinning at your shabby boots, making witty speeches about your threadbare gown, to patch and mend and struggle, yet never to be decently clad, to have the desire to help others, but nothing to give. If any of you, if you, Miss Rylance, with that exquisite sneer of yours, you who invented the plot that wrecked me, if you had ever endured what I have borne, you would have been as ready as I was to thank Providence for having sent me a rich lover, and to accept him gratefully as my husband."
"Brian Walford," interrogated the Colonel, looking severely at his nephew, "am I to understand that you married this girl without undeceiving her as to the children's, or rather, Miss Rylance's most ill-judged practical joke? That you stood before the altar in God's house, the temple of truth and holiness, and won her by a lie?" "I never lied to her," answered Brian Walford sulkily. "My cousin chose to have their joke, but there was no joke in my love for Ida. I loved her, and was ready to marry her, and take my chance of the future, as another young man in my position would have done. I never bragged about the Abbey, or told her that it belonged to me. She never asked me who I was."
"Because she had been told a wicked, shameful falsehood, and believed it, poor darling," cried Bessie, running to her friend and embracing her. "Oh, forgive me, dear, pray, pray do. It was all my fault. But as you have married him, darling, and it can't be helped, do try and be happy with him, for indeed, dear, he is very nice."
Ida stood silent, with lowered eyelids. "My daughter is right, Miss Palliser, Mrs. Brian Walford," said the Colonel, in a less severe tone than he had employed before. "It is quite true that you have been hardly used. Any deception is bad, worst of all a cheat that is maintained as far as the steps of the altar. But, after all, in spite of your natural disappointment at finding you had married a poor man instead of a rich one, my nephew is the same man after marriage as he was before, the man you were willing to marry. And I cannot think so badly of you as to believe that you would marry a man you did not love, for the sake of his wealth and position. No, I cannot think that of you. I take it, therefore, that you liked my nephew for his own sake, and that it was only pique and natural indignation at having been duped which made you cast him off and agree to cancel your marriage. And I say that there is only one course open to you, as a good and honourable young woman, and that is to take your husband by the hand, as you took him in the house of God, for better for worse, and face the difficulties of life honestly and fearlessly. Heaven is always on the side of true-hearted young couples." Ida lifted her drooping eyelids and looked, not at the Colonel, not at her husband, not at her staunch friend, Aunt Betsy, but at that other Brian, at him who this night only had declared his love. She looked at him with despair in her eyes, humbly beseeching him to stand between her and this loathed wedlock. But there was no sign in his sad countenance, no indication except of deepest sorrow, no ray of light to guide her on her path. The Colonel had spoken with such perfect common sense and justice, he had so clearly right on his side, that Brian Wendover, as a man of principle, could say nothing. Here was this woman he loved, and she was another man's wife, and that other man claimed her. If the King of Terrors himself had stretched forth his bony hand and clasped her, she could not be more utterly lost to the man who loved her than she was by this pre-existing tie. Brian of the Abbey was not the man to woo his cousin's wife. "Do, dearest, be happy," pleaded Bessie. "I'm sure father is right, and you are our cousin, our own flesh and blood now, as it were, and you know I always wanted you to belong to us, and we shall all be fonder of you than ever, and you and Mr. Jardine will be cousins later on," she whispered, as a conclusive argument, as if for the sake of so high a privilege a girl might fairly make some sacrifice of inclination. "Is it my duty to do as Colonel Wendover tells me?" asked Ida, looking round at them all with piteous appeal. "Is it really my duty?" "In the sight of God, yes," said the Colonel and John Jardine. "Yes, my dear, there can be no doubt of it," said the Colonel's wife and Aunt Betsy. Brian of the Abbey said not a word, and Dr. Rylance looked on in silence with a diabolical sneer. What a fate for the girl who had refused a house in Cavendish Square, one of the prettiest victorias in London, and a matchless collection of old hawthorn blue. "Then I will do my duty," said Ida, and then, before Brian Walford could take her in his arms, or make any demonstration of delight, she threw herself upon Miss Betsy Wendover's broad bosom, sobbing hysterically, and crying, "Take me away, take me out of this house, for pity's sake." "I'll take her home with me. She will be calm and quiet and happy to-morrow," said Aunt Betsy. And then, as Brian Walford was following them, "Stay where you are, Brian," she said authoritatively. "She shall see no one but me till to-morrow. You will drive her crazy among you all if you are not careful." Miss Wendover took the girl away almost in her arms, and Brian Walford disappeared at the same time without further speech. "And now that the bride and bridegroom are gone, I suppose the wedding party can have their dance," sneered Urania, playing the first few bars of "Sweethearts." But Brian of the Abbey had vanished immediately after his cousin, and no one was disposed for dancing. So, after a good deal of talk, Bessie's birthday party broke up. "What a dismal failure it has been, though it began so well," said Bessie, as she and the other juveniles went upstairs to bed. "What? Still you are not happy?" quoted Horatio. "Why, I thought you wanted Brian Walford to marry Ida Palliser." "So I did once," sighed Bessie, "but I would rather she had married Brian of the Abbey, and I know he's head over ears in love with her."
"Ah, then he'll have to put his love in his pipe and smoke it. That kind of thing won't do out of a French novel," said Horatio, whose personal knowledge of French romancers was derived from the Philosophie sous les toits,